SCP-3001, Ancient Greek Temple 1. In the mountains and forests, there stands an ancient Greek temple. Inside the temple, the light is dim and eerie. The temple walls are covered with carvings of various deities and heroes from ancient Greek mythology, lifelike, as if they could leap off the walls at any moment. Looking out through the temple windows, the spring rain is hazy and persistent. In the misty rain, distant forests and lakes can be faintly seen. In the center of the first floor hall of the temple, there's a giant torch over 2 meters high, but the flame is about to extinguish. The temple has 4 floors, each floor built around the hall, and from the first floor hall, one can see the dome of the 4th floor. Each floor of the temple has a giant torch standing in the hall. In the first floor hall, 31 people are standing around the giant torch. Among these 31 people, there are roughly equal numbers of men and women, mostly young adults, but there are also older individuals and younger ones. Jiang Lan stands among the crowd, tall and somewhat conspicuous as she stands alone outside the group. She is wearing a knee-length, deep brown trench coat with multiple pockets, the collar standing up. Inside the coat is a semi-transparent white shirt with a slightly open collar. On the bottom, she wears fitted black trousers and black leather shoes. She looks very young, as if she just graduated and has been working for a year. Her short hair is slightly messy, framing a delicate oval face with sword-like eyebrows, a high-nosed bridge, ruby lips, and a determined gaze sharp as a deep pool. Her fingers are long and her nails are neatly trimmed. Jiang Lan stands in the crowd, her head down in contemplation. Today, while she was working in the emergency department, she suddenly found herself in this temple. The temple exudes a strange atmosphere. The side halls and stairs are all locked. Everyone is forced to remain in the hall of the temple. There have been attempts to leave, but the temple's main door is locked. One man jumped out of the temple window, but he died immediately upon jumping. His body was quickly absorbed and soon disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the giant torch that had previously extinguished suddenly flickered with a weak flame. The crowd immediately gathered around the giant torch, whispering to each other, He's dead. I saw him die with my own eyes, but the body disappeared. The body didn't just disappear, it was absorbed. I happened to see that when his body completely vanished, the torch suddenly flickered with a small flame. What's going on? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief that a sudden mechanical voice interrupted them. Welcome to the ancient Greek temple dungeon. Please have 30 players take their seats freely. The Gods Conference will begin in 5 minutes. Kind reminder, unauthorized withdrawal from the game is not permitted otherwise. You will bear the consequences. Hearing the kind reminder, everyone recalled the jumper who died without a trace and fell silent for a moment. The topic of discussion shifted from the jumper to the mechanical voice. Someone wondered, where is this mechanical voice coming from? I don't see any speakers. The response was silence. Those who didn't know couldn't speak, and those who didn't need to. They'll say it again. Please have 30 players take their seats before the meeting begins. Otherwise, there will be punishment. Take a seat. This temple is bare. There's nothing here but this torch. Where can we sit? A round-faced boy loudly complained. He has a crew cut, a wheat-colored complexion, a round face, and is dressed casually in sports shoes. Right? A girl with a side braid nodded in agreement. She has fair skin, peach blossom eyes, and wears a blue and white school uniform. A girl with a low ponytail asked, You're newcomers, right? The girl speaking has fair skin, willow-like eyebrows, and a low ponytail that reaches her waist, wearing a khaki trench coat. Newcomers? What newcomers? Someone asked curiously. The girl with the low ponytail explained, to cut a long story short, this is a terrifying world that subverts conventional understanding. There are many horror dungeons in this world. Those who enter the dungeons are called players. Players must pass through the dungeons to survive. A middle-aged man with a beer belly shouted at the girl with the low ponytail. Hey, Shiloyu, why are you explaining to these fools? They'll figure it out soon enough. The middle-aged man is bearded, has a beer belly, wears a gray suit, and has thinning hair. A bald young man next to the beer belly man chimed in. Yeah, it's just a waste of breath. Most of them won't even survive the first round. Right, Li Zhongxiong? The beer belly man nodded. The bald young man is short and thin, wearing a dark jacket and has a bald spot on his head. The girl with the low ponytail glanced at the beer belly man and the bald young man and stopped speaking. The round-faced boy approached the girl with the low ponytail and quietly asked, Hello, I'm Lu Jian. I just heard them call you Shi Liu. The girl with the low ponytail nodded slightly. Just call me Luoyu. Lu Jian inquired. Sister Liu, the mechanical voice, repeatedly emphasized that we should take our seats. What punishment will we face if we don't? Shi Liu thought for a moment. I don't know either. Although I've been in this terrifying world for a long time, the ancient Greek temple dungeon is a brand new one that just opened. This is my first time encountering such a situation, but it's certain that there will be punishment. As the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Jiang Lan quietly left the group. Jiang Lan walked around the temple, reaching out to touch the walls, discovering that the carvings of the deities felt soft, like touching human skin, which was unsettling. Jiang Lan looked up, observing that there are 31 wall lamps in the temple, each intricately designed. The number of wall lamps corresponds exactly to the initial number of people in the temple. Is this a coincidence? Jiang Lan gazed at one of the extinguished wall lamps, and oh, this is not a coincidence. There are 31 wall lamps in total, but only 30 of them are lit. As Jiang Lan was lost in thought looking at the wall lamps, a boy's voice suddenly came from behind her. Hello, I'm Lu Jian, 19 years old. The round-faced boy, dressed casually in sports shoes, gave Jiang Lan a clear, yet foolish smile and extended his hand. Jiang Lan reached out to shake his hand lightly 3 times. Jiang Lan, what are you looking at? Lu Jian asked curiously, having seen Jiang Lan walking around the temple and unable to resist asking if she had made any new discoveries. The wall lamps, Jiang Lan replied succinctly. Any clues? Lu Jian continued to ask. Jiang Lan looked into Lu Jian's clear yet foolish eyes, glanced up at the wall lamps, and said, these wall lamps might actually be the seats. Although Lu Jian found it hard to believe, he continued to ask, the wall lamps are the seats? How do we sit on them? They'll give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Lan turned and walked towards one of the wall lamps. Jiang Lan stopped just outside the area directly beneath a wall lamp, placing one foot inside the area while the rest of her body remained outside. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Player Jiang Lan, please confirm whether you choose this seat. 002. Ancient Greek Temple 2. It seems the guess was correct. Jiang Lan stepped firmly into the area directly beneath the wall lamp, without any hesitation or doubt. Player Jiang Lan has taken her seat. Please other players take their seats as soon as possible. The system's voice echoed in the vast hall, drawing the attention of other contestants. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Lan. Seeing this, Lu Jian no longer hesitated and followed closely behind, walking to the area directly beneath another wall lamp. Contestant Lu Jian has taken a seat. The system's voice rang out again, as if urging the remaining contestants. The conference of the gods will begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seats quickly, other contestants. Oh, the wall lamps are the seats. That contestant named Jiang Lan must be a top-tier player. Even if she's not a top-tier player, she must be an experienced veteran. But she looks quite unfamiliar at this point. Everyone gradually understood that the wall lamps were indeed the seats and began to walk to the areas directly beneath them. Before the countdown ended, 29 contestants had taken their seats. There was still a 60-year-old ant who stubbornly stood still. I don't believe in this ghostly place, trickery, and nonsense. The ant remained motionless in the center of the hall. The conference of the gods has officially begun. Suddenly, from mythological statues dressed in ancient Greek draped robes appeared from the walls of the hall. At the same time, 4 other statues mysteriously vanished, leaving the once solemn and sacred mural area completely blank. The 2 male gods were imposing and dignified, adorned in exquisite armor. The 2 female goddesses were beautiful and mysterious, their skirts fluttering gracefully. These 4 deities seemed to step out of the void, slowly descending from the walls and striding towards the center of the hall. The 2 male gods each had distinct features. One was powerful and authoritative, with thick black hair and a beard. The other was strong and robust, with curly brown hair. One of the goddesses had a captivating figure and flowing golden hair, while the other was noble and elegant, with brown hair cascading like long waves. The 4 deities reached the center of the hall. Watching the 4 beings that emerged from the walls, the old ant rubbed her eyes desperately, unable to believe what she saw. This is impossible. Just a trick. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Observing the motionless old ant, the 4 deities frowned in unison. The black-haired male god raised his hand slightly, and the old ant was involuntarily teleported to the area directly beneath a wall lamp. Contestant Ji Dufu did not take her seat on time, violating the rules. Deducting assessment impression points. A total of 20 points deducted. Contestant Ji Dufu now has an assessment score of 20 points. Welcome to the 30 contestants present for this Conference of the Gods. Now starting, granting new contestants access to the terrifying World System Interface. Please check your World System Interface. Jiang Lan saw a deep blue light screen appear before her. The deep blue light screen had 6 main sections. 3 of the sections were items, factions, personal center. The other 3 sections were grayed out, labeled shop, skills, achievements, indicating they could not be accessed. She looked around and saw other contestants' fingers reaching into the void, continuously tapping on something, as if they had a touch screen in front of them. But she could see nothing. This meant that each contestant could only see their own world system interface and not others. Jiang Lan withdrew her gaze and focused on her own world system interface. She extended her right index finger and gently touched the system interface, opening the faction section, which displayed Lone Wanderer. Jiang Lan attempted to click on the shop, which showed 1,000 points or more required to open the system shop. After clicking through the other sections, she finished reviewing and closed the system interface. Soon, the mechanical voice sounded again. Contestants, please proceed to the side hall one by one to accept the assessment from the gods. The ancient bronze metal door of the side hall, which had been tightly locked, opened automatically with a click. Everyone craned their necks curiously to look inside the side hall. However, the side hall was completely empty, with nothing inside. Let's start with you, said the blonde goddess, pointing casually at the old ant and beckoning her with a finger. The old ant's body uncontrollably moved towards the side hall. Immediately, the 4 gods teleported to the side hall. Contestant Ji Dufu is now starting the assessment from the gods. With a loud bang, the door to the side hall closed again. First, the sound of the old ant's laughter echoed from within the side hall. However, it wasn't long before that laughter was drowned out by a series of terrified screams. Don't come near. The trembling and terrified voice echoed in the vast hall. No. The voice revealed despair and a desperate plea. I won't dare again. This cry was filled with regret, accompanied by loud, kowtowing sounds. Please, please, spare me. In the end, her voice nearly turned into a whimper, filled with helplessness and pleading, as if searching for the last glimmer of hope and despair. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The side hall door emitted a heavy metallic sound and opened automatically. Assessment completed. Contestant Ji Dufu received a score of 10 points in the assessment from the gods. The old ant emerged covered in blood, crawling out with traces of blood left on the floor of the hall. Seeing the old ant's miserable state, everyone gasped in horror. A voice from the side hall said, "Next contestant, please come in for the assessment." The crowd remained still, but soon, a man with a beer belly suddenly found himself moving uncontrollably toward the side hall. Suddenly, a large cleaver appeared in the beer belly man's hand. This cleaver seemed to have appeared out of thin AI, or IT must have been taken from the system's item section. Contestant Li Zhongxiong is now starting the assessment from the gods. The side hall door closed. First, the crowd in the hall heard him shouting excitedly. Wow, it's money. So much money. It's mine. All mine. No one can take it. Then, the chaotic sounds of the cleaver slashing erupted from the side hall, accompanied by sharp and terrified screams, breaking the silence of the hall. The piercing cries echoed in the vast palace, chilling like a ghostly wail. The sounds of the cleaver wildly chopping, along with the screams, made the entire side hall seem to plunge into bloody madness. Finally, the side hall door opened. Assessment completed. Contestant Li Zhongxiong received a score of 40 points in the assessment from the gods. The beer belly man ran out, his face pale with fright. He ran quickly, losing grip on the cleaver, which fell to the ground with a loud clang. He hurriedly turned back to pick it up. As he approached, everyone noticed that the blade of the cleaver in the beer belly man's hand was already bent. One could imagine how forcefully he had been chopping in the side hall. Seeing the beer belly man looking dazed and terrified, everyone felt even more uneasy. From deep within the side hall, a steady and authoritative male voice calmly echoed. Next contestant, please come in for the assessment. The air around seemed to freeze, and no one was willing to step forward. Suddenly, a bald man felt an invisible force binding him tightly, his body like a leaf swept by a gale, uncontrollably flying towards the side hall, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The bald young man stared wide-eyed in terror as he passed by the side hall's doorway. He tried to reach out and grab the door frame, but was inevitably yanked inside by an unknown force. Contestant Suo Jiaxuan is now beginning the divine assessment. With a bang, the side hall door closed again. Afterward, several contestants were forcibly summoned into the side hall for the divine assessment, with scores varying, but none reaching 90 points. Those who entered the side hall for the assessment either emerged with injuries and bleeding or in a state of shock. They remained silent about the content of the divine assessment. It was as if they had just experienced a nightmare that was hard to articulate. Moreover, all the contestants had been forcibly summoned, their bodies uncontrollably moving toward the side hall. It seemed that this so-called divine assessment was unavoidable, that a goddess's voice echoed from within the side hall. Next contestant, please enter for the assessment. Jiang Lan actively walked toward the side hall. She took large, quick strides, approaching the side hall with determination. Her expression was calm, her eyes like a bottomless black abyss, as if nothing existed inside the side hall. Contestants looked at her, whispering. One word, brave, wow. Isn't she scared? Wow. Sister Lan looks so cool. When Jiang Lan stepped into the side hall, the mechanical voice sounded again. But this time, the mechanical voice added a line. Contestant Jiang Lan is now beginning the divine assessment. Contestant Jiang Lan is the first contestant to actively participate in the assessment, and the gods have given her full marks for impression points. Wow, I said Jiang Lan must be a top player, but I paid close attention to the top player list while in the safe zone, and her name wasn't on it. She can't be a newcomer, can she? Are newcomers this brave nowadays? Upon hearing that Jiang Lan received full impression points, the new contestants present showed little reaction. However, the experienced contestants immediately understood that actively participating in the assessment would increase impression points, which was very important. Not all dungeon rules are the same. The ancient Greek temple was a new dungeon, and it was the first time they were hearing about having to undergo a divine assessment right at the start. Although they still didn't know the purpose of the divine assessment, based on experience, increasing impression points should be a good thing. The experienced contestants' minds began to race. Being proactive increases assessment impression points. The question is, what are these assessment points for? I don't know. This is a new dungeon, just opened. However, since this is the first step of the dungeon, these impression points are probably quite important. It would be best to actively enter the hall later. Jiang Lan stood inside the side hall, and with a bang, the side hall door shut behind her. When Jiang Lan first entered, the side hall appeared unremarkable. To her surprise, apart from the 4 ancient Greek gods in charge of the assessment, the side hall was completely empty. It was like a vast, empty room. However, when the side hall door closed, everything before her changed. The empty side hall transformed into a familiar emergency room. Then, the 4 ancient Greek gods witnessed. Jiang Lan, dressed in a white coat, was in a hospital emergency room, constantly participating in emergency rescues. The blonde goddess looked puzzled. This contestant's greatest obsession is actually saving lives? The brown-haired goddess raised an eyebrow. The previous contestants were all about money, fame, endless desires, or various fears and inner demons. Why does this contestant have such a unique focus? The black-haired god remarked. This contestant is indeed surprising. I've never seen anything like this before. The brown-haired god with curly hair scoffed. Humph, so boring. It's the same from start to finish. No creativity, I'll deduct her creativity points later. The blonde goddess said, but in such a short time in the illusion, she has already treated several emergency patients. Her work efficiency is very high. With a soft sound, the side hall door automatically opened slowly, as if gently pushed by some mysterious force. The assessment is over. Contestant Jiang Lan received a score of 95 points in the divine assessment. What? Jiang Lan actually got 95 points? If I'm not mistaken, she's the first contestant to score above 90 points. Are you sure you haven't seen her name on the top player list? Really, I haven't. I'm not sure anymore. Maybe I just didn't remember it well. Getting such a high score, she must have been quite flustered, right? Just as everyone speculated how flustered Jiang Lan would appear, she walked out of the side hall, completely unscathed. Thus, everyone silently concluded that Jiang Lan was an unremarkable big shot. Next, the voice of the blonde goddess echoed from the side hall. Next contestant, please enter for the assessment. with Jiang Lan's proactive approach to increase impression points ahead of them. Other contestants began to follow suit. This time, several contestants actively approached the side hall. Among them, Lu Jian was the quickest, entering the side hall first. Contestant Lu Jian is now beginning the divine assessment. The side hall door closed with a bang. Lu Jian immediately fell into an obsession illusion. He saw himself struggling to find a job after graduation. He graduated but was unemployed, searching for 3 months without success, feeling anxious every day. But he never thought of giving up. The brown-haired god with curly hair remarked, "Ugh, so uninteresting. Why is there no change in him from start to finish? He'll deduct his score later," the blonde goddess said, but his mindset is still quite positive. The side hall door opened with a faint metallic scraping sound. The assessment is over. Contestant Lu Jian received a score of 80 points in the divine assessment. Lu Jian walked out dejectedly. The voice of the black-haired god echoed from the side hall. "Next contestant, please enter for the assessment." A few more contestants entered the side hall for the divine assessment, either voluntarily or involuntarily. These contestants either emerged injured or severely mentally impacted. By now, about half of the contestants had undergone the divine assessment. The divine assessment continued. The people in the temple began to gradually step into the role of contestants in the ancient Greek temple. At this moment, another contestant walked out of the side hall, looking listless. The voice of the brown-haired goddess echoed. "Next contestant, please enter for the assessment." This time, a girl with a side braid was forcibly summoned into the side hall. Contestant Zhou Ruoxi is now beginning the divine assessment. The side hall door closed with a bang. Zhou Ruoxi immediately found herself in an obsession illusion. Two 15-year-old girls in blue and white school uniforms sat together chatting. One girl had a high ponytail, while the other had a side braid. "Ruoxi, what do you want to be when you grow up?" I don't know. What about you?" "I want to be a lawyer when I grow up." That's great. You already have a goal and direction. Think carefully about what you are good at or what interests you." I like cooking, making desserts and snacks. Then you could consider becoming a chef, pastry chef, or baker. But my parents have always strongly opposed it. They wanted to become a teacher. To be honest, being a teacher is indeed great. So I don't know what to set as my life goal anymore. The side door creaked open automatically. 004, Ancient Greek Temple 4. The assessment has concluded, and contestant Zhou Ruoxi received a score of 70 in the trial of the gods. Zhou Ruoxi emerged with a look of bewilderment. As time passed, more contestants voluntarily or involuntarily participated in the trial of the gods. Only one contestant remained. A voice belonging to a brown-haired deity resonated from the side hall. "The last contestant may enter for evaluation." All eyes turned toward Shiluyu, with no means of evasion. She reluctantly moved towards the side hall. Perhaps the gods found her pace too languid. After only a few steps, she was forcibly summoned into the side hall. The door slammed shut behind her. Inside the side hall, Shiluyu found herself ensnared in an obsessional illusion. Before her lay the scene of two cars colliding, one red and the other white. A young couple sat lifeless in the crimson sedan, their bodies sprawled in a pool of blood. Police and ambulances arrived at the scene, with doctors and nurses urgently attempting to revive them. Outside the emergency line, a 10-year-old girl wailed in anguish, "Daddy, Mommy," despite the medical team's desperate efforts. They ultimately declared the rescue futile. "Is your name Shiluyu? Your parents have passed away." From that moment on, 10-year-old Shiluyu was haunted by nightmares night after night. The door to the side hall creaked open. The assessment has concluded, and contestant Shiluyu received a score of 63 in the trial of the gods. Awakened from her obsessive illusion, Shiluyu's face was streaked with tears. As a seasoned contestant in the realm of horror, she understood the necessity of concealing her fragility. Hastily, she wiped her tears away and composed herself as she stepped into the temple. However, a few observant contestants noticed her unusual demeanor and the deep crimson circles around her eyes upon exiting the side hall. With 30 contestants present, the trial of the gods has concluded. The 4 ancient Greek deities responsible for the assessment once again shimmered with golden light, returning to the temple walls and transforming into immobile statues. The contestants began to murmur, "Wow, look at the temple walls." The previously blank spaces now reveal the statues of those 4 gods. It turns out they're the statues formed from a wall. Some speculated boldly. Perhaps these are four gods transformed into wall sculptures? At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed, based on the scores from the Trial of the Gods. Different levels of scorecards will be awarded to the contestants. Contestants scoring below 60 will receive a Woo card. Scores between 60 and 70 will receive a Ding card. Scores between 70 and 80 will receive a Bing card. Scores between 80 and 90 will receive a E card. Scores between 90 and 100 will receive a Jia card. Suddenly, a level scorecard appeared on each individual, affixed directly to their garments. The scoring cards, the size of a palm, are purple. Among the 30 competitors, only Jiang Lan received a first-class scoring card. The other participants predominantly received second, third, or fourth-class cards. Jiang Lan noticed a grading card affixed to her long coat, inscribed with the words First Class. Jiang Lan attempted to grasp a corner of the first-class rating card, applying a gentle yet deliberate force to tear it. To his surprise, it came apart effortlessly. This seemingly significant rating card could be so easily torn? He lowered his gaze upon the card, his brows gradually knitting together. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Meanwhile, other competitors also took notice. This rating card can indeed be torn. Should we attempt to exchange our rating cards and see if we can affix another's card to ourselves? Let's give it a try. Two individuals stood facing each other, each removing their respective rating cards, then exchanging them, adhering the other's card onto themselves. It worked. It seems that a rating card, not belonging to oneself, can also suffice. As the words left their lips, a momentary silence enveloped the temple. Collectively, they arrived at a singular thought. If the higher-rated cards proved advantageous within the dungeon, they would undoubtedly attract attention. The gaze of the crowd converged upon Jiang Lan in unison. As the sole competitor to receive a first-class rating, Jiang Lan gazed inscrutably at the first-class scorecard affixed to her long coat. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated. Each day, based on the scorecard's level, competitors will be assigned 5 different tiers of accommodations and meals. The interchangeable nature of the scorecards indicated that when allocating lodgings and provisions, the system recognized only the scorecards, not the contestants themselves. The multitude cast complex glances toward Jiang Lan, some filled with envy, others tinged with jealousy, some burning with fervor, and a few glinting ominously, with very few remaining composed. The main quest has officially been announced. The deity of this temple requests the competitor to seek out their beloved god or person. Upon hearing the system's declaration of the main quest, the crowd momentarily shifted their focus from the first-class scorecard, collectively attentive and breathless in earnest anticipation. Jiang Lan pondered deeply. On the surface, the primary mission of this dungeon revolves around locating the beloved of a deity. However, the identity of the chief god of this temple remains ambiguous. Thus, it is imperative to ascertain which deity presides over this sanctuary before seeking out the divine lover. The ancient Greek temple serves as a collaborative dungeon. As long as any participant fulfills the main quest, all players shall achieve victory, with successful contenders earning 10 points. Upon hearing this, the seasoned players displayed expressions of delight, surprised at the seemingly reasonable nature of this dungeon. Yet, upon hearing the final statement, the smile that had graced their lips quickly faded. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world of horror, and one should harbor no unrealistic expectations therein. The portly player grumbled, "A mere 10 points? Even if we scrimp and save while resting in the common area, it barely suffices for 7 days' worth of sustenance." In response to this remark, the other seasoned players either nodded in agreement or murmured their assent. From their fragmented discussions, Jiang Lan gleaned a crucial understanding. In this terrifying realm, after completing a dungeon, players would be transported to a safe zone, where all necessities would require points for exchange. The first team to complete the main quest would have the opportunity to divide 5,000 points among its members. With this rule in mind, all players understood the importance of teamwork. Forming a solid group would ensure a steady accumulation of points. Moreover, within the first team to accomplish the main quest, the player who garners the highest score would receive an additional 1,000 points. Indeed, in this chilling world, the system does not encourage a lackadaisical approach. To amass greater points, one must strive to achieve the highest score. Should an individual player complete the main quest first, they could claim a staggering 6,000 points. Due to this stipulation, half of the participants opted not to form teams for the time being, while the other half actively sought to assemble a group within the temple. Contemplating whether to form a team, Jiang Lan resolved to access the system interface to familiarize herself with the pertinent details regarding team formation. She navigated to the Faction tab and then to the Team section, selecting Yes at the prompt asking if she wished to create a team. Jiang Lan discovered a chilling rule of the world through the system interface. Once one chooses to join a team, they may opt for either a temporary or a formal binding. The temporary binding is effective only within a single instance, allowing for information sharing and the flexibility to disengage at any moment. In contrast, the formal binding is everlasting. It offers the advantage of shared resources and information. Yet it also binds the formal member's fate to that of the team creator, who will suffer repercussions should the formal member meet their demise. Furthermore, the sharing of resources is subject to limitations and cooldown periods, while the temporary binding can be revoked at any time. Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow, sensing that this temporary binding was rather unreliable. Should a teammate betray them at a critical moment, it could result in significant trouble, even casualties. A formal binding, however, is perpetually effective, wherein life and death are intertwined, necessitating careful selection of candidates. Jiang Lan resolved to embrace the path of a solitary wanderer. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated. It is now time for the contestants' dinner. Please proceed to the dining hall on the second floor, the 30 participants. As the voice faded, the previously locked stairway door of the temple swung open automatically. The crowd ascended the staircase, their footsteps echoing in the grand space. The walls of the stairwell, much like those of the hall below, were adorned with intricate carvings of ancient Greek deities. These statues appeared to be alive, as though they might leap from the walls at any moment. As Jiang Lan ascended, she reached out to touch the wall and discovered that the areas where the sculptures were carved felt remarkably soft, akin to human skin, indistinguishable from the tactile sensation of the hall's walls. Jiang Lan lowered her gaze, lost in thought, pondering a conjecture inspired by the 4 divine figures that manifested upon the walls of the grand hall on the first floor of the temple. Could it be that the statues carved upon these walls are indeed monsters? The architectural style of the dining hall on the second floor remains rooted in ancient Greek aesthetics, with its interiors and tables reflecting the same classical elegance. Flanking the dining hall are windows that offer a glimpse into the hall's interior, where colossal torches blaze. Inside the dining hall, there are 2 serving windows, each manned by 2 humanoid creatures. In total, for serving entities, garbed in flowing robes reminiscent of ancient Greece, attend to the needs of the diners. Among them, 2 wear pristine white gowns while the other 2 don crimson robes. The gender of these beings is indiscernible. However, based on their attire, one might infer 2 males and 2 females. These humanoid figures possess formidable physiques, towering over others, with pallid skin and a single eye. Their faces dominated by an exaggerated ocular orb. Upon encountering these 4 creatures, the seasoned participants exhibited a demeanor of nonchalance, yet their slightly hesitant steps betrayed their true sentiments. The new entrants, having previously experienced the statues emerging from the walls and being forcibly summoned during the divine assessment, grasped the peculiar circumstances at hand. No one panicked or shouted. Rather, 30 contestants dutifully divided themselves into 2 lines, obediently queuing for their meals. Contestants collected their rations according to their graded scorecards. For those with the Wu grade, there was only a bowl of broth and a bowl of rice, both in a dilapidated condition, devoid of utensils. The broth resembled dishwater, with dark clumps floating within, seemingly akin to strands of hair. The rice was black, exuding a repugnant odor, appearing highly toxic at first glance. The Ding grade afforded 1 dish, 1 soup, and 1 rice, served in worn, yellowing bowls, again lacking utensils. The broth resembled dishwater, but fortunately, it contained no hair-like substances. Unfortunate, however, was the fact that the rice was a ghastly crimson, appearing to be poisonous, while the vegetables, dark and clumped, sat in an old dish, resembling a tangle of hair. The B grade offered 2 dishes, 1 soup and 1 rice, presented in ordinary white porcelain bowls, accompanied by a copper fork. The broth was clear, while the rice bore a slight red hue, suggesting toxicity. The vegetables were unrecognizable, oozing a black-red liquid. The A grade boasted 3 dishes, 1 soup and 1 rice, served in silver bowls with a silver spoon. The broth was clear, the rice a wholesome off-white, appearing non-toxic. The vegetables, though shapeless, bled with vibrant red liquid. The highest grade, the Jia, included 4 dishes, 1 soup and 1 rice, served in golden bowls with a golden spoon, a golden fork, and a golden knife. The broth was clear, the rice an innocent white, evidently non-toxic. The presentation of the dishes was exquisite, emanating a tantalizing aroma. It was abundantly clear that only Jiang Lan, with her Jia grade, received a meal that was safe and wholesome. The others could only cast envious glances toward her. As the lower the grade, the graver the issues their meals presented. Jiang Lan, bearing a tray laden with exquisite dishes, strode towards the dining table, seemingly oblivious to the envious gazes of those around her. Upon placing the food down, she tested the gilded knife, discovering its blade to be remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through skin with the slightest misstep. With a raised brow, she carefully wrapped the golden knife in a cloth before tucking it away into her pocket. As Jiang Lan settled down, she found herself surrounded by veteran players. One male contestant, appearing to be around 25, donned a red jacket and blue jeans. He initiated the conversation. "Your name is Jiang Lan, isn't it? I am Shang Shichang. I've been in this thrilling world for a year now. What about you?" The man in the red jacket chuckled, his eyes narrowing into a smile that seemed friendly and approachable. However, Jiang Lan did not overlook the fleeting unnaturalness that flashed in his gaze. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask directly." In response to Jiang Lan's indifferent demeanor, Shang Shichang remained unperturbed, still wearing a cheerful grin as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I simply wish to know more about you. Our team would like to extend an invitation for you to join us." Jiang Lan gratefully declined. The expression on Hong Judge's face remained devoid of any hint of irritation. "It's perfectly fine. If you wish to join, our team will always welcome you." Jiang Lan remained noncommittal. Just as Hong Jacket Shan had stepped away, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the dining hall. Subsequently, Jiang Lan heard a series of gasps echoing throughout the cafeteria. What had transpired? Jiang Lan gazed toward the food-serving window. There, at one of the counters, lay a male contestant sprawled on the ground, his entrails and intestines grotesquely exposed, blood saturating the earth beneath him. Not far off, an E-grade scorecard lay discarded. Before him stood a one-eyed monster clad in a crimson robe, its sharp claws still smeared with remnants of flesh, blood flowing from its pallid hands. The creature bared its large, crimson maw, its enormous eye glaring fiercely as it warned the contestants waiting in line. The cafeteria strictly prohibits the use of the same scorecard more than once during the same mealtime. The other contestants recoiled in terror. The male contestant, his face ashen, teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. With the last vestiges of his strength, he endeavored to shove his intestines and organs back into his abdomen, pressing his hands against the gaping wound. Alas, the injury was too severe to conceal, and blood continued to pour forth. Just before losing consciousness entirely, he cast a desperate, pleading gaze toward the throng of contestants. "Help me." The one-eyed monster loomed ominously before him. Among the crowd, a young woman with a low ponytail, Shilu, hesitated for a moment but ultimately, trembling with fear, approached the injured contestant to assess his condition. After a preliminary examination, she looked up and declared, "He can still be saved. I implore the other contestants to assist with bandaging and staunching the bleeding." Several contestants, emboldened by the fact that the one-eyed monster did not attack Shiliu, cautiously stepped forward. Yet, no seasoned participant was willing to relinquish their supplies for free. The girl with braided hair, Zhou Ruashi, approached and said, "Sister Liu, I'm a new contestant and have no supplies." Shi Liu retrieved a bundle of bandages and a vial of hemostatic powder from her inventory and handed them to Zhou Ruashi and the other willing helpers. She then produced a blood-replenishing pill from her supplies and administered it to the gravely wounded man. Together, Shi Liu and her companions managed to bandage the injured contestant's wounds, halting the blood loss, albeit precariously. At that moment, the one-eyed monster had returned to the food-serving window. Hey, the cafeteria doesn't wait for tardy patrons. If you wish to eat, do so quickly. If not, be gone. We close on time. Should you find yourselves without food later, do not come crying to us. From the queue of contestants, a thin yet clear voice piped up. Excuse me, what happens if one does not consume the cafeteria meals? The questioner was an experienced contestant whose system shop had already opened, allowing him to exchange point for food. He knew that abstaining from the monster's offerings would not lead to starvation. The one-eyed monster, enormous, eye rolled menacingly before fixing its gaze on the questioner, its mouth curling into a sinister grin. Perhaps you might want to find out. With that, it smacked its lips as if savoring some delectable morsel, and extended its finger to its mouth, licking clean the remnants of flesh clinging to its nails, one by one. Finally, the monster extended its grotesque tongue, meticulously cleaning the blood from its hands. Ugh! Witnessing this revolting spectacle, some of the new contestants were unable to suppress their retching. The seasoned questioner, his face ashen, returned to the queue at the window to collect his meal, his spirits visibly dampened. The atmosphere grew palpably somber. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the oppressive silence. The scream emanated from the dining area, belonging to an elderly lady adorned with a Wu badge. Jiang Lan recollected that her name was rather unique, Jidu Fu. Just moments ago, as the elderly lady finished the soup in her bowl, a dark, hair-like mass stealthily made its way into her mouth. To her astonishment, this mass was indeed a creature of monstrosity. It unleashed countless slender, ebony tendrils that ensnared her lips and tongue, voraciously siphoning her blood. Despite the elderly lady's desperate attempts to strike and pull away, her efforts proved futile. With each drop of blood relinquished, the creature grew increasingly immense, while the elderly lady rapidly withered away, ultimately collapsing onto the floor, lifeless from blood loss. The body of the elderly lady, along with the blood-sucking entity, was seamlessly absorbed by the floor. The entire ordeal transpired with alarming swiftness. Clearly, the dark, hair-like mass within the soup was a bloodthirsty fiend capable of taking lives. The contestants who had obtained the Wu gazed at the sinister clumps within the soup, shivering involuntarily. Jiang Lan gazed at the scene before her, lost in contemplation. Jiang Lan seemed to recall something as he carried a tray laden with food to a table by the window in the dining hall. Casting his gaze towards the colossal torch in the temple's grand hall, the small flames flickering in the giant torch appeared slightly larger than before. Upon confirming this, Jiang Lan felt a heaviness settle in his heart. At that moment, a fellow contestant seated beside him also noticed and nudged another competitor, exclaiming, "Look, isn't the giant torch in the temple hall bigger and brighter than before? I can't be mistaken, can I?" After several confirmations from his companion, the contestant replied, "You are not mistaken. Though subtle, the flames indeed burn larger now." Beer Belly, a seasoned competitor, was served the same food as the elderly lady beside him. Frowning at the repugnant dish before him, he dared not touch the soup, opting instead for the rice. The rice was black, emanating a distinctly nauseating odor, appearing highly toxic at first glance. As an experienced player, Beer Belly glanced at the system shop and then at his points, which were sufficient to purchase a few antidotes. If it were a monster, he would be helpless. However, if it were merely poisonous, he had means to cope. After consuming a bowl of rice, it wasn't long before he was gripped by excruciating abdominal cramps. The pain was so severe that Beer Belly writhed on the ground, beads of sweat pouring down his face. In a panic, he swiftly exchanged points for an antidote from the system shop, hastily gulping it down, and gradually his complexion improved. At that moment, all contestants understood a grim truth. The soup from the restaurant was laced with lethal creatures, and the rice was indeed toxic. Witnessing this, a girl with twin ponytails shouted, "I refuse to eat. I can't endure this any longer. I must leave this bizarre place." As a newcomer who had just received her meal from the restaurant, she had yet to unlock the system shop and lacked points to purchase an antidote. faced with certain death. She left her meal behind and dashed towards the exit of the dining hall. After receiving food, one must eat. What do you need me to feed you? A one-eyed monster clad in a white dress swiftly emerged, her large eye fixated on the girl with twin ponytails, excitedly shouting as she salivated at the prospect of the girl fleeing with her meal. It appeared that if the girl truly abandoned her food and fled, the one-eyed monster would devour her. The girl turned back with a stiffened demeanor, insisting, "No, I can manage it myself." The one-eyed monster continued to grin broadly, drooling and staring at her with a ravenous gaze until the girl returned to her food. Only then did the monster, with a look of disappointment, return to the food-serving window. It seemed that even within the terrifying world of this scenario, there were rules. The one-eyed monster could not directly consume humans. With a pained expression, the girl with twin ponytails approached the veteran contestants, seeking to borrow antidotes. However, several seasoned competitors shook their heads, indicating they had none to spare. The girl with twin ponytails turned to the beer-bellied man, who eyed her greedily from head to toe with a lewd smile. "If you accompany me for a night in the safe zone, I can assist you. If you're willing, just sign this contract. As a newcomer, let me kindly remind you that if you do not adhere to the terms of the contract, the system will penalize you." With a confident demeanor, the beer-bellied man retrieved a contract from the marketplace and handed it to the girl. She raised her hands in refusal, stepping back repeatedly. How pathetic, acting high and mighty. Yet you'll still come begging me when you can't find help, he retorted angrily, just as the girl with twin ponytails found herself in a predicament. The man in the red jacket spoke up. "I can lend you an antidote pill, but you must agree to scout the way for me in this instance." He extended a contract to her, stating, "Sign here if you agree." The girl optimistically thought, "If I scout, I should be safe as long as I run fast." The man in the red jacket looked at her with an inscrutable expression. "It depends on how fast you can run and what monsters you encounter." After a moment of hesitation, the girl ultimately signed the contract with trembling hands. She was a newcomer, left with no choice but to succumb to the exploitation of seasoned competitors. "Your name is Wu Xianxian?" "It's a lovely name." The man in the red jacket accepted the overpriced contract with satisfaction, his face reflecting nothing but pride, devoid of any guilt. When the girl finally acquired the antidote pill, a bald young man in the queue at the meal counter recoiled in terror. "I won't eat. Whether I eat or not, I'll die. I refuse to take any food." He believed he could exchange for food from the system marketplace and declared he would not consume the toxic substances offered. He bore the mark of the Wu rank. "Listen, regardless of the circumstances, you must eat at least a bit of the instance's food each day," reminded Shi Luoyu kindly. At this, the bald young man exploded with rage. "Shi Luoyu, you're just trying to intimidate me. You're not sincere. You can't stand to see others thrive." Shi Luoyu shook her head and ceased her attempts at conversation. The bald young man abandoned the queue, approaching the dining table empty-handed and pulling out fried chicken he had exchanged from the system marketplace, ready to indulge in a feast. The aroma of the fried chicken wafted through the air. At that moment, Shi Luoyu finally finished her meal preparation. Noticing that Jiang Lan's table was relatively empty, she sat beside him. As a Ding rank participant, she had a dish, a soup, and a bowl of rice. The soup resembled dishwater. The rice was blood red, likely toxic, and the vegetables looked like a black mass akin to hair, strikingly similar to the blood-sucking creatures in the Wu rank soup. With her low ponytail, Shi Luoyu revealed her fair neck as she leaned in closer to Jiang Lan, whispering, "For my years of experience in this terrifying world, I fear that the contestant who entirely avoids instance food is bound to face misfortune. I have encountered countless instances where the replicas entirely abstain from consuming sustenance, as the system presumes that participants do not partake in nourishment." Jiang Lan discerned the wisdom gleaned from her years of experience within her words. Curiosity piqued within Jiang Lan. "How long have you been here?" Shi Luoyu wore a somewhat perplexed expression. As she recalled, she shook her head. "I cannot recall clearly, but it has indeed been a very long time." As Jiang Lan observed the bewildered expression on Shi Luoyu's face, a sense of curiosity stirred within her. Out of respect, she ultimately refrained from probing further and instead opted to shift the conversation to another topic. "Do you know first aid?" Shi Luoyu replied, "Yes. I learned first aid in the real world. When my parents perished in a car accident, I was present at the scene, yet felt utterly powerless. The sorrow and helplessness weighed heavily on me, and I often pondered whether I could have saved their lives had I been able to administer first aid before the ambulance arrived. Subsequently, I seized every opportunity to learn from my uncle, who is a doctor. Aside from the A-grade dishes, the meals of lower ranks posed greater peril, with the creatures becoming increasingly dangerous and the toxins more potent. As the contestants dined, they cautiously steered clear of the clusters of black, lethal entities. By the end of the meal, they had eaten with trepidation. Veteran competitors relied on the system to exchange for antidote pills, while newcomers turned to the seasoned participants for borrowed antidotes. Jiang Lan observed as she lent a detoxification pill to the girl with a braided hairstyle, Zhou Ruo Shi, and to the round-faced boy, Lu Jian. During the exchange, both Zhou Ruo Shi and Lu Jian proactively added Shi Luo Yu's contact information, expressing their intention to return the detoxification pill with corresponding points once they accrued enough. After finishing their dinner, a mechanical voice resonated once more, "Contestants, please proceed to the dormitory on foot." With a resounding thud, the door leading to the stairs on the third floor swung open. The wall lamps in the stairwell from the second to the third floor gradually illuminated, casting a glow upon the walls adorned with lifelike Greek statues. It was evident that the dormitory was situated on the third floor, and the contestants made their way upward. As Jiang Lan ascended the staircase, she reached out to touch the wall and discovered that the Greek statue remained inexplicably soft to the touch. This sensation was reminiscent of human skin. Withdrawing her hand, Jiang Lan furrowed her elegantly arched brows, and a terrifying conjecture took root in her mind. The deities sculpted upon the walls of the entire temple were likely creatures fashioned from human skin. This included the 4 gods that had manifested during the divine trials, all of whom were mere replicas of these grotesque beings. Jiang Lan ascended to the third floor, where the dormitory doors were marked with the letters A, B, C, D, and E. The contestants promptly opened the corresponding doors, discovering a direct correlation between the grading plaques and the conditions of the rooms. The bald, freckled young man, holder of the E-plaque, entered the E-room, only to find it cramped and rudimentary, lacking even a bed. A tattered mat lay on the floor instead. For reasons unknown, the bald young man, in a rush, reached for the doorknob of the A-room, attempting to enter. However, he found the doorknob utterly unyielding. "So, you're attempting to seize someone else's belongings again?" remarked the beer-bellied man, an old acquaintance of the bald young man, recognizing his intentions at once. "TCH, as if you've never pilfered anything yourself," retorted the bald young man dismissively. The beer-bellied man grinned. "It appears that without the appropriate grading plaque, a contestant cannot unlock the door." With that, he cast a malicious glance at the A-plaque affixed to Jiang Lan's chest. Jiang Lan gently maneuvered past 2 individuals and approached, effortlessly opening the door to the room. Upon entering, she swiftly closed and locked the door behind her. The chamber, though modest in size, was adorned with opulent decorations, arranged in a clean and inviting manner. The bed was large and plush. As soon as Jiang Lan rested her head on the pillow, she succumbed to slumber in no time. Early the next morning, the contestants were roused from their sleep by a mechanical voice. "Contestants, please proceed to the oracle chamber to heed the divine proclamation." Jiang Lan and Lu Jian's rooms were adjacent to each other. After they sequentially opened their doors and exited the dormitory, they discovered that several contestants had perished during the night, including the bald young man who had attempted to invade Jiang Lan's room the previous day. Jiang Lan lowered his gaze in contemplation. If it is said that the bald young man's demise resulted from his complete refusal to consume the sustenance offered within the dungeon yesterday, then what could be the causes of death for the other contestants? Jiang Lan made his rounds through each dormitory, resting his chin on his hand, pondering the notion that the lower the rating of the dormitory, the more perilous the creatures lurking within it became after nightfall. Lu Jian stood in the corridor, his round face etched with concern. Indeed, some contestants had met with unfortunate fates the previous night. Lu Jian sighed, recalling another contestant who, forsaking slumber to explore the unknown, had inadvertently triggered a forbidden element of the quest, resulting in their untimely demise. Jiang Lan. Why do some contestants stay awake to explore the route? Lu Jian widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, Sister Lan, you actually don't know? Could it be that you are truly an extraordinary newcomer? Jiang Lan, what should I be aware of? Lu Jian, the optimal completion time for each dungeon is within 21 days. If one exceeds this time frame, the difficulty of the dungeon will automatically escalate. This was conveyed to me by Sister Shiluyu last night. Therefore, the contestants venturing out at night must be eager to complete their quests swiftly. Jiang Lan fell into silence upon hearing this, and no one could discern the thoughts swirling in her mind at that moment. Jiang Lan gazed at the colossal torch, noting that today's flames were approximately twice as large as those of the previous day. It appeared that the remains of the deceased had once again been consumed by this temple, transforming into the fiery blaze of the giant torch. The more souls departed, the fiercer the flames burned. 008, Ancient Greek Temple 8. Jiang Lan lowered her gaze and said, "Let us proceed to the Oracle Chamber first." The Oracle Chamber is located on the 4th floor. The staircase leading from the 3rd floor to the 4th was originally locked, but it opened automatically when the mechanical voice issued the command for the Oracle Chamber. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian entered the stairwell, one after the other. The walls of the stairway leading from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor remained adorned with an array of ancient Greek-style sculptures. Jiang Lan extended her hand to touch the statues, feeling the soft, skin-like texture beneath her fingertips, which caused her to frown slightly. Upon witnessing her actions, Lu Jian also reached out to touch one of the figures. In the next moment, his expression mirrored that of a startled child. What is this sensation? It feels so much like human skin. How eerie. Jiang Lan cast a glance at Lu Jian. Currently, all the wall deities encountered within this temple possess a similar tactile sensation. Suddenly, Lu Jian was struck by a thought, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. The two then entered the Oracle Chamber, which retained its ancient Greek decor, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity. Jiang Lan observed the contestants arranged in a semicircle. At the center stood a youth reminiscent of ancient Greece, appearing no older than 18. He emanated a soft luminosity, akin to a beauty filter, enhancing his already striking features. The youth possessed long, silvery hair and donned a flowing white chiton draped gracefully over one shoulder, adorned with immaculate daffodils that accentuated his ethereal charm. In beauty, he surpassed all the statues within the temple, resembling a fragile yet exquisite daffodil. His eyes shone brightly like daylight, with azure irises. His nose was elegantly slender and high. His lips were crimson and dewy, and his visage was sculptural. He stood tall, his skin as smooth and pale as milk with elongated, delicate fingers resting barefoot on the floor. The youth's voice, melodious as a bird's song, resonated. "Welcome, foreign visitors, to heed my oracle. As long as you follow my divine guidance, you shall gain my approval and obtain the esteemed status of the citizens of the city-state." A voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Lan's heart. The exquisitely romantic youth before her is the true deity of this temple. The ancient Greek boy, aware of Jiang Lan's gaze, turned his head to look in her direction. They exchanged glances across a half-circle of onlookers. The boy's eyes shimmered like the stars twinkling in the night sky, and he smiled with an innocence that carried an enchanting allure. "Have you come to hear my divine oracle as well?" Jiang Lan has always been a person of action. She resolved to immediately test the hypothesis in her heart. "You are the supreme deity of this temple." It was not a question, but a statement. The youth's starry eyes flickered unnaturally for a brief moment, yet soon he raised a broad, innocent smile. "What are you saying? I do not comprehend it all." Jiang Lan fixated her gaze upon the youth's face, naturally not overlooking the rapidly shifting micro-expressions that danced across his features. "Jiang Lan, you are indeed the supreme deity of this temple." This is a statement delivered with unwavering certainty. Congratulations to Jiang Lan for uncovering the hidden information regarding the main quest and identifying the deity of the temple. Jiang Lan is rewarded with 100 points. Please continue your diligent efforts. Wow, Sister Lan truly is a remarkable figure. With just a single phrase, she has secured 100 points. Suddenly, I feel a pang of bitterness. Why do you feel bitter? I recall toiling for an entire month in my last dungeon, only to earn a mere 300 points in the end. A powerhouse like her arrives, and, with just one sentence, she claims 100 points. How can I not feel disheartened? Completing a dungeon in a month surely raises the difficulty beyond 21 days, right? The points should increase accordingly with the dungeon's challenge. How did I only manage to earn 300 points? I have no idea. It has been confirmed that the young man is indeed the supreme deity of the temple. Jiang Lan reflects on the main quest, to seek out the beloved deity of the supreme being. Jiang Lan gazed upon the radiant youth before her, pondering what kind of deity could possibly capture his favor. The typically proactive Jiang Lan let out a rare sigh. Despite having his identity unveiled by Jiang Lan, the boy displayed no trace of anger. Instead, he continued to smile innocently. His smile exuded a sense of pure naivety. Yesterday, I learned that foreigners are arriving. To assist you in swiftly acclimating to your new surroundings, I have specially prepared a set of garments identical to those worn by the citizens of this city-state, which I now bestow upon you. As soon as the boy's words fell, a white, asymmetrical robe appeared before each contestant, with a hint of seduction in his smile. He urged to put on. One by one, the crowd reached out to accept the offering. Jiang Lan gazed at the white off-shoulder robe before her, yet she did not immediately reach out to accept it. The young man raised an eyebrow in surprise, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Jiang Lan's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. "Is this truly a gift?" she questioned, her skepticism evident. The young boy smiled, exuding an innocent and untainted charm. Of course. Jiang Lan wore a smile upon her face, yet remained motionless in her place. "No need," she replied. "My own clothes are perfectly fine." With that, she reached into her pocket, where a golden dining knife lay concealed. The young man instantly retracted his innocent smile, his expression turning solemn as he gazed intently at Jiang Lan. "Are you truly not going to wear it?" Jiang Lan shook his head. The youth's expression darkened completely. "Do you not aspire to officially become a citizen of the city-state sooner?" Jiang Lan resolutely shook her head, declaring, "I do not desire that. All I yearn for is freedom and true beauty." On one hand, she believed her attire to be quite satisfactory, rendering a change unnecessary. On the other hand, she was curious to see what would transpire if she disregarded the youth's counsel. "You ought to recognize your place. Where would I command?" The boy, incensed by Jiang Lan's demeanor, instantly materialized before her, extending his hand with fingers splayed and curling toward her neck. As his fingertips grazed Jiang Lan's skin, he suddenly felt a chill at his own throat, accompanied by a slight dampness. Startled, he glanced down to discover Jiang Lan brandishing a golden dining knife. Its blade pressed against his neck, drawing a thin line of crimson that vividly contrasted against his milk-white complexion. The boy quickly withdrew his hand, his face betraying an innocent fear akin to that of a child. "How frightening! Please take away the knife." Jiang Lan sheathed the golden knife, wiping the blood from its tip before carefully enveloping it in a cloth. In his mind, Jiang Lan contemplated the youth as the main deity of the temple, was likely a formidable monster at the boss level within the dungeon. Yet, why was it that, during their confrontation, the young man's lethality paled in comparison to that of the two monsters serving in the dining hall? The youth reached up to touch the droplets of blood on his neck, the vivid crimson bead resting upon his fingertip. He brought his finger to his lips and, extending his tongue, gently licked the blood from his fingertip. As the droplet brushed against his lips, his naturally moist mouth appeared adorned with a layer of blood-red gloss, enhancing his allure. At that moment, the round-faced boy, Lu Jian, noticed that Jiang Lan had not taken his robe and subsequently dropped the one he was holding. The youth shot a furious glare at Lu Jian, instantaneously appearing before him, extending his hand with fingers splayed and curling towards his throat. 009. Ancient Greek Temple 9. As the young man's hand tightened around Lu Jian's throat, a look of contempt crossed his face. "Whatever garment I provide you, you must wear it. Either become my obedient dog or..." At this point, the youth abruptly constricted his grip, causing Lu Jian to struggle for breath, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple, rendering him speechless. "Jiang Lan, please let go. He is already deprived of oxygen." The boy's eyes were filled with despair. "I refuse to." Jiang Lan brandished a golden knife. Warning, do not compel me to take action. The young man lowered his gaze, his thick, long eyelashes obscuring his eyes, rendering his pupils indistinct. Gradually, he relaxed his grip. The boy named Lu Jian, who had been grasped by the throat, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Once he had regained his composure, he quietly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Lan, saying, "Thank you for your timely intervention." Jiang Lan extended his hand to assist Lu Jian in rising, only to suddenly feel a slip of paper tucked into his palm. It was a note discreetly passed to him by Lu Jian. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Jiang Lan accepted the note and slipped it into another pocket of his attire, intending to find an opportune moment to peruse its contents. The youth shot a glare at Lu Jian, who promptly picked up the white, off-shoulder robe with a tremor. At that moment, the youth once again displayed an innocent smile. The first decree of the Oracle, to become a true citizen of the city-state. One must understand the importance of politeness. Upon uttering this, the youth cast a pointed glance at Jiang Lan, who held a golden dining knife. With an unblemished and innocent grin, the youth proclaimed, "The second decree of the Oracle, to become a true citizen of the city-state, one must not bear lethal weapons, nor may one lay a hand upon me." After speaking, the youth extended his hand towards Jiang Lan. This foreigner promptly surrendered the lethal weapon you wield to me. With a subtle smile playing on her lips, Jiang Lan remarked, "This esteemed deity, what I possess is by no means a lethal weapon. It is merely the dining knife provided within your temple." With that, she tucked away the golden knife. It was a jest, for if she were to easily relinquish this gilded utensil to the youth, given his capricious nature, she might find herself embroiled in a quarrel with him next time. The third decree of divine will proclaimed, to become a true citizen of the city-state, one must utterly obey my commands. The youth declared this edict with a grave expression. He stepped closer to Jiang Lan and commanded, "Now, I order you to unconditionally surrender the weapon in your possession, the dining knife." "Jiang Lan, that won't do. I still needed to slice the chicken cutlet today." The youth, hesitant to seize it outright, continued to proclaim his decree. The fourth decree states that to become a true citizen of the city-state, one must learn not to retort against me. The youth raised his head high. "Outsider, I command you to relinquish the dining knife in your hand at once." Jiang Lan, "Very well, but as a condition of exchange, you must reveal to me whom or what you hold dear." "Wow, is it permissible to ask so directly? Is Jiang Jie truly this bold?" Jiang Lan gazed intently into the boy's eyes and inquired, "Can you tell me who or what you love?" The boy's radiant smile illuminated his face, his voice enchanting and dreamlike. "Of course, for I love you all." Upon hearing this response, Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a light chuckle. What a peculiar answer. It was clearly insincere. Whose love would so readily constrict another's throat? But what if it were true? There was no possibility of that. The scenario had shown no signs of reaction. If it were genuine, the main quest would have already been completed. The boy retracted his smile. "You all do not believe me, do you? That is inconsequential. You will gradually come to believe." With that, he revealed a bewitching grin. Within the oracle chamber, the boy continued to proclaim various seemingly nonsensical decrees. Decree number 5, to become a legitimate citizen of the city-state, one must rise at 6 a.m. daily. Decree number 6, to become a legitimate citizen of the city-state, one must retire at 6 p.m. every day. Decree number 7, to become a legitimate citizen of the city-state, one must wear a uniform attire. Decree number 12, to become a legitimate citizen of the city-state, one must not converse with anyone other than me. Jiang Lan interrupted the youth. "Are you suggesting that this is the current state of affairs?" Jiang Lan gazed at Lu Jian and inquired, "He claims one must remain silent? What is your perspective?" Lu Jian responded in agreement. "I am uncertain as well." The youth pressed his lips together, directing his attention towards Jiang Lan. On his exquisitely handsome face, emotions fluctuated like the weather. Divine Oracle, Article 13, to aspire to become a legitimate citizen of the city-state, one must refrain from interjecting during the proclamation of the oracle. Jiang Lan discerned that each oracle uttered by the youth was a reflection of his innermost thoughts, with the content of the prophecies shifting in accordance with the boy's feelings. thereby indicating that these oracles were not mandates to be strictly adhered to within the confines of their narrative. The youth proclaimed, Oracle 100. To become a true citizen of the city-state, one must attend the oracle chamber each morning to receive the prophecies. Afternoons are designated for leisure. Yet without my explicit permission, one is forbidden to venture outside and may only roam the third floor of the temple. The youth concluded thus, today's oracle declaration comes to an end. As soon as his words fell silent, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. Lunchtime has arrived. Participants may proceed to the dining hall for their meal. As the crowd prepared to depart, the youth suddenly addressed them, saying, Oh, by the way, when you come to the oracle chamber tomorrow morning, remember to wear the garments I provided for you. Otherwise, I shall be displeased, and should I become unhappy, the consequences could be dire. As Jiang Lan turned to leave, the youth suddenly formed silent words with his lips. The rebel shall perish. Jiang Lan let out a light laugh and approached the young man. The youth hesitated and took a half-step back. Jiang Lan turned and departed, leaving the youth alone in the oracle chamber. The young man stood at the entrance, whispering, Cursed fate. Jiang Lan paused outside the oracle chamber, glancing back at the youth. He realized that the young man appeared unable to leave the confines of the oracle chamber. Jiang Lan was taken aback by this revelation. Are you unable to leave the oracle chamber? The youth was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, an idea seemed to dawn upon him, and his gaze grew brighter as he flashed a disarmingly innocent smile at Jiang Lan. His words laced with allure. Do you wish to become a deity here, just like me? Jiang Lan, you are being deceitful. Thus, I see no need to respond to your inquiry seriously. The youth, how do you know that I am lying? Jiang Lan's retreating footsteps answered the youth. The boy stood alone in the oracle chamber, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn. In the temple's dining hall, Jiang Lan held a tray, her gaze descending upon the assortment of 4 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of rice. To her surprise, the cutlery available today consisted solely of a golden spoon and a golden fork, with the absence of a golden knife. It seemed that although the young man could not leave the oracle room, he was still able to influence certain minor details within the temple. Jiang Lan surveyed the dining hall and ultimately took a seat beside Lu Jian. After placing down her meal, Jiang Lan reached into her pocket and unfolded a note. Upon a brief glance, she noticed a few words inscribed on the paper. Beware of the basement. Does this temple possess a basement? 010, Ancient Greek Temple 10. Jiang Lan leaned closer to Lu Jian's ear and whispered, What exactly is this note? Lu Jian replied softly, This was discovered by Wu Xianxian while exploring with a contestant from the death round last night. I assisted her yesterday, and she handed it to me this morning. Wu Xianxian? Jiang Lan meticulously searched her memory, and the name Wu Xianxian gradually merged with the image of the girl with twin ponytails from yesterday. She nodded slightly, and the doubts in her heart dissipated like mist. Jiang Lan lowered her voice, suggesting they explore the basement. Lu Jian was taken aback, exclaiming, Sister Lan, doesn't it say to be cautious? Why would you act so recklessly? After the chaos of the previous day, the contestants reflected on their experiences, and the dining hall regained a semblance of order by this morning. During lunch, no one sustained serious injuries, nor did anyone lose their life. Everything appeared tranquil. Yet each individual understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Following lunch, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian descended the stairs together. The wall sconces cast a warm glow upon them, and their pace was leisurely, as if they were not in an infinitely terrifying world. Meanwhile, other contestants hurried towards the 3rd floor, their figures appearing particularly frantic and tense in the light. Why are they not heading to the 3rd floor? Didn't that young demon in the oracle room say that without the boy's permission, they could only roam freely on the 3rd floor in the afternoon? I'm not sure. Another replied, shaking his head gently, his tone laced with deep confusion. Should we proceed downwards? The repercussions of defying the oracle remained unknown. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution today. In the grand hall of the temple, the flames of the colossal torches flickered rhythmically like a heartbeat. Their glow cast dancing shadows across the vast space, infusing the temple with an eerie and supernatural ambience. The surrounding side chambers, and main doors were firmly shut, with sturdy iron locks hanging quietly on the doors. These closed portals, illuminated by the firelight, appeared even more enigmatic and inscrutable. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian searched the hall for the entrance to the basement. Their gazes were as sharp as that of eagles, their movements methodical, leaving no corner unexamined where the entrance might be concealed. Lu Jian remarked, "Strange, Wu Xianxian clearly informed me that the entrance to the basement is near the torch. Yet here we are, unable to locate it." Jiang Lan, "How exactly did she convey this to you?" Lu Jian, "The entrance to the basement was neither discovered by her nor opened by her. When the entrance was activated, she had not yet had the chance to enter. The contestant who preceded her met their demise at the threshold, which frightened her into hastily retreating back to the dormitory on the third floor." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lan mused, "Perhaps there exists a set of unlocking conditions. I shall search further." As Jiang Lan reached out towards the colossal torch, the flames erupted into a fierce flicker upon the contact of her palm. The fire oscillated between dimness and brilliance. Observing this, Lu Jin approached and extended his hand to touch the gigantic flame, which then flickered even more violently. Yet, the entrance to the basement remained steadfastly shut. At that moment, Jiang Lan noticed a section of the colossal torch that was entirely devoid of dust, perfectly rectangular in shape, roughly the size of a palm, mirroring precisely the dimensions of the grating plaque. Jiang Lan removed his rank scorecard and affixed it, then focused intently, holding his breath. In an instant, the wall sconces in the hall extinguished one by one in a counterclockwise manner. "Jiang Lan, be cautious." Lu Jian, "Rest assured, Sister Lan, I will never fall behind." As the wall sconces in the hall extinguished completely, the colossal torches were shifted aside, revealing the entrance to the basement. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, and the cramped stone staircase descended into an almost impenetrable darkness. The moment Jiang Lan appeared at the entrance, he swiftly tore off the rank scorecard affixed to the enormous torch and adhered it back onto himself. Jiang Lan made a swift decision. "Let us depart." Jiang Lan leaned against the wall, making her way into the basement in darkness, closely followed by Lu Jian. As Jiang Lan entered the subterranean chamber, a ghostly blue flame ignited in a wall lamp, which upon closer inspection was notably smaller and more antiquated in style than the lamps in the grand hall. Within the dimly lit basement, the walls stood stark and barren. In a secluded corner of this silent and oppressive space, a small boy was curled up, his arms wrapped around his knees, his head resting between them. His silvery hair, cascading to shoulder length, shimmered like moonlight upon his shoulders. The boy appeared to be no older than 10, adorned with a lengthy chain around his ankle, and his tattered clothing resembled a ragged burlap sack. Upon hearing footsteps, the boy slowly lifted his head, and his features bore an uncanny resemblance to a miniature version of the youthful specter from the oracle chamber. As he spotted the newcomers, his face lit up with joy. "Wow, big sister, big brother, have you come to play with me?" Jiang Lan wore a subtle smile. The young boy beamed with an innocent grin, exclaiming, "Wow, this is truly wonderful." Jiang Lan bent down to meet the little boy's gaze. "What is your name?" The boy's face displayed a look of confusion. "Name? I do not have a name." "Jiang Lan, how old are you?" The little boy shook his head. "I do not know either." Jiang Lan inquired, "How long have you been confined here?" The young boy replied with unwavering certainty, 14 years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian exchanged glances, each reflecting varying degrees of astonishment. Lu Jian, with a perplexed expression, exclaimed, "You have been imprisoned for 14 years? Yet you appear to be only 10 years old." Jiang Lan, "Think carefully, could you be mistaken?" The young boy shook his head with certainty. "I am absolutely not mistaken. It has been 14 years. The boy pouted. "Why do you have so many questions? Are you still going to play with me?" "Jiang Lan, what would you like to play?" The little boy extended his hands, grasping the wrists of Jiang Lan and Lu Jian, one on each side. His eyes sparkled like stars as he exclaimed, "Come play with me. If you win, I shall grant you a life-saving token within the temple. It will bestow upon you absolution, an eternal escape from death." "Jiang Lan, what if we lose?" The little boy smiled, his expression a blend of innocent charm and sinister mischief. "Of course, death awaits." Lu Jian, filled with dread, asked. Can we quit the game midway? The little boy shook his head. Absolutely not. Lu Jian replied. I believe it would be best if we abstain from playing. My luck is rather poor. The little boy, with an innocent yet adorable smile, replied. Oh, big brother, it's far too late for you to refuse now. The game is already set to begin. Jiang Lan chuckled softly. I fear that the moment you laid eyes upon us, this game commenced. The young boy, with his bright, sparkling eyes, responded with a sweetness akin to honey. Sister, you are indeed correct, but alas, there are no prizes. No sooner had he spoken than the space around the three of them distorted, and darkness enveloped them, transporting them to another chamber. This new room was sealed tight, with peculiar and fantastical crystals adorning the surroundings, their vibrant hues shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. At the center stood an altar, upon which a solitary white candle flickered, alongside a deck of tarot cards. The boy, with azure eyes twinkling like a myriad of stars, joyfully declared, Welcome to the realm of divination games. Allow me to elucidate the rules. In each round, both sides shall nominate one individual to draw from the 22 major arcana cards. The one with the highest numbered card shall emerge victorious. It is a best-of-3 format. Should you prevail, I shall bestow upon the one with the highest card a life-saving talisman. However, if you lose, I shall send you to your demise. Furthermore, per the rules, you may draw first in each round. How splendidly fair this game is, wouldn't you agree? Lu Jian cast a silent, scornful glare at the boy, his lips curling in discontent as he retorted, How can a game that one is compelled to partake in be deemed fair? The boy's smile radiated like flowers blooming in spring, sweet and innocent. The light in his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. Are you ready? The game is about to commence, dear sister and brother. He approached the altar, selecting 22 major arcana cards from the deck, and began to shuffle them with nimble, practiced fingers. His expression was one of focused reverence, his silvery hair shimmering softly in the candlelight, adding an air of mystery and purity. The world around seemed to freeze, the only sound being the delicate rustle of the cards beneath his fingertips. All right, I have shuffled the cards. Next, we shall cut the deck. The boy cast glances between Jiang Lan and Lu Jian, his gaze ultimately resting upon Lu Jian. He extended his small finger towards Lu Jian, his face aglow with innocent delight, and sweetly urged, Now, dear brother, it is your turn to cut the cards. Lu Jian managed a reluctant smile, shaking his head slightly. Me? But I do not know how. Upon hearing this, the boy's laughter rang out, pure and charming. In that case, allow me to assist. As his hand reached for the cards, a sudden expression of agony crossed his face, and he clasped his head in distress, appearing as if tormented by an unseen force. The pain thrashed through him like a ravenous beast, mercilessly gnawing at his nerves, leaving him with no respite, overwhelmed by the intensity of the suffering. The boy lost his balance and tumbled from his chair, landing on the floor. His complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and he appeared to be in extreme anguish. He struggled to rise, yet the pain felt like invisible chains binding him firmly to the ground. The system's mechanical voice suddenly echoed, Attention, please adhere to the rules of the copy game. The young boy furrowed his brow and let out a fierce roar, clutching his head with both hands, his gaze reminiscent of an injured beast. I understand. I shall diligently follow the rules of the copy game. No sooner had he spoken than the anguish on his face faded. He stood up and meticulously arranged his silvery hair that fell to his shoulders. He reseated himself and, with a lingering tremor of tears in his voice, urged, Elder brother, please come and cut the cards for me. Lu Jian approached the altar, his expression grave as he surveyed the tarot cards before him. Taking a deep breath, he inquired in a low voice, What must I do? The young boy replied, Let me outline the steps simply. First, from this shuffled deck, take a portion of the cards and divide them into 2 piles. The remaining cards comprise the first pile, while the taken cards rest beneath this pile, forming the second pile. Second, from the second pile, extract another portion of cards and place them atop the first pile, creating a third pile. Third, overlay the first pile onto the second pile. And finally, place the entire assembly atop the third pile, merging them into a single stack. Following the boy's instructions, Lu Jian proceeded to cut the cards. The boy laid out the 22 major arcana cards one by one across the altar, stating, "Now, let us draw the cards. Each of you must draw at least once. Who will draw first in this round?" Jiang Lan and Lu Jian exchanged a glance. Lu Jian let out a soft sigh and said, "My luck has always been rather poor. So, since we must draw eventually, I shall take the first turn." Jiang Lan, good. Keep it up. Lu Jian stepped confidently to the altar, his expression resolute, as if prepared to face death. He slowly extended his hand, cautiously drawing a major arcana card, which he then placed gently upon the table before him. The young boy, with a carefree demeanor, casually selected a major arcana card and placed it before himself. With an air of calm, he announced, "The card-drawing phase has concluded for both sides. Now, let us reveal our cards." The young boy flashed a confident smile as he turned over his major arcana card, only to have his grin freeze in disbelief. Major arcana card number 01, the magician. His voice fell to a despondent whisper, his face etched with incredulity and disappointment. "How is this possible?" Lu Jian chuckled lightly. "Oh, the card number is 1. It seems my luck is typically poor, but this time I have encountered someone with even worse fortune." The boy glared at Jiang Lan and Lu Jian, a determined smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he coldly retorted, "Humph, just wait. I cannot possibly draw this card every time. Best of 3, and I'll win in the next round." With unwavering confidence, Lu Jian flipped over his major arcana card, only to have his jovial expression abruptly freeze, as if a cold wind had swept across a lake. His eyes widened in shock, fixated on the card, murmuring, "Major arcana card number 00, the Fool? Why is it card number 0? The young boy's lips curled into a mischievous smile, innocent yet tinged with a hint of malice. "Ha, big brother. Who has the worst luck now? Ha ha. Regrettably, in the first round, you lose." Jiang Lan let out a deep sigh, pondering the elusive nature of luck, something intangible, unpredictable. She had encountered misfortune before, yet never to such an extreme degree. She gently reassured, "There are still 2 rounds left. Hope remains." Lu Jian gazed at Jiang Lan with his bright, clear eyes and said, "Sister Lan, it's your turn to draw the cards." After a meticulous shuffling, the young boy looked at his hand with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with mischief and cunning. He slyly winked, and then designated Lu Jian to take charge of the next cut. Once Lu Jian completed the cut, the boy laid out the 22 major arcana cards upon the altar. For the second round, who shall draw? Upon hearing this, Lu Jian quickly stepped back. "For this round, I shall draw," Jiang Lan declared, advancing with a serious and earnest demeanor. She bent down, scrutinizing the cards before her as if seeking some positive sign. Finally, she extended her finger, delicately pinching one card and slowly drawing it out, placing it gently before herself. 012, the ancient Greek Temple 12. The young boy, brimming with pride, selected one of the major arcana cards from the 22, confidently placing it before himself. He chuckled with ease. "All right, the second round of drawing is complete. Now, let's reveal our cards." The boy was the first to flip over his major arcana card, a satisfied nod gracing his features as he exclaimed with a hint of lightness, "Major arcana card number 15, the Devil. Well, not bad. Now it's your turn, big sister." Jiang Lan, with a grave expression, turned over the grand arcana card in her hand, the 21st card, the World. Upon recognizing the card number, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her taut nerves finally easing. Lu Jian, witnessing this, flashed a look of surprise in his eyes. He exclaimed loudly, "Wonderful. Sister Lan truly is formidable. Even her luck is extraordinary. She draws the highest card in one go. How is this possible?" The little boy's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Your card. How can it be greater than mine?" His words betrayed an unmistakable astonishment and unwillingness to accept the outcome. He tightly pressed his lips together and retorted, "Humph. You merely experienced a stroke of good fortune. In the second round, you won. Now, with 1 victory and 1 defeat, the third round will determine the ultimate victor." The little boy shuffled the cards again, this time with deliberate slowness, each movement meticulous and careful. "Lu Jian, observing from the side, grew somewhat impatient, his brows furrowing as he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Why is it taking so long to shuffle? Yet, his words did not sway the boy's actions. The little boy impatiently shouted, almost done. Hurry up. The third round is so crucial. It must be shuffled thoroughly. Jiang Lan cast her gaze towards the young boy, her eyes firmly fixed upon him. Every subtle movement and fleeting expression of his escaping not her notice. After a brief moment, the boy finally completed his shuffling and lifted his head to meet their gaze, declaring, all right, for the third round, who'll cut the cards? I shall, Jiang Lan replied without hesitation, approaching with grace as she adeptly performed the card-cutting motion according to the established rules. The entire process was seamless and natural, as though it were an innate instinct. The boy laid out 22 major arcana cards across the altar, asking, for the third round, who would draw the cards. I will, Jiang Lan responded, her expression grave as she approached the altar with measured steps. Her eyes danced across the card faces, her demeanor wholly focused, seemingly in search of some auspicious guidance. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply, extended her hand, and steadily drew a major arcana card, placing it gently before her. Oh, Sving, Jiang Lan. The boy lowered his head, slowly extending his hand as the loose sleeves of his worn attire fell upon the altar. He drew a major arcana card from the altar and placed it before himself. The boy turned over his card first, the major arcana card number 21, the world. Big brother, big sister, it seems luck is still on my side. For the third round, you have lost. Regrettably, according to the rules of winning 2 out of 3. You have lost the game. He paused, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Now, I shall send you to your demise. Are you afraid? You may try to plead. However, before the boy could finish his sentence, Jiang Lan interrupted with a swift and astute motion. Jiang Lan's fingers moved with the swiftness of lightning, delving into the oversized, worn sleeves of the young boy's garments. With her index and middle fingers, she extracted a card and coldly declared, "You are cheating." Lu Jian's eyes widened in astonishment, fixating intently on the card held between Jiang Lan's fingers. With a voice tinged with both surprise and excitement, he exclaimed, "Major Arcana card number 06, the Lovers. Oh, this is the card you truly drew." At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. The game has concluded due to unilateral rule violation. Following the system's assessment, the participant is deemed the victor. Each victorious participant shall receive 1,000 points. Participant Jiang Lan, having drawn the highest card in the second round, is awarded a life-preserving item from the dungeon, to be bestowed by the defeated participant, the Narcissus deity. I'll take my leave first. Farewell. The mischievous boy made a playful face at them. With a flick of his small hand, an invisible force rippled through the air, causing the surrounding scenery to twist and morph. Jiang Lan moved like the wind, taking a swift step forward to envelop the young boy in her embrace. You may leave, but first you must return the props. A flicker of surprise and reprimand danced in Lu Jian's eyes. Ah, so you're known as the Narcissus Flower Deity. Furthermore, how can you resort to cheating when you cannot win? And when caught, you resort to deceit. Such a ludicrous name, Narcissus Flower Deity. I cannot accept this whimsical appellation. The young boy pouted, turning his head away, struggling vigorously to escape Jiang Lan's hold. However, Jiang Lan held him tightly, rendering his attempts futile. With his round, cerulean eyes wide open, he looked up at Jiang Lan with a pitiful expression. "Big sister, please let me go. I promise I will return the props shortly." Lu Jian, hold him securely. Do not let him escape. The survival props are of utmost importance. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow slightly as she transferred the boy to Lu Jian. "Rest assured, Sister Lan, I will ensure he does not elude us," Lu Jian replied, gripping the boy firmly, fearful of his flight. Jiang Lan opened the system interface and noticed that the originally gray and white shopping mall section had transformed into vibrant colored icons. She clicked on the shopping mall icon, and the system interface displayed, "You have accumulated 1,100 points, meeting the conditions to unlock the mall. Would you like to proceed with unlocking the mall?" "Yes, no." Jiang Lan clicked directly and entered the system's marketplace, where she was greeted by an astonishing array of goods, each more peculiar than the last, overwhelming her senses. The prices of the items varied dramatically. The more affordable options were generally food items, such as a bowl of plain rice for merely 1 point and a serving of fried chicken for just 2 points. In stark contrast, some items were exorbitantly priced, like the hefty cleaver wielded by the beer-bellied man, which astonishingly cost 800 points. The most absurd aspect was that certain products had prices that fluctuated based on different instances. Product name: an ordinary, mundane mirror. Description: this is a mirror for everyday use, possessing no special properties beyond its reflective capabilities. Please purchase with caution. Regular price: 10 points. Current instance price: 10,000 points. Jiang Lan discovered amidst a multitude of goods a contract. Product name: an ordinary contract. Introduction: this is a commonplace contractual agreement. However, once both parties affix their signatures and seals, they are bound to adhere to the stipulations contained within this contract. The quantity is limitless, and it may be purchased at any time. Price: 1 point. Jiang Lan expended 1 point to redeem a contract. Jiang Lan, clutching the contract, addressed the young boy. Either fulfill the promise directly or first sign this contract. As the boy furrowed his brow and tightly closed his eyes, a faint glow like fireflies suddenly erupted between his brows. This ethereal radiance appeared to embody a certain enigmatic power. As the light gradually faded, a seed materialized in the air, silently hovering as if waiting to be embraced. If you're to give it, then do so. Here, take it quickly. The boy's voice revealed hints of stubbornness and reluctance. Jiang Lan, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, extended her hand and carefully cradled the seed. She gazed at it, the seed resting quietly in her palm, as if it harbored endless secrets and aspirations. Lu Jian furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of perplexity. Could this seemingly ordinary seed truly be a life-saving talisman? Child, you wouldn't deceive Sister Lan, would you? Jiang Lan opened the system interface and noticed that the originally gray and white props bar had transformed into vibrant colored icons. She clicked on the props icon and entered the props bar. A life-saving item has been detected. Would you like to store it in the item space? Yes, no. As Jiang Lan clicked, the seed in her hand vanished, and simultaneously, an icon of a seed appeared in the item bar. Jiang Lan clicked on the seed icon. Item name: Seed of Hope. Item type: life-saving tool. Item level: level 0. Item description: this is a life-saving tool known as the Seed of Hope. It will sprout from this seed when it is planted. Item upgrade method: simply spend 1,000 points to purchase seedling soil and a seedling pot. Water it regularly. Nurture it with care, and patiently await the moment of destiny for it to upgrade. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to purchase seedling soil and a seedling pot for the upgrade? Yes, no. She currently had only 1099 points remaining. If she upgraded the Seed of Hope, she would be left with just 99 points. However, she pondered, since it is a life-saving tool, it must possess significant cultivation value, right? With this thought, Jiang Lan gritted her teeth and, with a heavy heart, allocated the freshly acquired 1,000 points towards upgrading the Seed of Hope. Jiang Lan had merely spent 30 seconds from acquiring the item to upgrading it. Release me at once. I'm not deceiving you this time. This is truly a life-saving artifact. The young boy continued to struggle in Lu Jian's embrace. Jiang Lan, let him go. It is indeed true. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian released his grip. Once freed, the young boy waved his hand, as if an invisible giant hand distorted the surrounding space. Swirling with tumult, I do not wish to see you again. Leave me. As his words fell, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian were abruptly thrust back by an unseen force, vanishing instantaneously from this realm. After their figures disappeared, the boy did not hastily return to the dim underground chamber. His curiosity was inexplicably piqued, and his feet instinctively moved toward the altar. He extended his tender hand and gently flipped over the card that Jiang Lan had drawn in the third round. It was the 10th card of the Major Arcana, the Wheel of Fortune. The boy murmured to himself, I am the 6th, she is the 10th. Indeed, she has triumphed. How strange. This is my realm of imagination. Yet why does Jiang Lan possess greater fortune than I, its master? He intended to inquire of Jiang Lan. The boy waved his hand once more, and the space twisted again, bringing him back to the underground chamber, only to be confronted by the youthful version of himself, the boy demon from the oracle chamber. The boy displayed a complex smile, one that was both innocent and sinister. "Ah, coward, today you finally dare to meet me?" Time rewinds to 1 minute prior, as the boy's brows radiated a firefly's glow. The youth in the oracle chamber sensed that the temple had lost contact with the seed of hope. The silver-haired boy erupted in fury. "Let me see which oblivious foreigner dares to stealthily pilfer the seed of hope from the temple." Enraged, the youth disregarded the constraints of the dungeon rules and burst forth from the oracle chamber. Consumed by wrath, he experienced a backlash from the rules upon exiting, resulting in a headache, albeit one he could endure. He bore the pain, sensing the location of the seed of hope as he advanced toward it. With one hand clutching his head, the youth approached the colossal torch, opening the entrance to the underground chamber and descending within. He furrowed his brow, his tone betraying an unmistakable aversion. "I loathe this dark, cold, damp, and cramped environment." Simultaneously, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian felt a sudden darkness envelop them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in the small, dim, and damp underground chamber. The corner of the youth's mouth curled into a beguiling, wicked smile. "So, it is you two cunning foreigners. How dare you steal my seed of hope? I command you to return the seed of hope at once." The youth charged fiercely toward them. As Jiang Lan retrieved the golden dining knife from his pocket, he noticed the youth suddenly freeze in place, his expression utterly frozen. Simultaneously, Jiang Lan heard the voice of a young boy. "Oh, coward, have you finally mustered the courage to meet me today?" The silver-haired youth's face was rigid and blank. "Why do your features resemble mine so closely? Who are you truly?" The boy laughed, his mirth both innocent and cruel. "Who am I? I am you. You are me." The silver-haired youth was suddenly besieged by a splitting headache, bending over in agony. His expression, one of profound distress. Clutching his head with both hands, he could only scream in torment. "Ah!" As Jiang Lan and Lu Jian seized the opportunity to flee the basement, a fleeting memory surged within the young boy's mind amidst the excruciating pain, an endless primeval forest, where a group pressed forward relentlessly. Apart from the leading youth, the others bore the marks of battle, their bodies marred and bloodied, a testament to their fierce struggle. Despite their overwhelming fatigue, they resolutely followed in the footsteps of the boy at the forefront. This silver-haired youth, with tousled hair that shimmered like moonlight, swayed gently in the breeze. Clad in a casual gray hoodie, with a hat perched carelessly atop his head, he exuded an air of nonchalance. His lower attire consisted of simple, elegant black joggers, complemented by a pair of grayish-white sneakers. Yet, in his eyes, there lingered an imperceptible weariness, as if he had weathered countless storms. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, laden with exhaustion and urgency. "Captain, what should we do now?" Without hesitation, he turned to respond. "Let's continue onward." The wind howled through the forest, its mournful cries weaving a poignant melody that echoed through the thickets. Back in the basement, the boy writhed in agony, cold sweat drenching him as he knelt, clutching his head, his silver hair cascading to the floor. He remained in this position, the words, "Let us continue onward," reverberating in his mind. Why was this his voice? Why had this vision emerged so suddenly? The attire and appearance of the leading youth were distinctly foreign. The boy's expression morphed from pain to terror, then to confusion. "Who am I? What am I? I am the god of Narcissus. Yes, I am a noble god of Narcissus." With this declaration, the boy's headache subsided. Rising from the ground, the silver-haired youth, his hair flowing down to his waist, reclaimed his regal and aloof demeanor. "I must return to the oracle chamber. Indeed, that is my perfect sanctuary." As he murmured to himself, he exited the basement, entirely disregarding the small boy shackled by chains. The boy gazed at the departing figure with a self-deprecating expression. How lamentable. The silver-haired youth appeared to block out everything around him, striding out of the basement, his silhouette vanishing into the dimness of the staircase. The basement fell silent once more, leaving the small boy isolated. He lowered his gaze to the cold chains around his ankles, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How cruel, he whispered, his voice imbued with profound sorrow and resentment. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape the dimly lit basement, returning to the third floor of the temple. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Jiang Lan swiftly returned to her room. Lu Jian, moving at a slower pace, immediately attracted the attention of the contestants on the third floor. They gathered around him, eager to extract any morsel of information from his lips, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. The portly man, his bleary eyes wide with urgency and dissatisfaction, pressed him. "Where on earth have you been? Why did you vanish without a word?" Memories of the portly man's scornful remarks directed at the newcomers flooded Lu Jian's mind, and he held a poor opinion of him. He vaguely replied, "Nowhere special, just taking a stroll downstairs," his tone casual as if it were indeed as simple as a leisurely walk. The man in the red jacket, with his cunning fox-like eyes shimmering with mischief and anticipation, leaned in slightly, barely able to contain his excitement. "Did you discover anything new?" Recalling that the information about the basement had come from the girl with twin ponytails, Lu Jian responded, "Yes, we've found a basement." The man in the red jacket furrowed his brow and asked, "Did something happen over there? I just saw a young creature from the oracle room hastily descend the stairs." Looking quite grim, Lu Jian downplayed the situation, saying, "Nothing much happened." The portly man and the one in the red jacket exchanged a glance, despite their myriad of questions. They found themselves at a loss for how to pursue them further. Soon, dinner time arrived, and the contestants, having gained some experience, emerged from the ordeal with only a few minor injuries and no fatalities. After dinner, Jiang Lan returned to her dormitory. She activated the system to check on the growth of the hope seeds. In a brief span, they had begun to sprout, delicate green shoots breaking through the soil. She planned to confirm something the next day before taking action, opting to stay on the third floor tonight to exchange information with the other contestants. News of the basement spread, and several contestants chose to explore it after dinner. However, aside from Jiang Lan and Lu Jian, those who had ventured into the basement seemed to have vanished into an unseen darkness, never to return. This development plunged the newly acclimatized contestants, who had just begun to ease into the cafeteria's rules, back into a state of fear and trepidation. Jiang Lan gazed intently at the increasingly radiant giant torch, a wave of inexplicable dread surging within her. The flames appeared to consume everything, while her eyes, caught in the blaze, discerned a chilling conjecture. Those competitors who had vanished without a trace, their bodies perhaps silently absorbed by this enigmatic temple. This notion quickened her heartbeat, her blood seeming to congeal. The dancing flames, the intensifying brilliance, felt like a silent mockery, suggesting that her fears might indeed be the truth. On the morning of the third day of the ordeal, Jiang Lan abruptly awoke from her slumber, the cacophony outside her dormitory piercing her senses, sharp gasps, fervent discussions, and the sound of weeping entwining like fine threads around her heart, all merging into a disordered and jarring symphony. Had some calamity befallen the instance once more? A wave of unease washed over her as she hastily opened the door to investigate, only to behold at the end of the corridor a man with a square jaw lying motionless. His body was marred with gruesome bloodstains, as if he had endured a brutal battle. The blood had begun to congeal, leaving dark crimson traces, indicating that his injuries were likely sustained at dawn. His visage was serene yet profound, as though he were lost in a dream. But the dried blood and tense form cruelly unveiled the agony he had suffered the previous night. The dim and pallid light of the corridor cast a somber glow upon him, accentuating the desolation and brutality of his plight. The wounds appeared grotesque, causing even the youngest of the new competitors to dissolve into tears. Jiang Lan stepped forward and discovered that he bore but a single wound, from which blood flowed until it congealed. She touched his pulse and observed his breathing. Though faint, his pulse and breath confirmed that he was not yet deceased. A question arose in Jiang Lan's mind. Why had he sustained injuries on the eve of dawn? She spent 9 points from the system's marketplace to purchase a healing pill and administered it to the square-faced man. Together, they carefully carried him into his dormitory, where they proceeded to tend to his external wounds. As they wrapped his injuries, the effects of the healing pill gradually took hold, and the square-faced man slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with a hint of confusion and fatigue, yet he had finally emerged from his unconscious state. Jiang Lan, do you recall how you sustained your injuries last night? The pallor on the square-faced man's countenance was striking. His eyes filled with terror as he began to recall, his voice trembling. The horrors of the night in the dormitory clung to me like a relentless nightmare. In an attempt to escape that dreadful atmosphere, I opted to spend the night outside. The first half of the night was as tranquil as a placid lake, undisturbed by any ripples. However, just before dawn, the one-eared deity etched upon the temple's wall suddenly transformed into the dormitory's monstrous overseer, meting out punishment upon me. It wasn't long before I lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. It turned out that the dormitory had its own set of rules. According to the overseer's ominous proclamation, one must reside in the dormitory for no less than 3 hours daily, lest one suffer the same fate as mine. This revelation caused those accustomed to sneaking out at night to gasp in horror. Fortunately, they had returned before the latter half of the night. Suddenly, a mechanical, cold, yet crystal-clear voice resonated throughout the space, interrupting the crowd's musings. All contestants proceed to the oracle room to heed the prophecy. Upon hearing oracle room, memories of the prior day's events flooded back, where the silver-haired youth had instructed them to don matching white asymmetrical robes for their visit. That garment, one hesitantly spoke. Must we truly change? I am uncertain, another replied. Yet perhaps it is wiser to comply. That makes sense, a third nodded in agreement. The contestants exchanged glances, each arriving at their own resolve. Within the oracle room on the 4th floor of the temple, the silver-haired youth maintained an air of striking elegance and nobility throughout, his gaze exuding an icy indifference, as if nothing in this world could penetrate his heart. He observed Jiang Lan, yet there were no traces of yesterday's grim excursion in his eyes, as though he had never set foot in that shadowy realm. Among the 15 contestants of the ancient Greek temple, only Jiang Lan and the girl with the braided hair remained in their ordinary attire, while the others had donned the unified white asymmetrical robes. The sight was reminiscent of snowflakes blanketing the ground, their pristine white garments shimmering softly under the sun's embrace. Jiang Lan, adorned in a deep brown knee-length trench coat and form-fitting black trousers, stood amidst the crowd, her presence strikingly conspicuous against the sea of pure white. She resembled a vivid stroke of color in an exquisite ink wash painting, intriguingly out of sync with her surroundings. Nearby, a girl with a sideswept braid donned a blue and white school uniform. In this assembly of white, she danced like a fluttering blue butterfly, captivating the attention of all. Her playful braid cascaded charmingly to one side, and the blue and white uniform enveloped her in a unique aura of youthful exuberance and innocent vitality. Jiang Lan cast her gaze upon the girl with the slanted braid, recalling her name to be Zhou Ruoshi. At that moment, Zhou Ruoshi seemed to sense her attention and bestowed upon Jiang Lan a sincere and friendly smile. The silver-haired youth, with eyes as sharp as ice, stood before them, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze swept over Jiang Lan and Zhou Ruoshi like a blade, as he reprimanded, "You two foreigners, why do you not don the garments I graciously bestowed upon you yesterday?" The silver-haired youth directed an accusatory glare at Zhou Ruoshi, his eyes filled with wrath and condemnation. Zhou Ruoshi maintained her silence, her head bowed in submission. Abruptly, the silver-haired youth's eyes fixated on Jiang Lan, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I remember now. You declined the attire I offered yesterday. However, I am not one to hold grudges. Should you wish to accept my gift today, I am more than willing to extend you that opportunity." Jiang Lan remained silent, gazing at him without responding to his words. A flicker of anger ignited in the silver-haired youth's eyes, his fingers curling into sharp claws, akin to a ferocious beast poised to pounce on its prey. In an instant, he lunged toward Jiang Lan's neck, his speed so swift that it left behind an afterimage. Jiang Lan firmly grasped the golden dining knife, displaying an unruffled demeanor, skillfully balancing offense and defense, embracing the philosophy of attacking as a means of protection. However, the silver-haired youth deftly evaded each of Jiang Lan's strikes with remarkable agility. Moreover, His offensive maneuvers were even more ferocious than the previous day. In this fierce exchange, neither party yielded ground, rendering it impossible to determine a victor in the moment. Amidst the intense clash, Jiang Lan was astonished. In just a single day, the silver-haired youth's magical prowess had evidently escalated. After the heated confrontation, both combatants recognized that, for the time being, neither could prevail over the other. Thus, they simultaneously ceased their movements, breathing heavily, and locked eyes in a steadfast gaze. Jiang Lan silently stowed away the golden knife. The silver-haired youth elegantly adjusted his appearance, as if nothing had transpired moments before, reclaiming his lofty and imperious demeanor. He then commenced to proclaim the oracle. Jiang Lan possessed a commendable memory, as she keenly discerned that a substantial portion of the oracle's content mirrored that of the previous day. The youth recited the oracle verbatim, Oracle 100. To become a recognized citizen of the city-state, one must attend the oracle chamber each morning to listen to the pronouncements. Each afternoon is designated for recreational activities. Without my permission, one is prohibited from venturing outside and may only engage in activities on the third floor of the temple. Upon concluding, the youth raised his chin and declared, "Well, today's oracle session has come to an end." The participants then streamed out in an orderly fashion. Jiang Lan's footsteps abruptly halted before the entrance of the oracle chamber. She turned around, her eyes resembling a profound abyss, yet gleaming with a sharp and resolute light. Suddenly, she called out to the silver-haired youth, "Narcissus God, what is it?" The silver-haired boy instinctively glanced towards Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan gazed at him with a smile. "Ah, so you are indeed the Narcissus God?" Yesterday, she had overheard a young boy in the basement speaking to the silver-haired youth. Realizing that the boy was none other than the youth, and vice versa, the young boy was referred to as the Narcissus God in the narrative, which prompted her to verify whether the youth was truly the Narcissus God as she departed from the oracle's chamber. The silver-haired youth's eyes seemed to convey a desire to rebuke her. Jiang Lan swiftly exited the oracle chamber. As she glanced back, the previously aloof, silver-haired youth unexpectedly bestowed upon her an innocent yet beguiling smile, saying, "Come in for a moment." However, with lunchtime approaching, she retorted, "I have no time to spar with you." Like the wind, Jiang Lan darted down the stairs to the dining hall. The silver-haired youth's innocent smile instantly transformed into a cold smirk. In the dining hall on the second floor of the temple, Jiang Lan's thoughts fluttered like delicate raindrops, plunging her into profound contemplation. How, she pondered, could she fulfill the overarching quest of seeking the beloved of the Narcissus God? Whom did the Narcissus God truly cherish? She reflected on every interaction she had shared with him, striving to glean insights into his emotions. Furthermore, the little boy she encountered in the basement yesterday, did he possess some enigmatic connection to this task? To be candid, the Narcissus God appeared so haughty that Jiang Lan felt he loved no one at all. Jiang Lan conveyed this news to Lu Jian, Zhou Ruoxi, and Shi Luoyu. Shi Liu furrowed her brow slightly, lost in contemplation, softly murmuring, "Does the Narcissus Flower God love anyone? Let me ponder. I truly cannot envision it." Lu Jian shook his head bitterly. "I apologize, but I simply cannot imagine what his beloved might look like." Zhou Ruoxi spoke softly. "I merely do not wear the garments he bestowed upon me, yet he glares at others. It certainly does not appear as though he is capable of loving anyone." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan was suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that the person he truly loves is, in fact, himself? Her tone carried a hint of exploration and speculation. This notion swirled in her mind, both unexpected and seemingly imbued with an ineffable sense of validity. Upon hearing this, Shi Luoyu's eyes brightened, as if he had grasped an important clue. "There is a possibility." Lu Jian nodded in agreement. "I concur with Sister Lan's perspective." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhou Ruoxi's eyes. "Is quite likely. So, does this mean we simply need to express it to the system in order to advance?" Jiang Lan sai sopti, shaking her head slightly as she spoke. The original words of the system when announcing the main quest were, "The deity of this temple implores the contestants to seek out that which they love, be it a god or a person. The challenge lies in the very act of seeking. We must uncover this individual." Yu furrowed her brow gently, a hint of helplessness and confusion in her tone. Alas, we cannot possibly divide him into two, can we? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhou Ruoshi, and she exclaimed, "Aha! We can use a mirror." As her words echoed in the air, Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, and Shi Li responded in unison. Now it makes sense. No wonder the mirrors in this instance are so exorbitantly priced. After their initial excitement subsided, a sense of calm returned. Shi Yu took a deep breath. A subtle worry etched across her features. She spoke softly. Firstly, there are no mirrors within the temple itself. In the system's marketplace, a mirror costs 10,000 points for contestants in the ancient Greek temple instance. Although I have navigated the horror realm for many years, my points are insufficient. What shall we do if we lack the necessary points? Lu Jian raised his hands in resignation, a faint smile of helplessness gracing his face. I have only 996 points. After acquiring 1000 points, he had spent 1 point on an antidote pill, and he had already given Shi Liu 2 points for her dinner on the first night and lunch yesterday. He had also expended 2 points for dinner last night and lunch today. Jiang Lan gently shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. I have 90 points. Zhou Ruoshi lowered her head, her voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of disappointment. I have 0 points. The four of them exchanged glances, a collective sigh escaping their lips. In a bid to swiftly overcome this dungeon and enhance the survival rate of the participants, they deliberated and resolved to disclose the information regarding the Narcissus God to all players. After all, the dungeon was fraught with peril. Each additional day spent here meant another day of danger. In the corridor of the dormitory on the 3rd floor of the temple, a puzzled figure with a beer belly inquired, "Do you think that silver-haired youth is truly the Narcissus God?" The one in the red jacket paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze before retorting, "How did you come to that conclusion?" The surrounding players echoed in agreement. "Is there any evidence to support that?" Jiang Lan's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing an elusive smile. Her deep-set eyes resembled a spring that had burst forth. "Believe it or not, I surmise. As for proof, when I departed from the oracle chamber today, I called out to the silver-haired youth, addressing him as the god of daffodils, and he instinctively responded. Moreover, after much deliberation among the four of us, we concluded that the god of daffodils is enamored with himself." Wu Xuanxuan's eyes flashed with astonishment, her distinctive twin ponytails swaying gently in response. In disbelief, she inquired, "What? Are you saying that the god of daffodils loves himself? How are we to proceed?" Zhou Ruoshi, her lively peach blossom eyes blinking softly, wore a spirited smile as she proposed loudly, "Perhaps we could attempt to use a mirror." The stout man furrowed his brow at this suggestion, his tone decidedly unimpressed. "But mirrors in this instance are prohibitively expensive. Does anyone possess 10,000 points?" His beard quivered as he spoke. Wu Xianxian gently shook her head, her ponytails swaying as she did so. "I have no points," she lamented. The other seasoned contestants exchanged glances, each expressing their lack of sufficient points. As for the newcomers, they merely shook their heads in confusion, indicating they had no points whatsoever. Zhou Ruoshi, previously full of vivacity, now wore an expression of dismay. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage to suggest, "How about we pool our points together?" Lu Jian's eyes sparkled with determination as he decisively stated, "Yes. We can elect one person to be the captain of our team in this Greek temple instance, and all points collected will be managed by that captain." Wu Xianxian furrowed her brows, looking at the diverse group of contestants before her, a flicker of hesitation washing over her. "But who should we choose as our captain for this instance?" The man in the red jacket frowned and asked in a low voice, "I disagree. Is using a mirror truly effective? Points are crucial. What if we spend them all and still fail to clear the instance?" The stout man grumbled in discontent. "I also disagree. What if the captain, upon receiving the points, consumes them without purchasing the mirror?" Their words rippled through the group like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, eliciting waves of hesitation and unease among the contestants. Ultimately, they were merely strangers who fortuitously found themselves in the same instance, having known each other for just 3 days. The The stout man was the first to depart, followed closely by the man in the red jacket, with many contestants gradually returning to their respective quarters. In the end, only Jiang Lan, Shi Luoyu, Lu Jian, Zhou Ruoxi, and Wu Xianxian agreed to pool their points. However, their collective total fell short of the necessary 10,000 points to procure the mirror. The 5 individuals stood in silence for a moment, ultimately deciding to temporarily abandon their efforts to gather points for purchasing a mirror and instead sought alternative solutions. Just as they found themselves ensnared in a predicament, a sudden spark illuminated Jiang Lan's mind. She recalled the serene lake outside the temple, its waters so crystal clear that they seemed capable of washing away all impurities. When the surface lay tranquil, it surely could reflect one's visage. She proposed, perhaps we could find an opportune moment to lead the Narcissus deity to the lakeside. Wu Xianxian furrowed her brow, voicing a new concern. But how can we possibly guide the Narcissus deity to the lake when we cannot even exit the temple? The 5 exchanged glances, each sighing in resignation. If only we had 10,000 points. With a shared sense of helplessness, they looked at one another before dispersing, returning to their dormitories. Jiang Lan returned to her dormitory and immediately opened the system interface, her gaze fixed upon the growth status of the seed of hope. Unbeknownst to her, the once monotonous seed icon had quietly transformed into a vibrant green leaf icon. To her astonishment, the seed of hope, which had been a fragile sprout just last night, had now robustly blossomed into a lush green leaf, reminiscent of freshly harvested leafy vegetables, brimming with vitality and vigor. Jiang Lan gently tapped the green leaf icon, and the system interface displayed. Item name, Seed of Hope. Item type, life-saving item. Item level, Level 1. Leaf of Reason. Item description. This is a life-saving item known as the Seed of Hope. Currently at Level 1, Leaf of Reason. Effect of the Leaf of Reason. This leaf, when consumed, allows an individual to maintain their sanity throughout a single dungeon. Fool, come and take a bite to evolve that foolish brain of yours. Item upgrade method. Simply spend 2,000 points to purchase seedling fertilizer, water it regularly, nurture it with care, and patiently wait for the right moment, and it will upgrade. Jiang Lan gazed at the prop's description, pondering the arrogance inherent in its tone, a fitting reflection of the Narcissus Flower Goddess's defeat. As for upgrading the Seed of Hope, she glanced at her current 90 points. Realizing she was still far from the 2,000 points required for advancement, Jiang Lan exited the system interface, turning her thoughts to how she might seize an opportunity to depart from the temple. To leave the temple, it was imperative to locate its master. On the morning of the 4th day of the instance, Jiang Lan was roused from her slumber by a chilling, mechanical voice of the system. All participants are to proceed to the oracle chamber to heed the prophecy. Jiang Lan opened the dormitory door and beheld that everyone had already donned white asymmetrical long robes, leaving only herself and Zhou Ruoxi in their own attire. Appearing incongruous amidst the others, Jiang Lan surveyed her surroundings, keenly observing the scene, and confirmed that there had been no casualties the previous night. Letting out a sigh of relief, the contestants, having grasped the dining hall and dormitory rules, settled into a routine, at least in the short term, free from worry. In the oracle room on the 4th floor of the temple, the silver-haired youth, known as the Narcissus God, wore a brooding expression, his gaze cutting like a blade directed at Jiang Lan and Zhou Ruoxi. His lips moved slightly, seemingly poised to reprimand the two for not donning the white, draped robes. However, Jiang Lan preemptively disrupted the tense atmosphere. Narcissus God, she inquired, her tone imbued with a blend of determination and anticipation. When shall we be permitted to leave this temple and attain the true right to roam freely? Her question rippled through the calm like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of unease. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Narcissus Goddess' eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper contemplation. He fell silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons, or perhaps searching for an appropriate response. The atmosphere within the temple grew palpably tense. Zhou Ruoxi anxiously clasped Jiang Lan's hand, while Jiang Lan, with eyes as deep as a well, remained steadfastly locked on the Narcissus God, awaiting his reply. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The light in the Narcissus God's sky blue pupils shimmered with an ineffable brilliance, and at last he spoke slowly, his youthful voice resonating. To leave the temple and gain the right to freedom. All of this requires you to undergo trials. Wu Xianxian gently swayed her twin ponytails, her eyes filled with confusion as she murmured softly, "Trials? What does that mean?" Jiang Lan's eyes, profound as a tranquil pool, gazed intently at the Narcissus goddess. Her voice was deep and resolute. "What trial?" The Narcissus goddess responded with an innocent and radiant smile. "Naturally. It is for you to become official citizens of the city-state and reside in the temple until the 21st day. We can go out." This revelation resonated like spring thunder in the hearts of the crowd, prompting the contestants to murmur among themselves, their eyes glimmering with a blend of anticipation and unease. They exchanged glances, as if seeking to validate the authenticity of this news, while also speculating on the deeper implications behind it. Following this brief silence, an indescribable wave of excitement rippled through the throng. Wu Xuanxuan's eyes flickered with disbelief as she parted her lips, her voice tinged with astonishment. Is it truly that simple?" Jiang Lan gently shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "What simplicity? First and foremost, becoming a legitimate citizen of the city-state presents quite a challenge." Lu Jian furrowed his brow in agreement. "Indeed, we must endure until the 21st day of the instance." Shi Liu's words pierced through the hearts of every participant like a chilling blade. It is well known that the optimal completion time for any instance is within 21 days. Should we exceed this time frame, the difficulty of the instance will automatically escalate. Zhou Ruashi frowned slightly, murmuring, "So, the 21st day of the instance is the pivotal moment for our success or failure." Wu Xianxian nodded gently. "It appears that our fate hinges entirely on that critical day." At that moment, the Narcissus Flower God spoke in a youthful, yet somewhat bewitching tone. "If you wish to become genuine citizens of the city-state, you must don a uniform, white, diagonal cloaks. At this juncture, do you both harbor such intentions?" He tilted his head slightly, a glimmer of delight in his gaze. "As long as you express your desire, I am still willing to bestow upon you the symbolic white, diagonal cloaks of the city-state." Jiang Lan and Zhou Ruashi's gazes met, revealing a hint of resolve in their eyes. In pursuit of their primary objective, the two spoke in unison, their voices brimming with determination. "We must." Subsequently, two white, off-shoulder robes materialized out of thin air. Jiang Lan and Zhou Ruashi gently accepted the immaculate white asymmetrical robes, their texture as pure as freshly fallen snow. The Narcissus deity smiled with an innocent yet beguiling charm. "So, you two rebellious outsiders, remember to wear the garments I graciously bestow upon you when you next visit the oracle chamber." At that moment, his delight was palpable. Upon finishing his words, the Narcissus deity began to proclaim the oracles. The first oracle: to become a formal citizen, one must treat others with courtesy. The second oracle: to become a formal citizen, one must refrain from possessing lethal weapons and cannot lay a hand upon me. The third oracle: to become a formal citizen, absolute obedience to my commands is required. The fourth oracle: to become a formal citizen, one must learn not to retort against me. The fifth oracle: to become a formal citizen, one must rise at 6 o'clock each day. The sixth oracle: to become a formal citizen, one must retire at 6 o'clock each evening. The seventh oracle: to become a formal citizen, one must don the designated attire. The 100th oracle: to become a formal citizen, one must attend the oracle chamber every morning to receive the oracles, and during the afternoon's free time, without my permission, one may not venture outside, and must confine activities to the 3rd floor of the temple. The Narcissus deity's expression radiated joy, his pure youthful voice resonating through the air, imbued with a touch of authority and grace, as he leisurely declared, "All right, the proclamation of today's oracles has concluded." After lunch, Jiang Lan returned the white asymmetrical robe to her dormitory. By chance, she overheard a conversation emanating from the depths of the 3rd floor corridor. She stood quietly, each word cascading into her heart like gentle rain, drawing her into deep contemplation. Which floor of the temple should they visit in the afternoon? During the afternoon's free time. Without the Narcissus deity's permission, one is not allowed to go out, and activities must be confined to the third floor of the temple. It was already the fourth day of the instance. They had long since left the third floor for activities. As long as they avoided the basement and the boy with whom they played games, there was no issue. This suggested that it was merely the Narcissus deity's own rule. The instance itself bore no such rigid regulation. However, to become a formal citizen, one must heed the Narcissus deity, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan could not restrain herself and abruptly pushed open the door, her urgent voice shattering the corridor's tranquility. Everyone, our objective is not to become formal citizens, but to swiftly navigate through this instance. Indeed, how peculiar. What has come over us, fixating on the notions of citizens and outsiders. After dinner, the contestants gathered in the corridor of the third floor, deliberating on their next course of action. They exchanged opinions, at times engaging in fervent debate, at times conversing in hushed tones. So what shall we do next? Should we explore the temple further, seeking alternative methods? Or should we wait until the 21st day, when we are free to go out to lure the Narcissus deity to the lakeside? Having perused the temple, we found little of significance. It may be more prudent to wait until the 21st day, when we are free to venture outside, to lead the Narcissus deity to the lakeside. For now, we can ensure our survival simply by adhering to a routine. I concur. Indeed, it is wise to wait. There is no need to court further risk at this juncture. At that moment, one contestant suddenly remarked, "Oh, has it already reached 6 o'clock? I must retire for the night." 6 o'clock? Why are you turning in so early? You never had a habit of sleeping early. To become a full citizen of the city-state, one must retire by 6 o'clock each day. Should we then adhere to the oracle's decree of sleeping at 6? Just as they were on the verge of entering a debate, Jiang Lan swiftly interjected. It is perfectly acceptable not to sleep at 6. The oracle's guidance does not equate to the rules of a dungeon. That is true. It seems I have frequented the oracle's chamber too often. My mind is filled with its precepts. Observing the light-hearted atmosphere, Jiang Lan thought this was merely a fleeting interlude. In the days that followed, many contestants gradually set aside their enthusiasm for exploring the dungeon, donning identical white draped robes each morning to attend the oracle's pronouncements on the fourth floor, dining at the cafeteria on the second floor when mealtime arrived, and spending the remainder of their time in the dormitory on the third floor. This tranquil and orderly existence lulled them into a sense of complacency, and they began to live their days in a predictable manner. However, as time passed, the duration of discussions and exchanges among the contestants grew increasingly brief. On the evening of the 14th day post-dinner, the corridor of the third-floor dormitory was particularly serene. After dinner, the other contestants had long since retreated to their respective quarters, leaving only Jiang Lan and Lu Jian to meander through the corridor, their voices echoing in the vast emptiness. Do you think there are alternative methods for the main quest of the dungeon? Jiang Lan broke the silence, her voice resonating with clarity in the night air. Lu Jian lowered his gaze slightly, lost in brief contemplation. A look of indescribable confusion and stillness flickered in his eyes, as if he had lost his way within the confines of the temple. He gently shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. I do not know. The two walked side by side down the corridor, the dim light casting mottled shadows upon their faces. Jiang Lan donned a deep brown long coat, beneath which lay a semi-transparent white shirt. His lower attire consisted of fitted black trousers, and his black leather shoes gleamed with a cold luster under the light. Regardless of the circumstances, we must exert our utmost effort. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease washed over me. Jiang Lan's tone was resolute as his gaze drifted toward the towering torch engulfed in flames. In recent days, the contestants had remained safe. However, the fire's flames quietly swelled, as if heralding an unknown peril. Lu Jian nodded, the confusion in his eyes slightly dissipating. You are right. We cannot easily relinquish any potential opportunity. The exchange between the two gradually faded into the corridor, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the night. Suddenly, A vacant expression overtook Lu Jian's face, and he mechanically stated, "It is now 6 in the evening. I must retire for the night." Jiang Lan's gaze fell upon Lu Jian, and in an instant, she felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. He stood barefoot, the warm yellow glow of the wall lamp illuminating his white draped robe, casting a soft golden sheen. In the past, Lu Jian would change into his casual attire and sneakers upon leaving the oracle chamber, but today, even after dinner, he remained in his white robe, standing barefoot before her, engaged in discussion. Noticing Jiang Lan's reaction, Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a bright smile, teasingly remarking, "Ah, how curious. What has come over me? Why have I suddenly begun to treat the oracle's decree like a rigid doctrine? I recall in my university dormitory, I was quite the night owl, refusing to retire before midnight." Seeing Lu Jian's expression spring back to life, Jiang Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her inner tension and worries alleviated in that moment. However, Lu Jian's demeanor swiftly shifted to one of solemn seriousness as he intoned, "Oracle Decree. Clause 6. To become a full citizen of the city-state, one must retire by 6 p.m. In pursuit of this status, it is now 6 p.m. I must retire immediately. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to depart. His steps hurried, seemingly eager to adhere to the decree's stipulations. Compelled to sleep by 6 p.m., the voice of Jiang Lan conveyed a hint of urgency as she called out, "Lu Jian, wait a moment." Lu Jian slowly turned around, a look of bewilderment on his face. He softly inquired, "What is it? Is there anything else you need? If not, it's already 6 p.m., and I must retire for the night. How could it be like this?" Jiang Lan's tone betrayed a hint of urgency as she quickly reminded Lu Jian, "Do not forget our true purpose. Completing the main quest is our ultimate goal. Becoming a legitimate citizen of the city-state is merely a means to that end, not the destination itself." Lu Jian stood frozen, his expression a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. "How could I have lost sight of this? This is exceedingly strange. Jiang Lan, please assist me. Remind me to remain rational at all times." At the mention of rationality, Jiang Lan recalled the leaf of reason. Jiang Lan gazed at him with her deep, pool-like black eyes, softly inquiring, "Lu Jian, do you wish to officially bind with me and become teammates?" Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback, yet he promptly nodded without hesitation, his voice resonating with a low and resolute tone, "I am willing." In that instant, their gazes intertwined, as if an invisible bond was quietly forming, tightly linking them together. A smile of solace graced Jiang Lan's face. In that moment, they were no longer solitary wanderers, but comrades fighting side by side. Jiang Lan opened the system interface and clicked on the faction tab. With a display read, "Lone Wanderer Team, none available. Would you like to create a team?" "Yes, no." Jiang Lan clicked on it. The interface displayed, "Creating a team. Please enter the team name." Jiang Lan pondered for a moment before entering the team name, Vegetable Planting Squad. Team name, Vegetable Planting Squad Captain. Team creator, Jiang Lan. Temporary members. Temporarily bound, none. Official members. Formally bound, none. Would you like to add members? Yes, no. Jiang Lan clicked to confirm the addition of a formal team member. The system quietly and unobtrusively issued a formal binding contract. Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback, but soon took the contract and meticulously inscribed his name with deliberate strokes. As the final stroke was made, the contract seemed to come alive, gracefully returning to the system and silently completing the formal binding process. Subsequently, Jiang Lan's gaze fell upon the list of formal team members, where Lu Jian's name was now displayed. Formal team members, formally bound total, 1 formal team member 1. Lu Jian shared information, shared items. Jiang Lan clicked on share props, sharing the leaf of rationality with Lu Jian. Jiang Lan softly spoke to Lu Jian, "Do take a look at your inventory. Is there any item I have shared with you?" Lu Jian opened the system's item menu and beheld a green leaf icon that had materialized in what was previously an empty space. Observing the item description, Lu Jian replied with a puzzled expression, "Are you suggesting that if I consume this green leaf, I will retain my sanity within this dungeon?" 019, Ancient Greek Temple 19. Jiang Lan recalled the haughty introduction of the leaf of rationality, offering an awkward smile. It is the leaf of rationality. Lu Jian inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes, his lips twitching slightly as if squeezing out the words. All right then. Lu Jian retrieved the leaf of rationality from his system inventory, grimacing as he placed it into his mouth. Oh, this leaf tastes rather delightful. Upon first bite, a refreshing minty sensation enveloped him, while the texture bore resemblance to that of fresh lettuce. On the 15th day of the dungeon, in the oracle chamber on the 4th floor of the temple, the Narcissus God, with long silver hair cascading down to his waist, shimmered with a luminescence akin to moonlight. He was adorned in a flowing white Greek-style chiton, the hem gently billowing as if shrouded in mist. While he stood barefoot upon the smooth floor, reciting the oracle, Jiang Lan and the contestants are adorned in flowing white draped garments reminiscent of ancient Greek attire. With most standing barefoot upon the floor, Jiang Lan still donned her black leather shoes, and with each gentle step she took, the crisp sound of the shoes striking the floor resonated, as if adding a touch of authenticity to the enigmatic scene, instantly drawing one back to reality. The Narcissus goddess cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Lan and admonished, "This foreigner, if you wish to be recognized as a citizen of this city-state, you must exhibit proper decorum. The noise your shoes create in this sacred place is undoubtedly a sign of disrespect. Therefore, each time you enter the oracle chamber, you must remove your shoes." Ever since witnessing the near seduction of Lu Jian by the Narcissus goddess yesterday, Jiang Lan had developed a sense of vigilance, remaining ever watchful. Jiang Lan's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in her deep, abyss-like black eyes. Her voice was tinged with a chill as she inquired, "Mr. Narcissus God, do you truly wish for me to walk barefoot, as you do?" The Narcissus God nodded gently, his tone carrying an air of certainty. "Indeed, barefoot can bridge the heavens and the earth. Moreover, you ought to address me as the Narcissus God." Jiang Lan let out a cold snort, saying, "Humph, I believe you must be jesting. To claim that being barefoot connects heaven and earth. Please, this is merely a floor, and not just any floor, but the one on the 4th level." Her words were a deliberate rebuttal to his seemingly profound, yet fundamentally absurd statements, aimed at diminishing his influence over the competitors and preventing them from being further ensnared by his hollow rhetoric. That morning, Jiang Lan intentionally countered several of the seemingly reasonable, yet ultimately nonsensical decrees put forth by the Narcissus Flower God. Initially, he regarded her with indifference, as if she were an inconsequential passerby. However, as she persistently undermined his authority, disrupting his plans, the Narcissus Flower God's gaze sharpened, filled with a burgeoning ire, as if he sought to penetrate her very essence. His patience waned gradually, and his dissatisfaction with her grew, signaling that this silent contest had only just begun. In a tone imbued with an air of inscrutability, the Narcissus Flower God intoned, "The 100th decree states that to become a recognized citizen of the city-state, one must attend the oracle chamber every morning to receive the prophecies. During the afternoon's leisure hours, without my express permission, one is forbidden to venture beyond the premises and may only engage in activities on the 3rd floor of the temple." Jiang Lan directly dismantled the pretense. "Since it is an afternoon of free activity, why are we restricted to the 3rd floor?" The Narcissus deity raised his proud head. "This is for your safety, I assure you." Jiang Lan calmly shook her head. "The 1st and 4th floors are quite safe as well. I suspect you merely wish to confine our movements, do you not? You detestable foreigner, I shall punish you." The Narcissus goddess swiftly uttered an incantation, yet the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and no extraordinary phenomena occurred. Enraged, the Narcissus goddess's fingers curled like claws, and in an instant, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, aiming directly for Jiang Lan's throat. Her assault was fierce, as if she intended to unleash all her pent-up fury upon Jiang Lan, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Jiang Lan deftly evaded the hand of the Narcissus deity as it reached for her neck. However, the onslaught from the Narcissus deity intensified. Jiang Lan gripped the golden dining knife tightly, and through a brief skirmish, she quickly discerned that his attacking prowess had significantly intensified. In their initial encounter, Jiang Lan had triumphed with absolute superiority, while their last confrontation had seen them evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, in this latest clash, the tide had turned sharply against her, and she found herself on the verge of defeat. Upon entering the instance, with 2 meals a day, each requiring 1 point to purchase antidote pills, Lu Jian still possessed 973 points. Lu Jian's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Lan, observing her gradual descent into disadvantage. And a surge of courage welled within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely chose to expend a precious 950 points to acquire a blade of unparalleled sharpness from the system. This sword seemed to harbor boundless power, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance, as if it could cleave through any obstacle. He grasped the hilt tightly, feeling the icy sensation, and in an instant, it felt as though he had merged with the weapon itself. With the sword in hand, its blade radiating a fierce cold light, he moved with the swiftness of a leopard, charging towards the Narcissus Flower God. The tip of his sword aimed directly at its vital point. This strike encapsulated all his strength and resolve, as if he intended to split the very oracle chamber asunder. Sensing the approaching chill, the Narcissus Flower God cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jian, uttering a spell directed at both Jiang Lan and Lu Jian. However, the incantation bore no fruit. Unwilling to linger in battle, he frowned and declared, "The oracle's pronouncement concludes for today. You must vacate the oracle chamber." Once more, the Narcissus Flower God recited an incantation, and in the next moment, all contenders were instantaneously transported outside the oracle chamber. The door to the oracle chamber slammed shut with a resounding thud, locking them out entirely. With the crisis averted, Lu Jian sheathed the shimmering sword back into the system, casting a glance at his dwindling 23 points. And a pang of sorrow struck him as he realized his valuable points were nearing depletion. Oh, my precious points. If I fail to clear this, I may not even have enough to purchase antidote pills. After lamenting, he flashed a broad grin, exclaiming with delight, "Fortunately, the sword is remarkably sharp." My points were not wasted. As the other contestants departed, only Lu Jian and Jiang Lan remained outside the oracle chamber. Just as he intended to invite Jiang Lan to the dining hall, he noticed her entranced by the colossal torch. Since leaving the oracle chamber, Jiang Lan had been transfixed by the massive torch, its flames seemingly alive, dancing with increasing vigor. She recalled her first encounter with the Narcissus Flower God, during which they had engaged in battle. At that time, the god's attacking strength was akin to that of an ordinary person, and even with her golden knife, the Narcissus Flower God had shown caution, while the flames of the colossal torch had been diminutive. In their second confrontation, they had fought to a standstill, and at that moment, the flames had grown several times larger than in their first encounter. This time, the Narcissus Flower Goddess' power was evidently greater, capable of casting spells that teleported all contestants outside. Simultaneously, the flames of the giant torch blazed even more fiercely, indeed more than twice as intense as during their second duel. In the ancient Greek temple, she gazed at the towering flame of the colossal torch, and an epiphany struck her. The fiercer the blaze of the giant torch, the more potent the magic of the Narcissus goddess became. Suddenly, she heard the call of Dear Sore beside her. "Sister Lan, what are you looking at? It's time to head to the dining hall for our meal." Jiang Lan withdrew her gaze from the colossal torch. "Let us proceed to the dining hall for a meal. I shall speak with you as we dine." The dining hall on the second floor of the temple. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian prepared their meal and sat facing each other. Lu Jian gazed at the noxious dishes before him, his heart aching as he exchanged 1 point from the system for an antidote pill. After listening to Jiang Lan's analysis, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Sister Lan, are you suggesting that the strength of the Narcissus Flower Spirit's powers is directly proportional to the size of the giant torch's flames?" Jiang Lan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed." Lu Jian furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, "On the 21st day of the instance, the day we gained the freedom to move, his magical power must have." Jiang Lan interjected, "Undoubtedly, his magical prowess will surpass what is now." Lu Jian widened his eyes, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Indeed, this abhorrent world of endless horror is insufferable. Dining is fraught with peril, slumber is fraught with lurking dangers. And the formidable bosses of these challenges seem to upgrade automatically. If given the choice, I would gladly endure another round of college entrance examinations. Sister Lan, what course of action should we take now? Jiang Lan spoke in a low voice after reflecting last night. I fear that other contestants may have also been brainwashed like you were yesterday. We should make every effort to persuade them. Moreover, I now suspect that the contestants' minds can be manipulated, and the flames of the colossal torch may also grow in intensity. After all, for nearly 10 days, there have been no casualties among the contestants, yet the flames of the giant torch continue to swell. After finishing their meal, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian intended to persuade the contestants. However, to their surprise, the majority of the participants ignored them, and a few even cast them furious glances. Begone! Do not approach me, you two disrespectful individuals who have shown such insolence towards the Narcissus goddess. Why have you chosen to provoke her today? It is utterly disrespectful. Jiang Lan, you ought to address the Narcissus goddess with more courtesy. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian were unable to utter a word before being coldly rebuffed by the contestants, or subjected to a torrent of scorn, culminating in a resounding crash as the door was slammed shut before them. Only Shi Luoyu, Zhou Ruoxi, and Wu Xianxian refrained from casting them aside or unleashing a tirade. However, their words subtly inclined towards a more conservative approach. Shi Luoyu calmly advised, Jiang Lan, I believe it would be more prudent if you were to express yourself with a touch more subtlety. Zhou Ruoxi's lively voice chimed in, Indeed, Sister Lan, let us await the 21st day in silence and refrain from complicating matters further. Wu Xianxian nodded in agreement, affirming, I concur with what Sister Luoyu and Sister Ruoxi have expressed. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian could only cautiously and subtly remind them to always maintain their own judgment and not to lose their true selves due to the oracles. Zhou Ruoxi furrowed her brow in confusion and remarked, I feel that these oracles don't seem particularly significant. Wu Xianxian nodded in agreement, expressing, I find them somewhat verbose, yet still tolerable. Shi Luoyu, on the other hand, chuckled lightly, saying, compared to the monstrous guardians in other realms, if nothing else, the Narcissus deity at least possesses striking beauty, and her voice is as melodious as a babbling brook. It is certainly bearable. Both Jiang Lan and Lu Jian felt a heavy gloom settle in their hearts. This was troubling. Among the trio, one appeared indifferent, another seemed accepting, and the last exhibited a sense of tolerance. It was evident that these three had subtly succumbed to a form of indoctrination. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian exchanged a glance, each perceiving in the other's eyes the unspoken acknowledgement that they were now reliant solely upon one another. As the 21st day within the instance unfolded, the participants gathered in the oracle chamber on the 4th floor of the temple, clad in identical white draped robes. Before them stood a youth with silver hair, whose appearance was both splendid and regal. He oscillated between innocent mirth and cold arrogance as he methodically recited the oracles. The contestants stifled their rising excitement, awaiting the moment when they would be permitted to exit the temple. As the final oracle was pronounced, the Narcissus God benevolently declared, the recitation of today's oracles has concluded. This afternoon, you may leave the temple and enjoy a day of freedom. No sooner had his words echoed through the chamber than the long-sealed temple doors opened automatically, revealing the breathtaking vista of blue skies, white clouds, and verdant grass stretching endlessly beyond. A collective sigh of relief escaped the participants. Their next task was to escort the Narcissus God to the lakeside. The previous day, Jiang Lan had conferred with Lu Jian, for she had clashed with the Narcissus God on 3 occasions, each time provoking his ire. It was prudent for someone else to persuade him. Fortunately, despite varying degrees of mental conditioning, the contestants retained the awareness of their identities as participants. Regarding the Narcissus God's potential inability to leave the oracle chamber due to instance restrictions, Jiang Lan had previously confirmed with him that the rules permitted his departure alongside the contestants on the 21st day. Shang Shichong, clad in a white draped robe and brown leather shoes, stepped forward and addressed the Narcissus God, esteemed flower deity, We are grateful for your daily recitations of the oracles. We wish to visit the picturesque lakeside and kindly invite you to join us for a refreshing outing. The Narcissus God merely glanced at him, dismissing his request with indifference. Shang Shichong was taken aback. A portly figure, dressed in the same white robe, approached with an overly ingratiating smile, saying, "Esteemed flower deity, we are planning to camp by the lakeside, having prepared a plethora of delightful dishes, and we would be honored to have you taste them with us." The Narcissus God shot him a cold look and retorted, "Go wherever you wish, do not trouble me." The flatterer's smile faded. Shi Luoyu stepped forward with deliberate grace. Addressing the Narcissus God, "Flower deity, as this is our first excursion from the temple, we hope you will accompany us and guide us on our way." The Narcissus God responded with derision, "No direction? Did you not just express a desire to frolic by the lakeside and camp?" Meeting his piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk's, Shi Luoyu felt a flicker of trepidation, but resolutely continued, beyond the tranquility of the lakeside and the joys of camping. We harbor an insatiable curiosity for the boundless mysteries that lie beyond the temple, yearning to explore and pursue them. The Narcissus God scoffed outside. There is nothing but primitive forests and desolate mountains. What is there to explore? His eyes brimmed with disdain, as if to say that the seekers possessed no discernible appreciation for beauty. Shi Luoyu felt a lump in her throat and glanced towards Jiang Lan and the others for assistance. Zhou Ruoxi revealed a youthful and vivacious smile characteristic of her age. "Narcissus Goddess, this is my first time leaving the temple, and I feel a bit frightened. I seek your guidance." The Narcissus Goddess pointedly gestured towards Jiang Lan and Lu Jian, dismissively stating, "If you are afraid, seek them." She wields a golden dining knife that never leaves her side, and he possesses a sharp longsword. They are quite audacious. Zhou Ruoxi's expression faltered. Is this Narcissus Goddess perhaps a debater? Her words are simply eloquent. Suddenly called upon, Lu Jian boldly stepped forward. "Narcissus Goddess, perhaps you could proclaim your oracle by the lakeside, standing barefoot upon the earth. Surely, this would facilitate a communion between heaven and earth, achieving a deeper state of revelation." The Narcissus Goddess did not immediately counter his suggestion. The crowd anxiously awaited her response. The silver-haired youth pondered for a moment, his fist resting thoughtfully under his chin, before he remarked, "That notion bears merit. Very well, you may first enjoy the lakeside, camping for a while. When the moon rises and its silvery light graces the land, I shall set forth. With the moonlight as our guide, we may better commune with the cosmos. Must we wait until nightfall? Is that feasible? What if he chooses not to approach the lakeside after night descends?" In Jiang Lan's heart lingered a hint of concern, yet she observed that the other contestants had begun to place their unwavering trust in the Narcissus Goddess. Harboring no doubts regarding her words, the goddess speaks wisely. The goddess is indeed insightful. I shall heed the Narcissus Goddess's guidance. One by one, the competitors confidently exited the oracle chamber. Moments later, within the chamber, only the Narcissus Goddess, Jiang Lan, and Lu Jian remained. The silver-haired youth chuckled softly. "Are you not yet on your way? Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, shall we step outside and take a look?" Jiang Lan and Lu Jian had no choice but to leave the oracle chamber as well. As the group descended the stairs, they passed by the dining hall on the second floor, only to find its door firmly shut, adorned with a wooden sign indicating a day's rest and temporary closure. It seemed there would be no meal from the dining hall today. Continuing their descent, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian followed closely behind the others as they exited the temple. Outside the temple, the sky was a deep, cerulean blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting like soft cotton candy. The nearby grass was lush and verdant, interspersed with an array of vividly colored flowers. Not far off lay a lake, its surface as clear as a mirror, bordered by blooming daffodils. In the distance, a dense, verdant forest beckoned, while far beyond rose undulating mountains in shades of azure. Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but exclaim in genuine awe, "Wow, how beautiful! This place is like a paradise from a myth." Shi Luoyu's eyes sparkled with undeniable wonder. "Indeed, it is stunning." Wu Xianxian twirled around, taking in the breathtaking scenery, her twin ponytails bouncing with each movement. "Wow, this is simply amazing." Lu Jian inhaled deeply, the The air is so fresh. In Jiang Lan's deep black eyes, a world of beauty unfolded as she smiled and remarked, "It is truly enchanting." She surveyed her surroundings, absorbing the splendid scenery, but suddenly her brows furrowed in confusion. How peculiar! Why are there only plants? Lu Jian scratched the back of his head, pondering indeed. Where are the animals? Zhou Ruoxi tilted her head with a smile. We haven't ventured very far. Perhaps if we go a little further, we might spot some. Wu Xianxian nodded in agreement. Yes, maybe ahead there will be some adorable creatures. Shi Luoyu suggested, let's first make our way to the lakeside. Before long, the contestants arrived at the edge of the lake and settled down on the ground. The water was crystal clear, allowing them to see the smooth pebbles and stones at the bottom. On windless days, the lake's surface lay still like a mirror, reflecting the contestants' faces in exquisite detail. Wu Xianxian exclaimed with delight, "Wow, this is absolutely marvelous." In the presence of such breathtaking beauty, everyone began to unwind. Jiang Lan gazed at the lake with a smile of delight, the waters shimmering in hues of azure, while beneath the surface, an abundance of aquatic plants swayed gently with the current, creating a breathtaking scene. Suddenly, her appreciative smile transformed into one of astonishment. Lu Jian, do you see any fish in the lake? Or perhaps any creature at all? Lu Jian shook his head. No, all that resides in the lake are water plants and stones. What troubles you, Sister Lan? Jiang Lan, she remarked, I find it rather peculiar. Why is it that outside the temple not a single creature can be seen? And upon reaching the lakeside, we discover that there isn't a single fish in the water. This seems rather unusual. A hint of confusion crossed Lu Jian's face as he responded. Now that you mention it, it does seem odd. Hey, we are planning to venture deeper into the forest. Would you care to join us? Before they could delve further into their thoughts, a voice suddenly emerged from the other side of the lake, interrupting their contemplation. Jiang Lan turned in the direction of the sound and discovered that it was Shang Shichang and the beer-bellied man, accompanied by a group of enthusiastic contestants, eagerly proclaiming their intention to embark on an adventure in the forest. Jiang Lan inquired, why the sudden urge to delve into the forest? This was not part of our plan, was it? Shi Liu articulated the thoughts that lingered in their minds. Shouldn't we first focus on completing the main quest? A typically low-key male contestant with a short center-parted hairstyle responded, we just noticed a flickering green-blue light in the forest, which appears quite peculiar. We thought it might be opportune to investigate. Perhaps we could stumble upon a rare treasure or item. If we proceed with the main quest and complete it, we might miss the chance to explore. His tone was imbued with excitement, as if he could already envision the treasure. Once he finished speaking, he realized that the group, led by the portly man, had already moved on, prompting him to hastily call out, hey, wait for me. The portly man replied without turning back. Just to be clear, first come, first served. You can follow if you wish, but we are moving ahead. They quickened their pace. Shang Shichang and the short-haired male trailed behind as they entered the forest. Zhou Ruoxi, with her braided hair cascading down her chest, curiously asked, what constitutes a treasure item? Shi Liu succinctly explained, treasure items have various effects, but they share a common trait. They are invaluable and cannot be purchased from the system's marketplace. Wu Xianxian queried, will every dungeon contain treasure items? Shi Liu shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. Not every dungeon will feature treasure items. They are exceedingly rare and often encountered by chance. Jiang Lan, do we proceed? Lu Jian inquired, looking at Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan shook her head, her expression serene. To speak candidly, I harbor reservations about the fairy flower deity, fearing that he may not emerge at night. Furthermore, with so many having departed, our following suit may yield little reward. Shi Luoyu concurred, stating, Jiang Lan's words ring true. Having traversed the realm of horror for many years, I have witnessed and heard tales of individuals turning against one another in their fervor to seize treasures and artifacts, resulting in fierce confrontations. Moreover, such treasures are often surrounded by perilous traps. I value my life and would consider it a victory to successfully complete the main quest. Surviving another day is a blessing. Perhaps this mindset has led to my meager accumulation of points over the years. Whether or not to proceed is a decision for you to ponder. The two novices, Zhou Ruoxi and Wu Xianxian, devoid of any points, weighed the pros and cons and ultimately quelled their curiosity, choosing to remain behind. Wu Xianxian clutched her chest and remarked, "Thankfully, on the first day of the instance, I scouted for Shang Shichang. That unscrupulous merchant has no chance of persuading me to scout for him now. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Offering a single point for someone to scout for him is utterly ridiculous." In the face of such splendid scenery, the group began to frolic and play in the waters by the lake. Jiang Lan observed the jovial laughter of those around her. Yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to lead him to the lakeside should the Narcissus Flower Goddess fail to make an appearance tonight. 022. Ancient Greek Temple 22. Jiang Lan pondered to herself that if he did not arrive tonight, it would signify that her attempts at persuasion through words had proven futile. On the 15th day of the copy, she found herself unable to defeat him. Now, with his powers having grown even more formidable, she could hardly approach him at all. Surely, she could not simply take a rope and bind him by the lakeside, could she? Wait, perhaps that wasn't entirely out of the question. Jiang Lan promptly accessed the system's marketplace, sifting through the myriad of available items. These products were either beyond her financial reach or simply impractical for her needs, until her gaze fell upon one particular item that caught her attention. Item name: the Rope of Miracles. Item description: this appears to be an unremarkable rope, and in truth, it is just that. However, if one consents, this rope can bind anything. Item price: 10 points. A clearance sale that guarantees satisfaction. You cannot go wrong with this purchase. Voluntarily being bound? Who would willingly consent to such a thing? It is no wonder that this rope is priced so low. Jiang Lan's gaze dimmed as she contemplated her next move. Once more, she scoured the marketplace and discovered an item labeled Ordinary Rope, astonishingly priced at a staggering 100 points. Dismissing her concerns, she decided to take a chance and spent 10 points to exchange for the miracle rope. As she beheld her remaining 80 points, a deep sigh escaped her lips. In the afternoon, Jiang Lan, Shi Luiyu, and Lu Jian redeemed some provisions from the system's marketplace, which they graciously shared with Wu Xianxian and Zhou Ruoxi. Both Zhou Ruoxi and Wu Xianxian expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the trio. Zhou Ruoxi even took the initiative to add their contact information, promising to repay them once she accrued more points. As the moonlight began to rise and the evening breeze turned cool, the Narcissus Flower Goddess failed to make her anticipated appearance. Jiang Lan resolved to return to the temple, to persuade the Narcissus Goddess rather than bind her. Jiang Lan inquired of the other for whether they wished to join in the endeavor of bringing the Narcissus flower deity here. Lu Jian, wielding his sword, responded affirmatively. Zhou Ruoxi nodded, then shook her head, her braided hair swaying gently. "I hope to employ a gentler approach to invite him over. Binding him would not be appropriate." Wu Xianxian shook her head, her twin ponytails bobbing. "The Narcissus flower deity is quite amiable. How can we treat him so roughly, since he has promised to come? Let us await his arrival." Shi Liu repeatedly gestured in disagreement. "He possesses formidable strength. During your last encounter, with a mere incantation, he expelled all the contestants from the oracle chamber. This is far too perilous, and I cannot consent. Let us bide our time. Perhaps he will arrive shortly." Jiang Lan and Lu Jian waited for a while longer as the night deepened. They exchanged a glance. "Let us depart." The two retraced their steps and returned to the front of the temple, where they found the grand doors ajar. Upon entering the hall of the temple, they were greeted by the intense flames of colossal torches, their tongues of fire reaching the 3rd floor. Ascending directly to the 4th floor, they observed the door to the oracle chamber opening and closing repeatedly. As they approached the oracle chamber, they noticed the god of daffodils shutting the door, yet upon turning, the door swung open once more. It seemed that the door to the oracle chamber was unable to remain closed today. The god of daffodils caught sight of them and declared, "The oracle has been fully proclaimed today. You are not welcome here." Jiang Lan first inquired of him, "Did you not promise to come to the lakeside this evening to deliver the oracle?" The Narcissus Flower Goddess chuckled innocently. "Of course, that was merely a ruse. After all, you all have been incessantly chattering, and it has become rather tiresome." Jiang Lan and Lu Jian exchanged a glance. "Let us commence." Lu Jian gripped his sword tightly, its blade shimmering with a chilling brilliance, reminiscent of frost in the depths of winter. His gaze unwavering, he advanced with measured steps towards the Narcissus Flower Deity. His singular aim was to create an opportunity for Jiang Lan. The tip of his sword aimed directly at the Narcissus Flower Deity, imbued with an unstoppable ferocity, as if it sought to rend asunder any obstruction in its path. His movements were swift and precise, each strike imbued with strength and resolve. Under Lu Jian's relentless assault, the Narcissus Flower Deity appeared momentarily daunted by this formidable aura, compelled to retreat. Holding the miraculous rope, Jiang Lan awaited the opportune moment to bind the Narcissus Flower Deity and escort him to the lakeside for a glimpse in the mirror, thereby fulfilling the primary quest before releasing him. The two engaged in a fierce battle for an extended duration, yet Jiang Lan could not seize the chance. Ultimately, the valiant Deer Sword, in an attempt to subdue the Narcissus Flower Deity, found himself overwhelmed and was instead rendered unconscious by the deity's formidable power. Jiang Lan gazed at the fallen Deer Sword, her left hand gripping a rope while her right hand retrieved the long sword that had clattered to the ground, preparing to take advantage of the moment to incapacitate the Narcissus Flower Deity. However, as she approached the deity with the sword in hand, she discovered him reciting an incantation. On the verge of completing it, in a moment of desperation, she pressed her lips gently against his, effectively interrupting his spell. This kiss was akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, gentle yet stirring ripples across the water. The surroundings fell into an unexpected silence, leaving only the vivid sensation of their lips meeting, the youth's soft petals reminiscent of a blooming flower. A faint fragrance of blossoms wafted from him. Their eyes locked. The silver-haired youth widened his striking blue eyes, reminiscent of a clear sky. In his gaze, Jiang Lan perceived disbelief. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The two were closely entwined, their heartbeats intertwining in a harmonious rhythm. Jiang Lan acutely sensed the cadence of his heartbeat, estimating that his current pulse rate was somewhat accelerated. Jiang Lan remained acutely aware of her primary mission. Seizing the fleeting moment of his distraction, she struck him with the hilt of her sword, rendering him unconscious. The young boy collapsed in response. The slumbering silver-haired youth bore an innocent and delicate visage, devoid of any expression, appearing much like an ordinary 18-year-old, in stark contrast to the typically proud and aloof Narcissus deity. For safety's sake, Jiang Lan took the miraculous rope and bound the Narcissus god, securing a taut knot that would prevent any harm should he awaken and struggle, while also ensuring he could not easily free himself. Having completed this task, she roused Lu Jian. Lu Jian stirred awake slowly, his gaze falling upon Jiang Lan's magnified, refined features before him. "Sister Lan?" he inquired. Jiang Lan urged, "Quickly, we must hurry and take him to the lakeside for a reflection before he awakens." At that moment, Lu Jian finally caught sight of the daffodil deity lying on the ground and exclaimed, "Wow, truly impressive, Sister Lan." With that, the two lifted the daffodil deity and made their way towards the lake. From a distance, Jiang Lan noticed only 3 individuals by the lakeside. The contestants who had ventured into the forest had yet to return. A frown creased her brow as a sense of foreboding began to stir within her. Yet completing the main quest remained the priority. The 3 by the lakeside stood in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Shi Luyu, upon seeing the daffodil deity unconscious, was taken aback. Throughout her years in this thrilling realm, she had rarely witnessed such a dramatic spectacle of binding a guardian creature. She could not help but gasp, asking, "Aren't you afraid that the daffodil deity will seek vengeance upon awakening?" Jiang Lan nodded, expressing his trepidation. However, he knew that once the mirror was fully checked, they would successfully navigate through this ordeal and safely exit the realm. "Quickly, illuminate the area so he can clearly see his reflection in the water," he urged. Shi Luyu retrieved an emergency lantern from their supplies, and, with a flick of the switch, the surroundings were bathed in brilliant light. They positioned the Narcissus god by the lakeside, with Jiang Lan partially supporting him, then proceeded to awaken the deity. As the Narcissus god stirred, he cast a cold glance at Jiang Lan, disdain evident in his demeanor. "Do you truly believe that a mere ordinary rope can bind me? If you are wise, you shall hasten to release me. Jiang Lan coaxed. All right, first take a look in the mirror. The Narcissus deity furrowed her brow as she gazed into the clear reflection in the water. You have brought me from the temple merely to gaze into a mirror? The Narcissus deity had already seen her own image in the water, and at the desolate lakeside, only her voice echoed. The mechanical voice of the system, signaling the completion of the task, remained silent. Could it be that everyone had misjudged the situation? Jiang Lan, undeterred, urged once more. Take a good look at your reflection in the water. To her astonishment, she remarked on his peculiar tastes. The Narcissus deity, while grumbling, gazed into the water and exclaimed, I remain as handsome as ever. Jiang Lan exclaimed in astonishment. You have always been aware of your appearance? The Narcissus goddess wore a smile imbued with pride and confidence, responding matter-of-factly, Of course, I am aware of my exceptional beauty. An enveloping silence descended around them, and contrary to their expectations, the system's mechanical voice did not resonate. This was troublesome. Jiang Lan suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, and goosebumps began to rise on her skin. Had some crucial information been overlooked? The chimes of midnight echoed from the temple, signaling the official arrival of the 22nd day of the dungeon. A collective realization dawned upon everyone. The optimal completion time for each dungeon is within 21 days. Should one linger beyond that period, the difficulty of the dungeon would automatically escalate. At that moment, someone burst forth from the forest. The five of them focused their gaze and were astonished to see Shang Shichong, who appeared disheveled, his body marred by scratches from branches and thorns. Yet, he disregarded his injuries and continued to sprint forward. As Shang Shichong approached, the tingling sensation on Jiang Lan's scalp intensified, and her skin prickled with unease. Had she provoked something? Zhou Ruoshi hurriedly inquired, What happened? Where are the others? Shi Luoyu expressed concern. What is going on? Shang Shichong, while running, shouted in terror, Flee for your lives. There's a black mist deep within the forest that devours people. Everyone else has been consumed by it. Upon hearing this, the group immediately turned and raced towards the temple. Jiang Lan held the Narcissus Flower deity in her hands and hurriedly attempted to untie it. However, the bindings were secured so expertly that it was challenging to loosen them. Lu Jian sprinted ahead of the group, glancing back to see Jiang Lan still crouched by the lake. He urged anxiously, Sister Lan, hurry and run. Jiang Lan, it was I who bound him, and I must now set him free. The eyes of the Narcissus Flower deity gazed towards the forest, where a swirling mass of black fog had already swept through. Advancing towards them, upon sighting the ominous mist, his pupils constricted, and almost simultaneously, the perplexing knots binding him began to unravel of their own accord. Jiang Lan had no time to ponder why the knot had miraculously untied itself. He hurriedly assisted the deity to his feet and grasped his hand, racing toward the temple. However, the ominous black mist loomed ominously behind them, poised to engulf them. The Narcissus god abruptly halted, turning to confront the encroaching darkness, his silver hair billowing in the wind. In his cerulean eyes, the black mist was mirrored, and his petal-like lips swiftly uttered an incantation. Where I stand, conceal my presence. The black mist suddenly came to a standstill before them. He turned to Jiang Lan and declared, The black mist is merely held in place by my spell for the moment. You must flee. With that, the Narcissus god soared into the temple alone. He stood at the threshold, calling out, You had better run swiftly. My spell will not hold for long. Jiang Lan had no time for complaints as she summoned her utmost speed, desperately racing towards the temple. At last, she burst through the temple doors just before the incantation was about to falter, with Lu Jian swiftly reaching out to assist her. Simultaneously, the spell expired, and a dark mist surged towards the temple like ominous clouds driven by a fierce wind. The Narcissus Flower deity snapped his fingers, and the doors and windows of the temple responded, sealing shut. After securing the entrances, the Narcissus Flower deity employed a grand illusion, attempting to render the dark mist oblivious to their presence, murmuring, Where I dwell, let me be concealed. Are we safe? Zhou Ruoshi panted. Wu Xianxian, breathless and uncertain, replied, I suppose so. Shi Liu furrowed her brow and inquired, Shang Shichong, what exactly transpired in the forest? The only reply was the heavy panting of Shang Shichong, who had sprinted back from the forest, drenched in sweat and trembling in his legs. Outside the window, the dark mist, upon detecting living beings, circled outside the temple, refusing to disperse. As the mist threatened to shatter the windows and invade, time grew critical. Without the luxury of explanation, the Narcissus Flower Deity recited another spell. My subjects, dreamscape paradise. As the incantation concluded, the previously conversing and gasping individuals immediately collapsed into a deep slumber, just as the Narcissus Flower Deity was about to exhale in relief. He heard Lu Jian's voice, filled with righteous indignation, exclaim, Hey, why did they suddenly fall asleep? What have you done? Restore them immediately, as his voice echoed. The dark mist outside thickened ominously. The Narcissus Flower Deity swiftly turned around, realizing that Lu Jian and Jiang Lan stood alert behind him. He couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Why did his illusion consistently fail to affect Jiang Lan and Lu Jian? Choosing silence, the Narcissus Flower Deity flew before Lu Jian and, catching him off guard, struck him unconscious. Next, he merely needed to incapacitate Jiang Lan to ensure tranquility. Witnessing Lu Jian's fall, Jiang Lan widened her dark eyes. Why did you? The dark mist outside responded to her voice, gathering ominously at the window, which rattled in anticipation. The Narcissus Flower Deity pulled her close, embracing her, kissing her lips, and knocking her down onto the ground. Jiang Lan's lips were sealed by his, leaving her momentarily speechless. The two pressed tightly against each other, their heartbeats audible in the stillness. Jiang Lan's professional instincts flared, allowing her to estimate his heartbeat at 60 beats per minute. Suddenly, he extended his finger to write upon her palm, the sensation clear and distinct. His touch was icy, just like him. The Narcissus Flower Deity inscribed 6 words in her palm. Do not speak, remain still. Jiang Lan observed his gaze fixed intently on the dense, impenetrable black mist outside the window, as if he had come to a profound understanding. The two fell into silence, resembling wooden figures, hesitant to move. In this stillness, their sensations grew more acute. Both were acutely aware of the soft touch of each other's lips, delicate as blooming flowers. Their breaths intertwined, one warm and the other cool, caressing each other's faces. She noticed the reflection of her deep, crystalline eyes in the azure pupils of the silver-haired youth. The faint floral fragrance emanating from him mingled with the fresh, sunlit aroma of grass that enveloped her. The rhythmic sound of their heartbeats crescendoed, with Jiang Lan estimating his pulse had reached 110 beats per minute. It was not until the black mist outside the temple dissipated entirely, retreating into the depths of the forest, that the Narcissus God rose to elucidate. The black mist devours all living things. When encountering the mist, one must seek shelter within buildings, lying on the ground in silence and stillness. Having spoken, he arrogantly and indifferently prepared to make his way to the oracle chamber. Jiang Lan nodded slightly and reminded him, the black mist has dissipated. Awaken these slumbering souls on the ground. The Narcissus deity replied indifferently, there is no need. These individuals have fallen into the illusion of obsession. They will naturally awaken upon seeing through or transcending this delusion. With that, he turned it apart. Just as the Narcissus deity left, Lu Jian, who had been struck unconscious, awoke, clutching his head and exclaiming, ouch, that hurts. What madness was the Narcissus deity just displaying? Ah, splendid news. The black mist outside the window has vanished. Jiang Lan elucidated to Lu Jian that this was a measure to evade the ominous fog. At that moment, an extraordinarily radiant light suddenly flickered in the northeastern corner of the temple hall, so blinding that one could scarcely keep their eyes open. As the brilliance dissipated, a charming girl of 14 years materialized seemingly out of thin air. This delightful young lady sported 2 petite braids adorned with pink bows, her round eyes sparkling like those of a newborn fawn, gazing curiously at the world around her. Jiang Lan's maternal instincts were instantly awakened. How utterly adorable! Jiang Lan immediately stepped forward. Little sister, what is your name? Hello. Big sister, my name is Lu Yuanyuan. And you? Lu Yuanyuan's voice was that of a tender young girl, her round, sparkling eyes blinking as she gazed up at Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan pressed her hand to her chest, thinking how adorable. This led her voice to unconsciously rise as she spoke. Hello, I am Jiang Lan. Lu Jian also approached, revealing his bright smile adorned with 8 gleaming white teeth. Greetings, I am Lu Jian. Lu Yuanyuan, with her large, curious eyes, inquired, Big brother, hello. I am Lu Yuanyuan. What is this place? How did I suddenly end up here? As a newcomer abruptly appeared, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian took it upon themselves to enlighten her about the horrors of this world, explaining the concepts of instances and guiding her on how to navigate the system interface. Eventually, Lu Jian recalled the rules of the terrifying realm that Shi Liu had once shared with him. When the casualty count in an instance becomes excessive, it occasionally triggers the passive entry of replacement individuals into that instance. Upon learning that the original group consisted of 31 individuals, but only a few remained in the temple's grand hall, Lu Yuanyuan felt a wave of fear wash over her. Sister Jiang Lan, may I formally bind with you? Observing the youthful and innocent Lu Yuanyuan, Jiang Lan eagerly nodded internally, but clarified the advantages and disadvantages of formal binding. You must consider carefully. Once officially bound, the bound individual and the team creator will share life and death from that moment onward. The entire realm of horror becomes your team. Lu Yuanyuan resolutely nodded, yes. I wish to formally bind with Sister Jiang Lan. In no time, Jiang Lan and Lu Yuanyuan completed their formal binding. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals trapped in the Narcissus Flower Spirit's illusion had yet to awaken. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian worked together to carry them to the dormitory on the 3rd floor. The slumbering Zhou Ruoxi was immersed in her own obsessive illusion. 2 15-year-old girls clad in blue and white school uniforms sat together, engaged in conversation. One girl sported a high ponytail, while the other had a side braid. Ruoxi, what do you want to be when you grow up? One asked. I love cooking, especially making desserts and snacks. But my parents have always vehemently opposed it. They want me to become a teacher. To be honest, teaching is indeed a noble profession. Hence, I'm unsure what my life goal should be. Within the confines of her illusion, she struggled to determine the direction her life should take. Years passed, and she had completed her college entrance examination, now facing the pivotal moment of selecting her university preferences. She had initially filled out her choices, but at the last moment before submission, a phrase she had glimpsed in a magazine echoed in her mind. Listen to the voice of your heart. Zhou Ruoxi altered her preferences and, with unwavering determination, clicked to submit. In the next instant, Zhou Ruoxi awakened in her dormitory bed. She heard an excited voice nearby. Great, you are finally awake. It was Jiang Lan. Sitting up, she followed the voice to see Jiang Lan holding a tray filled with cafeteria food, atop which rested a round detoxification pill. As Jiang Lan had just served the meal she prepared for Zhou Ruoxi, she noticed her awakening, which filled her with excitement. She loudly announced to Lu Jian in the adjacent room, Lu Jian, Ruoxi has awoken. It had been 3 days since they had succumbed to the illusion and fell into a deep slumber, within the confines of the instance. Aside from the day they ventured to the temple, they were compelled to consume the instance's food daily. Therefore, both she and Lu Jian took turns feeding 2 individuals each day and provided them with antidote pills. Their remaining points were dwindling, and they deliberated that if no one else awakened by the following day, they would seek the Narcissus Flower Deity to alleviate the aftereffects of the illusion. Fortunately, Zhou Ruoxi had regained consciousness, and Jiang Lan initially believed that the other 3 would soon follow suit. However, upon inspection the next day, not only were the 3 still in a state of unconsciousness, but an ominous black aura enveloped their features, which were contorted in pain. They involuntarily let out screams, their hands thrashing and their legs writhing, completely ensnared in their respective illusionary realms. If this continued, they might perish within their own delusions. Witnessing this, Jiang Lan gasped in horror and hurried to the oracle chamber on the 4th floor to seek the Narcissus Flower Deity. Jiang Lan succinctly stated, quickly dispel your illusions. 3 others are ensnared in the depths of their obsessions, struggling in anguish. Their situation is dire, and if this continues, they may perish. The silver-haired youth, with a countenance both innocent and strikingly delicate, revealed a glimmer of indifference towards life in his gaze. The realm of obsession. I too find no resolution. Jiang Lan was taken aback. What? If there is no solution, why don't you find another way to quiet them? The Narcissus God floated lightly and explained, because this grand illusion is the fastest and most effective means to induce an immediate slumber. Insanity. Jiang Lan's heart surged with anger. She longed to deliver a sound, thrashing to the aloof, silver-haired youth before her, who seemed to regard everything with indifference. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of the flames licking the ceiling of the fourth floor, and she quickly regained her composure. His power had likely reached its zenith, and even if she collaborated with Lu Jian, they would stand no chance against him. Defeat would be disastrous, especially if it dragged Lu Yuanyuan into the fray. Now, only one course of action remained. They must clear the challenge before the three succumb to the illusion. Gazing at the indifferent silver-haired youth, Jiang Lan was acutely aware that this Narcissus God truly loved only himself. Yet, why had he not received a prompt upon gazing at his reflection in the lake? Jiang Lan departed for the oracle chamber, deep in thought, as she traversed the staircase, her fingers gliding along the temple walls that felt akin to human skin. She arrived before the colossal torch on the ground floor, where the flames roared with a thunderous crackle, licking the temple's ceiling, which soared 4 stories high. Jiang Lan circled around the colossal torch, and upon noticing the rectangular, palm-sized mark upon it, she suddenly recalled that it served as the key to unlock the basement. Within the cold, shadowy confines of that subterranean chamber lay a 10-year-old boy, whose features were identical to those of the 18-year-old Narcissus. In a flash of insight, the correct method to advance emerged in Jiang Lan's mind. 025, the ancient Greek temple, also known as the boy Narcissus. The youthful incarnation of Narcissus and the child version are, indeed, the same individual. The adolescent has imprisoned his former self. To progress, it is not merely about having Narcissus gaze into a mirror, but rather about guiding him to reclaim his lost identity. The young Narcissus and the child Narcissus have already encountered one another in the basement. However, when Jiang Lan sees him again the following day, the young Narcissus makes no mention of their previous meeting in the basement, even the memory of the hope that had incited his anger, allowing him to break the restrictions of the instance and exit the oracle chamber on a non-exit day, has been completely erased. Desiring to grasp the key to this mystery, Jiang Lan swiftly accessed the system store. After a thorough search, she exclaimed with delight, "This is it." Item name, Mirror of Reality and Illusion. Item description, see the truth through the illusion. Item price, 50 points, available for purchase only within the ancient Greek temple instance. Gazing at her remaining 56 points, Jiang Lan clicked to purchase without hesitation. Jiang Lan, holding the Mirror of Illusions, was poised to ascend to the 4th floor oracle chamber when he halted in his tracks upon beholding the vividly lifelike deity sculptures adorning the walls. Jiang Lan habo believing that all the deities depicted on the walls of the temple were, in fact, monsters. Now, a ready opportunity for verification presented itself. Simply casting a glance would reveal the truth. Jiang Lan approached the wall, raising the illusionary mirror in her hand and directing it towards one of the charming statues of a goddess. Within the depths of the mirror, a rather adorable rabbit-eared sprite materialized. Suddenly, the lime on the statue began to crack and fall away, revealing a rabbit-eared sprite. The sprite on the wall quivered violently, gradually becoming infused with color. Once it was fully adorned in vibrant hues, the rabbit-eared sprite detached itself from the wall and exclaimed, "Hooray! I am free." Meanwhile, a substantial gap was left in the temple wall. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed, "Contestant Jiang Lan, you have triggered a side quest, the true face of the temple. Completing this side quest will reward you with 5,000 points. Current progress of the side quest, 1,000. To her surprise, she had inadvertently activated a side quest. Jiang Lan, in dire need of points, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Lan held the Mirror of Illusion in her hands, skillfully employing its power. The reflection of another deity on the wall emerged. A notification chimed in her ears, indicating an increase in the progress of her side quest. After a while, the once vivid statues on the first floor of the temple transformed into gaping voids, leaving the walls riddled with pitfalls. Jiang Lan cautioned each of the creatures. If they wished to depart from the temple, they must be vigilant to steer clear of the forest, for deep within its confines lay a mysterious black mist that devours the living. Jiang Lan stepped into the stairwell, holding the mirror of illusions. She reflected the divine statues adorning the wall that connected the first floor to the second. As the persistent chime indicating the progress of side quests echoed in her ears, the wall bore a series of fissures in its wake. Upon ascending to the second floor, Jiang Lan continued. Having completed the final statue within the temple, Jiang Lan arrived before the oracle chamber on the fourth floor. Contestant Jiang Lan has fulfilled the side quest, the true face of the temple, earning a reward of 5,000 points. Jiang Lan gazed at the tightly shut door of the oracle chamber before her, and with a significant investment of 2,000 points in the system marketplace, she procured a universal key. Jiang Lan pushed open the door to the oracle chamber, and the silver-haired youth, upon seeing her, displayed a mixture of surprise, anger, and an enigmatic expression. Hey! Jiang Lan immediately raised the mirror of reality, adjusting her angle to ensure that the Narcissus Flower deity would see her reflection. As the deity turned his gaze towards Jiang Lan, he was startled to discover that the image in the mirror was not his own, but that of a silver-haired boy with identical features, his hair cascading to his shoulders. The Narcissus Flower deity stood frozen, as if turned to stone, his blood running cold and body stiffening. Memories he had deliberately buried surfaced vividly in his mind, recalling the conversation he had with the boy. Who am I? I am you. You are me. You are me? He remembered a fleeting memory that had emerged amidst excruciating pain, a voice identical to his own urging, keep moving forward. A look of confusion spread across the silver-haired youth's face as he murmured, Who am I? Who exactly am I? At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the base of the colossal torch on the first floor of the temple. The entrance to the basement swung open, accompanied by the sound of chains breaking, followed by the clattering of chains being thrown to the ground. To his astonishment, the boy emerged from the basement. The silver-haired boy ascended the staircase step by step, finally entering the oracle chamber on the fourth floor. Upon seeing Jiang Lan, he exclaimed, So it was you. No wonder you were able to defeat me in my realm of fantasies. You achieved what I have longed to do, but could never accomplish. With that, the silver-haired boy turned to the youth, a smile that was both innocent and cruel gracing his lips. Have you finally remembered me? My other self. He approached the silver-haired youth gradually until he stood directly before him. The boy tilted his head gently towards Jiang Lan and whispered, Thank you, Jiang Lan. Then, extending his arms, he embraced the youth tightly. Under Jiang Lan's astonished gaze, the boy gradually merged into the young man's body, ultimately resulting in the complete unification of the two Narcissus Flower deities. The deity kept his head bowed, as if adjusting to this new reality. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice of the system resonated within the temple. Ancient Greek temple instance. Main quest officially completed. The team that accomplished the main quest is the Vegetable Planting Squad. Each member of the squad will share 5,000 points, and with 3 members currently, each participant will receive 1666 points. Participant Jiang Lan, having the highest involvement in the main quest, earns an additional 1,000 points. The Ancient Greek Temple is a team battle instance. Remaining surviving participants will gain 10 points upon completion together. Wonderful. Shiluoyu and the others are saved. Jiang Lan swiftly calculated in her mind. At present, she possessed a total of 672 points. A dazzling flash of white light momentarily enveloped her, prompting Jiang Lan to instinctively shut her eyes. When she reopened them, she found herself in a vast hall filled with the cacophony of voices. At the center of the hall stood a colossal sign emblazoned with the word Safe Zone Hall in large characters. Surely, this was the fabled sanctuary for rest following a successful passage. What Jiang Lan remained unaware of was that after her transportation to the safe zone, the Narcissus deity emerged from the oracle chamber, surveying the dilapidated and desolate temple with a smile that was neither wholly a smile nor a frown. She slowly remarked, "Jiang Lan, is it? I shall remember you." Within this ancient Greek temple, an alarming siren resonated, announcing, "Warning! Severe data error detected in the ancient Greek temple replica 026, Safe Zone 1. As Jiang Lan gazed upon the 3 words Safe Zone, a wave of relief washed over her. She turned around, scanning the area, first spotting Zhou Ruoxi blending into the crowd, and then noticing Shi Liu, Wu Xianxian, and Shang Shichong, those who had previously been ensnared by illusions, standing within the safety of the hall. Her heart finally settled. She began her search for her fellow teammates, Lu Jian and Lu Yuan from their gardening squad. Just as she was glancing around the hall, Lu Jian approached with Lu Yuan by his side. With a radiant smile revealing his 8 gleaming white teeth, Lu Jian waved vigorously at Jiang Lan, his voice brimming with excitement. "Sister Lan, we are here." Behind him, the adorable Lu Yuan, her hair styled into 2 playful braids adorned with pink bows, had wide, sparkling eyes akin to a fawn's. Upon spotting Jiang Lan, she eagerly dashed over, her braids bouncing with each step, the pink bows fluttering like delicate butterflies dancing around a young maiden. Upon reaching Jiang Lan, she extended her arms, embraced her waist, and joyfully exclaimed, "This is wonderful. We have cleared the level." Jiang Lan embraced her once more, her spirits lifted by the infectious joy of the moment. "Yes, yes. Yuan, we have cleared the level." Lu Jian approached them, saying, "Sister Lan, on my way to find you, I noticed a public information display over there. Shall we first investigate that and gain some insight into this peculiar world?" Jiang Lan nodded and said, "Let us proceed. You shall lead the way." The vegetable planning team arrived at the public information display and discovered that the screen was divided into several major sections. Among them, the most captivating was the forum area, filled with various discussion threads, including paid posts selling strategies for different dungeons, which required substantial points for access. The notification section contained a wealth of public information from the world system. Jiang Lan noticed a new message in the notification area. The ancient Greek temple dungeon is temporarily closed. Jiang Lan happened to overhear a nearby contestant discussing the matter. "Isn't the Greek temple dungeon a newly opened instance just 25 days ago? Why has it suddenly closed?" "I don't know, but I just heard in the lobby that there were initially 31 participants, and later one substitute was added, yet only 7 managed to clear it. Such a survival rate is terrifying for a newly opened dungeon. Perhaps it's better that it closed then. I've heard that the survival rate was bolstered by an exceptional newcomer among the contestants. Otherwise, it might have been halved. Is it really that frightening?" In the rules zone, a comprehensive compilation of various regulations governing this world was available. As Jiang Lan perused the rules zone, she learned that this is an infinitely terrifying world characterized by perpetual cycles. She first noted the 5 principal rules publicly established for this realm. 1. After successfully clearing 11 distinct new dungeons, a contestant's 12th dungeon will automatically transition into the ultimate level, no companions allowed, granting access to the ultimate clearance prize, the ultimate key. This key can be utilized to unlock the gateway back to the real world. Only one ultimate key is issued per year, indicating fierce competition. 2. Upon clearing a dungeon, contestants receive points commensurate with their performance. These points can be exchanged for food, accommodation, entertainment, medical care, and even some low to mid-tier ordinary items within the infinite horror world. 3. Repeatedly clearing the same dungeon also yields rewards. However, after 10 successful runs of the same dungeon, on the 11th attempt, the infinite horror world will forcibly assign a random new dungeon. 4. The formation of teams within the infinite horror world can occur in 2 ways: temporary binding, which allows for information sharing, and formal binding, which permits not only information sharing, but also item sharing. 5. The optimal clearance time for each new dungeon is within 21 days. If a contestant exceeds this time frame, the dungeon's difficulty will automatically increase. In cases of severe casualties, there is a certain probability that a mechanism for deploying substitute contestants will be triggered. In the rankings zone, Various leaderboards were displayed. Sister Lan, look, you made it to the rookie leaderboard, and you're in first place, Lu Jian exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the top of the rookie leaderboard. Jiang Lan gazed at the rookie leaderboard, astonished and delighted to find her name in the top position. Sister Jiang Lan, we made it onto the team ranking. The vegetable planting team, in last place? Lu Yuanyuan's voice dwindled to a whisper, and she added, it's only natural for our newly formed vegetable planting team to hold a low rank. Jiang Lan gazed at the team leaderboard, where the top team was named He Yongji. The creator of the He Yongji team was Zhao Yongji. Jiang Lan gazed at the divine rankings, which featured the elite players from various dungeons. At the pinnacle of the rankings stood Zhao Yongji, the creator of the Yongji team. Lu Yuanyuan also noticed this and genuinely exclaimed, wow, this player named Zhao Yongji is truly exceptional, both as an individual and as part of a team. Upon hearing Lu Yuanyuan's words, a young male player nearby enthusiastically interjected, are you referring to Brother Ji? He is indeed remarkable, an object of envy for countless players. Brother Ji arrived in this infinite horror world just 3 months ago and secured the privilege of the infinite horror world in his very first dungeon. Setting off on an auspicious journey, Lu Jian inquired curiously, what is this privilege? The young male player elaborated, it refers to a certain advantageous status. Aside from the ultimate level, entering dungeons comes with enhancements. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. No wonder he is so formidable. As Jiang Lan engages in discussions about Zhao Yongji, she remains unaware that he is likewise contemplating her. Within the headquarters of the He Yongji team, Zhao Yongji converses with his 2 teammates, level.Little and Zhong Zihan, stating, if you have a moment, let us meet this newcomer named Jiang Lan, who tops the latest rookie rankings. According to that old fox, Shang Chong, she is an exceptional talent. Do your utmost to recruit her into our team. level.Little retorts, in my opinion, no matter how formidable she may be, she cannot surpass Brother Ji. Zhao Yongji ponders for a moment before replying. The team must periodically scout for fresh talent. Zhong Zihan interjects, very well, Brother Ji. However, to my knowledge, this player named Jiang Lan is already part of a team called the Vegetable Planting Squad. The name itself suggests a lack of experience. Don't you find it amusing? Their team ranks last on the leaderboard. Zhao Yongji responds, that is of no consequence. How do the other 2 members of her team measure up? Zhong Zihan remarks, from my extensive network, it appears that the qualifications of those 2 are rather mediocre. One is a freshman male student with average skills, and the other is an even less capable junior high school female student. They are all quite young. level.Little suggests, Brother Ji, since the other 2 are of ordinary talent, why not proceed according to our usual practice? He then extends his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, mimicking a knife. Zhao Yongji contemplates for a moment, then nods in agreement, adding, I shall accompany you. level.Little expresses surprise, Brother Ji, regardless of Jiang Lan's prowess. She is merely a newcomer. Is it truly necessary for you to attend in person? Zhong Zihan, astonished, exclaims, Brother Ji, you intend to personally invite Jiang Lan to join our team? Jiang Lan and her companions stood before the public information screen, where Jiang Lan was preparing to reluctantly part with her points to purchase a guide on life in the safe zone and a strategy for completing dungeons. A spirited young male contestant intervened, urging her, wait, hold on, don't rush into buying just yet. There are numerous posts here that deceive you into spending your points. Lu Jian furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, is it true that the information exchange posts on this public screen contain falsehoods? The young male contestant nodded, a hint of frustration in his tone. Indeed, I was nearly duped by those cunning scammers who would have made off with all my points. It was truly a nightmare. That's why I now make it a point to stand here whenever I can, hoping to warn the unsuspecting and prevent them from following in my footsteps, losing even more points to those fraudsters. Ultimately, overcoming the dungeon challenges relies on one's own abilities. If you have any questions or uncertainties, feel free to ask me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Lu Jian, with a furrowed brow, posed the most pressing concern. While we can exchange points for food in the system's marketplace, how should we arrange our accommodations in the safe zone? The young male contestant replied, that's simple. Just follow the black path on the ground straight ahead. And at the end, you'll find the lodging area. Jiang Lan pondered for a moment, feeling an insatiable curiosity, yet at a loss for how to inquire. Aside from this, we cannot think of any other questions to pose for now. The young male contestant suggested, "You may add my system contact. Feel free to reach out whenever you think of something." Jiang Lan and others exchanged contact information with him. Jiang Lan's gaze lingered upon the system's contact list, ultimately resting on a singular name, Jiang Wan. She gently articulated the name, her tone calm and courteous. "Jiang Wan. Hello. I am Jiang Lan. Greeting, Jiang Lan. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jiang Wan, once a renowned hat designer, though now merely an utterly ordinary contestant." Jiang Wan gracefully removed the red top hat he had been wearing, holding it before his chest, and slightly bowed, performing a quintessential gentleman's gesture towards Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan then caught sight of the striking red top hat atop Jiang Wan's head, adorned with an exquisite golden embroidery on the brim. The design resembled a bird, yet was not entirely so, as if soaring freely through the vast sky, yet simultaneously ensnared by the swirling mists. This unique pattern captivated her, leaving an indelible impression. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Jiang Lan as her gaze fell upon the vibrant red hat. She couldn't help but wonder, could this striking hat be of your own design? Jiang Wan lowered his eyes to the hat in his hands, an unmistakable pride and joy shimmering in his gaze. The smile gracing his lips was as gentle as a spring breeze, impossible to contain. This hat, a creation he meticulously designed for his own birthday, encapsulated every stitch and seam with his dedication and creativity. In this boundless realm of horror, a kaleidoscope of the bizarre and unsettling, the hat stood alone, akin to a brilliant star, its radiance a testament to his passionate existence. Suddenly, the crowd ahead surged like a boiling tide, vibrant and restless. A formidable aura pulsed through, as if an extraordinary figure was approaching. Whispers flitted through the air, hinting at the presence of an eminent competitor, captivating the attention and awe of those around. Soon, Jiang Lan's eyes caught sight of 3 male contestants, with the leading man holding a card, striding directly towards them. Jiang Wan, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Ji? And is that Li Guchui and Zhong Zihan from the Heiyongji team? What's happening? Brother Ji is personally leading his team here?" The trio, led by Zhao Yongji, halted just a meter in front of Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan then realized that what the other party held was not a card, but rather her photograph, a candid shot taken in the safe zone lobby at the moment she had just completed the level. Li Guchui took the initiative to convey a message from Zhao Yongji. He cast a glance at Jiang Lan, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. "You are Jiang Lan, are you not? Our brother Ji wishes to speak with you. Please come with us." Jiang Lan remained unfazed, her voice as calm as still water. "What is it?" she inquired. Zhong Zihan's expression bore a hint of arrogance as he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lan, disdainfully snorting, "You'll find out once you arrive." Jiang Lan cast a skeptical glance at them. Zhao Yongji bluntly stated, "Jiang Lan, I would like to invite you to join the Heiyongji team. Let us converse further." The hall was bustling with noise, suggesting a more suitable venue for their discussion. The notion of joining the Heiyongji team sent ripples of emotion through Jiang Lan. Unconsciously, she turned her head towards Lu Jian and Lu Yuanyuan. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation and joy for her future, as if they too shared in this happiness. It was a profound blessing. Jiang Lan could sense their elation, an intangible force that fortified her resolve regarding her decision. As Jiang Wan's words fell, he immediately urged, "Jiang Lan, what are you waiting for? This is the illustrious Ji Ge from the Divine Ranking, the Heiyongji team, which has driven the entire gaming community into a frenzy. Countless individuals yearn to join, yet many cannot even touch the threshold." His words were laden with envy and desire, as if he were the one receiving the invitation, rather than Jiang Lan. Many onlookers echoed Jiang Wan's sentiments. Some gasped in astonishment, others were left speechless, while admiration shone in their eyes. They murmured among themselves, "I have applied to join the Heiyongji team countless times without success. I too wish to be part of Ji's team. Goodness, am I hearing this correctly? Wow, She is so composed. If it were me, I would be jumping for joy. If you don't know how to use idioms, then refrain from using them. Jiang Lan followed them into an extraordinarily magnificent office, its opulent style immediately captivating. The interior layout was meticulously designed, with the 4 individuals seated in pairs opposite each other. Zhao Yongji happened to be directly across from Jiang Lan, and their gazes unexpectedly met in the air, causing the atmosphere to become subtly charged. The He Yongji team holds the esteemed position of being the top-ranked team. While I am indeed tempted by your invitation to join, I must confess. However, I have already established my own team during the first instance, and it is formally bound. Therefore, I fear. Li Guchui promptly interjected. You need not worry about that. Our team possesses ample means to assist you in severing ties with them. Jiang Lan recalled the explanatory rules that the system presented prior to formal binding. However, the stipulations were clear. Once formal binding was established, it would remain in effect indefinitely. The advantages included shared resources and information. Yet, the drawbacks were significant, as the formal binder would be irrevocably linked to the team creator, sharing a fate of life and death. Furthermore, the team creator would incur damage should the formal binder perish. This critical information was etched in Jiang Lan's mind, allowing her to articulate it with precision. Zhong Zihan's smile was chilling as he remarked, Miss Jiang Lan, you are perhaps unaware that, under this system, as the team creator, you would only suffer harm and not face death. Of course, once you join our team, we will find ways to restore your vitality, provided that those 2 formal binders meet their demise. Wouldn't that solve the issue? A sudden tremor coursed through Jiang Lan's heart, a chilling sensation surging from her feet to her core. What a vicious scheme. A treacherous stratagem that inflicts 1,000 wounds upon the team, while simultaneously inflicting 800 upon oneself. Such tactics are truly disheartening. I refuse to accept a method that jeopardizes the lives of my comrades. Jiang Lan rose abruptly and turned to exit. At that moment, Zhao Yongji, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, urging her. If you are unwilling to accept this approach, we possess a more amicable alternative. The He Yongji team can directly incorporate the vegetable cultivation squad. The 3 of you may seamlessly transition into our team. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zihan's expression shifted dramatically. What? Are you suggesting, Ji Gu, that you would make an exception for this newcomer and amalgamate her entire team into ours? Li Guchui expressed his discontent. Ji Gu, those 2 individuals, one is of mediocre talent, and the other is woefully weak. They lack the qualifications to join our team. Zhao Yongji met Jiang Lan's gaze. If I say it can be done, then it shall be so. If there exists a gentler method of integration, why was it not mentioned from the outset? It only serves to prove that the cruel approach was your preferred choice. Moreover, the vegetable cultivation squad will not only remain intact, but will undoubtedly grow stronger and better. Jiang Lan's tone was as frigid as ice. She wished to linger no longer and promptly departed from the opulent office. Jiang Lan gently returned to the public information screen, her gaze revealing a hint of tenderness. She spotted Lu Yuanyuan, the figure who had been quietly waiting for her. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes were filled with anticipation and concern, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Jiang Lan stepped forward and enveloped Lu Yuanyuan in a profound embrace. This embrace radiated warmth and solace, as if all weariness and confusion were momentarily released. Lu Yuanyuan reciprocated, and the 2 stood in quietude, savoring this rare tranquility and intimacy. This simple hug conveyed more than 1,000 words. It not only affirmed their existence to one another, but also soothed their souls. In this infinitely terrifying world, at times, a mere embrace suffices to articulate the entirety of one's emotions. She took Lu Yuanyuan's hand, with Lu Jian walking beside them, as they traversed the dark corridor until they reached the accommodation area. To their surprise, the person in charge of the lodging was a young blonde contestant. Greetings. Are you here to rent a room? We offer basic rooms, standard rooms, supreme rooms, and luxury rooms. Which type would you prefer? Yes. What distinguishes them? The basic room has no windows, the standard room has windows, The Supreme Room includes entertainment facilities, and the Luxury Room boasts top-notch decor with a swimming pool. The Standard Room will suffice. How many days do you wish to rent? The three exchanged glances. The blonde contestant grasped their hesitation with a single glance. You must be new contestants, right? I recommend renting for 7 days, as after 7 days, you will either be required to enter the second instance actively or passively. The trio utilized their points to secure 3 windowed rooms. After settling in, they learned from Jiang Lan that after each successful completion of a challenge, contestants could rest in the safe zone without spending points for 7 days. After that, they would need to relinquish a substantial amount of points every hour to remain in the safe zone. Failure to do so would necessitate entering the instance, with the option to enter voluntarily beforehand or allowing the system to randomly assign them after the deadline. Typically, contestants would prefer to enter voluntarily, as this allowed them to choose their instance. However, if too many participants selected the same instance, competition for spots would ensue. Jiang Lan felt a subtle stirring in her heart, silently lamenting. Such an enigmatic and unpredictable instance requires a fierce competition for entry among the crowd. 7 days later, the vegetable planting team arrived ahead of schedule at the entrance of the instance located in the safety zone's main hall. Jiang Lan gazed at the entrance of the dungeon before her brows furrowed in a frown, a hint of resignation evident in her tone. It appears this dungeon will be yet another arduous battle. She continued, we have only completed 1 dungeon based on an ancient Greek temple, but that particular dungeon is currently unavailable, leaving us no choice but to opt for a new one. Lu Jian's eyes wandered among the myriad of dungeon entrances, his expression marred by frustration. He murmured softly, Sister Lan, which dungeon should we choose? At that moment, Lu Yuan surveyed the array of available dungeons and finally pointed to the Siren dungeon, suggesting, Sister Jiang Lan, Brother Lu Jian, why don't we venture into this one? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan directed her gaze towards the illustration depicting the Siren's lair. The artwork predominantly features the deep azure of the ocean, with shimmering waves that seem to echo the tumultuous sounds of the sea. At the center of the composition, a magnificent and opulent castle stands resolutely by the shore. Ancient and enigmatic, sunlight cascades upon the castle's spires and walls, outlining them in a golden hue, imbuing the scene with an ethereal and romantic quality. The style of the illustration appears fresh and refined, evoking a whimsical, fairy tale essence throughout. Jiang Lan nodded thoughtfully and then inquired about Lu Jian's opinion. Lu Jian, do you agree? Lu Jian, who had a fondness for azure blue, responded affirmatively. No problem, I quite enjoy the ocean. Moreover, I achieved an A grade in my swimming class during university. Jiang Lan decisively stated, since we are in agreement, let us proceed. After all, the opportunity to enter the dungeon must be seized. The 3 of them hastened towards the entrance of the Sea Witch dungeon, as if the passages concealed unfathomable mysteries. In his heart, Jiang Lan silently counted down 3 seconds, and suddenly a blinding ray of white light flashed before them, akin to the blazing sun at its zenith, instantly enveloping the trio and compelling them to shut their eyes, rendering the surrounding scene obscured. Jiang Lan involuntarily closed her eyes. When she opened them again, only Lu Yuan remained in sight, and Lu Jian had vanished. This is troubling. Could it be that Lu Jian failed to secure a position in the sea monster instance? As Jiang Lan stepped into the sea monster instance, the Narcissus God stood amidst the ruins of an ancient Greek temple, a knowing smile gracing her lips. At last, I can sense the energy fluctuations of the seed of hope once more. Lowering her gaze, the Narcissus God softly intoned a mysterious incantation, utilizing her connection to the seed of hope to traverse into the sea monster instance. The Narcissus God gazed quietly at the profound ocean before her, its sapphire surface glistening under the sunlight. Graceful mermaids danced elegantly in the depths, their figures ethereal like spirits of the sea, radiating enchanting brilliance. With each leap, they seemed to waltz with the ocean itself. A subtle smile played upon his lips, revealing an innocent and pure expression, as he softly remarked, "Oh, there are mermaids. This place appears to be quite delightful. I shall remain here for a while, to keep Jiang Lan company. And then, Jiang Lan boasts a refreshing and neatly trimmed short hairstyle, complemented by an oval face. Her eyebrows arch like swords, and her dark eyes resemble a profound well, concealing within them a spring of clarity. With a high-bridged nose and pearly red lips, her features harmoniously align. She is clad in a coffee-colored shirt and black cargo pants, adorned with multiple pockets, including one elongated pocket. At this moment, she stands on a luxurious large vessel alongside Lu Yuan, accompanied by 7 other female contestants. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of confusion reflected in her gaze as she inquired, why are there only female contestants and no male ones? Surely, not all the male contestants failed to secure a spot in this instance? Upon hearing this, a female competitor beside Jiang Lan took the initiative to explain. This is due to the fact that the female and male contestants in the Siren Dungeon were initially allocated separately. Jiang Lan naturally turned her gaze towards the speaking female contestant. Before her stood a young woman, seemingly around 19, with long hair that danced gracefully in the breeze like willows in spring. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her eyes sparkled like a serene spring pool. She wore a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, the hem gently swaying, reminiscent of angelic wings, innocent yet alluring, presenting an enchanting beauty at first glance. I see now. Thank you for clarifying. Hello, I am Jiang Lan. What is your name? Jiang Lan extended her hand. Hello, Jiang Lan. My name is Lan Ji-Yuan. The young woman replied, returning the handshake with a smile. Lu Yuan gazed at Lan Ji-Yuan, her eyes reflecting genuine admiration. Sister Lan Ji-Yuan, you look truly beautiful when you smile. A hint of shyness crept onto Lan Ji-Yuan's face, delicate as the first bloom of peach blossoms in early spring. Modest yet captivating. You have such a sweet-tongued little sister. You are quite adorable. What is your name? I am Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan and Lan Ji-Yuan soon began to call each other sisters, engaging in delightful conversation. Jiang Lan began to earnestly survey the surrounding environment. This magnificent vessel, akin to a resplendent jewel upon the ocean, resembled a floating palace, majestic and grand, rising 3 stories high, with each level exuding an air of opulence. From the ship's hull to its pinnacle, every inch radiated unparalleled luxury, with graceful lines adorning its structure. Upon entering the interior, one was transported to an entirely different realm. The spacious hall was adorned with exquisite frescoes and splendid chandeliers, emanating a warm and gentle glow. The carpets were soft and plush, each step feeling as though one were treading upon clouds. Even the handle of the captain's door was crafted from precious pure gold, glistening in the sunlight and reflecting the brilliance of wealth. From this, Jiang Lan could surmise that the owner of this grand vessel must be either immensely wealthy or of high status. She stood silently at the bow, gazing out at the profound and boundless ocean, the waters exhibiting a breathtaking cerulean hue. The surrounding waves gently caressed the hull, producing a soft and rhythmic sound, akin to a delicate melody, evoking an indescribable sense of tranquility and comfort within her. Her gaze shifted towards the nearby land, vibrant with lush greenery and teeming with life. Along the coastline, an imposing and magnificent castle rose majestically, its opulent adornments shimmering in the sunlight, emanating an alluring aura of mystery. The silhouette of the castle was distinctly visible against the horizon, standing there in serene stillness. She inhaled deeply, the sea breeze carrying the briny scent of the ocean intertwined with the fragrances of the land. Jiang Lan gazed upon the resplendent castle, recalling the illustration that represented the Siren Dungeon, which she had glimpsed at the entrance of the safe zone copy. Jiang Lan pondered. This vessel is likely heading towards that magnificent castle. Indeed, as the ship docked and Jiang Lan and her companions disembarked, a knight clad in a pure black tailcoat approached them, bowing gracefully. "Mermaid Princess, you have finally arrived," he proclaimed. "Butler Shui was concerned that you might not find your way, and thus instructed me to come here to welcome you and escort you to the castle." Jiang Lan furrowed her brow. She had deduced the castle, but what of the Mermaid Princess? Each of them walked upright, on 2 legs. Beside her, Lan Zuan seemed to discern Jiang Lan's confusion and softly elucidated. The female contestants assumed the identity of mermaids who, having consumed a witch's specially crafted potion, temporarily possess legs. Jiang Lan, inspired by sudden insight, quietly remarked, "Could that male contestant's role within the instance possibly be that of a human prince from the castle?" Lan Zuan gave her a thumbs up and silently mouthed, "Yes, you are correct." The knight, clad in a pure black tailcoat, escorted them, and before long, they arrived at the grand entrance of the garden outside the opulent castle. Jiang Lan and the contestants entered the garden outside the castle. The resplendent flowers swayed gently in the breeze, their vibrant colors competing for attention, while they clustered around statues that resembled exquisite works of art. At the heart of the garden stood a grand fountain, its droplets sparkling in the sunlight, dancing like ethereal spirits. Upon arriving at the castle, a knight clad in a pure black tailcoat gestured for them to enter. "Ladies, please come in." The steward, aware of the mermaid princess's imminent arrival, had ventured out to procure supplies and had yet to return. They were kindly asked to wait in the castle's grand hall for a while. Should they require anything, they were welcome to instruct the servants within the castle at their leisure. Jiang Lan entered the castle and beheld the resplendent hall, where sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows upon the smooth floor. At the entrance of the grand staircase, a ruby sword stood as an ornament, its dazzling gems captivating Jiang Lan's gaze. In the center of the hall stood 9 male contestants, among whom Jiang Lan was delighted to spot Lu Jian. How wonderful! Lu Jian had not gone astray. As Lu Jian approached her, the vegetable-growing team gathered harmoniously. With wide eyes, Lu Jian exclaimed, "Sister Lan, I heard from the castle's servants that they are calling me the chosen hero one moment, and the prince destined to save the seas the next." Beside him, Lan Ji Yuan elucidated, "These are merely the identities assigned to the male contestants within the dungeon." Lu Jian then noticed Lan Ji Yuan, the alluring beauty, and for the first time, the usually cheerful Lu Jian felt a rare shyness. "Who is this beauty?" he inquired. Lan Ji Yuan smiled and waved, "Hello, I am Lan Ji Yuan." "You, hello, I am Lu Jian," he responded, his voice betraying a slight stammer, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, while a hint of pink adorned the tips of his ears. The castle steward, Mr. Shui Yu, had yet to return, leaving the 18 contestants seated in the hall, awaiting further instructions. Lu Jian sensed that this dungeon was markedly different from the ancient Greek temple dungeon. "We have been in the dungeon for quite some time, yet we have not heard the system's mechanical voice announce the dungeon's process." Lan Ji Yuan explained, "This dungeon does not feature the system's mechanical voice, nor does it issue main storyline tasks directly. Everything must be discovered by the contestants themselves. They must navigate the process, and only during the completion assessment will they learn whether they have fulfilled the tasks and what the scoring points are." "Wow, Sister Ji Yuan, you are so impressive. You know so much about the Siren Dungeon," exclaimed Lu Yuan, her eyes as clear and innocent as a fawn's, transforming into sparkling stars at that moment. Lan Ji Yuan waved her hands dismissively. It's nothing extraordinary. I gathered this information from friends who completed the dungeon in the previous batch." Jiang Lan suddenly had a whimsical thought. Does this not imply that we are already aware of the tasks within this dungeon and the points of scoring? Regrettably, the main quests, side quests, and special tasks of the Siren Dungeon have never been officially completed by any contestant. A tone of deep regret resonated in Lan Ziyuan's voice. However, she swiftly shifted her focus. Nevertheless, the good news is that the Siren Dungeon does not mandate the completion of tasks. As long as one navigates through the process carefully, the survival rate can exceed 50. Jiang Lan initially contemplated whether a survival rate of 50% could be considered high. However, after calculating the survival rate of the ancient Greek temple dungeon, which turned out to be a mere 21%, she could only exclaim in awe that the survival rate in the realm of infinite horror is indeed exceedingly precious. As Jiang Lan lamented near the staircase in the hall, a sudden uproar erupted. The commotion was sparked by a male contestant who, growing increasingly impatient after a prolonged wait, loudly insisted on ascending to the castle's upper levels. However, he was promptly thwarted by a castle servant. For reasons unknown, the contestant was adamant about ascending prematurely, even contemplating a clandestine dash up the stairs. Ultimately, the male servant unsheathed a ruby-encrusted sword, coldly thrusting it towards the contestant's heart. Witnessing the gruesome scene up close, many contestants could not suppress their piercing screams. After the act, the servant, still expressionless, effortlessly withdrew the ruby sword, delicately cleaning the blood from its blade with a pale blue napkin from the dining table. He then returned the sword to its original place and retreated to an inconspicuous corner, resuming his guise as a servant. Following the servant's deft cleaning of the sword, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The crowd stood frozen, as if ensnared by invisible shackles, paralyzed with fear. An indescribable tension permeated the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that very moment. Jiang Lan surveyed the castle servants, who seemed utterly indifferent to his presence, appearing to be nothing more than simple attendants, provided the competitors remained in the castle hall. Assured of their safety, Jiang Lan approached, extending 2 fingers to first hover near the servant's nostrils to gauge his breath, before gently feeling the side of his neck, then subtly shaking his head toward the crowd. Jiang Lan returned to her original position, her hand brushing against the scalpel nestled within the long pocket of her cargo pants, a sense of security blossoming within her. This scalpel had been deliberately exchanged from the system's marketplace prior to her entry into the instance. The decision to opt for a scalpel stemmed from several considerations: its lightweight and compact nature, its unobtrusive appearance that would not draw attention until needed, her expertise and familiarity with its use, and its remarkable cost-effectiveness, requiring only 100 points. In contrast, even the most inexpensive large cleaver demanded a hefty 800 points. At that moment, the butler of the castle, the legendary Mr. Shuei, made his grand entrance. Mr. Shuei's silver hair, parted elegantly to the ears, shimmered under the light, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading beneath the moonlight. His visage resembled a meticulously carved masterpiece, with sharp yet graceful lines. His eyes, deep as the ocean, bore an enchanting azure glow that conveyed an aura of mystery and allure. His nose was regal, akin to a finely sculpted piece of jade, while his lips, thin and pressed tightly together, exuded an air of seriousness. Dressed in a moon-white tailcoat, the pristine hue seemed to capture the essence of moonlight itself, enveloping him in an aura of cool elegance and nobility. His polished black shoes glistened with a sheen that spoke of sophistication and poise with every step he took. This Mr. Shuei appeared as though he had emerged from ancient legends, with every detail of his presence radiating a unique charm that was impossible to overlook. Upon entering the castle hall, Mr. Shuei surveyed the lifeless bodies scattered within, his brow furrowing as he commanded, "Someone, this place is filthy. Clean it up at once." The servants promptly stepped forward to attend to the task, and soon, the area where the bodies had lain bore no trace of their presence. Observing the servants' adept cleaning methods, the contestants gradually furrowed their brows. As the castle regained its pristine condition, Mr. Shuei's expression relaxed. "Greetings, chosen mermaid princesses and valiant prince warriors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shuei, the steward of this prince's castle." With a graceful bow befitting a prince, he continued, "I shall guide you in safeguarding the ocean realms. First, I extend my gratitude to the 9 mermaids for their willingness to cooperate in the Sea Guardianship Plan, and to the 9, oh no, 8, chosen warriors for their cooperation in this endeavor." Mr. Shuei spoke with grave sincerity. As is widely known, a formidable sea demon has emerged in recent years. This demon is brutish and cruel, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. It is only when pairs of mermaid princesses and human princes are sent to the demon's island that it will cease its violent rampage. Henceforth, the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the ocean falls upon you. Jiang Lan silently criticized in her heart. The interests and hobbies of this sea demon are rather peculiar, as it seems to take delight in pairing mermaids with humans. Moreover, it becomes utterly frenzied if these couples do not express their affection to an outrageous extent, severely jeopardizing the safety of the oceanic realm. Now, I shall begin to pair you up, The mermaid princess and the warrior prince will be matched as partners. They will remain in the castle to cultivate their romantic bond, and after 14 days, they shall journey to the sea demon island, where they will perform as an affectionate couple before her gaze. Jiang Lan pondered. Ah, the sea demon, unable to attain a relationship with mermaids and humans, resorts to madness and harm. Shueyu is directly offering her artificial sweetener, even delivering it personally. Shueyu extracted a list from the pocket of her tailcoat and began to read aloud. Warrior Lu Jian, Mermaid Lan Ji Yuan, you two shall be paired. Warrior Li Ji and Mermaid Lu Yuan Yuan, you two shall be paired. Shueyu continued to announce 8 pairs, yet Jiang Lan's name remained unmentioned. In the third instance of the sea demon scenario, Shueyu cast a profound glance at Jiang Lan and spoke coolly now. There's only Jiang Lan left without a partner, so I shall be paired with Miss Jiang Lan. As Jiang Lan absorbed this arrangement, she quietly lowered her gaze, her thoughts concealed in the depths of shadow, inaccessible to others. The night draped itself low, with stars twinkling above. Shueyu softly instructed, as the night deepens. I kindly ask all you elegant mermaid princesses and valiant princes to retire upstairs for rest. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. Aside from the attic on the castle's top floor, the remaining rooms are yours to choose from. A shiver of trepidation coursed through the competitors as they recalled the reckless male contestant who had intruded, only to meet his demise within. Fear, like a delicate mist, began to spread silently among them, with glimmers of vigilance and unease reflected in their eyes. A thought quietly blossomed in Jiang Lan's heart. Perhaps he could attempt to venture there in secrecy. Shueyu's words lingered in the air, gently descending like the delicate sound of morning dew kissing the tips of leaves. He turned, preparing to depart with a lightness in his step. However, after a few strides, his figure suddenly halted, as if something of great significance required reaffirmation. Thus, he elegantly pivoted, his gaze shimmering with seriousness and depth. In the attic of the castle's pinnacle, he spoke softly, his tone imbued with an undeniable warning. This place was an absolute taboo, forbidden to tread. His voice, though not loud, possessed an enchanting quality that rendered the surroundings into stillness. It was as if the very wind ceased its blowing, and the air solidified in that moment, with only his words reverberating through the atmosphere. In Shueyu's eyes gleamed determination and earnestness as he reiterated, "Remember, within lies unspeakable secrets, and no curiosity is worth the peril of exploration." Having delivered his warning, he turned once more, resuming his graceful stride, leaving behind a profound silence and caution echoing in the air. Jiang Lan silently pondered. It appears that I must venture in secrecy, ensuring that I remain undiscovered. The castle stands 9 stories tall, with the 9th floor locked. The remaining levels are freely accessible. After a discussion among the contestants, the male participants opted for the rooms on the 2nd floor, while the female contestants chose the accommodations on the 3rd floor. Upon entering the room, Jiang Lan opened the system's item menu. She clicked on the Seed of Hope and spent 2,000 points to purchase the seedling fertilizer, then proceeded to upgrade it. After completing these tasks, she gazed at the Seed of Hope, which was currently undergoing enhancement, pondering when it would sprout and bear fruit, and what it might yield this time. Suddenly, a crisp knocking echoed through the tranquil air, disrupting Jiang Lan's reverie. She furrowed her brow slightly, set aside her current task, and asked softly, "Who is there?" Her voice carried a hint of curiosity and alertness. "It was I." Jiang Lan recognized the familiar and distinctive tone of Lan Ziyuan and immediately identified her. She casually opened the door, revealing a warm smile as she gently inquired, "Lan Ziyuan, is there something you need at this hour?" Lan Ziyuan's voice, laced with a touch of excitement, drifted in from outside. "Jiang Lan, would you like to join me in exploring the dungeon tonight?" Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback. Then she chuckled softly and said, "All right, let us go together." Jiang Lan gently knocked on the door of her neighbor, Lu Yuanyuan, the sound echoing softly in the tranquil corridor. Before long, Lu Yuanyuan opened the door. She had changed into a homey nightgown, a knee-length dress in a serene sky blue, loose and soft, as light as a cloud. Her hair was artfully braided into 2 small pigtails, each adorned with a sky blue bow, adding a touch of playfulness and charm. Lu Yuanyuan appeared like a little sprite from a fairy tale, both fresh and delightful. Upon seeing them, she beamed with a radiant smile, akin to a brilliant star twinkling in the night sky. She joyfully dashed over, unhesitatingly diving into their embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around them. "Sister Jiang Lan, Sister Lan Ziyuan," she called out excitedly, her voice brimming with joy and affection. Jiang Lan lowered her head, a warm smile gracing her lips as she gently caressed the fluffy little head of Lu Yuanyuan. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Yuanyuan, are you tired and in need of rest?" She then turned to glance at the side, where Lan Ziyuan stood, her eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. "Lan Ziyuan and I are planning to explore dungeon." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan sprang up, wrapping her arms around Jiang Lan, exclaiming, "Sister Jiang Lan, I want to go too. Don't underestimate me." Jiang Lan gave a slight nod, a hint of concern reflected in her eyes as she softly admonished, Yuan, should anything seem amiss, remember to flee immediately without hesitation." Lu Yuan blinked, responding with an innocent demeanor. "Understood, Sister Jiang Lan, I will be cautious." Jiang Lan and the two others ascended to the second floor and gently rapped on Lu Jian's door. A rustling sound emanated from within, and after a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing Lu Jian's face, adorned with a hint of surprise. Jiang Lan directly expressed her intention. "Lu Jian, shall we embark on an adventure in the dungeon tonight? Will you join us?" Lu Jian gazed at them, his eyes resolute. "Sister Lan, I shall accompany you." Subsequently, Lu Jian inquired, "Where shall we venture first?" Jiang Lan was indeed curious to explore the attic. However, the throngs of people posed a concern, as she feared being discovered by Shui Wei and the castle servants, making concealment difficult. Thus, she restrained her inner impulses and discreetly observed her surroundings, seeking a more opportune moment. She suggested, "Let us first examine the castle from the first to the 8th floor." Having already surveyed the grand hall on the 1st floor, the male contestants' dormitory on the 2nd, and the female contestants' dormitory on the 3rd, they ascended directly to the 4th floor. Upon entering the 4th floor, with hopes of uncovering new quest information, they encountered an unexpected turn of events. Lan Ziyuan, in a dusty, vacant room, caught a glimpse of a muted silver glimmer. Curiously, she approached and discovered a pure silver bracelet quietly resting in the corner, as if awaiting the arrival of a destined owner. This bracelet was evidently a remnant left behind by a past contestant who had successfully completed their journey, silently narrating tales of their existence. Bending down, Lan Ziyuan picked up the cool silver bracelet from the corner, and upon closer inspection, she was met with an unexpected delight. "Ah, this is the pure silver bracelet that Ashu accidentally misplaced. She has been mentioning it to me for quite some time. I can't believe it ended up here. How careless of her. Hee, I shall take it back to her." The pure silver bracelet reflected a faint glow. They then proceeded to the 5th floor. Upon their arrival, an elderly castle servant came into view. His silver-gray curls resembled ancient scrolls, and his face was adorned with a matching silver-gray beard. Clad in the standard servant's attire, his stooped figure grasped a cloth with which he diligently polished the table, rendering it nearly gleaming under his skilled hands. As the old servant noticed them, he halted his actions, and a warm smile emerged upon his wrinkled visage. "Ah, you must be the chosen mermaid and hero of this fateful quest," he softly spoke, his voice imbued with a sense of age and anticipation, as though it carried countless secrets of the castle and its legends. The identities of the mermaid and hero were those assumed by contestants within the Sea Demon quest. Jiang Lan nodded and said, "Hello. Could you regale me with tales of the sea which, as well as the bygone stories of mermaids and heroes?" The castle's old servant gladly responded, "Of course." He then began to narrate. "It is said that the sea which delights in witnessing the love between mermaid princesses and human princes. Periodically, she demands couples to be presented before her. Otherwise, she unleashes her wrath, leading to widespread slaughter. On specific days, each month, deep beneath the ocean surface, the merfolk conduct a solemn and meticulous selection process, choosing a cohort of exceptional mermaids and bestowing upon them the highest honor, that of mermaid princesses. These princesses are then guided to the enigmatic sorceress, who concocts a magical potion for them to consume. This potion possesses wondrous powers, granting them human legs so they may traverse the land. Subsequently, these mermaid princesses embark on meticulously prepared vessels, setting sail through the waves to the castle. In a certain mysterious moment of the same era, valiant humans from the vast lands carefully select a group of heroes, matching in number to the merfolk in the deep ocean. These chosen ones are revered as princes, bearing a noble mission as they embark on their journey to the mysterious castle. Their selection process is both rigorous and steeped in legend, demanding not only exceptional wisdom and strength, but also unwavering faith and selfless courage. Their aim is to safeguard the safety of the seas alongside the merfolk. The mermaids and heroes will spend some time together in the castle before setting sail towards the depths of the ocean, awaiting them on the distant isle of the sea, which are unknown challenges and adventures. Should the mermaids and heroes successfully endure the sea witch's trial of true love, she will grant them their freedom to depart. However, should any misstep occur, they will teeter on the brink of life and death, paying the ultimate price. In this grand oceanic realm, the duel between true love and courage will determine their fates. Here, I wish you good fortune. They sincerely thanked the old servant and then turned away from the dim corridor on the 5th floor, ascending the staircase towards higher realms. The 6th and 7th floors echoed with silence, save for the marks of time and the occasional creak of the wooden boards, seemingly harboring no secrets. They continued up the staircase to the 8th floor, each step imbued with steadiness and resolve. Upon reaching the 8th floor, an air of mysterious mist enveloped their surroundings, rendering the entire level hazy and enigmatic. They cautiously advanced along the corridor, each step taken with care, fearful of missing any subtle clue. Yet, after a thorough search, they found no signs of anything unusual, which instilled a sense of inexplicable disappointment within them. Ultimately, they had no choice but to return to the staircase, preparing to descend. Suddenly, a tumultuous change occurred. Without warning, they were engulfed by a swarm of mysterious shadows, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. In the moonlit night, Jiang Lan clutched the scalpel tightly in her hand, its blade glinting with a cold light. Her gaze was resolute, devoid of any hesitation, as she struck towards the shadow that was gradually taking form. The shadow twisted and struggled before her, yet ultimately succumbed to the sharp blow, dissipating into the night. Lu Jian wielded his long sword, its razor-sharp edge shimmering under the moon's glow. His eyes were steadfast, intensely focused on the shadow before him. The shadow appeared to be an intangible entity, contorting and writhing in the darkness, as if it were forged from the very essence of night itself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jian gripped his sword tightly and lunged at the shadow with ferocity. The edge of his blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a chilling rush of wind. Upon contact, the shadow emitted a piercing scream, only to vanish in an instant. However, just as Lu Jian believed the battle had reached its conclusion, the shadow reformed once more. It seemed larger and more twisted than before, as if it had drawn strength from deeper darkness. Lu Jian furrowed his brow in concern. Lan Xuan, brandishing a spear, struck one shadow, only for it to regenerate yet again. Lu Yuanyuan, wielding throwing knives, hit another shadow, which fell to the ground, but promptly rose again after the knife was withdrawn. It was impossible to vanquish them. In a moment of desperation, Lan Xuan recalled a piece of information. I remember, Ashu once told me that these shadows cannot be killed. Their weakness lies in the fact that they will automatically dissipate at dawn. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jian exclaimed, "Dawn? But it is only 9 p.m. now." As Jiang Lan wielded the scalpel with deft precision, she remarked, "We must devise a strategy to break free from the encirclement of shadows. If we continue to fight, our stamina will surely falter, and we may not withstand until dawn." The three young women joined forces to assault the weakest point of the shadowy perimeter, while Lu Jian stood vigilant, safeguarding their rear. Through their concerted efforts, they ultimately revealed a gap. Hurriedly, they surged through this opening, only to discover it led to the staircase ascending to the 9th floor, the attic, which was a forbidden zone of the castle, locked tight. Yet, With the relentless shadows pursuing them, Jiang Lan had no time to ponder the consequences of entering the castle's sanctum. She swiftly retrieved the universal key, purchased at great expense in the previous quest, and unlocked the attic door. They quickly slipped inside and shut the door behind them, successfully isolating the shadows outside. The shadows, thwarted, remained stationed at the door, unable to enter. Now, their only recourse was to endure in the attic until dawn for safety. Finally, they were saved. Exhaling in relief, they began to survey their surroundings. Aside from its modest size, the attic bore no significant difference from an ordinary room. In fact, it exuded a quaint warmth, hinting that its former inhabitant harbored a fondness for a beautiful life. Lu Yuanyuan whispered curiously, "The attic appears rather unremarkable. Why is it deemed a forbidden area of the castle?" Lan Zuan shook her head. "I am uncertain. I have not gleaned any information regarding the attic." Jiang Lan harbored considerable curiosity regarding this matter. She furrowed her brows and meticulously scrutinized her surroundings, employing a master key to unlock each drawer. Within one of the drawers, she discovered a diary quietly resting alongside a shell-shaped hairpin. The pages of the diary bore a faint yellow hue, suggesting it had endured the passage of time. Jiang Lan couldn't help but speculate. Could it be due to certain past events? Jiang Lan picked up the shell hairpin, which bore the marks of the deep sea and emitted a faint scent of sea salt. As Jiang Lan picked up the shell hairpin, the system interface automatically popped up, and to her surprise, it was instantly added to the item inventory of the system. 033, Siren Instance 5. Jiang Lan felt a surge of astonishment and promptly opened her inventory. Item name, shell hairpin. Item type, special item description. This is a shell hairpin belonging to the mermaid princess. No matter how hard Jiang Lan scrutinized the introduction of the prop, she could not discern the special significance of the shell hairpin. Thus, why was it deemed a unique item? Confounded, Jiang Lan shifted her focus to the notebook nestled within the drawer. She picked up the notebook and examined it closely. Its pages had yellowed with age, bearing the deep imprints of time. The cover featured an exquisite hand-drawn illustration, delicately portraying a golden beach, while the sea within the artwork exhibited a profound blue. Above, where the ocean met the sky, the natural scenery was breathtaking, with sunlight cascading upon the water, creating a shimmering display of silver light. One could almost hear the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore and feel the warm embrace of the sun. Jiang Lan was about to open her planner when suddenly, a soft sound of keys turning in the lock outside the attic door startled her. A wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to quickly place the notebook back in its original position and gently lock the drawer with a soft click. Her movements fluid yet cautious. At that moment, the attic door creaked open, allowing a chill of air mixed with an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity to seep into the room. Jiang Lan's heart raced, tension flooding her senses like an overwhelming tide, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, her gaze fixed intently on the slowly opening door. Shuaiyu stood silently at the threshold, holding a flickering oil lamp in hand, its feeble light dancing in the darkness, casting a hazy glow around his figure. The surrounding shadows seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, swirling around him, sometimes surging wildly, at other times retreating in fear. As if caught in a struggle between dread and desire, these shadows sought to approach, irresistibly attracted yet terrified of the immense unknown power, forced to hover around Shuaiyu, frantically tugging, yet unable to touch his corporeal form. In this tranquil yet enigmatic night, a delicate balance formed between Shuaiyu and the darkness. His presence appeared as a unique spectacle in the gloom, both mysterious and alluring. Observing this bizarre scene unfold, others hastily drew their weapons. Shuaiyu's silver hair was meticulously styled to the sides, pure and radiant like moonlight. The lamp's glow illuminated his face in a chiaroscuro, the upper half shrouded in darkness, rendering his emotions and expressions elusive. The shadows approached Shuaiyu like phantoms, yet each time they were on the verge of contact, they recoiled as if shocked, drawn yet repelled by an enigmatic force. This scene played out repeatedly, a silent drama unfolding between the shadows and Shuaiyu, both eerie and captivating. Each advance and retreat was accompanied by subtle tension and transformation. Shui Yu's lips, as delicate as rose petals, parted slightly, his voice cutting through the night's stillness like the cold light of the moon, imbued with an undeniable authority. Each word struck like a chilling blade. Jiang Lan, indeed it is you. Ah, and 3 unruly companions as well. You should consider yourselves fortunate that it is I who discovered you. Do you understand that trespassing into the castle's forbidden areas is a capital offense? Had it been seen by others from the castle, you would be. At that moment, Shui Yu's voice abruptly halted, his hand, the one not holding the lamp, slowly raised. His fingers curled slightly, as if grasping someone's heart in the void, imparting an oppressive and heavy sensation. Then, he continued his narrative, his tone calm and profound, lying on the ground. As Jiang Lan observed Shui Yu's current demeanor and actions, she found herself not filled with fear, but rather enveloped in an inexplicable tranquility. Taking a deep breath, she began to articulate her proposal with deliberate calmness. What if we possess a means to resolve the persistent plight that has long tormented you, leaving you utterly helpless against the sea demon? In response, Shui Yu did not express anger. Instead, a smile graced her lips, imbued with a hint of allure. Oh, it seems the mermaid princess speaks with considerable audacity. Since you are aware that the issue with the sea demon remains unresolved, by what authority do you claim to possess the solution? Why should I place my trust in you? Shui Yu gradually made her way into the loft, her steps measured and unhurried, until she stood merely a fist's distance away from Jiang Lan. Her voice was deep, laced with an enticing resonance. Or perhaps you believe it is due to your audacious appropriation. Jiang Lan could feel the gentle caress of Shui Yu's breath as it brushed against her cheek, a soothing coolness reminiscent of the early autumn dew. Simultaneously, a delicate fragrance of flowers emanated from Shui Yu. He produced a key, selecting a slender one from the bunch, and unlocked the drawer containing the ledger. He withdrew the ledger and tucked it into the inner pocket of his tailcoat, stating, "For your own safety, it is best kept on my person to prevent any prying eyes. Remember, some matters must remain confidential." Shui Yu smiled as he issued this veiled threat. "Do not forget the promises you have just made to me. I shall spare you for now, but once we deal with the sea monster, I will hold you accountable for your trespass into the forbidden areas of the castle." With that, Shui Yu turned to leave, but upon reaching the door to the attic, he suddenly paused and addressed them. "What are you still standing there for? Do you wish to spend the night in the attic? I shall escort you down now. Do hurry and follow." Jiang Lan trailed behind Shui Yu, with others following closely in her wake. A shadow observed them, hesitating to strike for reasons unknown, remaining by Shui Yu's side and moving in tandem with her steps. The group accompanied Shui Yu from the 9th floor of the castle down to the 3rd. To Jiang Lan's astonishment, the nighttime castle was replete with shadows, pervading every staircase and corridor. In the darkness, the castle resembled a slumbering behemoth, with shadows extending and deeply infiltrating every nook and cranny. Within the stairways and hallways, shadows surged like a tide, silently occupying every space, rendering each floor a haven for darkness. On the 3rd floor corridor, shadows lingered outside each competitor's door, with remnants of past skirmishes scattered across the ground. Jiang Lan extracted a surgical knife, swiftly dismembering the shadow that lay before her door. Seizing the moment while the shadow had yet to regain its form, she hurried back into her room and secured the door. One by one, others returned to their respective chambers. The following day in the Siren Dungeon, early in the morning, a servant from the castle knocked on the door. When Jiang Lan opened it, she beheld a maid holding a regal princess gown and heard her say, "Miss Mermaid, Sir Shui Yu has instructed me to deliver this princess gown to you. Please don this gown and proceed to the grand hall on the 1st floor of the castle for assembly." Jiang Lan glanced towards the rooms of the other female contestants and observed a similar scene unfolding before each door. Shui Yu had instructed all the contestants to don princess gowns, indicating that this was a standard procedure within the instance. 034, Mermaid Instance 6. Jiang Lan nodded gently, delicately accepting the exquisite princess gown from the hand of the maid, and then softly closed the door. Within the room, she swiftly donned the enchanting attire of a princess. Jiang Lan stood before the full-length mirror, delicately adorning herself with a floral headpiece. As she gazed at her reflection, she discovered that this princess gown suited her unexpectedly well. In the mirror, her lustrous black hair was styled in a graceful side parting, and amidst the dark tresses, a soft yellow lace flower blossomed, reminiscent of early spring blooms, subtly enhancing her gentle and charming demeanor. Around her neck, she wore a lace choker, its center a delicate shade of pale yellow, flanked by creamy white, akin to flowers unfurling in the morning dew. She donned an ethereal princess gown, the skirt voluminous and fluffy, floating like a cloud. The bodice was a pristine, immaculate ivory, adorned with layers of intricate pleats that resembled delicate waves breaking in the dawn light. The remaining fabric of the gown was a tender shade of soft yellow, evoking the fresh and vibrant buds of early spring. At the back of her waist, a grand ivory bow was tied, resembling a butterfly poised to take flight, gracefully resting upon her figure. This bow not only added a touch of sweetness to the gown, but also accentuated her slender and elegant waist. On her feet, she wore a pair of coffee-colored princess shoes, their design both simple and exquisite, complementing the gown's hues and infusing an air of vintage elegance. It appeared that Shui Yue had a discerning eye for selecting dresses. Jiang Lan gracefully ascended the staircase, her skirt elegantly held aloft by a single hand. Jiang Lan entered the grand hall of the castle and beheld Lan Duan adorned in a sky-blue princess gown, radiating charm and grace, while Lu Yuanyuan donned a delightful pink princess dress, exuding cuteness and brightness. The other female contestants had also changed into variously colored and styled princess gowns. Lu Jian, dressed in a royal blue prince's attire, possessed a warm, round face that lent him an added touch of elegance and handsomeness. The other male contestants, too, had donned an array of distinct prince costumes. After a while, the contestants gathered in the hall on the first floor. Once everyone had arrived, Shui Yu made his appearance. He was clad in the same moon-white tailcoat he wore the previous day. With graceful strides, he approached the contestants and, bowing like a prince, greeted them. "Good morning, esteemed mermaid ladies and valiant warriors. Today marks the commencement of our 14-day period of emotional cultivation. From this moment forth, you shall regard yourselves as the affectionate mermaid princesses and human princes, addressing one another as prince and princess." Shui Yu instructed, "Today, we shall embark on the first phase of emotional cultivation, fostering mutual understanding. Each pair must familiarize themselves with each other's birthdays, favorite colors, cherished foods, and dislikes, among other details. I shall grant you 1 hour to engage in this endeavor, after which I will conduct individual assessments. In the afternoon, you will participate in a playful penalty game." Lan Zhan whispered her confusion. This process of emotional cultivation seems to diverge from what Shu described. According to the information Shu provided at this juncture, the butler should have already assigned corresponding personas to each group of contestants and ensure they memorized each other's profiles. Why is it that the contestants are deciding this themselves? Or is it possible that the butler NPC has randomized this process? As Lan Ziyuan pondered, a tall figure suddenly stood before her. Lu Jian, slightly flushed yet feigning composure, said, "Princess Lan Ziyuan, I shall reveal everything about myself to you." After issuing his instructions, Shui Yu elegantly approached Jiang Lan and said, "My princess, please share with me all that pertains to you." Uncertain of Shui Yu's intentions, Jiang Lan provided rather superficial and vague information. "My birthday is January 1st. My favorite color is goose yellow, my favorite food is donuts, and I dislike walking on land. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu wore an expression that suggested disbelief, elegantly voicing his reservations. "That does not seem to resonate with your true self." Jiang Lan decisively shook her head. "Of course not. This is the persona I have crafted for myself as a mermaid princess. Did you not say that from today onwards, you would regard yourself as a true mermaid princess? How could you possibly arrange your own persona?" Shui Yu reluctantly nodded. "Other information is acceptable, but finding it bothersome to walk on land seems rather absurd, does it not?" Jiang Lan shook her head, saying no, quite the opposite. "Consider this. The little mermaid has lived in the ocean her entire life, and it was only after falling in love with a human prince that she traded her tail for legs. She must be unaccustomed to, and perhaps disinclined to walk on land. Shueyu nodded with difficulty. All right, your explanation does seem to hold water. Jiang Lan, what are your preferences? Shueyu, my birthday is on April 1st. My favorite color is moon white. My cherished food is chocolate cake. And I loathe staying up late. Jiang Lan nodded, acknowledging, yes, I remember. Why is it that the thing I detest the most is staying up late? Shueyu was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering for a long time without being able to articulate a response. Jiang Lan immediately understood. Oh, I see. This is the persona you have crafted for yourself. How about this? You can say that your aversion to late nights stems from your desire to rise early. Shueyu replied, all right then, let us use this explanation. Now, let us engage in a mutual questioning session. An hour later, Shueyu conducted a thorough check, and each pair of partners had largely memorized one another's information. In the afternoon, they proceeded to the punishment game segment that Shueyu had mentioned. Next, we shall partake in a memory punishment game. You are to write down your respective information on paper and submit it to me. When your partner answers incorrectly, they will face a penalty. This did not appear to be particularly challenging. Everyone completed their notes and submitted them in turn. Shueyu suddenly recalled something. I forgot to mention that you must answer questions during the duel. This is to test the solidity of your memories. This will be your weapon. Upon finishing her statement, Shueyu commanded the male servants to distribute a sword to each participant. Until you provide the correct answer, the male servants will continuously attack you. Blades are unforgiving. To avoid injury, your best strategy is, of course, to answer correctly without delay. With that, Shueyu clapped her hands, and 17 expressionless male servants entered the castle hall. Swords drawn. Each male servant approached a contestant. One particularly stoic servant, sword in hand, advanced towards Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan gripped her sword tightly. Shueyu, with her crimson lips slightly parted, announced, the game officially begins. As the cold-faced servant lunged toward Jiang Lan, he inquired, what is the prince's birthday? Jiang Lan, gripping her sword with both hands, thwarted the attack of the cold-faced servant while responding, April 1st. The cold-faced servant continued his assault, delivering a second strike, inquiring, what is the prince's favorite color? 035, Siren Instance 7. Jiang Lan swiftly raised his sword to deflect the second strike and replied, moonlight white. The prince's favorite delicacy? With a sharp gust of sword energy, the third question fiercely descended upon Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan deftly sidestepped, avoiding the chocolate cake. The expressionless male servant's relentless pursuit continued. As he pressed on with the fourth question, what are the prince's dislikes? Jiang Lan urgently wielded his sword to block the attack. Late night. As Jiang Lan correctly answered the final question, the cold-faced servant finally ceased his relentless assault. The other contestants gradually completed the memory punishment game, their performances varying widely. Some were swift and precise, while others appeared somewhat strained. However, amidst this punitive game, there were always a few participants who, due to slower thinking or delayed reactions, were the marks of defeat. On the third day within the instance, as the contestants entered the castle's grand hall on the first floor, a dazzling spectacle unfolded before their eyes. A myriad of delightful props adorned the space, reminiscent of treasures from a fairy tale realm. Moreover, an array of delectable snacks, exquisite pastries, and sumptuous dishes filled the hall, tantalizing the senses and provoking salivation. This sudden abundance plunged the contestants into fervent discussions, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment and curiosity. The information-savvy Lan Zuan, with a puzzled expression, couldn't help but murmur softly, I never heard Asha mention this. Her words, lost amidst the cacophony of chatter, were audible only to herself. Amidst the clamor of lively debates, the castle steward, Shueyu, confidently stepped into view, making a grand entrance as he announced to the contestants, today, we shall embark on the second phase of emotional cultivation, nurturing intimate body language. He then elaborated, the partnered mermaid, princess, and brave prince must sit together and feed each other snacks. As his words settled, Shueyu gracefully approached Jiang Lan, elegantly taking a seat beside him. He extended his almost translucent white fingers, delicate as the tender shoots of early spring, seemingly glowing with finesse. With a gentle touch, he pinched a cookie between his thumb and forefinger, the treat appearing even more enticing in his grasp, exuding a sweet aroma. Then, tenderly, he offered the cookie to Jiang Lan's lips, as if presenting a precious gift. Jiang Lan, unperturbed, elegantly parted her crimson lips, gently nibbling a half-piece of cookie with her pearl-like teeth. Shui Yu gazed at Jiang Lan's soft, rosy lips, extending his tongue to lightly moisten his own thin lips. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he leaned towards Jiang Lan, playfully biting the exposed half of the cookie in her mouth, delighting in the way her beautiful, dark eyes widened slightly in surprise at his sudden proximity. Jiang Lan suddenly beheld the sculptural visage of Shui Yu materializing before her, and within his deep azure eyes lay an inextricable emotion. Simultaneously, a subtle fragrance of blossoms wafted from his form. Jiang Lan promptly bit through the half-piece of cookie in her mouth, leaning back as their lips merely brushed against each other before swiftly parting. On Shui Yu's face, an unmistakable delight was evident. He bit into the remaining half of the cookie and returned to his seat, savoring it with a leisurely pace, as if this morsel were a rare delicacy that lingered enticingly on his palate. The flavor was undeniably exquisite. Upon finishing the half cookie, Shui Yu languidly cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lan, adding a seemingly ambiguous remark. Jiang Lan cast a calm, yet piercing glance at him. Shui Yu delicately extended her pale, well-defined index finger to touch the tip of her nose, saying, "I am merely nurturing our intimate body language." Jiang Lan cast a cool glance at him, extending her finger to deftly retrieve 3 cookies from the confectionery box, stuffing them into Shui Yu's mouth with a faint smile, remarking, "I am merely nurturing our intimate body language." Shui Yu's visage resembled a sculpted masterpiece, strikingly handsome. Yet, with 3 cookies lodged in his mouth, his appearance transformed dramatically. His cheeks puffed out, reminiscent of an adorable little hamster. Just as Shui Yu managed to swallow the 3 cookies, Jiang Lan presented him with yet another trio of cookies. Jiang Lan offered him a cookie while remarking, "The cookies are truly delightful. Do indulge yourself." Shui Yu replied, "I was mistaken." By the end of the day, Shui Yu had consumed enough cookies to feel quite satiated, continuing to burp with a lingering taste of cookies well into the night. That evening, before the shadows emerged, Lan Jiyuan sought out Jiang Lan to express her concerns from the past few days. The process of cultivating feelings appeared to diverge from the information provided by Shu. Although I harbor doubts, I find it challenging to grasp the underlying truth. A hint of confusion shimmered in Lan Jiyuan's eyes. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow, her tone laced with an undeniable sense of vigilance. "Elaborate," she commanded. Lan Ziyuan then recounted the details that diverged from the intelligence she had received over the past few days. As night descended, a mysterious shadow silently emerged in the corridor on the 3rd floor, akin to an invisible plague, swiftly proliferating. A sudden tightness gripped Lan Ziyuan's heart, as fear surged like a tide. Without hesitation, she pivoted and hurried back to her room, her voice quivering slightly. "The shadow is approaching. We shall converse another time." Before her words could fully resonate, she vanished at the corridor's end, leaving behind an echo that mingled with the encroaching darkness, weaving a breathtaking tableau of suspense. Jiang Lan's gaze was as calm as ice, fixed upon the surging shadows that approached like a relentless tide. Without hesitation, she swiftly secured the door. The clawing silhouettes roared from the other side, yet they were unable to surmount this seemingly fragile barrier. On the 4th day of the quest, as the contestants gathered on the 1st floor, the castle hall had been transformed into a grand ballroom. Shui Yu stood on the stage, the center of attention, announcing the day's proceedings. Today, the mermaid princess and the brave prince, partners in this endeavor, would dance together. Soft, liquid light gently cascaded upon Jiang Lan, enveloping her in a veil of warmth and ethereality. Shui Yu approached her, each step resembling a delicate tread upon clouds, exuding an indescribable elegance and nobility. He extended his hand, palm upward, much like a true prince, inviting her to join him in the dance. His eyes were deep and fervent, as if they could penetrate the soul or perhaps ignite everything in their fiery gaze. Jiang Lan inclined her head slightly, placing her hand gently in the warmth of Shui Yu's grasp, their fingers intertwining tightly. Jiang Lan softly remarked, "I have never been adept at dancing. However," Shui Yu responded with grace, "it matters not. Simply follow my lead, and I shall guide you." As a melodious waltz began to flow gently through the air, the entire space seemed to be enveloped in an atmosphere of sweetness and dreams. The two stepped into the dance floor, commencing their enchanting duet. As Jiang Lan's skirt suddenly billowed, she stumbled, seemingly on the verge of losing her balance. Swift as lightning, Shui Yu gently enveloped her in his embrace, stabilizing her form. In the blink of an eye, the 14-day period of emotional cultivation drew to a close, and the participants entered the next phase of the siren instance. Clad in princess gowns or prince attire, the contestants, under Shui Yu's guidance, boarded a luxurious grand ship, poised to journey to the island inhabited by the sirens. Shui Yu softly yet resolutely uttered 3 words: "Set sail." With his command, a magnificent luxury liner, akin to a graceful seagull, unfurled its expansive wings and surged through the waves toward the enigmatic Siren Island. The sea breeze howled, the sails billowed, and the grand vessel left a long trail upon the shimmering surface of the ocean. Standing at the bow, Shui Yu's gaze was piercing. As the ship glided across the waters, fish leaped joyfully from the depths below. Jiang Lan inhaled deeply, savoring the briny tang carried by the sea breeze, along with the enigmatic aura wafting from the distant ocean. Siren Island lies at the heart of the sea, far removed from established routes. As the vessel gradually navigated toward the uncharted depths, the tumultuous currents surged like a lurking leviathan beneath the waves, occasionally unleashing ferocious surges that hurled the ship skyward, only to crash it back into the tumultuous waters. The ship rocked relentlessly under the baptism of the towering waves, each rise and fall quickening the pulse, as if at any moment it might be engulfed by the merciless tide. Ugh! Lu Yuanyuan could not suppress a retch. Her cherubic face flushed with a mix of pallor and distress. Lan Ziyuan, displaying genuine concern, inquired, "Yuanyuan, do you feel unwell?" Lu Yuanyuan, tears welling in her eyes, shook her head, murmuring, "I'm fine, ugh." Jiang Lan conducted a thorough examination of Lu Yuanyuan, discerning that her distress was merely due to seasickness, and advised her to rest comfortably within the cabin. As the opulent vessel approached the vicinity of Siren Island, it was abruptly rocked by a more violent turbulence. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Lan ascended to the deck. Amidst the vast and boundless sea, an aged mermaid was being mercilessly pursued by a group of grotesque beings with fish heads and human bodies. She struggled valiantly, her tail crashing against the surface of the water, creating cascading waves in an attempt to evade her relentless pursuers. Yet those fish-headed monsters shadowed her closely, effectively encircling her in a tight formation, causing the sea to erupt in tumultuous waves. Despite her advanced years, the old mermaid's fighting spirit remained undiminished as she engaged in a desperate struggle against her assailants. Upon catching sight of Jiang Lan, her eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for survival. "O princess of a ship, please save me. I am being hunted by the minions sent by the sea witch." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Lan could not help but feel a ripple of emotions within her heart. She cast her gaze upon the peculiar creatures with the bodies of men and heads of fish. Their forms were bizarre and utterly distinct from ordinary beings. At that moment, these monstrous entities advanced menacingly, as if intent on devouring the mermaid. Thus, were these fish-headed beings the vile servants of the sea witch? Jiang Lan furrowed her brows, her gaze piercing like a blade towards the peculiar creatures with fish heads and human bodies, lurking in the depths of the water, elusive and seemingly conspiring some sinister plot. In this moment, her countenance bore no trace of fear, only resoluteness and composure. The aquatic realm was the domain of the fish-headed monstrosities. Jiang Lan furrowed her brows as she gazed at the peculiar fish-headed creatures lurking in the water, pondering her course of action. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in her eyes. She retrieved the miraculous rope from the inventory of her system, gripping it tightly with both hands. and cast it towards the elder fish with force. The rope soared through the water like a silver meteor, slicing through the surface with precision, and directly aimed at the elder fish. As soon as the miraculous rope made contact with the elder fish, it seized it with a firm grip. With deftness, she skillfully wrapped the rope around her waist, securing it in place with a sturdy knot, ensuring that this extraordinary tether was firmly bound to her. Jiang Lan clenched his teeth, his hands firmly gripping the ship's rail, summoning all his strength to finally drag the gasping old merman from the clutches of the grotesque fish-headed entities. With a resounding splash, the old merman's silvery tail struck the deck, creating a loud sound. Panting heavily, Jiang Lan reclined on the deck. The luxurious vessel continued its voyage, distancing itself from the fish-headed monsters. Perhaps the commotion on the deck was too great, as the contestants soon gathered to investigate. It was an elderly mermaid. Her shimmering tail glimmered like silver, truly enchanting. Why was there a silver mermaid here? Thus, Jiang Lan recounted his recent encounter with the old merman to the contestants. After finishing, he inquired of the old merman, "By the way, why were you being pursued by the sea witch's minions?" The aged silver mermaid spoke in a voice deep and filled with the weight of the ages. "My name is Mei Yin, hailing from the depths of the ocean as a member of the merfolk. 12 years ago, I was the nursemaid to Princess Jean of the merfolk, with whom I shared a profound bond. From a young age, Princess Jean was gentle, beautiful, delicate, and innocent, admired by all mermaids. I had believed that she would wed the strongest among her kind. Yet, one fateful day, while exploring the shallows, she encountered a strikingly handsome and gentle human prince. Princess Jean fell deeply in love at first sight, and sometimes love's fate is whimsically intertwined. The prince, too, was smitten by her beauty. To marry him, she consumed a potion crafted by a witch of our kind, transforming herself into a human. Thereafter, Princess Jean and the prince lived blissfully together, their love story becoming a cherished legend between our two peoples. After Princess Jean wed the prince, I departed the palace to dwell in these waters, living a tranquil life. However, 5 years ago, a sea witch suddenly emerged from a distant isle in the ocean, wreaking havoc and seizing resources. Any merfolk or human who encountered her or her minions while isolated would suffer theft, and in the worst cases, lose their lives. The human prince, Princess Jin's husband, inadvertently discovered the sea witch's peculiar affinity, her desire to witness the love story of the mermaid princess and the human prince firsthand. To ensure safety, the merfolk and humans joined forces, periodically selecting 9 mermaids and 9 warriors to masquerade as a couple, hoping to placate the sea witch. I recognized that this ship was designated by the prince to transport the selected mermaids and warriors. You are indeed part of this chosen group. Recently, I have sensed something amiss around the sea witch's isle, and I do not know whether this change is for better or worse. Thus, I have lingered near the isle to warn you. Unexpectedly, I found myself targeted by the siren's minion, leading to the perilous scene that just unfolded. 037, Siren's Instance 9. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with urgency. Has there been any unusual activity on Mermaid Island recently? Mayne gently knitted her brows, her tone somber. I have noticed that a particular area on Mermaid Island has an unusually high number of demon servants patrolling day and night. Intrigued, I bravely swam closer and discovered a mysterious little cottage. The walls of this enigmatic abode are adorned with numerous pale pink hearts, and there are 8 towering demon servants standing guard at the entrance. The luxurious vessel continued its voyage, stirring up frothy white waves in its wake. Amidst the swirling mist, Mermaid Island appeared like a fleeting dream, shrouded in an ethereal haze. The island seemed to be concealed within the clouds, at times vividly clear and at others shrouded in obscurity, enveloped in an aura of mystery and enchantment. Having finally evaded the pursuit of the mermaid's demon servants, Mayne prepared to bid farewell to Jiang Lan. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Mei Yin's hair. "Jiang Lan, I am grateful for your care and assistance." Mei Yin's aged voice was soft yet filled with gratitude. "Had it not been for your cleverness and courage, I might have fallen into the clutches of those demon servants long ago." Mayne took her leave, saying, "Ahead lies the domain of Mermaid Island. I must take my leave now. I wish you all the best. Farewell, Jiang Lan. Farewell, and may fortune smile upon you." Mayne swiftly turned, leaping into the profound depths of the ocean like a silver flash, her tail shimmering with a pearlescent glow, swaying gracefully with the rhythm of the waves. Without a moment's hesitation, she glided towards the horizon, her liberated form akin to the undulating sea. The opulent vessel continued its journey, cutting through the enveloping mist until it reached its destination, docking at the shores of Siren Island. As the ship gently approached the land, the cabin door slowly creaked open, revealing Shui Yu, who had been solitary within the confines of the cabin. He addressed the contestants. "Esteemed participants, we have arrived at Siren Island. Disembark at your leisure." Shui Yu was the first to step off, followed closely by a spirited group of contestants. Jiang Lan and Lan Ji Yuan supported the seasick Lu Yuan on either side, bringing up the rear. Lu Jian ambled ahead of the trio at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a creature with the head of a fish and the body of a man approached the contestants. The creature's fish head was a vibrant azure, adorned in knight's attire, resplendent in its dark hue, with a collar and cuffs embellished with double-layered golden trim. Leading the peculiar procession was the azure-headed demon, trailed by 20 more fish-headed beings, forming an imposing line that advanced menacingly towards them. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a potent scent of fish that elicited involuntary grimaces. Lan Ji Yuan furrowed her brow, murmuring in discontent, "This odor is truly nauseating. I fear that for some time to come, I shall have no desire to savor the taste of fish." Just as Lu Yuan finally caught her breath upon stepping onto solid ground, the sight before her, coupled with the overwhelming fishy aroma, sent waves of nausea crashing over her once more. She struggled to breathe deeply, attempting to suppress the unwelcome sensation. Lu Jian couldn't help but pinch his nose, resorting to breathing through his mouth. Jiang Lan advanced with a stoic expression. Shui Yu remained unfazed, even stepping forward with a smile to engage with the azure, fish-headed creature. With an air of elegance, Shui Yu performed a princely greetings. The creature scrutinized him from head to toe and remarked, "You seem somewhat familiar. Have I encountered you before?" Shui Yu shook his head. "No, this is my first visit to Siren Island. You must have mistaken me for someone else." The creature sighed. "Ah, it's your kind that all appears so similar, making it difficult for me to distinguish. The siren has been rather capricious of late. You should enter quickly," it added, leading them directly to the siren's palace. From the outside, the palace exuded an ethereal yet eerie aura, perpetually radiating a strange and enchanting atmosphere, as if it were a realm where dreams and nightmares intertwined. The exterior was both peculiar and haunting, possessing breathtaking beauty interspersed with unsettling dread. "The siren awaits you in the main hall. Please proceed," the azure fish-headed creature instructed as it halted at the entrance. Upon crossing the threshold into the palace, the group found themselves immersed in a mysterious and captivating underwater world. The interior was adorned with vibrant shells, some smooth and others jagged, many still glistening with traces of briny seawater, emanating a subtle scent of ocean salt. Clusters of corals stood in the corners, their hues reminiscent of sunlight-drenched seabeds, with pinks, greens, and blues interwoven in a breathtaking tapestry. Starfish lay quietly nestled among the corals, as if one could almost hear the gentle lapping of waves and feel the caress of the sea breeze. Shui Yu and the contestants entered the main hall, where they beheld the siren languidly reclining on a long bench. Her hair cascaded like crimson seaweed, slightly curled and resting delicately upon her alabaster shoulders. Her features were exquisitely alluring, her gaze electric, and her lips a fiery red. Clad in a seductive black lace gown, the hem swayed, concealing her long, elegant legs. Surrounding her were 4 fish-headed attendants, clad in revealing attire, their V-necklines plunging to their navels, showcasing their sculpted abdomens. One attendant gingerly presented a cluster of glistening grapes, softly murmuring, "My lady siren, please indulge in these sweet grapes. May their delightful flavor bring you endless joy." Another waved a feather fan, providing her with a refreshing breeze. Humbly inquiring, "My lady siren, does my fan meet your approval? May this gentle wind alleviate the summer's heat." A third attendant knelt behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. Expressing concern, "My lady siren, how do you find this pressure? Is it to your liking? I can apply more if you wish." The final attendant focused on relieving her legs, inquiring attentively, "My lady siren, do you enjoy this massage technique? May my service bring you comfort and pleasure." As the siren beheld the contestants entering, a languid smile graced her lips. Her electrifying eyes fixated upon the visage of Shui Wei, unblinking for a prolonged moment before she finally diverted her gaze. With a nonchalant tone, she uttered, "Oh, you have arrived." Suddenly elongating her intonation, she declared, "Then let the games to please me commence." In the next breath, her expression morphed into one of ferocity. "The sweet couple's game begins now." With that, she yanked down a nearby rope, her laughter echoing maniacally, "Either love or perish." As the siren made her move, the floor beneath Shui Wei and the contestants gave way, plunging them into a dark chamber. Once inside, Jiang Lan found herself enveloped in profound darkness, her outstretched hand unable to discern anything, as if consumed by an endless night. A nauseating stench of fish assaulted her nostrils, so overpowering it felt as though countless fish were decaying around her. Among the pungent odor of fish, a hint of blood lingered, accompanied by the distant sounds of splashing water and gnawing. Jiang Lan struggled to maintain her composure. After a period of time, the lights in the chamber flickered on, illuminating the scene before them. The nauseous dear Yuan could no longer contain herself and retched. The others, upon witnessing the gruesome sight, felt the urge to vomit as well. Before them lay a vast fish pool, teeming with grotesque creatures that were part fish and part human. The upper halves bore fish-like features while the lower halves resembled those of humans, gnawing on a suspicious morsel of flesh, the blood swirling in the water, mingling with the foul scents and evoking a visceral reaction. A wave of unease washed over Lan Ziyuan as she fixated on the half-fish, half-human beings before her, her lips parting in disbelief. These monsters, they cannot truly be consuming humans, can they? The voice of dear Jian floated in, reminiscent of a drifting breeze, tinged with resignation. "What do you think?" This statement struck like a frigid blade, slicing through the hearts of all contestants, sending chills from their souls to the crown of their heads. Fear crept in like shadows in the night, silently enveloping each heart. At that moment, the lights in the chamber erupted into brilliance. Behind the contestants, the siren's voice rang out, laced with delight and languor. "Welcome to the sweet couple's game. Let me ponder what delightful game you shall play today." Turning in unison, the contestants beheld a grand platform rising behind them. Upon this dais sat the Siren Queen, comfortably ensconced in a regal chair, her demeanor radiating joy and mischief. Flanking her were the four who had been present earlier. Scattered across the platform were numerous fish-headed, human-bodied creatures, including one with a striking azure fish head. This sight was enough to send shivers down their spines. The siren, perched upon her throne, gazed down with eager delight, a playful smile gracing her features. "Shall we engage in a simple feeding game? By the way, Lil Qing, what delectable dishes has the kitchen prepared to entertain this batch of distant couples?" The azure-headed fish monster bowed and responded to the sea demon. "Today the kitchen has prepared grain dumplings made with corn kernels, ham bits, carrot pieces, water chestnut morsels, and winter beans." The sea demon smirked playfully. "Then it is decided. A sweet couple's game of mutual feeding. Minions, prepare." As soon as the words left the sea demon's lips, a door within the secret chamber swung open, revealing 18 minions who, in pairs, carried a table, placing it methodically beside the fish pond, then standing against the walls of the chamber, showing no intent of departure. Shortly thereafter, 9 minions approached, each carrying 2 romantic chairs, setting them beside the table and then standing behind the seats. The azure-headed fish monster announced, "Mermaid Princess and Prince, please take your seats." The contestants exchanged glances before settling down simultaneously. Finally, one minion entered with a tray, upon which rested 9 bowls of grain dumplings. The minion placed a bowl of dumplings and a pair of chopsticks at each table. With the last minion's entrance, the passage of the secret chamber closed once more. The sea demon, perched upon a high platform, declared, "The sweet couple's feeding game. 9 bowls of grain dumplings, wherein each couple must feed one another. Among these dumplings, one contains a shell. The one who bites into the shell will be cast to feed the fish." The sea demon looked down upon the assembly with a beautiful yet cruel smile. "I have heard of your deep affections. Now let the game commence. Love or perish." As the sea demon's words echoed, the minions surrounding the contestants fixated their gazes upon them. Under this invisible pressure, the contestants, trembling, raised the bowls before them. They exchanged glances, a flicker of helplessness and fear passing through their eyes. Bound by the rules, they reluctantly began to feed one another, alternating bites. This seemingly intimate and sweet act was fraught with anxiety and tension. Each time a spoon approached their lips, an unspoken prayer echoed in their hearts, wishing to avoid the fateful shell. In this bizarre and tense atmosphere, the expressions of the contestants grew increasingly complex. They endeavored to maintain composure under the watchful eyes of the minions, yet their gazes betrayed their inner turmoil and dread. Shueyu remained expressionless, lifting the bowl, selecting a golden-brown grain dumpling, and bringing it to Jiang Lan's lips, saying, "Ah." Jiang Lan maintained a stoic expression as she delicately lifted a dumpling to Shueyu's lips, urging eat. The two bit into the dumpling simultaneously, yet before they could savor its flavor, a sudden gasp pierced the air. A contestant clad in a crimson princess gown wore a look of shock as she trembled, slowly spitting out a pristine shell. Beside her, her partner, a young man in a matching red prince outfit, stared at the shell in disbelief, inhaling sharply. The sea witch chuckled. "Oh, what an unfortunate mermaid princess. How pitiable indeed. My minions, cast this unfortunate mermaid into the fish pond to feed the fish." The minions surged forward like a tide, their hands cold as iron chains, mercilessly seizing her gown and dragging her towards the shimmering pond. Her struggles appeared feeble, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Meanwhile, the prince stood frozen, his heart heavy with shock and helplessness, as if time had halted, leaving him paralyzed with indecision. His eyes sparkled with profound concern and impotence, unable to intervene as his partner was taken away. As the princess gown reached the pond's edge, the sea witch's previously jovial demeanor darkened. "It seems this couple lacks affection. Minions, take her partner as well to feed the fish. A couple should meet their end together." Another wave of minions lunged at the prince, intent on dragging him to the pond. The prince, clearly struck dumb by fear, vehemently shook his head. "No, please, we are not a couple. Yes, that's right. We are not a couple. Let me go. I refuse to feed the fish." The sea witch's expression turned ominous. "Is that so? When faced with peril, you can so easily disavow your relationship? Truly despicable. Kill." At her command, the minions ceased their tugging and the prince closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground, motionless, blood seeping from his wounds. 2 minions hoisted him beside the pond, and with a forceful throw, simultaneously, the princess was thrust into the water, letting out a final, heart-wrenching scream. The ground was left stained with crimson, as the chilling sound of half-fish, half-human creatures gnashing their teeth echoed in the chamber. A heavy, metallic scent of blood swiftly pervaded the room, invoking a sense of dread. The atmosphere was thick with oppression and unease. Witnessing the capricious sea witch on her pedestal and the brutal scene unfolding before them, the onlookers recoiled in shock, gaining a deeper understanding of her cruelty. Lu Yuanyuan covered her eyes, unwilling to witness the horror. Lan Ziyuan lowered her gaze, filled with compassion. Lu Jian clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with rage. Jiang Lan raised her head, her gaze resolutely fixed upon the sea monster on the high platform, continually simulating various scenarios in her mind, endeavoring to discover a way to break the deadlock. Shueyu's eyes flickered as she surveyed her surroundings, a hint of derisive amusement curling at the corners of her lips. Indeed, she was audaciously mad. The sea monster, seated upon the lofty dais, looked down upon the assembly with a glimmer of discontent in her eyes, coldly commanding, "What are you standing there for? Continue the game." As her decree resonated, the swiftly sprang into action, clearing away the remnants of dumplings from the table, only to return with 8 steaming bowls of fresh dumplings. Everything remained firmly within her control. The game was merely commencing. The azure-hued, fish-headed creature opened its maw, revealing sharp teeth. In a deep, authoritative voice announced, "The second round of the sweet couple feeding game. 8 bowls of 5-grain dumplings, with only 1 dumpling containing a shell. The one who bites into the shell must feed the fish." To watch them with a predatory gaze, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Fear gripped the hearts of the participants. Their hands trembled as they once again lifted their bowls, nervously attempting to grasp the dumplings with chopsticks or spoons. The freshly steamed dumplings emanated a tantalizing aroma, yet a faint, lingering scent of blood pervaded the air, sending shivers down their spines. It served as a grim reminder of the dreadful fate that had befallen the last contestant who encountered a shell. With furrowed brows, the crowd felt their appetites evaporate into thin air, the eerie atmosphere filling them with profound trepidation about the fate that awaited them. After all, consuming the dumplings could lead to death. Contemplating the peril of extending their necks only to receive a blade, Jiang Lan was the first to lift her bowl, cautiously selecting a 5-grain dumpling. She then slowly brought the dumpling to Shui Yu's petal-soft lips. Shui Yu gracefully parted his lips, gently holding the 5-grain dumpling. Savoring it with slow, deliberate chews, his demeanor remarkably refined, akin to a deity descended to the mortal realm. Upon finishing, he delicately picked up another 5-grain dumpling and offered it to Jiang Lan's rosy lips, his voice like a gentle spring breeze, sweet yet not cloying. Imbued with magnetism, "My dear, do eat quickly, lest the dumplings grow cold and lose their flavor." Jiang Lan's eyes twitched slightly as he shot a silent glance at Shui Yu, inwardly muttering, "Has this fellow become addicted to role-playing?" Jiang Lan took a hearty bite of the 5-grain dumpling, swallowing it in just 2 or 3 mouthfuls. At that moment, a familiar male voice suddenly reached her ears. How infuriating! She had fallen into a trap. The voice was somewhat muffled, as if the speaker had something in his mouth. Yet it did not hinder the expression and conveyance of emotion. This voice, without a doubt, belonged to Lu Jian. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Lan's heart as she immediately directed her gaze toward the source of the sound. Bah! Lu Jian spat out a pristine white shell, which traced an elegant arc through the air before landing softly on the cold floor of the secret chamber with a crisp sound, shattering the silence within. The shell, akin to a signal, instantaneously drew the attention of the demon servants. Their gazes were as sharp as hungry wolves, fixated on Lu Jian, their eyes betraying a beast-like ferocity. With a mere command from the sea demon, these servants would surge forth like a tidal wave, launching a ferocious assault on Lu Jian. The tension in the air thickened around the chamber. A sharp whistle sliced through the air as a long sword carved an elegant arc. Lu Jian, having anticipated this moment, swiftly retrieved the sharp weapon from his system inventory, gripping it firmly in preparation for a defiant stand against the demon servant's onslaught. The sea demon's eyes glimmered with anticipation, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice laced with amusement. "Ah, finally, we arrive at the segment I have been eagerly awaiting. Demon servants, toss him to the fishes." Upon receiving the sea demon's command, the ever-watchful demon servants immediately lunged toward Lu Jian. Lan Ziyuan, with her lance firmly grasped, stood tall behind Lu Jian, fighting alongside him to withstand the fierce assault of the demon servants. A fierce clash ensued between Lu Jian, Lan Ziyuan, and the demon servants, the chamber becoming a whirlwind of blades and swords, a spectacle of might. In the initial skirmish, Lu Jian wielded his long sword with unstoppable force, pushing forward and compelling the relentless tide of demon servants to retreat in fear. Simultaneously, Lan Ziyuan proved no less formidable, her lance transformed into a silver whirlwind, deftly repelling those attempting to sneak up on Lu Jian from behind, each strike precise and powerful. In the midst of this fierce battle, the duo exhibited remarkable synergy. adeptly balancing offense and defense against the surging wave of demon servants. However, the number of demon servants was akin to an unceasing tide, relentless and overwhelming. Though they fought valiantly, their stamina gradually waned, and their bodies grew weary, leading to an increasingly precarious situation. They found themselves at a disadvantage. As the number of demon servants continued to swell, rendering their plight ever more dire against the ceaseless onslaught. As the battle turned increasingly grim, Jiang Lan felt a tightness in her chest, yet she remained composed. She swiftly retrieved the hidden weapons she had purchased earlier from the system store, resolved to lend her aid from the shadows. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the demon servants. The moment she spotted any approaching Lu Jian, she would not hesitate to unleash her concealed weapons. With Jiang Lan's precise calculations and deft maneuvers, 3 demon servants fell silently to the ground, rendered incapacitated. However,
this unusual occurrence did not escape the notice of the sea demon high above. Her keen eyes seemed to perceive every subtle movement within the hidden chamber.
Discerning Jiang Lan's clandestine assistance to Lu Jian, the battle came to a halt at the command of the Sea Witch. Furrowing her brow, the Sea Witch gazed at Jiang Lan with curiosity and inquired, "Why do you persist in secretly aiding the prince of another princess, when your very own prince sits alone in solitude?" Discovered, Jiang Lan gazed at the blood-red fish pond, inhaling the pungent scent of blood that wafted from its depths. The Sea Witch, capricious and fiercely cruel, was an enigma beyond comprehension. Should one inadvertently provoke her, a slight misstep in response could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Lan recalled the Sea Witch's fervent obsession with romantic pairings and, struck by inspiration, began to reminisce about the most poignant and heart-wrenching love stories she had ever encountered. With a slight effort, she sniffled and furrowed her brow to respond. "In truth, I have long harbored a silent admiration for that prince in my heart. However, I have always lacked the courage to express it. Now, upon witnessing the prince I secretly adore in peril, how could I possibly refrain from offering my assistance?" In the end, Jiang Lan tilted her head slightly back, as if striving to stifle the tears that threatened to spill, not allowing the crystalline droplets to fall easily. The Sea Witch leaned back slightly, her eyes glimmering with confusion, and parted her crimson lips, her voice ebbing like the waves as she inquired, "But the prince beside you is named?" "Shui Yu," Shui Yu replied softly, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, tranquil and profound. The Sea Witch tilted her head inquisitively, curiosity and intrigue illuminating her gaze. "So his name is Shui Yu? What is your relationship with Shui Yu?" Jiang Lan cast a glance at Shui Yu, then at Lu Jian, and softly replied, "Upon witnessing the prince, whom I secretly adored, find his princess, I resolved to pursue my own happiness. Thus, I chose to be with Prince Shui Yu. I believed that I no longer cared for him. Yet, when I beheld him in peril, the emotions within me surged like a tidal wave. I finally comprehended that the prince I once cherished had always occupied an irreplaceable space in my heart. My choices and decisions seemed trivial at that moment. What truly mattered was my profound concern for him and the inextricable feelings I harbored." The Sea Maiden furrowed her brow, her expression a mix of understanding and confusion. She gently turned her head, her gaze landing on Shui Yu, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips as she teased, "Prince Shui Yu, your princess has fled before your very eyes. What do you intend to do about it?" Shui Yu rose slowly, his gaze steadfast yet gentle. He offered a slight bow to the Sea Maiden, then turned to Jiang Lan, his eyes filled with deep affection, as if attempting to peer into the depths of her soul. His voice, soft yet powerful, flowed like a spring breeze, warming the hearts of those present. "Esteemed Sea Maiden," he began, his tone imbued with undeniable resolve, "I remain unperturbed. My love for my princess endures." At this response, the Sea Maiden's expression shifted to one of complexity, her eyes shimmering with a blend of astonishment and confusion, her face reflecting an incomprehensible shock. She murmured softly, "He loves her, she loves him, he loves her. Such a convoluted web of love among the 4 of you. Alas, this entanglement is truly perplexing. Perhaps we should simply proceed to the next round of the game." This implied that Lu Jian would temporarily refrain from feeding the fish, much to the relief of the vegetable-picking team. With a sigh, the Sea Maiden's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction and yearning. However, this game has already progressed through 2 rounds. Repeating the same phrases in the 3rd round becomes rather tedious and lacks excitement. After pondering for a moment while biting her finger, she announced with a mischievous grin, "From this moment forth, the game will be elevated. We shall still play with 8 bowls of dumplings, feeding one another, but the one who consumes the shell will feed the fish. Yet, upon the game's elevation, the one who eats the shell may choose not to feed the fish, in which case their beloved must do so." How intriguing, is it not? The blue-green fish-headed creature nodded firmly in agreement. Indeed, the elevation of the game struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. Internally, they protested vehemently. "No, this time will certainly be entertaining." The Sea Maiden smiled with delight. Then let the 3rd round of the sweet couples game commence. It is a choice between love or death. The demon servants silently removed the bowls from the previous round, soon returning with 8 steaming bowls of dumplings for the 3rd round. The dumplings emitted an enticing aroma. Making mouths water, the Sea Maiden, in her lofty manner, inquired, "Mermaid princess and princes, what ails you? Hurry and eat." Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd immediately sensed the fierce gazes cast upon them by the demonic servants. After a moment of hesitation, under this invisible pressure, despite their myriad of reluctances, they felt compelled to mechanically lift their bowls of dumplings and feed one another, driven solely by the desperate desire to survive and escape this harrowing scenario. Jiang Lan and Shui Yu, as if the previous interlude had never occurred, lifted their bowls and fed each other the millet dumplings. At that moment, a contestant clad in a cerulean princess gown unwittingly bit into a shell, her expression shifting to one of panic, her eyes betraying a fleeting unease. After a brief moment of chaos, she swiftly turned to her companion, who was adorned in a cerulean princess attire. Her gaze, once filled with alarm, transformed into a frigid calm. The prince, catching the glimmer of her eyes akin to an icy lake in the heart of winter, felt a surge of trepidation. Could it be? No. Just then, the sea witch interjected with a timely inquiry. "Ah, it appears another has encountered a shell. So, dear mermaid princess, what shall your choice be? Will you offer yourself to the fish, or shall you send your prince to them?" The cerulean princess averted her face slightly, evading the unbearable scrutiny of her partner. A resolute curve graced her lips as she spoke with unyielding conviction, her voice laced with undeniable determination. "I choose to survive." The prince's complexion darkened, resembling a storm-laden sky poised for thunderous eruption. His eyes widened, and a primal roar escaped his throat, reverberating through the hushed chamber with despair and shock. "No." The sea witch's expression transformed into one of delight. "Ah, mermaid princess, you must declare whom you would send to feed the fish." This time, the cerulean princess met her partner's gaze head-on, her voice chilling as ice. Devoid of warmth, "I choose to send my prince to feed the fish." Fury ignited within the prince, akin to an enraged lion. He lunged towards her, arms outstretched, encircling the cerulean princess tightly. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "It was you who bit into the shell. The unfortunate one should be you, destined to feed the fish. How dare my fate be sealed by your careless words? If you lack mercy, do not expect my righteousness. Let's both offer ourselves to the fish." The enchanted servants surged toward the cerulean prince, seizing both him and the cerulean princess. The princess, stricken with terror, cried out, "What are you doing? Let me go, quickly. The servants are upon us." Amidst the turmoil, the prince, with a sardonic smile, taunted, "Oh, but were you not so resolute when you suggested I feed the fish?" The cerulean princess wept in despair. "No, I do not wish to feed the fish, no." Ultimately, amidst their anguished screams, they were mercilessly cast into the fish pond by the enchanted servants. Blood gradually spread through the pond, rippling outward in circles, reminiscent of death's echoes upon the water surface. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, saturating every corner of the chamber and creating a suffocating atmosphere. All present fell silent, struck dumb by the abrupt turn of events, their breaths becoming shallow, fearful of shattering the oppressive stillness. Jiang Lan could not help but lament the capriciousness of life and death until the laughter of the sea, which resounded from the high platform. The mirth echoed throughout the vast chamber. Ha ha ha! Her laughter was bold and unrestrained. Yet, amidst her laughter, tears of crystalline brilliance welled at the corners of the sea witch's eyes, cascading down her fair cheeks like radiant pearls. I knew it would unfold this way. She whispered softly, her voice laced with bitterness and self-mockery, revealing a sense of helplessness and sorrow. The remnants of her laughter lingered in the chamber, intertwining with the falling tears. This is utterly cruel. Lu Yuan, with her doe-like, clear eyes, was now brimming with tears. Her small fists clenched tightly, her petite frame exuding an unprecedented resolve and courage. She glared furiously at the sea which atop the platform, her voice imbued with undeniable anger. What you are doing is truly inhumane. The tearful sea which suddenly laughed again, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Oh, innocent little sister. It was she who chose to feed the fish. It was he who, unwillingly, pulled her along to feed them. Are they not cruel as well? Lu Yuan stared, her tearful eyes wide with shock. But Shui West slowly rose, his gaze as tranquil as still water, fixed upon the sea witch. He stated calmly, "That is enough. Order the area to be cleared. It is far too filthy here." The sea witch frowned, her fury igniting. Shui West, who do you think you are to presume to command me so audaciously? Unmoved, Shui West stood resolutely, maintaining his calm gaze upon the sea witch, producing a key from his pocket and gently shaking it. The sea witch's eyes followed the key's movement before she finally waved her hand, commanding, "Clear this area." "At your command, my lady." The demon's servants chorused, swiftly retrieving cleaning supplies and bustling about. Before long, the once chaotic ground was restored to cleanliness, as if the remnants of bloodshed had never existed. The sea witch smiled and declared, "The game continues. We now enter the fourth round of the sweet couple game. Love or perish, let the game commence." The demon's servants approached steadily, bearing 7 bowls of steaming grain dumplings. They carefully placed the freshly cooked dumplings upon the table, then gently gathered the leftover bowls from the previous round. Everyone gazed at the enticing bowls of dumplings, steaming with an aromatic allure, yet none dared to lift their chopsticks. Despite the ground being spotless, the haunting screams of the previous round's unfortunate contestants echoed in their ears, like a jarring refrain that instilled a sense of dread. The dumplings lay quietly in their bowls, the fragrant steam mingling to create an alluring tableau. Yet this enticing aroma bore an uncanny quality, evoking thoughts of the contestants' tragic fates. The group exchanged glances, their hearts filled with hesitation and fear. They are acutely aware that this is not merely a game, but a matter of life and death, governed by a cruel and capricious sea demon. The echoes of the contestants' screams from the previous round still reverberate in their ears. Each participant might, in the next moment, become the next proprietor of such harrowing cries. Time seems to have crystallized at this juncture, and the collective breath of the crowd has turned cautious. The sea demon, perched high above, wears a frown that is laden with disdain, her contempt palpable as she barks her orders. Minions, keep a vigilant watch over them. Not a single dumpling shall be spared. Upon hearing this command, the minions promptly encircle the contestants, their gazes sharp as hawks, as if awaiting just a signal from the sea demon to mercilessly shove the dumplings into the mouths of the participants. The atmosphere thickens with tension, and the onlookers exchange glances, fully aware of their grim reality. Reluctantly, they grasp their chopsticks, reaching towards the bowls of dumplings before them, each movement imbued with an extraordinary weight. Lu Jian's eyes blaze with fury as the bowl of dumplings in front of him transforms into a scalding hot potato, inciting his revulsion. With a fierce determination, he delicately picks up a dumpling, treating it with the caution one might afford a dangerous explosive, and after much hesitation, he extends it towards Lan Ziyuan's lips. Lan Ziyuan, wearing an expression of resignation, gently selects a dumpling and cautiously brings it to Lu Jian's mouth. Jiang Lan bore an impassive countenance, mechanically picking up dumplings and offering them to Shui Yu's lips. In contrast, Shui Yu exuded an air of effortless grace, elegantly lifting dumplings and gently feeding them to Jiang Lan. Just as Jiang Lan swallowed the last dumpling, a sudden, crisp sound of shattering porcelain echoed in her ears. Instinctively, she turned her head, drawn by the sound. Before her stood a male contestant clad in a black prince's outfit, his face contorted with anger as he muttered in dissatisfaction. How could it possibly be me? What bad luck! With a rough shove, he overturned the entire table, sending it crashing to the ground. His partner, a female contestant dressed in a black princess gown, paled in fright, taking a step back and gazing at him with trepidation, as if fearing she would be the next target of his wrath. The sea which erupted into a grotesque, exaggerated laughter, proclaiming, "Congratulations to this prince. You won a prize. Will you choose to feed the fish yourself, or will you allow your mermaid princess to do so?" Her maniacal laughter reverberated through the confined space, instilling a sense of dread and heart-pounding terror in all present. The prince's head hung slightly, his voice deep and magnetic as he slowly began. "I shall certainly choose," but his words were abruptly cut off, as if an invisible chill permeated the air. In an instant, his movements became a blur. He seized the princess in her black gown and, like discarding a worthless toy, hurled her violently into the glimmering, blood-stained fish pond. His tone was frigid enough to pierce the heart, each word dripping with cruelty and indifference. "My mermaid princess will feed the fish." The princess, caught unawares, plummeted into the pond with a splash. In the depths of the pond, a pungent stench of blood began to permeate the water, staining it a deep crimson. The blood, thick and oppressive, felt as if it bore the weight of countless lamentations and despair. Each drop encapsulated profound sorrow, heavy enough to drag down the hearts of those who beheld it. Within this blood-red abyss, the pulse of life had grown alarmingly faint. Only the occasional ripple hinted at the fragile vitality that remained. Yet, this flicker of life seemed ensnared by a fog of crimson, unable to escape the morass of death. The princess in black could not close her eyes in eternal rest. An oppressive atmosphere suffused every corner of the chamber, thickening the air itself. The onlookers gazed in shock at the black-clad prince, instinctively creating distance between themselves and him. The sea which sported a mocking smile, elegantly resting her chin on her hand, shaking her head slightly with a tone laced with regret, stating, "Regrettably, dear prince, you have failed the game." Defiantly, the prince threw his head back and shouted at the sea, which, "I refuse to accept this. Why? I followed your rules to the letter." The sea witch's voice rolled in cold waves. "Because you possess no love." The prince was taken aback by her words, as if struck by an invisible wave crashing upon the shore, leaving him momentarily stunned. His voice trembled with confusion and disbelief. "What? Are you jesting? This is a matter of life and death, and you dare speak of such things with me?" The crowd finally recalled that this was a sweet couple-esque game, its slogan proclaiming, "Love or die." They shook their heads inwardly, letting out deep sighs, all feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, this was a chilling scenario. The sea witch commanded coldly, "Minions, toss him to the fish." The minions surged towards the black prince's attire like a tempest, the atmosphere thick with tension. With a thud, the black prince's garment was rudely cast into the fish pond, resembling a bag of useless refuse, struggling momentarily on the surface before sinking to the bottom. Within the pond, the black prince's attire forever closed its eyes. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the onlookers deeply shaken by the scene, collectively gasping in horror. How terrifying! Fear and unease surged within them like a tidal wave. From her elevated platform, the sea witch's delighted laughter echoed, rolling through the air like crashing waves. "Ha ha ha! It seems this upgrade has indeed rendered the game more intriguing." However, in an instant, the sea witch's smile froze, her expression chilling like ice. Her gaze sharp as a blade, scanning each person present. "What are you waiting for? Sit down, continue the game." 6 bowls of dumplings lay before them, only one containing a shell. "The one who finds the shell shall feed the fish." Her tone was so authoritative that it brooked no dissent. Under the pressure of the sea witch, the crowd found themselves unable to resist, reluctantly sitting down to resume what appeared to be a sweet, yet profoundly cruel game. The minions silently cleared away the previous round's dumpling bowls, replacing them with 6 steaming bowls of fresh dumplings. Yet, faced with this new round of deadly dumplings, no one dared to take another bite. Their eyes brimmed with dread and trepidation, as if the dumplings were bombs. Amidst this ominous atmosphere, the aroma of the dumplings took on an eerie quality, no longer enticing, but rather exuding an indescribable, sinister essence. A sense of hesitation and inner turmoil filled their hearts. They had heard that completing the sea, which's quest would lead to victory, yet the fear rendered them unable to swallow. The sea which sat quietly upon her throne, a peculiar smile gracing her lips, as if savoring this silent struggle. She understood the fear and despair within these humans. It was precisely the effect she desired. She awaited their attempts to confront the deadly dumplings, anticipating the unveiling of a new round of deadly games. The unease within the crowd surged like turbulent waters, refusing to calm. When would this seemingly endless horror game reach its conclusion? They believed that regardless of their struggles or resistance, death seemed inevitable. Rather than slowly depleting their lives in a state of unending fear and despair, they resolved to unite and seek a glimmer of hope. Thus, they began to communicate through their gazes, silently conveying their thoughts. Their eyes were filled with resolute determination. The sea siren seemed to perceive the thoughts of the crowd as she parted her crimson lips, her voice echoing like distant waves. Partake swiftly, for when this round of the game concludes, the affair will reach its denouement. A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Jian's eyes as he gazed intently at the siren and inquired solemnly, "Is this truly the case?" The siren nodded, her gaze profound and somber, as if she could penetrate the depths of the human heart. Indeed, without a doubt. The courage that had just burgeoned within the group to confront the monstrous guardians of the dungeon dissipated in an instant due to her words. Jiang Lan suddenly realized, so this is how the legendary 50 survival rate comes about? As the words of the sea monster echoed, others began to pick up their chopsticks, and the chamber was filled with the subtle sound of rustling. Jiang Lan and Shui, you were the last to pick up their chopsticks. With serene eyes, Shui, you delicately lifted a dumpling and offered it to Jiang Lan's mouth. Jiang Lan slightly parted her lips and took a bite of the dumpling, only to unexpectedly encounter something hard within. A sense of dread washed over her. Her pupils constricted as her gaze shifted towards Shuiyu. Perceiving the gravity of the situation, Shuiyu immediately leaned down and gently pressed her lips against Jiang Lan's. In Jiang Lan's eyes, the reflection of Shuiyu's sculptural beauty was evident, her visage strikingly exquisite. Her lips, soft and imbued with a subtle floral fragrance, met Jiang Lan's in a tender kiss. Shuiyu, with deep affection, allowed her agile tongue to glide into his mouth, deftly ensnaring a hard object, a shell, within. Jiang Lan felt the tip of Shuyue's tongue glide smoothly, swirling lightly within her mouth. When their tongues accidentally brushed against each other, a tremor coursed through her heart. What was he attempting? Shuyue gently embraced the shell, softly concluding their tender kiss. As he gazed at Jiang Lan's wide eyes, filled with surprise, he extended his finger to his lips. Then he took a bite of the dumpling. As if nothing had transpired, and with an air of nonchalance, he chuckled. "Oh dear, I didn't expect to accidentally eat a shell. If you are capable, come and catch me to feed the fish." Perched upon the elevated throne, the sea witch's deep, shadowy eyes now sparkled with unusual brightness as she witnessed the events below. Crystal tears cascaded down her cheeks, inadvertently dampening her gown. This enchantress, often perceived as both beguiling and cruel, now resembled an innocent maiden, hands clasped tightly, her eyes shimmering with shock and emotion. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed loudly, "My heavens! Such true love exists in this world. I am utterly moved." Rising to her feet, she declared with a resounding voice, "The mermaid princess has unwittingly consumed a shell, and the prince, in a display of bravery for her safety, claims he has eaten it. This game should unfold thus, either love or death. I hereby solemnly announce that in this sweet couple's game, you have triumphed." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled, relieved that this twisted chapter was nearing its end. Lan Zuan whispered to the others. Next, according to the information we received, we shall board the ship, and then a flash of white light will occur. The flash of white light is a code among the participants, signifying that they have cleared the level, a message understood by all, prompting a wave of relaxation. However, the Sea Witch's subsequent words made the contestants realize the situation was far from their expectations. The Sea Witch joyfully proclaimed, "You are indeed rare talents, and in my benevolence, I have decided to keep you by my side to serve me. Previous princes and princesses did not have this splendid opportunity. You must cherish this invaluable chance. Help! Previous princes and princesses had no such fortune, yet they have completed their quests. Meanwhile, they must endure the torment of remaining here. Who would crave such a terrifying opportunity?" The hearts of the crowd were now tumultuous, fervently echoing. The most dreadful aspect is the unknown. Rather than waiting in fear, it is better to clear the level sooner. Lan Zuan was filled with anticipation. Her sole desire was to board that ship, believing it would lead to a smooth passage. However, the scene before her left her utterly stunned. She murmured softly, "It appears we have stepped into an uncharted domain. This newly unfolding plot lies entirely outside our intelligence. We are venturing down a path that is completely unknown." At that moment, Jiang Lan had regained her composure from the earlier tension. She lifted her gaze and allowed a serene smile to bloom upon her face. "So, esteemed Sea Witch, from your lofty vantage point, is your view sufficiently expansive? And does it bring you adequate satisfaction? Would the esteemed adults be willing to lower themselves and grace the presence of Shui Yue and me, allowing us to share a closer, face-to-face moment while we partake in the tender act of feeding each other dumplings?" Various speculations flitted through the minds of the onlookers. What could she possibly intend by luring the sea demon down from its lofty perch? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the sea demon's eyes, quickly transforming into an uncontrollable joy. "You speak the truth. You touch my heart profoundly. What is your name?" Jiang Lan smiled faintly, her voice calm and assured. "Jiang Lan." The Sea Witch seemed ignited by this name, buzzing with excitement like a fervent fly, her hands incessantly rubbing together. "Jiang Lan, Shui Yu, please wait a moment. I shall prepare right away." Seizing the opportunity while the Sea Witch hurriedly descended from the platform, Jiang Lan swiftly sent a notification to the vegetable planting team through the system. The three shared an unspoken understanding, their eyes communicating silently as they gently nodded, a tacit agreement enveloping them. The Sea Witch descended from the high platform with heavy, reckless steps, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. Approaching Jiang Lan and Shui Yu's table, her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she grinned with fiery red lips, eagerly urging them. "I'm here. You too. Quickly feed each other." Shui Yu wore a tender smile. "My dear, please eat." His smile was like a gentle spring breeze caressing the lake's surface, yet beneath, turbulent currents churned. He delicately picked up a plump grain dumpling and, with gentle grace, brought it to Jiang Lan's luscious lips, his voice low and soothing. "Alan, open your mouth." "Oh, my dear, you are truly considerate. You are light, you are electricity, you are my only one." Jiang Lan beamed sweetly, parting her red lips to reveal pearly white teeth as she gently bit into the dumpling. "Hiss!" The Sea Witch could hardly contain her excitement, taking a deep breath. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. I want to see you kiss up close." The scene in the Sea Witch's eyes froze in an instant, as Jiang Lan's enticing lips slowly approached Shui Yu's delicate petals-like mouth. Yet, at that very moment, a sharp pain pierced through her heart like lightning. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she slowly lowered her head, only to see a surgical knife plunged into her heart. Blood oozed slowly, staining her garments crimson. Jiang Lan's ambush was a meticulously orchestrated endeavor, aimed directly at the heart of the sea monster, seeking a fatal strike. However, the creature's reaction was entirely unexpected. With a nonchalant gesture, she extracted the surgical knife and casually discarded it aside, as the blood flowing from her wound astonishingly coagulated at a visibly rapid pace. Clearly, this sea monster possessed extraordinary healing abilities, Yet in terms of combat prowess and defensive capabilities, she remained akin to an ordinary being. Jiang Lan understood that to end the life of this sea monster, it was imperative to seize the fleeting opportunity and launch a decisive strike without hesitation. Otherwise, once the creature's wound began to heal, finding such an opportune moment for assassination would become exceedingly challenging. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Lan's eyes, and a thunderous roar erupted from his throat. The sea monsters have long been plundering humanity, relishing in tossing people to the fish. Their intentions in sparing us are certainly nefarious. Capture the leader first. This is our chance. Let us unite and seize her. The sea monster, upon witnessing this, clutched her chest and gasped for breath. Though the surface of her wound had coagulated, her internal injuries remained unhealed. In her fury, she commanded her minions. What are you waiting for? Attack! Responding to her call, the minions surged forth like ravenous wolves, lunging at the crowd. Meanwhile, the vegetable cultivation squad, under Jiang Lan's covert signal, had stealthily approached, armed and poised for battle. At Jiang Lan's command, they shot forth like arrows from a bow, plunging into the fray. Lan Ziyuan, as if awakening from a dream, gripped her spear tightly, ready to join the tumultuous clash. The other contestants exchanged glances, each understanding that Jiang Lan's course of action was indeed the most prudent. Since she had taken the initiative, they too resolved to fight fiercely. For a gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The voice of Jiang Lan was like a fierce blaze, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the crowd. They rallied together, charging towards the sea monster with unwavering determination to capture her and put an end to this relentless calamity. The competitors unleashed their unique skills, engaging in a chaotic melee with the demon servants. The edge of the sword flashed like lightning. The long sword of Lu Jian sliced through the air, halting firmly at the side of the sea monster's neck. His eyes burned with fury, yet his voice was as cold as ice. If you wish to avoid death, command us to leave at once. The demon servants exchanged glances, momentarily paralyzed by indecision, their gazes shifting to the sea monster. Meanwhile, the once mocking sea monster's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a profound fear in her eyes as she trembled and shouted, "You useless fools, retreat at once." Jiang Lan's words were resolute and decisive. Let us depart by ship. As long as they successfully boarded the vessel, once it sailed beyond the confines of the Siren's Isle, they would have officially passed through. At that moment, the Siren appeared unusually tranquil, displaying a remarkable compliance. I will guide you out of the chamber. The Siren led the group through the passageway of the secret room, which narrowed increasingly as they ventured deeper. The corridor was devoid of sunlight, illuminated solely by wall sconces. Throughout this journey, Lu Jian kept his long sword poised against the Siren's neck. Lu Jian took the lead, with the others closely trailing behind. The army of demonic servants lurked menacingly behind them, poised to launch a fierce attack at the slightest loosening of Lu Jian's grip. Halfway through, they encountered two diverging paths ahead. The Siren paused, hesitating for a moment before ultimately opting for the passage on the right. This corridor was narrow and deep, seemingly designed to accommodate only a single figure. In a protracted darkness, merely a faint wall lamp illuminated their way. The Siren walked ahead, with Lu Jian closely following. He gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, the blade's tip lightly resting against the Siren's neck, while his other hand firmly clasped her shoulder. However, in a moment of distraction, the Siren suddenly shattered the wall lamp, plunging the corridor into near obscurity. Seizing this opportunity, she wriggled free from Lu Jian's grasp, darting forward like a slippery fish through the constricted passage. The Siren's silhouette flickered in the darkness, resembling a ghostly apparition. She fled until reaching a secluded little room, where she unhesitatingly pushed the door open. The walls of the room were adorned with numerous dark pink hearts, and standing guard at the entrance were 8 towering demonic servants. Jiang Lan gazed upon the small cottage, which was likely the enigmatic abode described by Mayne. Behind her, the army of demon servants surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Before her stood the mysterious cottage, guarded closely by 8 towering demon servants, exuding an aura of strangeness and enigma. Yet, Their vessel was nowhere in sight. It was evident that they had been outwitted by the cunning sea demon. Now, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament from which there seemed to be no escape. Sister-in-law and I failed to guard against the sea demon. Lu Jian's voice echoed with remorse and regret, resonating in Jiang Lan's ears. Jiang Lan gently patted Lu Jian's shoulder, offering words of solace. You have done your utmost, Lu Jian. This is not your fault. Then, she turned to the group, her voice resolute and unwavering. Now, we must dismantle this small dwelling before the pursuing demon servants arrive, and once again capture the sea monster, compelling it to grant us passage aboard our vessel. Let's transform our passivity into initiative. The crowd, filled with determination, gripped their weapons tightly, resembling valiant warriors fighting for survival, as they charged forth towards the 8 imposing demon servants guarding the cottage. With the surgical knife in her grasp, Jiang Lan moved with the fluid grace of a serpent, deftly navigating the battlefield and swiftly claiming the life of a demon servant in a single breath. Lu Jian wielded his sword like a gust of wind, and amidst the shimmering blade light, another demon servant fell, its posture fierce and valiant. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan positioned herself at the edge of the fray, her flying daggers launched like lightning, silently dispatching yet another demon servant. Lan Ziyuan, armed with a long spear, rallied her strength to pierce through the body of a demon servant, embodying a spirit of gallantry. The remaining contestants united in purpose, collectively vanquishing the last 4 demon servants. Their swiftness exceeded expectations. Before the pursuing demon servants could arrive, they had successfully annihilated all 8 towering foes. Jiang Lan promptly produced a universal key and inserted it into the lock of the enigmatic small house. As Jiang Lan unlocked the door, the mysterious room's entrance unexpectedly swung open from within. A man hurriedly emerged, clad in a sharply tailored black tailcoat. His golden hair shimmered with an unusual brilliance under the dim light, and his striking green eyes captivated the onlookers. However, his once handsome visage now bore an unsettling pallor, marred by numerous welts from apparent lashings. His gaze darted through the crowd, and upon locking eyes with Shui Yu, he exclaimed, "You are the legendary mermaid and the valiant hero, are you not? I am the true steward of the castle. The person before you is a charlatan. On the very day of your arrival, the castle faced a dire shortage of supplies, and I was compelled to venture out for procurement. Yet this." His words were abruptly interrupted by rage, his features contorting as he continued through gritted teeth. This shameless scoundrel dared to disguise himself as a man, employing the art of seduction to render me unconscious, subsequently presenting me as a gift to the sea, which, while he masqueraded as the steward, leading to my prolonged imprisonment here. What? Mr. Shui Yu is but a false steward of the castle? The genuine steward stands before us, this golden-haired, azure-eyed man. Shui Yu has been impersonating a man to ensnare him. Enraged, he lunged forward without hesitation, seizing Shui Yu by the collar, and the two immediately plunged into a fierce struggle. Amid their tussle, Shui Yu's ledger and keys inadvertently tumbled from his grasp, capturing the attention of the crowd. Yet, at that very moment, Shui Yu vanished from sight as if he had employed some arcane teleportation skill, leaving all in astonishment, plunging the scene into a brief tumult of confusion. Jiang Lan swiftly picked up the journal and keys from the ground. She inserted the key into the lock of the mysterious cottage, discovering it was indeed a matching key. Shui Yu possessed the key to the siren's cottage. During the escape room game, upon producing the key, the siren agreed to clean the floor. The two elements intertwined, revealing that the blonde, blue-eyed man before her was indeed the steward of the castle. Who then was Shui Yu? What purpose did he have in masquerading as the castle's steward? How did he command the obedience of others within the castle? How did he orchestrate their performances? With these questions lingering in her mind, Jiang Lan opened the journal that Shui Yu had taken from her in the attic. Time was of the essence, so she quickly flipped through the pages. At that moment, the contestants entered the mysterious cottage, only to find the siren sprawled on the floor, not far from the entrance. A fruit knife was embedded in her chest, repeatedly penetrating the wound inflicted by a surgical blade. Blood flowed incessantly from the injury, and with each drop, life ebbed away. As the door gently creaked open, her pale, bloodless eyes struggled to shift towards the entrance. Her wan face, filled with hope, gazed towards the doorway as she murmured, "Prince, you truly do care for me. You love me." Yet, upon realizing that it was the contestants who had entered her abode, the siren's expression dimmed, akin to a star losing its shine. Her gaze pierced through the dust in the air, fixating on a corner of the room, as if searching for a long-lost figure. The siren whispered, "Prince, to see you once more, I have even brought your beloved mermaid princess, Jiang. How could you never come to rescue her all these years? When Shui brought you to me, I finally saw you again, yet you still drift away from me." Jiang Lan swiftly perused her journal, which chronicled the romantic escapades between the mermaid princess and the human prince. At the conclusion of the entries, the mermaid princess lamented the prince's shift of affection toward the sea witch. There remained one final page yet to be turned, but the sea witch within the room captured Jiang Lan's attention. Following the witch's gaze, she observed that the wall seemed dissonant with the surrounding environment. Intrigued, she approached cautiously and gently tapped the wall, only to be met with a crystalline sound of water, as though the other side held the depths of the ocean. Jiang Lan gently caressed the objects lining the wall, as if in search of a hidden switch. The wall, sensing her determination, slowly parted to reveal a concealed space. Before her eyes lay a grand aquarium, within which coiled a golden mermaid. Her long hair undulated like waves of gold, cascading down to her waist, shimmering with an enchanting luster. Her features were exquisitely painted, and although her eyes betrayed weariness and fatigue, they still sparkled with unwavering hope. The upper part of her body was adorned with pristine shells, resembling treasures lost amidst the ocean's embrace. Her lower half was a resplendent golden tail, akin to the most radiant pearl of the sea. Yet, several scales on her tail had fallen away, seemingly narrating the trials and tribulations she had endured. Jiang Lan opened her journal and turned to the last page, where a vivid oil painting captivated her gaze. The colors were vibrant, and the brushstrokes exquisite. The artwork depicted a pair of half-length portraits, a man and a woman standing side by side, their smiles radiant as the sun, warm and enchanting. To her astonishment, the man in the painting was none other than the true steward of the castle, the golden-haired, blue-eyed gentleman she had just encountered. Indeed, the true steward was the prince himself. The woman portrayed in the painting was the golden mermaid before her. She was the mermaid princess, Jiang, who had transformed her tail into legs for the sake of love. Just as Jiang Lan was lost in contemplation, the distinctive mechanical notification of the system echoed in her mind. Hope Seed upgrade complete. Item name, Hope Seed. Item type, life-saving item, item level. Level 2, Flower of Happiness item description. This is a life-saving item known as the Hope Seed. Currently at level 2, Flower of Happiness. Effect of the Flower of Happiness. This flower, when inhaled, allows one to experience happiness within a single dungeon. Method of upgrading the item. One simply needs to spend 5,000 points to purchase the course starting from 0, learning to grow vegetables, regularly water it, nurture it with care, and patiently await the opportune moment for its upgrade. Jiang Lan cast a glance at the weary-eyed Jiang and the mermaid, who, on the brink of death, remained tormented by the question of whether the prince loved her. Resolute, she decided to retrieve the Flower of Happiness from her inventory. After the prince had unveiled the true identity of Shui Yu as a false steward and departed alone, she first presented the Flower of Happiness to Princess Jiang. Then, recalling the shell hairpin she had discovered in the attic drawer, she produced it as well, offering both the hairpin and the flower to Jiang. As Jiang accepted the Flower of Happiness and the shell hairpin, the sight of the familiar hairpin momentarily froze the cacophony of the world around her. That cherished sensation, accompanied by a faint scent of the sea, instantly rekindled the memories long buried within her heart. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of the Flower of Happiness, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, enveloped by an indescribable sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Her thoughts surged like the waves of the ocean, transporting her back to those distant days when she swam freely in the sea. During that time, She was akin to an unrestrained little fish, joyfully darting amidst the emerald seaweed, chasing the fading rays of the setting sun. Each splash of water echoed her laughter, and every shell concealed her dreams. Though those days have long since passed, she still feels the pure joy and freedom that once enveloped her. The shell hairpin serves as a compass for her soul, guiding her to the depths of her inner ocean, no matter where she wanders. Gently securing the hairpin in her hair, she felt as though she had rediscovered the self that once danced through the waves. Apure. Healed smile illuminated Sai Jin's delicate yet slightly fatigued face as she softly uttered, "Thank you. This fragrant flower has allowed me to feel happiness. Could you return me to the sea?" Jiang Lan gently and calmly confirmed with her. "Have you firmly resolved to return to the sea?" Sai Jin nodded without hesitation, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Yes, my legs have lost the magic's protection. Moreover, my heart is brimming with longing and affection for the ocean." "Very well." Jiang Lan sighed softly, then slowly nodded. "Since this is your choice, I shall accompany you on your journey." Sai Jin tenderly placed the flower of happiness back into Jiang Lan's hands, then offered him her shell hairpin, her smile still warm and healing. She slightly tilted her head, her voice gentle as she said, "This is my token of gratitude to you." At that moment, a cerulean fish-headed creature hastily surged towards the mysterious cottage, driven by an overwhelming sense of anxiety and unease regarding the fate that awaited him. Upon finally arriving at the cottage, the sight before him instantly twisted his heart in anguish. There lay the once enchanting sea witch, now barely clinging to life, her flickering flame of existence swaying in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. Shaoqing immediately knelt before the sea witch, tears streaming down his face like pearls from a broken string, his eyes bloodshot and filled with boundless sorrow and self-reproach. "Sea witch, I am so sorry. Shaoqing has come too late," he murmured in a daze, each word steeped in profound regret and helplessness. Yet at that very moment, the sea witch's consciousness remained ensnared in the unresolved question, why did that prince not love her? Her heart was laden with confusion and resentment, overshadowing the more pressing crisis at hand. Shaoqing gazed at the sea witch before him, a wave of indescribable grief surging within him. He understood that she had now succumbed to a deep obsession, unable to extricate herself from it. However, he lacked the power to untangle this emotional knot and could only silently pray for her peace. Jiang Lan solemnly presented the flower of happiness into the hands of the sea witch. The sea witch inhaled deeply the fragrance of the blossom, its pure and sweet aroma enlightening her in an instant. She realized that the prince she had cherished had never truly reciprocated her feelings. Turning her gaze towards the small Qing, who knelt before her, weeping for her sorrow, a wave of complex emotions surged within her heart. The sea witch recalled the years of kindness that Qing had shown her, and she finally recognized the preciousness of that affection. Regretful tears began to cascade from the corners of her eyes. Happiness had always been beside me. I have indeed possessed joy all along. Qing, there is no need for you to apologize to me. Furthermore, I am eternally grateful to you, Qing. Inhaling the fragrance of the flower of happiness, the sea witch's heart was flooded with memories of carefree times spent swimming freely in the azure depths of the ocean. A blissful smile blossomed upon her face, reminiscent of the rising sun over the sea, warm and radiant. In this smile, the sea witch gently closed her eyes, her body transforming into shimmering points of light like scattered stars, gradually merging into the embrace of the ocean, dissipating into the boundless azure. The azure-hued, fish-headed creature extended a trembling hand, attempting to grasp the fading luminous specks, yet no matter how fervently he tried, those lights always slipped through his fingers like elusive grains of sand. An overwhelming sorrow surged within the creature, tears falling silently like pearls from a broken string. His cries echoed in the small dwelling, piercing and mournful, as if mourning the happiness that had slipped away. The onlookers watched this scene with deep sympathy and sorrow. Jiang Lan picked up the flower of happiness from the ground and handed it to the blue-scaled, fish-headed creature. It gently cradled the exquisite and resplendent flower, inhaling the sweet fragrance that silently permeated every cell of its being. Amidst the floral aroma, it seemed to transcend time, returning to those innocent and beautiful days of yore. It clenched its fist for a moment, enveloped in silence. Drawing a deep breath, it gradually returned the flower of happiness to Jiang Lan. With lips parting gently, gratitude laced its voice. "Thank you. I have recalled some joyful memories. The Sea Monster Island will henceforth be transformed into the Sea Monster Academy. No longer a threat to maritime safety. I have rescinded the orders for the demon's servants to pursue you. You may depart at your leisure." In the wake of this revelation, joy illuminated the faces of the onlookers, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. As long as they could successfully board a vessel and leave this place, they would triumph, embarking on a new journey. Jiang Lan, accompanied by Princess Sai Jin and the others, returned to the opulent luxury cruise ship. As the vessel sailed through the azure waters, the mermaid princess Sai Jin leapt gracefully into the shimmering sea, her form gliding effortlessly like a fish in its natural habitat, embodying both elegance and fluidity. Her golden tail danced splendidly in the cerulean waves, resembling a moving masterpiece that sparkled with brilliance. Meanwhile, the contestants were finally rewarded with the system's notification of their successful passage. A total of 11 contestants have completed the ocean instance, achieving a survival rate of 61, thereby setting a new record for survival in this instance. The following rewards are to be distributed. All 11 participants successfully completed the main quest of the ocean instance, defeating the sea monster, earning each participant 10,000 points. A wave of joy and excitement surged through the contestants as they realized that such rewards were nearly unattainable in ordinary instances. 10,000 points represented an immense fortune for them. They eagerly engaged in animated discussions about their unexpected windfall, strategizing on how to utilize it to enhance their skills and equipment. Meanwhile, the system's notifications of rewards echoed in the minds of Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, Lu Yuanyuan, and Lan Jiyuan. Contestants Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, Lu Yuanyuan, and Lan Jiyuan collaboratively completed the side quest, the story behind the ocean instance, each earning 10,000 points. Jiang Lan remained as composed as ever, fully aware that this was merely a segment of her journey, with the challenges of the thrilling world still awaiting her ahead. Lu Jian, on the other hand, wore an expression of sheer excitement. For him, these rewards transcended mere material gifts, serving as a validation of his prowess. Lu Yuanyuan appeared somewhat bashful, gently caressing the prize in her hands as if she were tenderly stroking her own aspirations. Meanwhile, the glimmer in Lan Ziyuan's eyes radiated unwavering determination, firmly believing that her relentless efforts would yield fruitful results. Subsequently, only Jiang Lan's mind resonated with the system's completion rewards. Contestant Jiang Lan has accomplished the special task, the Siren's Love and Final Belonging, earning 10,000 points. Contestant Jiang Lan has completed the hidden task, Safeguarding Oceanic Safety, earning 30,000 points. Jiang Lan quietly calculated in her heart, unable to suppress her astonishment. This adventure in the oceanic dungeon had unexpectedly garnered a remarkable total of 60,000 points, an outcome that truly surpassed her expectations. Little did she realize that the system's completion rewards were still forthcoming. Contestant Jiang Lan receives a special item, Shell Hairpin. Item name, Shell Hairpin. Item type, Special Item. Item description. This is a shell hairpin imbued with the blessing of the mermaid princess, Sajin. It can withstand a full force strike from any guarding monster, usable once. As Jiang Lan heard these words, a ripple stirred within her heart. To withstand an attack from a guarding monster with such a unique artifact, it was no wonder that the world deemed it a rare treasure, one that could only be encountered by chance. She understood well that such an opportunity was not easily found. Contestant Jiang Lan has obtained the life-saving item, Song of the Siren. Item name, Song of the Siren. Item type, Life-saving artifact. Item level, Level 1. Item description. Upon using the Level 1 Song of the Siren, one can bewilder monsters for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Leveling method. It will be upgraded in accordance with the mental strength level currently at level 4. The Song of the Siren requires mental strength to reach level 8 for its upgrade to level 2. Subsequently, the system broadcasted a public message to all contestants in the eerie world. Attention, the Siren's dungeon has been completely cleared. In 30 seconds, the Siren's dungeon will permanently close. Meanwhile, the 11 contestants aboard the ship heard the countdown for the teleportation echoing in their minds. Congratulations, contestants. You are about to enter the countdown for the clearance teleportation. The system will announce the teleportation countdown, and in 10 seconds, you may leave the dungeon. Please be advised, the teleportation passage will only remain open for 5 seconds, and you must exit the dungeon before it closes. 10-9. Amidst this tense moment, the long-missing Shui Yu suddenly appeared before Jiang Lan. He extended his hand and firmly grasped Jiang Lan's wrist, a defiant smile playing on his lips as he provocatively declared, "Got you." It turned out he had been lurking on the ship, waiting for the opportune moment to attempt to keep Jiang Lan behind. The countdown for the teleportation echoed in her ears, incessantly urging Jiang Lan as time grew short. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly activated the Song of the Siren. A mysterious force enveloped Shui Yu in an instant, rendering his body motionless. The once cunning visage gradually transformed, ultimately becoming that of the Narcissus God. The youth possessed long silver hair cascading down to his waist, dressed in a flowing white Greek chiton. His eyes shone like daylight, with azure pupils, a slender and prominent nose, and lips that were red and moist, resembling a sculpted figure. He stood tall, his skin as pale as milk, with long, delicate fingers, bare feet resting on the deck. It turned out that Shui Yu was but an illusion skillfully conjured by the Narcissus God. The Narcissus God's illusionary magic was extraordinary, likely enabling him to deceive the castle's servants into believing he was the steward of the castle, thereby compelling them to obey his every command. At this moment, the silver-haired youth furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his bright blue eyes, as he became lost in his own world. Seizing the opportunity while the Narcissus God was momentarily distracted, Jiang Lan acted decisively and pushed him away without hesitation. The countdown echoed in Jiang Lan's ears. 6-5. The young Narcissus God, influenced by the siren's song, remained lost in thought. 1-0. Formal transmission initiated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The transmission channel is now closed. Jiang Lan successfully passed through the trials and returned to the safety zone. Upon awakening, the young deity of daffodils gazed at the vast emptiness of the ship, realizing that Jiang Lan had departed. Beneath his feet lay a solitary flower of happiness. The silver-haired youth, intrigued, picked up the beautiful flower from the deck. This bloom was exceptionally radiant, vibrant, fresh, and suffused with the warmth of sunlight. As he inhaled its sweet fragrance, fleeting memories of happiness flickered through his mind. In these recollections, he found himself in a dimly lit room, surrounded by darkness. Yet he felt no fear. Suddenly, a voice sang happy birthday from the shadows. A group of people entered, their laughter pure and joyful. At the forefront was a boy with curly brown hair, robust physique, and clearly defined muscles, a true embodiment of strength. Yet at that moment, his expression was one of innocence. He appeared with a birthday cake adorned with colorful candles. As the lights brightened, the silver-haired youth noted that his hair was not long, but rather a short, tousled silver, and he was clad in a gray hoodie and casual sportswear. The boy smiled and said, "Captain, happy birthday. Make a wish, Mushi." As the name echoed in his mind, the silver-haired youth recalled that his name was indeed Mushi. In the safety zone, the blinding white light gradually faded, and Jiang Lan slowly opened her eyes, finding herself in the hall of the safety zone. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed other participants from the siren instance gathered nearby, busily bidding farewell and preparing to depart. At that moment, she caught sight of Lan Jiyuan, who walked gracefully at a distance, seemingly waiting for something, her expression betraying a sense of unspoken words. Jiang Lan surmised that Lan Jiyuan might have something significant to convey. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Yuan anxiously searched for Jiang Lan. When she finally spotted her, the furrow in her brow smoothed like a gentle breeze over a lake. The light in her doe-like eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. She rushed forward, embracing Jiang Lan tightly, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Wonderful! Sister Jiang Lan, we are finally back together. I was terrified when I saw the daffodil deity grasping you. Thankfully, you reacted swiftly and pushed him away just in time, preventing any disruption to the teleportation process." Lu Jian nodded in agreement, clenching his fists as he added, "Indeed, had the daffodil deity not released his grip, the consequences would have been dire. We are fortunate to return safely. However, had he persisted, I would have drawn my sword and forced him to let go." Lan Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "The daffodil deity, who is that?" Jiang Lan softly remarked, "The Narcissus Flower God is a guardian monster within the ancient Greek temple dungeon. He apprehended me, likely because, during my last successful clearance, I inadvertently dismantled his temple into disarray. However, I never anticipated that he could traverse dungeons and find his way into the Sea Witch dungeon." Upon hearing this, Lan Ziyuan's mouth slightly agape, her eyes brimming with astonishment, exclaimed, You actually destroyed the territory of a guardian monster?" Lu Yuanyuan blinked her curious eyes, inquiring of Lan Ziyuan, "Sister Ziyuan, what does the territory of a guardian monster mean? Is it like the mysterious magical circles depicted in stories?" Lan Ziyuan smiled gently, patiently explaining to Lu Yuanyuan, "In essence, the territory of a guardian monster is akin to their domain or abode. In this Sea Witch dungeon, the territory of the sea, which is Sea Witch Island, a realm teeming with their essence and power." Lu Yuanyuan, upon comprehending this, sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, so, Sister Lan, is that formidable?" After a brief silence, a glimmer of determination shone in Lan Ziyuan's eyes as she turned to Jiang Lan, her voice infused with resolve. "Sister Lan, I wish to join your team." Jiang Lan gazed into Lan Ziyuan's eyes, where sincerity shimmered in her beautiful orbs. Jiang Lan nodded subtly and inquired, "Lan Ziyuan, are you willing to formally bind with me?" A radiant smile blossomed on Lan Ziyuan's face as she nodded fervently. "I am willing." Jiang Lan and Lan Ziyuan engaged in a formal binding. A minute later, as the binding contract of Lan Ziyuan took effect, she officially became a member of the vegetable planting team. After a thorough discussion, the members of the vegetable planting team unanimously decided to proceed together towards the public information screen. As they made their way to the screen, their conversation was minimal, yet the unspoken understanding and unity among them formed an invisible bond that held them closely together. As they drew nearer, the outline of the screen gradually became clearer. The public information screen displayed, with the successful completion of the final challenge of the Siren Dungeon, this once adventurous and challenging map has quietly closed, no longer accessible to players. Jiang Lan softly remarked, "Once the instance is fully cleared, it will be sealed off. Therefore, even if the strategy we possess is authentic, the information it provides must inevitably be incomplete." At that moment, a familiar and gentle voice resonated in their ears. "You are absolutely correct." The members of the farming team turned to see Jean Wayan removing his iconic red hat, revealing a refined smile, and then gracefully bowing to them. "My friends, it is a pleasure to see you again." 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the farming team once more gathered before the entrance to the instance in the safety zone's hall. Their eyes were resolute, brimming with anticipation as they prepared to embrace new challenges. Jiang Lan cast a glance at the bulletin board. The ancient Greece dungeon had been temporarily closed, and the Siren dungeon was also shut down due to its complete clearance. They needed to select a new dungeon to enter from the remaining options. Jiang Lan reminded them that the ancient Greece dungeon was temporarily closed, and the Siren dungeon had already been shut down. They needed to select a new dungeon. The four glanced around at all the currently available dungeons, and their attention was captivated by the illustration of the Candy Factory dungeon. A colossal lollipop towered in the image, vibrant and translucent, seemingly exuding an irresistible sweet allure. After a thorough discussion, they reached a consensus to choose the Candy Factory dungeon as their new adventure. They walked side by side towards the entrance of the Candy Factory dungeon, proceeding to the end of the passageway, awaiting their teleportation. The light of the teleportation gradually enveloped them. 3 seconds later, a dazzling white light completely enveloped them, signifying the official commencement of the teleportation process. However, amidst this brilliance, an urgent system alert resonated in Jiang Lan's mind. Alert! Alert! The candy factory dungeon is fully booked. Contestant Jiang Lan is about to undergo random teleportation. Oh no! A sense of dread washed over Jiang Lan. He had not anticipated that he would fail to secure a spot in the candy factory dungeon. Jiang Lan gradually opened her eyes, the blinding white light causing her to instinctively squint. Before her lay a vast expanse of white, as if she had been enveloped in an endless void where all familiar sights had vanished. She understood that she was still in the midst of a teleportation journey. This time, the transition felt even more protracted than before. Jiang Lan sensed time stretching infinitely, each second seeming to linger in an interminable wait. She remained still, striving to maintain a sense of inner calm. After what felt like an eternity, the white light began to fade, and her eyes slowly adjusted to the surrounding illumination. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, she fully opened her eyes to behold a picturesque landscape of lush mountains and clear waters. She found herself immersed in an antiquated environment, standing at the foot of a verdant peak. The mountaintop was adorned with flourishing vegetation, where orioles sang and swallows danced. At the base of the mountain, an ancient pavilion stood quietly, resembling a serene landscape painting. Jiang Lan surveyed her surroundings, as if she were immersed in an ancient scroll. The area was utterly desolate, with only her solitary figure standing amidst the stillness. She cast a glance at her attire, only to discover that her garments had transformed. They were no longer the ensemble she wore prior to entering the scenario. This particular narrative, 048, the love between a human and a demon, appeared to have tailored a historical costume specifically for her. The delicate blue hanfu fluttered gracefully in the gentle breeze, exuding an elegance that was both understated and regal. Although she was uncertain of the role she was to play in this realm, the resplendence of her attire suggested that she was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, immersing herself in the enigmatic and unfamiliar ancient world. She understood that she must swiftly acclimate to her surroundings, for only in doing so could she discover the path that would lead her back to the realm of reality. Jiang Lan reached out to the vegetable planting team, but despite sending the message, she received no response. Jiang Lan was lost in thought when, quite suddenly, a young girl rushed towards her in a flurry. This girl, with her hair styled in playful double buns, appeared lively and spirited, adorned in a delicate cherry blossom pink dress that resembled the tender blooms of spring. Breathless, she reached Jiang Lan and, with a hint of discontent, exclaimed, "Miss, why have you slipped out again? You must return to the study and continue your reading. Otherwise, if the master and mistress find out, I shall surely face severe punishment." Jiang Lan adopted an air of indifference, her tone devoid of enthusiasm, as if she held no interest in any matter. "If I do not study, why should my parents impose punishment upon you?" Upon hearing this, the young girl furrowed her delicate brows, her form trembling slightly, even stamping her foot in frustration, embodying the spirit of one who is exasperated by unfulfilled potential. "Miss, you mustn't jest," she exclaimed. "The master and mistress have long awaited your participation in the imperial examination next year, hoping you might achieve the top rank and secure an official position, thereby bringing honor to our family." From the details revealed by the young girl's words, it is not difficult to deduce her identity. She is, within this narrative, a daughter of a wealthy family. This charming and lovely young girl before us is likely the maidservant of the esteemed young lady. Furthermore, despite the antiquated charm of this setting, women are granted the right to education and literacy, and may even partake in the imperial examinations, paving their way into public service to showcase their talents. Jiang Lan nodded gently and replied, "I understand. I shall return with you at once." The young girl's lips curled into a smile, radiating a sense of relief akin to the blooming cherry blossoms of spring. "Miss, you have finally come to your senses. It seems you've been drawn here as if by some malevolent force, persistently making your way back. Is there perhaps gold hidden? in this place? Even if there were, you ought not to neglect your studies. Both the master and the mistress are wealthy merchants, solely hoping for you to serve in the court. Jiang Lan furrowed her brows slightly, having grasped a crucial piece of information. She softly inquired, "Since when have I been visiting here so frequently?" The young girl, firmly convinced that Jiang Lan intended to deny it, placed her hands on her hips, her face brimming with discontent, and muttered, "Ever since this month began, the young lady has been coming here incessantly. If I hadn't been trailing closely behind, one might easily assume that some cunning male fox spirit has enchanted the young lady." Jiang Lan furrowed her brows slightly, bewildered as she inquired, "Why would you associate it with a male fox spirit?" The young girl widened her eyes and replied with an air of certainty, "This is the renowned dwelling of the Fox clan, Fox Mountain. It is said that the fox spirits reside deep within the heart of Fox Mountain. This was determined by several mystical Taoist priests who ventured here with their compasses." Jiang Lan felt a stirring in her heart and immediately deduced, within this scenario, there must undoubtedly be the presence of a fox spirit. And if there is a fox spirit, then surely other supernatural beings must also exist. Jiang Lan silently trailed behind the young maiden. As they traversed the desolate outskirts and the bustling streets, ultimately arriving at a resplendent mansion. The plaque adorning the estate bore the elegantly inscribed characters of the Jiang residents, exuding an air of solemnity and nobility. Upon stepping through the grand entrance of the Jiang mansion, the young girl hurriedly ushered Jiang Lan into the study, anxious to shield her from the potential disapproval of her parents for neglecting her studies. The study, imbued with an antique charm, was steeped in the essence of scholarly pursuits, with shelves brimming with books. Beside the shelves stood a dedicated ink brush rack, showcasing an array of brushes in various styles and sizes. Numerous inkstones were present, including one crafted from the esteemed Hetian jade. Stacks of paper were neatly piled within the cabinets. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. A mature woman's voice called out, "My dear daughter, you must be weary from reading. I have prepared lotus root soup for you." As Jiang Lan opened the door to the study, he beheld a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman standing at the threshold, adorned in exquisite silks and satins. Embellished with gold and silver, she exuded an air of opulence and grandeur. Judging by her title, it seemed that this elegant figure was none other than Madame Jiang, the maternal character from the script. Jiang Lan accepted the lotus root soup with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear mother. The aroma of the lotus root soup is delightful." "Madame Jiang, my dear daughter, as long as you are happy. Have you been diligently studying?" Jiang Lan nodded obediently, of course. Madame Jiang felt a sense of relief. "That is wonderful. I shall take my leave now. My dear daughter, remember to study diligently." After a brief interval, the door to the study was abruptly pushed open, revealing a portly middle-aged man who entered, holding a white jade inkstone in his hand. Jiang Lan cast a wary glance at him, only to hear him speak. "My dear daughter, do you see what your father has brought back for you?" He lifted the exquisite white jade inkstone and presented it to Jiang Lan with a smile, saying, "This is a splendid white jade inkstone. Use it, and you are sure to achieve the highest honors." This man unmistakably resembled the father figure from the script, Master Jiang. Jiang Lan joyfully accepted the white jade inkstone and sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, father. I truly adore this exquisite white jade inkstone." Master Jiang repeatedly urged her to leave only after achieving the title of the top scholar in the high school examinations. Jiang Lan sat in the study, casually flipping open a book. Before her lay a sea of traditional characters. Although she was not well versed in them, she could nonetheless comprehend the majority. Jiang Lan picked up the book and glanced at it for a brief moment before setting it down. Her gaze was profound, and her thoughts flowed like the waters of the Yangtze River, stirring a sense of bewilderment within her. Why was she the sole occupant of this instance? Could it be that this truly was a solo quest? Jiang Lan intended to return to the initial teleportation point of the dungeon. The girl who accompanied her back was He Ying. Jiang Lan summoned He Ying and instructed her, "I am preparing to diligently review my studies for the next 2 hours. No one shall disturb me." He Ying nodded in affirmation, saying, "Rest assured, miss, I will ensure that no one interrupts your studies, not even myself. With Ying's assurance, Jiang Lan felt a sense of relief in her heart. She quietly slipped out of the window, her figure swiftly vanishing within the Jiang residence. Jiang Lan stealthily returned to the initial teleportation point of the instance. Jiang Lan caught sight of a young lad there. The boy possessed a head of silvery short hair and was clad in a gray hooded tracksuit, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He gazed intently at the slate-blue horizon, lost in contemplation. When the boy noticed Jiang Lan's approach, a warm smile blossomed on his face, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight of spring. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, its fair complexion contrasting starkly with the gray of his attire. With one hand still in his pocket, he reached out toward Jiang Lan, cheerfully introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Mushi." Mushi's eyes sparkled like stars. His iris is a celestial blue. He had a prominent nose, lips as red as cherries, and pearly white teeth, all contributing to his refined and handsome visage, imbued with an aura of youthful purity and vitality. Standing at approximately 1.80 meters, he maintained a relaxed posture, his slender fingers adorned in a pair of white sneakers, firmly planted in the earth. Upon seeing Mushi, Jiang Lan was suddenly reminded of the Narcissus Flower Goddess. However, their appearances bore only a slight resemblance, and their temperaments were entirely dissimilar. Jiang Lan smiled gently, akin to the warm and radiant sun of spring. She extended her hand and softly grasped Mushi's hand. In Jiang Lan's dark eyes flowed a spring of clarity, her voice soft and melodious as she spoke. "Greetings, I am Jiang Lan. In this instance, my character is that of a wealthy young lady. May I inquire about your character's identity in this scenario?" Suddenly, Mushi erupted into a hearty laugh, reminiscent of the morning sun piercing through the mist, radiant and warm. With a playful tone, he jested, "Haha, my character in this instance happens to be a seductive fox spirit." His words conveyed a sense of ease and curiosity. At that moment, a familiar mechanical prompt echoed in Jiang Lan's mind. Player Jiang Lan has initiated the human-demon romance scenario. The completion requirement is to fulfill the main quest. The main quest is coexist with the demon for 1 year and meet the conditions determined by the system to clear the scenario. Upon hearing the main quest echoing in her mind, Jiang Lan couldn't help but furrow her brows. The quest was vague and incomplete. Merely fulfilling the system's criteria would suffice for completion. What precisely were the conditions for the system's judgment? She pondered, yet found herself at a loss. Was it the depth of emotion, the harmony of interactions, or some other unknown standard? At that moment, Jiang Lan received a response from the vegetable planning team. She hastily clicked to view the reply. Lu Jin's message read, "Sister Lan, it's a relief to hear that you're all right. Yuan, Ji Yuan, and I are currently in the candy factory instance. We will be cautious, but please take care of yourself as well, Sister Lan." Jiang Lan, yes. We must take good care of ourselves. Lu Yuan replied, "Sister Jiang Lan, which instance are you currently in?" Jiang Lan, I find myself currently within the realm of the love between humans and spirits instance. Lan Ziyuan, I have indeed heard of this instance. However, my knowledge is limited to the fact that it permits only 1 male and 1 female participant at a time, with an exceptionally low success rate of approximately 10. It is exceedingly challenging, and numerous contestants remain ensnared within this instance, their fates uncertain. Perhaps Sister Lan could seek out the trapped participants to glean further insights into the situation. Jiang Lan, do you have any idea how many contestants are trapped in this instance? Lan Jiyuan, I have heard that it is approximately around 200. Jiang Lan, thank you, Jiyuan, for the information. Jiang Lan gently closed the system interface, yet her heart was heavy with anxiety. The intelligence provided by Lan Ziyuan weighed on her mind, leading her to believe that the situation was far more dire than she had anticipated. Your brow is nearly knotted in a tight coil. Mushi's voice interrupted Jiang Lan's reverie, laced with both jest and genuine concern. Jiang Lan sighed, expressing her concerns. The criteria for system evaluation are ambiguous, and it is rumored that over 200 contestants are trapped in this instance. It seems that clearing it will not be an easy task. However, Mushi, upon hearing this, displayed none of the apprehension Jiang Lan had anticipated. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. I knew it would come to this. Jiang Lan furrowed her brows and inquired, "Do you have any thoughts?" "Currently, we remain uncertain about the specific criteria used by the system for its judgments. I believe it would be prudent for us to explore our surroundings further, in hopes of uncovering some valuable clues. Alternatively, we could seek out those contestants trapped within the instance, having been there for such an extended period. They must possess a wealth of useful information." Mushi nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment." Jiang Lan recalled the deception she had orchestrated, pretending to study diligently within the Jiang residence. She said, "I reside at the Jiang estate, having secretly slipped away from the family. We must seize the moment and search the vicinity thoroughly." The two of them circled the foot of the mountain, discovering nothing. Mushi cast a dissatisfied glance at the blazing sun and muttered, "This afternoon's sun is truly unbearable. Let us seek refuge in the pavilion for a while." Jiang Lan also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Nodding in agreement, he and his companion entered the pavilion, hoping to find a moment's respite from the sweltering heat. As they settled into the cool embrace of the pavilion, an unexpected new plotline was triggered. The familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in Jiang Lan's mind. Player Jiang Lan has activated the first phase of the quest to find a small fox. Upon completing this initial task, a crucial clue to the main storyline will be revealed. Find a small fox? Upon hearing the task, Jiang Lan instinctively turned to Mu Shi, whose eyes, resembling black pearls, gazed back at him. In her clear, pool-like gaze, there flickered a hint of anticipation as she remarked, "If I recall correctly, your identity in the scenario is that of a seductive fox spirit. Why not transform into a fox and give it a try?" Mushi's face, originally as pale as jade, suddenly flushed with a deep crimson, particularly at the tips of his ears, which appeared as though they might bleed. He fervently shook his head, his refusal unmistakably clear. "I do not wish to do so. Could you please reiterate the requirements of that scenario?" Jiang Lan's face bore a hint of disappointment. "Are you unwilling?" Jiang Lan gazed at the youthful visage before her, taking note of the boy's impressive height of 1.80 meters. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, "You appear to have grown quite a bit. Perhaps not as diminutive as a young fox. Very well, I shall ponder further on this matter. I must return to the Jiang residence. Should you make any new discoveries, you may send a letter to inform me. If there are no significant revelations, shall we convene at the pavilion tomorrow afternoon?" Mushi acquiesced to her suggestion. Jiang Lan, fearing discovery by the Jiang residents, swiftly arranged a meeting time with Mu Shi for the following day and slipped back into the Jiang estate like a whisper of wind. She nimbly scaled the walls of the estate, as agile as a cat, and stealthily approached the window of the study. With utmost care, she opened the window, as if to avoid disturbing a butterfly lost in slumber, and delicately slipped through the opening. Jiang Lansong let out a sigh of relief, grateful that no one had discovered her clandestine escape. Jiang Lan has already begun to plan her itinerary for the morrow. She resolved to rise early and visit the market in search of an adorable little fox. Thus, she summoned Hiying to accompany her back to her chamber, instructing Hiying to walk ahead of her. Within the confines of her room, Jiang Lan rummaged through a heavy pouch of silver coins. She gently weighed it in her hands, feeling a surge of joy. These coins would suffice for her to purchase the coveted little fox at the market, with a fair amount likely left over. On the following day, under the pretense of acquiring books related to the imperial examination, Jiang Lan took Hiying by the hand and ventured onto the streets. Just before their departure, Madame Jiang joyfully grasped Jiang Lan's hand and softly remarked, "My dear daughter, you truly have a passion for learning. Come, allow your mother to supplement your book fund." Madame Jiang tenderly pressed a heavy silver coin into Jiang Lan's hand. Brimming with affection, Jiang Lan smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, mother." After stepping outside, she took Hiying's hand and led her to the bustling marketplace. Hiying, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, shouldn't we be heading to the bookstore to purchase materials related to the imperial examination? What purpose does this place serve?" Jiang Lan mischievously winked at her, saying, "Since we are already out, let us first acquire some other items. Purchasing books can wait." Hiying blinked and smiled. "Indeed, you're quite clever." The market bustled with life, a vibrant tapestry of activity, as throngs of people came and went, resembling a bustling masterpiece. An array of diverse goods dazzled the eye, overwhelming in their abundance. Jiang Lan stood at the heart of the marketplace, her gaze wandering until it alighted upon a few inconspicuous stalls selling pets in a corner. A surge of joy filled her heart, and she eagerly grasped He Ying's hand, pulling her towards them. He Ying, perplexed, inquired, "Miss, those stalls sell small animals. What do you intend to do there?" "Why, to purchase a little fox to bring home, of course," Jiang Lan replied, leading He Ying to the stall. He Ying quickly interjected, "Miss, have you forgotten? The master and mistress do not approve of keeping pets." Jiang Lan placed her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, and said, "Then let us secretly raise one." However, He Ying wished to intervene. Yet she witnessed Jiang Lan already pushing her way forward, so she had no choice but to follow suit. This stall offered a variety of small animals, but there was only one little fox. The fur of the little fox in the cage was a vibrant red, yet somewhat dry and lacking luster. Its tail lay flat against the bottom of the cage, motionless, while its ears stood erect and its round, curious eyes gazed at Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan promptly inquired of the proprietor, "How much does a little fox cost?" The red-furred fox in the cage twitched its ears slightly, its tail erect and swaying incessantly, seemingly pleading, "Please take me home." The owner's gaze shifted around Jiang Lan, a glimmer of shrewdness sparkling in his eyes as he extended his hand towards her. Fingers splayed wide, Jiang Lan gazed at her 5 fingers, quietly pondering within herself. Completely oblivious to the local prices, she hastily entrusted the task of haggling to He Ying. Whispering, "He Ying, how much I can spend on books henceforth rests entirely in your hands." He Ying then stepped forward, engaging the shopkeeper in a fervent exchange of words. Throughout this spirited negotiation, He Ying stood her ground, her arguments sharp and compelling. Ultimately, Jiang Lan triumphantly carried the cage, the little red-haired fox inside, happily wagging its tail. Both the girl and the fox were exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Meanwhile, He Ying lingered beside her, conflicted. Just moments ago, she had not only refrained from stopping her mistress from purchasing the fox, but had also assisted in the bargaining. Jiang Lan, carrying a small fox, accompanied He Ying to a nearby bookstore where they purchased several volumes related to the Imperial Examination, including a manual for success in the Imperial Examination, 3 years of preparation, 5 years of simulation, and key challenges in the Imperial Examination, among others. On the way home, Jiang Lan deliberately purchased a pet mat for the red-haired little fox, along with several packages of fox nourishment. Jiang Lan returned to the Jiang residence, her spirits high as she brought along the little red-furred fox. She gently released the fox from its small cage, placing it upon a pet mat, and then retrieved a nourishing meal specifically designed for foxes. The little fox, with its flat belly, first wiggled its tiny nose to take in the scents, before swiftly indulging in its meal. However, after completing these tasks, the anticipated mechanical prompt from the system remained conspicuously absent. Jiang Lan sat on the bed, resting her chin on her hands, deeply contemplating the task requirements. The initial phase of the quest involved discovering a little fox. Upon completing this first stage, she would receive a vital clue for the main storyline. Discovering a little fox. Discovery. Jiang Lan suddenly realized, "I understand now. Purchasing does not count. I must gather." However, where could she find a little fox to gather? The red-haired little fox swiftly devoured the food like a whirlwind, then gracefully approached Jiang Lan, gently grasping the hem of her skirt with its delicate mouth, seemingly beckoning her to follow. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Jiang Lan's eyes. "Little fox, are you willing to help me locate those wandering companions?" To her astonishment, the red-haired little fox subtly nodded, as if comprehending her words. It then turned and walked towards the door, as if inviting Jiang Lan to accompany it. Today, she had already ventured out under the pretense of buying books. If she were to go out again, it would likely raise suspicion. Thus, it would be prudent for her to slip away discreetly. Jiang Lan swiftly retrieved the little red-haired fox, cradling it tenderly in her arms. Jiang Lan skillfully cradled the red-haired fox in one arm, effortlessly leaping through the window and scaling the wall with increasing finesse. Jiang Lan arrived at the entrance of the Jiang residence. gently placing the little red-furred fox on the ground, allowing it the freedom to roam. This spirited fox exuded an air of cleverness with each step, occasionally advancing, then pausing, and frequently glancing back with its bright, sparkling eyes to ensure that Jiang Lan was closely following. On this tranquil afternoon, the market had long dispersed, and the backstreet lay in serene silence, devoid of any presence. Yet, the little fox seemed to possess an innate sense of direction, leading Jiang Lan through the cobblestone path, its delicate nose twitching as it inhaled the lingering scents in the air. Eventually, the fox came to a halt in an inconspicuous corner, where it appeared something was concealed. Jiang Lan quietly stood at the entrance of the alley, unfazed by the continuous whimpering of the red-haired little fox before her. Instead of acting immediately, she patiently surveyed her surroundings, ensuring the environment was secure before she slowly stepped inside. The little fox seemed particularly enamored with a heap of refuse at the alley's mouth, incessantly circling a dilapidated wooden box while emitting a persistent whimper, as if attempting to convey some unspoken tale. The size of this wooden box was nearly comparable to that of a small cage, worn and battered beyond recognition. Jiang Lan cautiously approached and gently lifted the lid of the wooden box. Within, she discovered a small red-haired fox, its fur matted and filthy, evoking a profound sense of pity. A tuft of hair stood upright on its head, rendering it particularly endearing and comically charming. Jiang Lan knelt down, cradling a small fox in her arms as she entered a veterinary clinic. The veterinarian remarked that the rescued red-furred fox was likely famished and proceeded to offer it some food. The little creature eagerly lunged at the meal, devouring it with an insatiable appetite, as though it had not tasted such delightful sustenance in ages. Both red-furred foxes were of similar age and exhibited no significant health concerns. The veterinarian gave them a bath, and once cleaned, it was evident that aside from a tuft of hair atop its head, the two foxes bore a striking resemblance to one another. The rescued red-furred fox was male, while the one purchased was female. To distinguish between them more effectively, Jiang Lan decided to name them. The male fox, whom she had rescued, was called Bao Bao, and the female fox, whom she had bought, was named Bei Bei. Jiang Lan brought two red-furred little foxes back to the Jiang residence. To her disappointment, the system's notification sound remained silent. She furrowed her brow, a sense of inexplicable gloom swelling within her. She had clearly found that adorable little fox in the back street of the marketplace. Why then, did the system offer no response? Jiang Lan could not help but begin to reflect if she had overlooked some crucial condition. In the afternoon, in accordance with her agreement with Mu Shi, Jiang Lan gently closed the study door, softly instructing Ying not to allow anyone to disturb her studies. She then nimbly leapt out of the window, skillfully scaling the wall, and quietly departed from the Jiang residence. In the pavilion of the Jiang estate, Jiang Lan finally encountered Mu Shi. Today, Mu Shi had changed her attire, shedding the gray hooded tracksuit from yesterday for a flowing moon-white silk robe adorned with cloud patterns, which rendered her particularly ethereal. Upon seeing the attire of pale moonlight hue, Jiang Lan's heart skipped a beat. Mu Shi, catching sight of her, curled his lips into a teasing smile and quipped, "Oh, from whence comes this delicate pink flower?" His jest was evident, for Jiang Lan was adorned in a flowing peach-pink fairy dress today, ethereal as poetry and graceful as a painting. The hem swayed lightly, dancing with her every step, reminiscent of a beautiful pink blossom. Jiang Lan, weary of Mu Shi's trivialities, spoke candidly. "This morning, I first procured a small fox to bring back to the Jiang residence. Yet the system remained unresponsive. Subsequently, I found another small fox and brought it home, only to encounter the same lack of reaction from the system." Mu Shi responded with a languid "oh," her tone drawn out as if she had just awakened from slumber. Jiang Lan's dark eyes were as profound as a deep pool, clearly reflecting the figure of Mu Shi. She gazed intently at Mu Shi and spoke with a serious tone. "Please adopt a more earnest attitude towards the task at hand." Mu Shi, however, maintained her languid demeanor, a hint of rebellious amusement playing at the corners of her lips as she replied, "I have always been quite serious." Jiang Lan articulated her conjecture regarding the main storyline of this quest. I suspect that the primary task of this instance may require a cooperative effort between two individuals. Indeed, that seems plausible, Mushi replied lazily, a hint of agreement glimmering in her eyes. Jiang Lan's tone shifted to one of gravity and earnestness. In this narrative, your identity is that of a fox spirit. Thus, the phrase finding a little fox undoubtedly refers to you. You must transform into a little fox, and then I shall take you back to the Jiang residence. Only then can we complete the first phase of our mission and obtain vital clues for the main storyline. Upon hearing these words, Mushi felt a delicate flush rise upon his milk-white skin, which glowed with a soft, rosy hue, even his fingertips blushing with a gentle pink. Overwhelmed by shyness, he transformed into an adorable little snow fox, quietly curling up in the pavilion. This little snow fox, with fur as white as freshly fallen snow, was diminutive and exquisite, evoking a sense of affection. Its tiny paws were soft and pink, reminiscent of intricately carved jade. Its eyes, clear and transparent, resembled the serene blue lakes on the horizon, radiating a captivating brilliance. Jiang Lan gently cradled the little snow fox, savoring its soft and warm body. A wave of inexplicable affection surged within her heart. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand and delicately stroked the plush fur atop the snow fox's head. The sensation was soft and exquisite, akin to caressing a gentle cloud. The little snow fox shyly bowed its head, burying its face in its fur, seemingly overwhelmed by bashfulness. Jiang Lan cautiously concealed the little snow fox within her embrace as she made her way to the Jiang residence. With a lightness to her steps, she nimbly scaled walls and slipped through windows, quietly returning to the study. She whispered a reminder that within the confines of the Jiang estate, Mushi must maintain his form as a little fox and must not allow anyone to discover his true identity as a fox spirit. The familiar mechanical sound of the system echoed in Jiang Lan's mind. Contestant Jiang Lan has completed the first phase of the quest by acquiring a little fox, earning the first main storyline clue, the Fox Clan leader. Additionally, she has received an important plot item, the moon pouch necklace, along with a reward of 1,000 points. Upon learning of her new acquisition, Jiang Lan eagerly opened her inventory, where a moon pouch necklace came into view. The necklace was of moderate length, featuring a red, hand-woven cord as its base, soft to the touch, yet sturdy. The pendant was a delicate little pouch, merely 2 fingers wide, in shades of gray and white, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. Embroidered on the pouch was a full moon, the lines flowing gracefully, vividly capturing the essence of the luminous moon in the night sky, as if it had been intricately stitched within. Item name: Moon Pouch Necklace. Item type: Plot. Item description. This is a mysterious artifact of the Snow Fox clan, possessing astonishing magical powers. Though small, the pouch can contain all manner of worldly treasures. Jiang Lan's gaze shifted towards the hope seeds in the props bar. With an expenditure of 5,000 points, she purchased learning to cultivate vegetables from the ground up, completed the upgrade, and the hope seeds were now displayed. She diligently watered them at regular intervals, nurturing them with care, patiently awaiting the right moment for their natural growth. Having accomplished these tasks, Jiang Lan spent the requisite time in her study before gently cradling the little snow fox and carrying it back to her chamber. Upon entering the room, Jiang Lan found herself in a quandary. Where should the little snow fox sleep? Jiang Lan laid a soft cotton quilt upon a luxurious daybed, as if crafting a cloud for the little snow fox. She gently placed the petite creature atop this fluffy haven, allowing it to rest in warmth and comfort. 2 red-haired foxes encircled the pristine white snow fox, emitting a series of delicate whimpers, engaging in their unique form of communication, as though confiding in one another some clandestine secret. As Jiang Lan observed the scene before her, a wave of curiosity surged within her. She turned to the little snow fox and tentatively inquired, "Mushi, can you understand the words of the baby and bebe? If you comprehend, please nod. If not, kindly shake your head." The little snow fox appeared quite exasperated by her question, casting an eye roll in her direction, and without hesitation shook its head vigorously. Later that evening, Jiang Lan sought out He Ying in solitude, inquiring about the Fox clan leader. Upon hearing the mention of the Fox clan leader, Jiang replied without a moment's hesitation. The Fox clan leader, of course, resides in Fox Valley. Jiang Lan quietly noted this information and continued to inquire, "Pray tell, where is Fox Valley located?" Jiang displayed a look of obvious understanding and replied, "Why, Fox Valley lies deep within Fox Mountain. It is quite a mystical place. We have only ever heard tales of it, yet have never laid eyes upon it." As Ying's words lingered in the air, a flicker of doubt crossed her face, as if she were somewhat uneasy, prompting her to ask, "But, miss, why are you inquiring about this? You don't intend to seek out a male fox spirit, do you? My dear, you should be focusing your energies on achieving scholarly success." Jiang Lan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. Her inquiry was merely a product of curiosity. The leader of the Fox clan resided in the Fox Valley, nestled deep within the Fox Mountain. The following day, Jiang Lan penned a note in her boudoir, indicating her intention to go on an outing. As she cradled the little snow fox and prepared to step outside, she was greeted by the melodious calls of two red-furred young foxes. Jiang Lan paused momentarily, turning to fetch a delicate little cage, and carefully placed two small red-haired foxes inside. As she did so, she gently murmured, "Babies, baby, I shall take you back to Fox Valley." At first, the two red-haired foxes appeared reluctant to enter the cage, their claws flailing in the air. However, upon hearing the words Fox Valley, they suddenly fell silent. 052. The Romance Between Human and Demon, Chapter 5. The more Jiang Lan observed, the more he felt that these two red-haired little foxes possessed a remarkable spirit. As Jiang Lan stepped onto the Fox Mountain, Mushi gently dispelled the form of the little snow fox, and in an instant, the pristine white fox transformed into a strikingly handsome youth. Two little red-haired foxes joyfully wagged their tails in the cage, brimming with excitement. Thus, they ventured into the enigmatic Fox Mountain, accompanied by the lively red-haired foxes. The Fox Mountain, a continuous range of peaks, undulated like an ancient dragon's spine, presenting a landscape seldom trodden by human feet. Together, they ascended the mountain, gradually delving deeper into its heart. Within the depths of Fox Mountain, towering ancient trees spread their lush canopies, obscuring much of the sunlight, casting the entire forest into an aura of profound tranquility and serenity. Occasionally, a mountain breeze would sweep through, stirring the sound of waves across the woodland like a gentle whisper. Mushi appeared not as one on a mission, but rather as if on a leisurely excursion, exuding an air of ease and comfort. When he encountered tempting wild fruits, he would not hesitate to pluck them, tossing half to Jiang Lan with a casual grace. After several unintentional encounters, Jiang Lan finally halted beneath a solitary pine tree, furrowing her brow. This pine tree had graced her sight thrice before. An inexplicable fear silently unfurled within their hearts, as if they had lost their way in this boundless forest. They surveyed their surroundings. The seemingly ordinary trees and flora now appeared strange and eerie. Every leaf and every blossom danced before their eyes, as if narrating their ignorance and confusion. A sense of unease enveloped their hearts. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within her heart. She understood that the most crucial task at hand was to regain her composure and seek a way out. She lifted her gaze towards the pine tree, which seemed to be gazing back at her. Previously, Mushi had been filled with laughter and joy, but now he had fallen into a profound silence. His brow was furrowed tightly, and his gaze was deep with unspoken thoughts. A subtle tremor threaded through his voice as he quietly inquired, "Jiang Lan, do you think we'll pass by this pine tree 3 times?" Jiang Lan gently unfurled the silk lotus in her hands, her steps light as she approached the towering pine tree ahead, gracefully tying a butterfly knot upon its branch. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a gentle glow upon her delicate, oval face, illuminating the blend of softness and resilience in her features. She lightly clapped her hands, her dark eyes deep as a tranquil pool, a mark to signify clarity. "Let us proceed, for it is still midday, with a stroke of fortune. We may not have to spend the night outdoors." However, an hour later, Jiang Lan and Mu Shi once again encountered that familiar pine tree, alongside the silk lotus bound to its trunk. The two attempted to discern their direction by examining the tree's rings, circling the trunk as they carefully sought their bearings. After a considerable journey, they found themselves once more beside the pine tree with the silk lotus, relying on their makeshift compass. They walked with renewed confidence for quite some time, only to once again spot the tree to which the silk lotus was tied. Exhausted, Mu Shi raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and frustration. Alas, why must I always endure the wilderness? Jiang Lan was equally drenched in perspiration. She quietly wiped the sweat from her neck with the back of her hand, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. Perhaps we ought to find a place to rest for a while. Both of them felt utterly exhausted, and they sought out a relatively clean patch of earth and ground, sitting back to back. Jiang Lan sat on the ground, opening the small cage to release the two red-haired foxes, allowing them to stretch and roam. Both foxes exhibited remarkable docility, causing no disturbance throughout their journey. Jiang Lan extended her hand, gently caressing the two little foxes, her eyes brimming with affection. She softly spoke, "My dear ones, I had intended to guide you to Fox Valley, but I have lost my way. Would you prefer to continue our journey in search of Fox Valley, or would you rather embrace a life of freedom here and now?" The two little foxes exchanged glances, engaging in silent communication, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Suddenly, before Jiang Lan, the two foxes transformed into a little boy and a little girl. The boy, with tousled red hair, became the embodiment of innocence, while the girl, adorned with smooth red locks, radiated grace. Both children donned vibrant red robes. Jiang Lan's dark eyes widened suddenly, filled with astonishment, as she exclaimed, "You are indeed fox spirits? You can transform at such a young age?" Bei nodded slightly, her large eyes glistening like translucent red grapes, sparkling with the innocence of childhood. In her tender, sweet voice, she replied, "Yes, we have been able to transform since we were 6. With a playful tuft of hair atop her head and a serious expression on her small face, the little one spoke in a voice as soft and fluffy as cotton candy. "Sister, there are magical barriers in Fox Valley. Outsiders cannot enter without a fox to guide them. Our home is in Fox Valley, and we can take you there," Bei enthusiastically suggested. Jiang Lan smiled Li, extending her hand to caress their soft red fur, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, darling Bei." The little one shook his head like a rattledrum, his bright eyes widening even further. He indignantly protested, "Sister, I am not called baby. My original name is Zishi." Bei shook her head slightly, sweetly denying, "Sister, I'm not called Bei either. My original name is Zile." Jiang Lan gently reached out to caress their fiery red hair and smiled. "Thank you. Zixi and Zile. Please lead the way for your sister and brother." Zila responded joyfully, "Of course. Sister can come over to my house as a guest." Zishi and Zilu, like jubilant little deer, leaped and bounded along the path ahead. Along the way, Jiang Lan curiously inquired, "Zishi, Zilu, why are your names so similar?" With a proud flutter of her eyelashes, Zishi replied, "Because we are twins. That's why our names sound alike." Zilu chimed in with a laugh, "Sister, guess whether I am the elder sister or the younger sister." Jiang Lan feigned deep contemplation and then deliberately displayed a troubled expression. "Oh dear, this is truly difficult to guess. You both appear to be of the same age." As she spoke, she gently pinched Zi Li's cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. With a playful smile, she ventured a guess. "However, I surmise you must be the younger sister, while Zishi is the elder brother." Upon hearing this, Zilu immediately broke into a proud grin. "Sister, you are so clever. You guessed correctly." Initially, they had been going in circles for 3 hours, but with Zishi and Zilu leading the way, they arrived at Fox Valley in merely 1 hour. At the entrance of the valley stood a colossal statue of a fox, which, as Zishi explained, represented the ancestor of the Fox clan. Within the valley, numerous quaint cottages were scattered about, reminiscent of a secluded paradise. Following the lively steps of Zishi and Zilu, they reached the door of one of the cottages. The two children joyfully knocked on the door. As it creaked open, they were greeted by a gentle beauty with flowing red hair. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and delight upon seeing the two children standing safely at the threshold, and tears of joy welled in her eyes. She swiftly turned and called excitedly into the house, "Beloved, come quickly and see. Our Zishi and Lu have returned." A commotion ensued within, as if something had been hastily knocked over. Moments later, a striking man with a square jaw and red hair appeared at the door, though his eyes were slightly red. He stifled his emotions and spoke steadily. "It is good that you have returned." The family of four embraced at the cottage entrance. After a brief moment, the handsome man urged, "Come inside." The gentle beauty with red hair turned her gaze toward Jiang Lan and Mu Shi, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and inquiry. She kindly asked, "May I ask who these two are?" Zilu promptly replied, "Mother, father, I was unfortunately captured by a fox trader, deprived of good food and care. It was my sister who spent money to rescue me, took care of me, and even bought me delicious treats. Today, she brought me home and set me free." Zishi continued, "Mother, father, I too was captured by a fox trader. I managed to escape from the cage and wandered the streets. It was my sister who followed Zilu all the way to find me, brought me back home to care for me, and bought me tasty food. Today, she is taking us home to grant us our freedom." Upon hearing their tales, the red-haired beauty and her handsome partner were filled with immense gratitude. They immediately extended a warm invitation to Jiang Lan and Mu Shi to enter their home, eager to host the two with heartfelt hospitality. "Please come in," they exclaimed, expressing their profound appreciation. Jiang Lan swiftly gestured with his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. Jiang Lan stepped into the modest dwelling, which, despite its size, radiated warmth and comfort. They gathered around a wooden table, sharing a moment of camaraderie. The red-haired, square-faced gentleman smiled and introduced himself, saying, "I am Zigue, the father of Zishi and Zile, and one of the three elders among the Red Fox clan." The gentle, red-haired beauty spoke softly, introducing herself, "I am Wan, the mother of Zishi and Zile, and one of the 5 elders of the Red Fox clan." Jiang Lan succinctly stated, "My name is Jiang Lan, an ordinary human." Mushi nodded slightly and replied, "I am Mushi." Jiang Lan provided supplementary character information for Mushi, stating, "Mushi is a snow fox." Jiang Lan continued, "To be candid, our visit here is not solely to escort Zishi and Zilu back home. We also wish to inquire about certain matters from the Fox Clan leader." Upon hearing Jiang Lan's desire to meet the Fox Clan leader, Zigue could not help but furrow his brows. The Fox Clan leader seldom grants an audience to humans. "Why is that?" Jiang Lan responded with a look of confusion in her wide-open eyes. Wan elaborated, "Our Fox Clan has, for many years, grown accustomed to a life of seclusion." At this moment, Mushi interjected with a question, "By the way, I have a query. Why is there a formation set outside Fox Valley? We wandered in the Fox Mountain for quite some time." Zigue pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "Many years ago, a fox from our clan fell in love with a human, which ultimately brought calamity upon the Fox Clan. Thus, our ancestors led us to Fox Valley and established a formation to protect it. The notion of a fox and a human in love, does that not parallel the romance between mortals and spirits?" Jiang Lan harbored suspicions that this past event was connected to the main storyline of the quest, and promptly inquired, "Could you please elaborate on the romance between the fox and the human?" Unexpectedly, Zigue shook his head and replied, "The intricacies of this tale are known only to the Fox Clan leader at present." Jiang Lan speculated within her heart that the leader of the Fox Clan undoubtedly possessed crucial clues pertaining to the main storyline of the copy quest. "Jiang Lan, I have a matter of utmost importance and must meet with the Fox Clan leader. I kindly ask both of you to facilitate this introduction." Zigue and Wan exchanged hesitant glances, and ultimately, Wan addressed her, "In gratitude for your saving our child, we are willing to assist you in meeting the Fox Clan leader, provided you assure us that you will not engage in any actions that may harm the Fox Valley." Jiang Lan readily agreed. Zishi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Father, mother, how is the Fox Clan chief?" "Sister Jiang Lan is a good person. Surely the chief would be inclined to meet her. Zila smiled slightly and added, indeed. The chief would not be angered by such trivial matters. Sister Jiang Lan has always been kind to us and would never do anything to harm Fox Valley. Only then did Zigui and Wan nod in agreement. However, one concern troubled them. Jiang Lan was human. Zigui gently reminded. The Fox clan chief harbors a disdain for humans. If it is revealed that Jiang Lan is human, she may be turned away by the chief's guards before they even meet. Wan concurred, saying exactly. I believe if Miss Jiang Lan wishes to meet the Fox clan chief, it would be best for her to disguise herself as a fox who has already taken on human form, ensuring that the chief is willing to meet with her. Jiang Lan eagerly inquired, how might I disguise myself as a fox that has already taken on human form? Wan produced a set of rouge and powder, saying, allow me to gently enhance your features with a touch of fox-like charm. Jiang Lan sat before a copper mirror, gazing at her reflection. Transformed by Wan's skilled hands into a visage of delicate allure, her cheeks subtly flushed, her eyes imbued with emotion, exuding a captivating charm. This makeup indeed bore a hint of a seductive fox spirit. Yet, upon completing the transformation, Wan still regarded her with a furrowed brow, seemingly unsatisfied. Miss Jiang Lan, I can't shake the feeling that something is still amiss. Zigui, standing beside them, remarked, Miss Jiang Lan still lacks a touch of that fox-like essence. Upon hearing this, Wan turned to Jiang Lan, her brow unfurling. Indeed, my husband speaks the truth. No wonder I sensed that something was lacking. Jiang Lan Bonde. Having spent an entire day in the company of foxes, is it possible I have not absorbed their scent? Zigui shook his head. The scent is too faint. Humans can easily counterfeit it, rendering distinction impossible. I suggest that Miss Jiang imbibe fox urine, which would saturate her being, even her breath, with the essence of fox. Were it not for Zigui's earnest demeanor, Jiang Lan would surely have thought him to be jesting. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to protest. Is there truly no alternative to consuming fox urine? Wan proposed, if Miss Jiang is willing to kiss a fox, the effect would surpass that of drinking its urine. This implied the consumption of saliva. Mushi approached with a teasing smile. If it were you, I could begrudgingly permit a kiss for the sake of the mission. The choice between saliva and urine. How perplexing. Upon hearing these two suggestions, Jiang Lan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Undeterred, she pressed on with her inquiries. Are there any other methods? Wan's contemplated deeply, eventually unearthing a distant memory. I recall now, there is indeed another way. One can take a bundle of fox fur from individuals of a similar age group and carry it with them. However, to employ this method, the fox fur must be stored within the mystical artifacts of the Snow Fox clan. We do not possess such items here, which is why this method nearly eluded my memory. The mention of the Snow Fox clan's mystical artifacts. Why did that description resonate so familiarly? Jiang Lan gathered her hands within the ample sleeves of her garment, retrieving the prop, the moon pouch necklace, from her inventory and delicately placing it in her palm before drawing it forth from her sleeves. Are you referring to the moon pouch necklace? In Jiang Lan's hands, the necklace lay serenely. Upon seeing it, Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, indeed, this is the very necklace. Jiang Lan gently grasped a pair of scissors and delicately snipped away a lock of Mushi's silvery hair. She twisted the strand into a coil and placed it within the silken pouch of her moonlit necklace, which she then donned around her neck, keeping it close to her heart. Upon witnessing Jiang Lan's intimate gesture, Mushi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, unbeknownst to him. The following day, Zigui accompanied Jiang Lan and Mushi to seek an audience with the Fox clan leader. As they approached the entrance, the guards, upon catching a whiff of Jiang Lan, allowed her passage. To their astonishment, the Fox clan leader appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a striking young man clad in a robe of midnight black, his eyes as profound as the night sky. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Lan inquired of the Fox clan leader, I have heard from Uncle Zigui that one of our kind once ventured into the mortal realm and fell in love with a human, ultimately bringing calamity upon our clan. As a result, our ancestors led us to Fox Valley, establishing protective enchantments. Might you recount this tale from the past? The Fox clan leader regarded her with unexpected surprise. I did not anticipate that a young fox such as yourself would pose such a question upon our first meeting. However, this tale, while significant to our lineage, has long since faded into the annals of history. I shall share it with you. His deep-set eyes drifted into reminiscence as he began to narrate a story unknown to the younger generation. Long ago, our clan did not reside here, nor was this place known as Fox Valley. We dwelled in Qingqiu, where lived a gentle, kind, and beautiful fox named Yu. In Fox Valley, she was cherished by her kin. Unlike her peers, Yu harbored no fear of humans. Rather, she gravitated towards them. With her lustrous, golden fur, she endeared herself to all who encountered her, inviting them to stroke her delicate head and offering her treats in return. Thus, she flourished in blissful ignorance until her transition into young womanhood. Upon taking human form, Yu blossomed into a stunning beauty, her expressive peach blossom eyes captivating, her features exquisite, and her figure gracefully curvaceous. She often adorned herself in a gown of soft yellow, her hair accentuated with translucent ribbons of the same hue. Many male foxes secretly admired Yu, yet she remained oblivious to their affections, save for one who had openly confessed his love. Having never experienced romance, the suitors often speculated among themselves about the type of male fox that would capture her heart. Until one fateful day, their conjectures ceased. On that day, Yu rescued a scholarly young man named Elbai. Handsome and charming, Elbai hailed from humble beginnings but was diligent in his studies, aspiring to attain fame and fortune. Yu admired his industrious spirit and offered her assistance. As they spent time together, mutual feelings blossomed. One day, Elbai professed his love for Yu, leaving her utterly astonished. However, due to her concerns regarding the divide between their worlds, she hesitated to accept his affections. Nevertheless, Lu Bai ardently pursued Yu, already harboring feelings for him and having never experienced love before, swiftly fell head over heels. Wishing to be transparent with her beloved, Yu confided her identity as a fox spirit to Lu Bai, allowing him to make his own choice. Surprisingly, Lu Bai did not hesitate for a moment, declaring his unwavering love for Yu and expressing indifference toward her being a fox demon. From that moment on, Yu devoted herself wholeheartedly to Lu Bai, sharing in his struggles and often engaging in embroidery, which she sold to provide for him. During these times, Lu Bai would be deeply moved, affectionately calling her my lady and promising that once he attained success, he would marry her in grand style as his only wife. Years later, Lu Bai ascended to the rank of a successful scholar and caught the eye of the Prime Minister's daughter. He chose to conceal Yu's existence and began courting the Prime Minister's daughter. Thus, Lu Bai led a double life, deceiving both women with his affections until his engagement to the Prime Minister's daughter. After the engagement, Lu Bai returned to the old residence he once shared with Yu to collect his belongings. Upon seeing him retrieve his items, Yu anxiously inquired about his actions, to which Lu Bai casually fabricated a story about their breakup. Reluctant to impose, Yu tearfully acquiesced. After their separation, Yu discovered she was pregnant and yearned to share this news with Lu Bai. When she sought him out, she found that he had already become engaged to the Prime Minister's daughter. Confronting Lu Bai, she was callously ordered away by his servants. In her anguish, Yu chose to keep her pregnancy a secret and departed. At that moment, a Taoist priest happened to be at Lu Bai's estate and encountered Yu. After Lu Bai dismissed her, the priest informed him that Yu was a fox spirit and was pregnant. Lu Bai vehemently denied any past connection with Yu, asserting that the child could belong to any unknown man. Racked with guilt, he falsely claimed that Yu was a malevolent demon intent on draining his vitality and urged the priest to exorcise her. The priest, eager to serve his own interests, stated that he required a personal item from Yu to trace her whereabouts, ideally something of blood. Lu Bai, realizing that the child was indeed his own flesh and blood, thought that tracking down the fetus would suffice. He secretly provided the priest with half a bowl of his own blood, deceitfully claiming it was the blood of the injured fox spirit he had fought. Unbeknownst to Yu, she had become the target of the priest's machinations. Heartbroken after being cast aside by Lu Bai, she returned to the land of Qingqiu. As Yu approached her time of labor, the priest came to her door, injuring many foxes in Qingqiu and ultimately killing Yu. Before her death, she gave birth to a baby boy. The priest discovered that the tracking talisman he had used to follow Yu now pointed toward the infant boy. And in that instant, he realized that Liu Bai was the child's true father. It was then that the priest comprehended the extent of Liu Bai's deception. Determined to rectify the situation for the foxes, the priest found a new sanctuary, the current Fox Valley, and inscribed protective runes around its perimeter. Having completed these tasks, he resolved to adopt Yu's newborn son, cradling the infant in his arms as he quietly departed. The priest later sent an anonymous letter to the Prime Minister's daughter, revealing that Liu Bai was not the noble man he appeared to be, urging her to make her own choice. The past is but dust. The fox chieftain let out a gentle sigh, his voice imbued with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. There is little more I can convey. Upon the chieftain's words, a familiar mechanical notification resonated within Jiang Lan's mind. Player Jiang Lan has triggered the second phase of the quest. Please retrieve the relics of the late Yo-Yo and present them to the Fox Chieftain. Jiang Lan lamented. The long and arduous journey has indeed been fraught with tragedy. The actions of Liu Bai are utterly unworthy of a human being. Mushi remained silent, his gaze imbued with a tumult of complex emotions. After bidding farewell to the leader of the Fox tribe, Jiang Lan expressed her gratitude to Zigui. Together, they walked out of the Fox Valley and embarked on their journey back to Jiang Mansion. As Jiang Lan approached the vicinity of Jiang Manor, he softly instructed Mushi, transform into the form of a petite snow fox. Upon his words, Mushi metamorphosed into a pristine white little fox. Jiang Lan cautiously cradled her in his arms, concealing her within his embrace. Upon returning to Jiang Manor, Jiang Lan was warmly greeted by Lord Jiang and Lady Jiang, who inquired after his well-being with heartfelt concern. Jiang Lan seized the opportunity to inquire about Liu Bai, feigning curiosity as she asked, "Father, Mother, during my recent travels, I came across a tale concerning the once celebrated scholar Liu Bai. Have you ever heard of the illustrious Liu Bai?" Lord Jiang straightened his posture, his tone shifting from the usual warmth to one of sternness. Why is it, a young lady like yourself, that you do not devote your time to studying at home, but instead inquire about these irrelevant matters from the past? Madame Jiang furrowed her brow and nodded in agreement, saying, "Your father is correct. Why you suddenly inquire about matters unrelated to your studies?" Jiang Lan hastily interjected, "Father, Mother, he is by no means an inconsequential figure. It is merely my curiosity regarding the illustrious scholars of the past, the top scholars, the second place, and the third place, who piqued my interest. I wish to understand how they distinguished themselves in the imperial examinations." Lady Jiang hesitated slightly and responded, "It is not something that cannot be discussed. However, it is worth noting that the Flower Prize winner, Liu Bai, achieved his title 21 years ago. Furthermore, Liu Bai has been missing for the past 20 years. Old Master Jiang furrowed his brow into a deep furrow and remarked, "Indeed, this individual does not seem to be favored by fortune. Having only recently achieved the rank of a third-place scholar, he was on the brink of promotion and distinction, yet he has mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, to this day, he remains unaccounted for, neither alive nor dead." Jiang Lan then inquired, "Has no one sought after Liu Bai since his disappearance? I have heard that he was once engaged to the Prime Minister's daughter, who is of great wealth." Lord Jiang's brow furrowed even deeper, as if he were plunged into profound contemplation. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Shortly after the disappearance of Liu Bai, the Prime Minister's daughter hastily entered into a lowly marriage. Not long after, she gave birth to a daughter, and soon thereafter, she divorced, ultimately returning to the Prime Minister's residence with her child, never to remarry again. Madame Jiang urged, "My dear daughter, you should promptly consider a new object of admiration. Take this year's top scholar, Zio, for instance. He is exceptionally handsome, quick-witted, and remarkably talented. On the day his victory was announced, I caught a glimpse of him from a distance, adorned with a red flower and riding a horse. His appearance was so striking that even at my age, I couldn't help but acknowledge him as one of the rarest beauties in the world. I still recall that day when he exuded such vigor." "Madam, What is it about this gentleman that captivates you so profoundly? Pray, do share more details with me. Mr. Jiang's jealousy had already begun to surface, his words tinged with an unmistakable hint of envy. Madame Jiang, possessing remarkable wisdom, instantly comprehended Lord Jiang's thoughts. She deftly shifted the conversation, extolling Lord Jiang. Speaking of handsomeness, how could I ever forget the moment I first laid eyes upon you? At that time, you appeared as if a celestial being had descended upon the mortal realm, an image forever etched in my memory. As Jiang Lan stood nearby, she instinctively covered her ears. The sudden outpouring of affection felt akin to an unexpected deluge of dog food. She perceived herself as a glaring light bulb, far too conspicuous to linger. Seizing the moment, she discreetly slipped into her chamber, evading the onslaught of this affectionate couple. Within her sanctuary, a small snow fox curled up on a luxurious chaise lounge, resembling a soft, cuddly pom-pom, utterly endearing. Jiang Lan gently lifted it, bringing it close to her ear as she softly shared the news she had just gleaned from Lord Jiang and Lady Jiang. Mushi, I have made up my mind. Tomorrow, I shall set forth for Qingqiu. The system has prompted us to seek out UUS relics, and I believe that perhaps starting our search at her former residence in Qingqiu might yield some clues. The little snow fox seemed to comprehend Jiang Lan's words, extending its delicate pink paw and gently resting it in her palm, as if silently high-fiving her in agreement. Is this your way of consenting to my decision? Jiang Lan inquired softly. The snow fox slightly moved its ears, seemingly responding to her question. The following day, after considerable effort, Jiang Lan finally persuaded Lord Jiang and Lady Jiang, and with her bundle in hand, she set off for Qingqiu, accompanied by the little snow fox. After distancing themselves from the Jiang residence, the snow fox gracefully leaped from Jiang Lan's embrace, transforming into a silver-haired youth. Clad in a moon-white long robe adorned with cloud patterns, with a sky-blue headband resting on his forehead, a lake-blue sash around his waist, and mist-blue boots adorning his feet. He exuded an air of elegance reminiscent of a celestial being from the lunar palace. Along the journey, Jiang Lan walked side by side with Mu Shi, both of their gazes immersed in the vividly colored world around them. Jiang Lan mused softly, "This world is truly a tapestry of reality and illusion. Every detail so vividly alive, as if we have stepped into another tangible dimension." Rarely, the usually jovial Mu Shi remained silent upon hearing her musings, his expression unusually grave. After a long pause, he finally spoke a cryptic phrase. "Remember the path you've taken. Seek the way back." This statement seemed imbued with an ineffable depth, prompting Jiang Lan to ponder deeply. She reflected on her moments spent with Mu Shi, who often engaged her in playful banter, yet had never broached any topics concerning the real world. With her curiosity ignited like a flame, she could not resist asking, "Mu Shi, what are your origins and your way back?" Mu Shi turned his gaze toward Jiang Lan, who was adorned in a peach-pink RU skirt, resembling the blossoming peach flowers of spring, fresh and resplendent. Her eyes sparkled like two radiant black pearls, yet they mirrored his expressionless face, devoid of warmth. A wave of inexplicable boredom washed over Mu Shi, and he simply uttered, "I have forgotten," before retreating in his silence like a stoic statue. Unexpectedly, it was Jiang Lan, usually reserved, who became the loquacious one. She frequently consulted the map in her hands, at times inquiring passers-by for directions, their footsteps intertwining as dusk descended. Ultimately, they succeeded in reaching Qingqiu before the sun dipped below the horizon. Jiang Lan held an ancient map, her fingertips gently tracing the path ahead, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "Mu Shi, we have finally arrived." In response, Mu Shi silently nodded, her expression tinged with a hint of solemnity. Jiang Lan noticed his unusual demeanor, furrowing her brow with concern as she inquired, "What troubles you? You have been unusually taciturn along the way." Mu Shi gently shook his head, his voice subdued. "It is nothing, merely some matters weighing on my mind." Jiang Lan ceased her inquiries, for she understood that everyone harbors their own secrets and burdens. She took a deep breath, redirecting her focus to the task at hand. The two of them meandered through the dense woods of Qingqiu, in search of Yu Yu's former residence. The scenery of Qingqiu was picturesque, yet their hearts were weighed down with an unusual heaviness. After a series of challenges, they finally discovered the quaint wooden cabin, nestled deep within the forest. Though the cabin had aged, it still emanated the essence of Yu Yu's life. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi exchanged a smile as they stepped into the quaint wooden cabin. Time had left its mottled marks upon the structure, and the interior was cloaked in a layer of dust, each particle serving as a reminder of its prolonged abandonment. The furnishings within the cabin were exceedingly simple. Aside from a somewhat worn wooden bed and a rustic table, the only prominent feature was a cast-iron pot resting in the corner. Jiang Lan anxiously ran her fingers through her hair, her face etched with disappointment. It appeared that this time she had truly gained nothing. Her voice echoed in the empty wooden cabin, tinged with a sense of helplessness and frustration. However, Mu Shi did not relinquish hope. He approached the iron pot with caution, carefully lifting it before presenting it to Jiang Lan. Surely, it could not be this pot. Despite her lingering doubts, Jiang Lan accepted the iron vessel. She meticulously examined its surface, leaving no detail overlooked. Yet, apart from a thin layer of dust, the pot contained nothing. Indeed, it was empty, and the system remained unresponsive. Jiang Lan gently set down the pot and brushed the dust from her hands. Upon witnessing this, Mu Shi unexpectedly produced a moon-white handkerchief from her sleeve and offered it to her. Jiang Lan gazed in surprise at the unexpectedly presented handkerchief. Her brow furrowed in curiosity as she inquired, "Is this for me?" Mu Shi gently nodded in affirmation. Jiang Lan accepted the handkerchief and softly uttered a word of gratitude. "Thank you." The two of them exited the small wooden cabin with a hint of dejection. Jiang Lan gently reassured, "Fortunately, we were well prepared. Before departing from Fox Valley, we not only inquired about Yu Yu's former residence in Qingqiu, but also learned of the modest dwelling where she once cohabited with Elbai. Let's first take a respite at the inn and set forth tomorrow." Mu Shi silently nodded in agreement. On the following morning, guided by the information they had gathered, the two embarked on their quest to locate the small house where Yu Yu and Elbai had once shared their lives. Along the way, they consulted 3 passers-by and eventually arrived at the doorstep of the humble abode. It was a dilapidated little thatched cottage, ravaged by years of wind, sun, and rain, and it had long lost its former charm, standing in a state of disrepair as if it might collapse at any moment. Upon entering, a musty odor assailed their senses, and dark mold stains clung stubbornly to every item within, bearing witness to the desolation and silence that had enveloped this place for ages. Jiang Lan's sense of professionalism resurfaced. It was imperative to disinfect. Ideally, a chlorine-based disinfectant would suffice. Mu Shi silently produced 2 pristine, moon-white handkerchiefs, offering one to her while retaining the other in his grasp. The pair fashioned the handkerchiefs into makeshift masks. As Jiang Lan donned the cloth, she was enveloped by a faint floral fragrance, a scent that struck a chord of familiarity within her, yet eluded her memory. The two scoured the decrepit thatched cottage, but to no avail. They meticulously examined the dim corners, the cobweb-laden eaves, and even the most inconspicuous crevices. The air was thick with dampness and decay, prompting involuntary frowns of distaste. Jiang Lan departed from the dilapidated hut and approached the stream to wash his hands, exclaiming, "There is nothing here. It is to be expected. This wretched shack, with its walls covered in mold, holds little promise." After finishing his ablutions, Mu Shi removed the handkerchief from his face, revealing a complexion that appeared exceedingly pallid. "Jiang Lan, Mu Shi, you appear to be looking quite unwell. Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Mu Shi turned to Jiang Lan, gesturing dismissively, presumably to indicate that he was fine. However, he could not suppress a wave of nausea. "Ugh, I apologize." The pallor of Mu Shi's face began to take on a slight flush. The two of them toiled throughout the day, yet still achieved nothing. In the evening, they remained at the inn, contemplating their strategy. Jiang Lan, struck by a sudden whim, proposed, "I have an idea that may sound a bit eccentric but could prove effective. Let us visit Yu Yu's grave tomorrow to pay our respects." Mu Shi turned abruptly, exclaiming, "You can't possibly be suggesting we engage in grave robbing, are you?" Jiang Lan quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, "No, how could I possibly engage in tomb raiding?" Mushi looked at her in confusion and asked, "Then what are you planning to do?" Jiang Lan, "I have heard that tomorrow marks the anniversary of Yu Yu's birth. Perhaps on this day, I may encounter some old friends of Yu Yu from her past." The following morning, Jiang Lan and Mu Shi donned white garments, carrying offerings as they proceeded to Yu Yu's grave to pay their respects. Before Yu Yu's tomb, not a single blade of grass could be seen, indicating that someone had consistently come to tend to it. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi meticulously arranged the offerings, paying their respects with utmost reverence and sincerity. After a prolonged wait, at the stroke of noon, they encountered a strikingly beautiful woman. She exuded an aura of maturity, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, draped in simple attire, and carrying a basket brimming with sunflowers. She approached the tranquil grave. "Who are you?" Upon noticing Jiang Lan and Mu Shi, her eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, Mu Shi revealed a pair of pristine white fox ears and a fluffy, snow-white foxtail. Suddenly recalling something, tears welled up in her eyes, and she took out a plain handkerchief to gently wipe away the glistening droplets on her face. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "How touching it is that you young foxes still remember Yu Yu from 20 years ago." It turned out she was a fox spirit, a dear friend of Yu Yu during her lifetime, who had witnessed her friend fall deeply in love, only to suffer the pain of loss. After a heartbreaking separation, she discovered she was unexpectedly pregnant, leading to her tragic demise at the hands of a deceitful man. As she wept, she continued to dab her eyes with the handkerchief. "I was so naive back then, thinking Yu Yu had found true love, and I rejoiced for her. Little did I know, one day she returned to Qingqiu in tears, saying Lu Bai no longer wanted her. We, her sisters from Qingqiu, took turns comforting her. Just when we thought Yu Yu had finally regained her spirits, she began to vomit incessantly. In our moment of carelessness, we merely assumed she had a stomach upset. By the time we realized she was pregnant, the fetus was already several months along. Feeling the life within her, Yu Yu ultimately resolved to bring the child into the world." Jiang Lan and Mu Shi listened to her in silence, taking turns to comfort her. When she finished speaking, she gazed at the sorrowful expressions of the two before her, wiped away her tears, and declared, "Look at me, so caught up in my tears. It's a rare occasion for you two little foxes to visit. I should regale you with some amusing tales from the past." She fell into a reverie, a faint smile gracing her lips as she reminisced. "I have known Yu Yu since we were very young, playing together from childhood to adulthood. In our youth, we had a secret base where we often frolicked. Every summer, we would retreat there to escape the heat. She always..." Those memories unfolded in her heart like a faded, ancient scroll as she recounted childhood antics and shared stories from her youth, her tone imbued with deep nostalgia. Jiang Lan's obsidian eyes were as clear as a deep pool, and she softly inquired, "Could you share with me the whereabouts of your former secret base?" Mu Shi's azure gaze sparkled with childlike curiosity as he chimed in, "We are eager to visit that place." Jiang Lan and Mu Shi arrived at the secret base of Yu Yu's childhood, nestled deep within the secluded caves of the Qingqiu Mountains. As Jiang Lan and Mu Shi entered the cave, they were immediately greeted by a refreshing chill, accompanied by the earthy aroma and the invigorating scent of the forest. The cave was cool, dry, and well ventilated, creating a delightful sanctuary reminiscent of a natural summer retreat. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi searched the cave meticulously. Jiang Lan exchanged 2 small shovels from the system's marketplace, attempting to excavate the earth within the cavern. As they gently dug, it wasn't long before they unearthed a wish bottle buried during their youthful days. The bottle was slightly soiled with dirt. Mu Shi cautiously picked up the dusty wish bottle, retrieving a moon-white handkerchief from his pocket, and delicately wiped away the grime. His movements were gentle and focused, and gradually, the wish bottle revealed its true form in his hands. This wish bottle, crafted from glass, was as transparent as crystal, with a petite wooden cork sealing its opening. Through the glass, a small rolled-up piece of white paper could be faintly discerned within. Without hesitation, Mu Shi handed the wish bottle to Jiang Lan, his gesture appearing entirely instinctive. Jiang Lan reached out to take the wish bottle. As her fingers made contact with the bottle, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. contestant Jiang Lan has discovered the relic of the fox, Yu. Now, she simply needed to return to Fox Valley and present the wish bottle to the fox chieftain. Jiang Lan and Mu, she promptly decided to return to Fox Valley directly from Qingqiu. As they journeyed back, the scenery swiftly passed by their eyes. However, just as they were about to cross the threshold of Fox Valley, two figures unexpectedly emerged before them, a man and a woman. The man bore a bundle of freshly cut firewood upon his shoulder, while the woman carried a basket brimming with vibrant green cabbages and carrots, indicating they were likely local residents returning from their labors in the mountains. As they approached Jiang Lan and Mu Shi, they suddenly halted. The man, with a hint of curiosity in his voice, inquired, "You two have been frequently traversing this area lately. Could it be that you are also contestants?" To their astonishment, they realized that these individuals were former participants who had previously entered this alternate realm. Jiang Lan was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Were you competitors from before? How long have you been in this instance?" In response to her question, the man displayed a hint of displeasure, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly reluctant to answer, hesitating several times as if to speak but refraining. Beside him, the woman let out a soft laugh, her voice gentle like the spring breeze caressing the tips of willow branches. Turning her head, she wore a relaxed and cheerful smile. "We have been living in this instance for 7 years. Fortunately, this place is relatively peaceful, and residing here poses no significant threat to our lives." Mushi stepped before the woman, his sky-blue eyes locking onto hers, and with a low yet resolute voice, he asked, "We have only recently entered this instance. Would you be willing to disclose your main quest?" Upon hearing this, the woman frowned, lost in thought, as if she were laboriously sifting through fragmented memories. After a lengthy pause, a glimmer of realization flickered in her eyes, and she finally spoke. "Our main quest is to coexist with the demon for 1 year. And upon meeting the system's criteria, we can clear the game." Jiang Lan slightly nodded, her pair of black eyes resembling a profound and endless cold pool. She inquired, "Is your main quest aligned with ours? May I ask if you are aware of the system's criteria for judgment?" The man, his face contorted with indignation, retorted angrily, "Who on earth knows the nonsensical criteria set by the system? I advise you to abandon those futile struggles and simply remain here to live a peaceful life in this instance. At the very least, this world will not claim lives inexplicably." Jiang Lan turned to the woman beside her and inquired with a calm tone, "Are your identities in the instance that of an ordinary human and a fox demon?" The woman gently shook her head in negation, replying, "No, in that world, I am a rabbit demon, while he is merely a mortal. It seems that each pair of contestants assumes distinct roles. Thus their experiences must undoubtedly vary, rendering it impossible to replicate answers for successful completion." Mushi was the first to contemplate this notion. He softly grasped Jiang Lan's wrist and tenderly suggested, "Let us proceed." Jiang Lan nodded silently, and the two continued their journey back to Fox Valley. In the heart of Fox Valley, within the dwelling of the Fox clan leader, the leader held a delicate and translucent wish bottle in his hand, while Jiang Lan and Mu, she sat across from him. The Fox clan leader gazed intently at the wish bottle, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he ultimately resolved not to open it, but rather to gently pass it back to Jiang Lan. "This is a relic of Yu," the Fox clan leader spoke softly, releasing a sigh and shaking his head, his tone imbued with a trace of sorrow. "It ought to be inherited by her descendants. I hope you can assist me in locating Yu's child and deliver this wish bottle to him." Jiang Lan took the wish bottle, feeling the lingering desires within. She nodded and said, "We are willing. However, we are unaware of the whereabouts of Yu's child." The fox chieftain sighed, shaking his head. "I too am in the dark. This is an ancient map. Please accept it. It marks the location of a temple where you may seek the priest who once took in Yu's child. He will undoubtedly possess the knowledge you seek." As he spoke, a weathered, yellowed map was gently presented before them. Jiang Lan took the ancient map, unfurled it, and beheld a range of mountains depicted within, with the inscription, "Tianyi Taoist Temple nestled amidst the peaks." Jiang Lan murmured, "The Heavenly Taoist Temple?" The Fox clan leader solemnly nodded, "Indeed, All I know is that the Taoist priest from back then belonged to the Heavenly Taoist Temple. Beyond that, I have no further information. At that moment, a clear mechanical voice resonated within Jiang Lan's mind, announcing, "Contestant Jiang Lan, you have completed the second phase of the quest by retrieving the relic of the fox, Yu, and delivering it to the Fox Clan leader. You have acquired the second main clue, the head of the Heavenly Taoist Temple. Additionally, you are awarded 1,000 points." Jiang Lan discerned the clues resonating within her mind, and she comprehended the implications. The system's hints were more intricate than those provided by the Fox Clan leader. This indicated a directive for them to seek out the head of the Heavenly Tao Temple. Regardless of the circumstances, their foremost objective was to reach the Heavenly Tao Temple. 058, The Romance Between Humans and Demons, Chapter 11. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi embarked on their journey once more, this time with their destination set for the renowned Tianyi Taoist Temple. Armed with a weathered, yellowed map, they traversed through undulating mountain ranges, following the map's guidance until they arrived at the secluded temple nestled deep within the wilderness. As they looked up, they beheld the plaque adorned with the graceful and powerful characters, Tianyi Taoist Temple. These characters exuded an impressive grandeur, filling the air with an aura of magnificence. Upon seeing these words, Jiang Lan experienced a sudden clarity of mind and vision. Together with Mu Shi, they ascended the lengthy staircase with purpose. Reaching the entrance of the temple, where they knocked upon the door. The door creaked open, revealing a sliver of light and the silhouette of a Taoist priest. This young priest donned a black and white robe, his demeanor reminiscent of the purest spring water cascading from snow-capped peaks. His face was round and full, akin to a bright moon suspended in the night sky, and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, emanating an ethereal energy. He inquired, "Esteemed guests, what brings you here?" Jiang Lan performed a respectful bow and said, "We have urgent matters to discuss with the master of the Heavenly Tao Temple." The Taoist smiled faintly, joining his hands in reverence, and replied, "Ah, so you come seeking the master. Unfortunately, he descended the mountain earlier this morning and has yet to return. If your business is pressing, you may enter the temple and wait for a moment." With that, the Taoist gently pushed open the door, allowing Jiang Lan and Mu Shi a glimpse into a corner of the temple. The round-faced Taoist invited them inside. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before following the Taoist into the Heavenly Tao Temple. Inside, the atmosphere was orderly and serene, a refreshing elegance enveloping them. The round-faced Taoist kindly led them to a guest room, then offered 2 cups of fragrant tea, softly saying, "Please take a seat." Jiang Lan and Mu Shi sat quietly in the tranquil guest room, exchanging a glance with one another. Jiang Lan slightly tilted her head and suggested to Mu Shi, "Why don't we venture out to seek the Taoist priest from years gone by?" Almost simultaneously, Mu Shi replied, "Rather than remain idle here, we might as well inquire within the Taoist temple about which priest took in the male infant 2 decades ago." The two extended their palms towards each other and exchanged a crisp high five, the sound resonating through the tranquil air. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi stepped out of their guest room, only to be greeted by a plump young Taoist priest who appeared to be around 12 years of age. The little priest halted in his tracks, raised his chubby hand to scratch the back of his head, and gazed at them with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Who are you?" Jiang Lan produced a pink strawberry-flavored candy from her sleeve and, with a sweet smile, offered it to the young Taoist priest, saying, "Greetings, young Taoist. Please enjoy this strawberry candy." The young priest took the candy, unwrapped the exquisite packaging, and placed it in his mouth. With the candy melting on his tongue, he spoke with a slight lisp, yet still remembered to inquire, "You have yet to reveal your identities. What brings you to the temple?" Jiang Lan gazed at the young Taoist with eyes as dark and lustrous as black pearls, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Young Taoist, we are here in search of someone. Might you know if any Taoist priest adopted a male infant 20 years ago?" The young Taoist scratched his head, a look of bewilderment clouding his eyes, and gently shook his head. 20 years ago, I had yet to be born." Mu Shi furrowed her brow slightly, attempting to guide him. "Have you perhaps heard any tales from 20 years past? Or is there anyone in the temple who was adopted 2 decades ago?" Once more, The young Taoist shook his head, as if entirely oblivious to the matter at hand. Seeing this, Jiang Lan gently grasped Mu Shi's wrist and softly said, "Do not trouble him any further. He is still young, and it is quite natural for him to be unaware of the events of the past." Jiang Lan and Mu Shi stepped outside, encountering an elderly Taoist priest diligently sweeping fallen leaves. The old man, with hair and beard tinged with gray, possessed eyes that sparkled like two radiant pearls, clear and bright. Clad in a black and white Taoist robe, he wielded a bamboo broom, wholly absorbed in his task of gathering the withered yellow leaves strewn across the ground. Upon noticing the old Taoist, the two approached and politely interrupted his sweeping. Jiang Lan politely inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, I beg your pardon for the interruption. Might you recall if 20 years ago there was a Taoist who took in an infant boy? Do you have any knowledge of where this boy might be now?" The elderly Taoist paused in his sweeping, furrowing his brow slightly as he turned to face them. He raised a finger to his ear and shook his head. Observing this, Mu Shi leaned closer to the old man's ear and reiterated the question. Upon hearing it, the old Taoist waved his hand dismissively, returning his focus to the ground, diligently wielding his broom as he swept the fallen leaves, as if the entire universe had dwindled to just himself and the drifting foliage. Jiang Lan gently grasped Mu Shi's wrist, the youth's skin as smooth and pale as milk. She whispered, "Never mind. He is quite aged, and his hearing may not be as keen." Mu Shi rubbed the back of his head and mumbled, "But his gaze appears clear. He shouldn't be so hard of hearing." The duo continued to inquire throughout the Taoist temple, meticulously questioning every priest they encountered. However, despite their relentless efforts, they were unable to extract any valuable clues from these Taoists. In the serene courtyard, they chanced upon a middle-aged priest. A surge of hope filled their hearts, for given his age, he should surely have vivid recollections of events from 2 decades past. Yet upon seeing them, the middle-aged priest seemed reluctant to engage in conversation and turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Lan hastily implored, "Taoist, please stay. We have a matter of great importance to inquire about." The middle-aged priest halted his steps and turned to face them, his gaze sweeping across them with the stillness of an ancient well. Despite his efforts to maintain a calm demeanor, a hint of impatience seeped through his tone. Mu Shi, with her deep-sea blue eyes, fixed her gaze upon the priest and softly inquired, "Might you know if there was a priest who adopted a male infant 20 years ago? Or do you know the whereabouts of that adopted child now?" The middle-aged priest did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced beyond them and called out loudly, "Sect leader, there are 2 suspicious individuals here, prying into the old affairs of the temple." "What?" The sect leader has finally returned. Before they could express their joy, a thunderous voice questioned them. "It is you who have been inquiring about the temple's past, harboring ulterior motives?" As Jiang Lan and Mu Shi turned around, they beheld a robust-looking middle-aged Taoist priest standing behind them. His countenance was resolute, and he gazed at them with a grave expression. Clad in a black robe with white trimmings and adorned with a Taoist crown, he exuded an air of dignity and righteousness. His voice resonated powerfully as he questioned them in an unequivocal tone. "Pray, what is your true intention?" No sooner had the Taoist finished speaking than he swiftly drew his sword, its tip gleaming ominously as it pointed directly at Jiang Lan and Mu Shi. Jiang Lan's dark eyes resembled a clear and profound pool, as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke humbly. Misunderstanding, sect leader. We indeed have urgent matters to discuss." The sect leader's sword remained pointed at them, his tone imbued with suspicion and caution as he queried in a low voice, "Speak. What is your purpose in wandering about the temple?" Mu Shi, with her clear and unwavering gaze directed at the sect leader, inquired with composure, "Sect leader, we have come to the temple in search of a person. We only know that 20 years ago, he was a priest of the Heavenly Tao Temple." Although the sect leader remained on guard, the tip of his sword trembled slightly as he interrupted Mu Shi. 20 years ago, our Heavenly Tao Temple had many priests. Are you suggesting? Mu Shi continued, "It is said that 20 years ago, a priest of the Heavenly Tao Temple adopted a half-human, half-demon infant. We are entrusted by our clan leader to seek this infant." "Sect leader, Do you know where this adopted infant is now? We wish to personally deliver the relics of his birth mother to him." As Mu Shi's words concluded, the sect leader slowly sheathed his sword, scratching the back of his neck, and hesitantly replied, "Please provide information regarding the infant's parents." Jiang Lan hastily remarked, "The father of the male infant is Bai, a celebrated scholar from 21 years ago, while the mother is a gentle and kind-hearted fox spirit named Yu. The sect leader bowed to them and said, "2 decades ago, I was the one who adopted Yu's child. Regarding matters concerning Yu's son, I kindly invite you both to discuss them in the guest room." Jiang Lan never anticipated that the Taoist who had adopted Yu's son years ago had now matured into the dignified and righteous master he is today. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi exchanged a glance before following the sect leader towards the guest room. Inside the guest quarters of the Heavenly Tao Temple, a refreshing aroma of tea wafted through the air. 3 cups of tea were placed upon the wooden table, where Jiang Lan, Mu Shi, and the sect leader gathered around. Jiang Lan presented the wish bottle to the sect leader, articulating the purpose. This wish bottle was buried by the young fox demon, Yu. Upon its discovery, we entrusted it to the Fox Clan leader, who implored us to personally deliver the bottle to Yu's child. We are entirely unaware of the child's name, current endeavors, or whereabouts. Thus, we resolved to seek out the Taoist who once nurtured the child at Tiandao Temple. The sect leader received the wish bottle from Jiang Lan, bringing it close to his eyes for a meticulous examination. Bathed in the warm glow of the oil lamp in the guest room, the wish bottle shimmered with a delicate translucence, radiating an enchanting brilliance reminiscent of the beautiful and innocent fox demon, Yu, from days gone by. Upon encountering this relic of the past, the sect leader's emotions became profoundly intricate. His gaze darkened with nostalgia and reluctance. With his right hand clasping the wish bottle, his left hand instinctively reached for a translucent glass bottle at his waist, lingering there as his palm enveloped it, lost in silent contemplation. After a considerable pause, the sect leader finally withdrew his left hand from the glass bottle and returned the wish bottle to Jiang Lan, exhaling a deep sigh. He remarked, "It is time for that child to learn the truth and confront everything. Fate is a cruel mistress. I hope that upon discovering the truth, he will not hold me too accountable." Jiang Lan took the wish bottle and tucked it away, inquiring, "Zio, is that the name of Yu's child?" The sect leader sighed softly. Indeed, the name Zio was personally chosen by Yu when she gave birth to her child all those years ago. Jiang Lan felt a sense of familiarity with the name Zio. As she pondered deeply, she finally recalled hearing this name from the lips of Zhang's spouse in the past. Jiang Lan. This name coincides with that of this year's top scholar in the Imperial examination. She mused, in such a vast world, there is nothing strange about coincidence. They merely share the same name. To her astonishment, the leader nodded and said, "Indeed, it is he." Jiang Lan felt a subtle surprise in her heart, and then remarked, "Surely, if Yu were aware from beneath the spring, she would find solace." The sect leader once again extended his left hand towards the semi-transparent glass vial at his waist, lightly touching it before releasing it. Nodding, a faint smile graced his lips as he concurred. Yu would indeed be pleased for Zio. He began to recount the tale of adopting Zio. "In those days, I inadvertently caused Yu's demise, and by the time I grasped the truth, it was too late. Thus, I brought Zio back to the temple, raising him as my own. Though, possessing a keen intellect from a young age, harbored an insatiable curiosity and an exuberant personality, always eager to delve into the wonders of the world." As the sect leader reminisced about Zio's childhood, a faint smile, tinged with nostalgia, appeared on his face. After a brief pause, he continued, "At that time, I understood that Zio's heart longed for the bustling life below the mountain. When Zio turned 18, I granted him the freedom to choose whether to remain in the temple as a Taoist priest or to descend the mountain to live. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Zio resolutely chose the latter. He has always been bright, having already displayed remarkable talent in the temple, and after descending the mountain, he excelled in this year's imperial examination, emerging as the top scholar." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but exclaim, "Zio is truly impressive. I never imagined that this year's top scholar would be Yu's child." At that moment, A mechanical notification from the system echoed in Jiang Lan's mind. Contestant Jiang Lan has triggered the third stage mission. Deliver the relic of the fox demon Yu, the wishing vial, to Zio. Completing the third stage mission will yield clues for the main storyline's third stage. Jiang Lan clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell to the master, saying, "Master, I truly apologize for the disturbance today. We are preparing to deliver Yu's wish bottle into Zio's hands. May I inquire about Zio's current whereabouts?" The master replied, "Since Zio descended the mountain, I have not been in contact with him, and I am unaware of his present location. As night has fallen, if you two do not mind, you are welcome to stay at the Tiandao Temple. There are several guest rooms available in the temple that are unoccupied, and you may spend the night there." Jiang Lan expressed his gratitude to the sect leader. Shi clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and smiled, saying, "Then I shall gladly comply." The following morning, Jiang Lan and Shi bid farewell to the sect leader, departing from the Taoist temple with a wish bottle in hand. After descending the mountain, Jiang Lan and Shi walked for a considerable distance, weary and parched. They entered a tea house, pulled out chairs, and sat facing each other. Jiang Lan, adhering to the price list, delicately placed the corresponding copper coins upon the tea table and instructed, "Waiter, bring me 2 bowls of premium Longjing tea." Certainly," replied the waiter, hastening over with practiced ease to collect the coins. Soon after, he presented 2 bowls of fragrant, exquisite Longjing tea. Jiang Lan and Shi chatted leisurely while sipping Longjing tea. Jiang Lan took a sip of water and remarked, "I wonder where Zio, the top scholar, is now." Shi lifted her tea bowl to her lips, taking a delicate sip, and replied, "Zio is now the highly sought-after top scholar. He must be easy to find." "You are right," Jiang Lan nodded, contemplating that she was one step closer to her objective. At that moment, a woman from the neighboring table, having overheard their conversation, turned to them and inquired, "Are you searching for this year's top scholar, Zio?" As Zio, the top scholar of this year's imperial examination, had garnered considerable attention and emulation, Jiang Lan and Shi quickly learned from the woman that Zio was currently in the capital. Given the considerable distance to the capital, Jiang Lan resolved to first return to the Jiang residence to bid farewell to Madame Jiang and Lord Jiang properly. Before the gates of the Jiang residence, Jiang Lan bid farewell to Master Jiang, Madame Jiang, and her devoted maid, Ying, in a heartfelt embrace. Jiang Lan cradled the little snow fox in her arms, bearing a simple bundle on her back as she embarked on her journey to the capital. Upon departing from the Jiang residence, the snow fox leapt to the ground, transforming into a silver-haired youth. The youth's face suddenly drew near to Jiang Lan as he gently placed his right hand at the corner of her eye, silently wiping away a solitary tear. After numerous trials and tribulations, they finally arrived at the capital in the evening. The city was resplendent, bustling with life, a veritable tapestry of vibrancy and activity. "Oh, the capital is truly bustling," exclaimed Shi, his clear pupils sparkling with intense curiosity about the city. His azure eyes brimmed with anticipation as he gazed at Jiang Lan and suggested, "Why not take some time to explore the capital before resting for the night? A mere half-day of leisure won't set us back too much, and besides, we are unaware of Zio's whereabouts in the city." Jiang Lan nodded and said, "After enduring such hardship for so long, let's unwind and enjoy ourselves." They strolled into the bustling street shops, marveling at the exquisitely crafted handicrafts. The two picked them up, reluctantly playing with them for a while. Shi gazed curiously at the dragon-shaped lantern in her hands and excitedly remarked to Jiang Lan, "Wow, this one can even move. How enchanting!" Amidst the throngs of people, Jiang Lan leaned closer to Shi's ear and whispered, "Be careful while playing with it, Shi. If it breaks, we shall have to purchase it." Feeling the gentle breath of Jiang Lan against her ear, a blush crept onto Shi's cheeks. She set down the dragon-shaped lantern and nodded, "Yes, I will be cautious." "Excuse me, how much for this dragon-shaped lantern?" "I shall take it." A spirited young man in a red outfit approached, accompanied by a stunning maiden clad in green. Shi's eyes sparkled like stars as she exclaimed, "Oh, young sir, you possess excellent taste. I too find this dragon-shaped lantern quite beautiful. The young man in red laughed heartily, his laughter ringing clear and bright. Ah, someone with an eye for beauty. Since we are out and about, why not become friends? You can call me AXIN. The young maiden tilted her head slightly. Smiling gently, greetings, I am Siamushu. Mushi, Jiang Lan, they introduced themselves. AXIN wrapped up the dragon-shaped lantern and said, this lantern will surely look splendid when placed in the river. Siamushu smiled softly. Exen, whatever you do, you shine brilliantly. Mu yidinashche. Gazing at the exquisite lantern, questioned with curiosity, why place such a beautiful lantern in the river? AXIN smiled lightly and explained, releasing lanterns is, of course, for making wishes. At the mention of wishes, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Siamushu, filled with tender affection. Unexpectedly, the four of them found a deep connection, and the atmosphere among them was remarkably harmonious, as if they were longtime friends. Ultimately, XIN purchased a lantern for each of them, and they agreed to go together to the riverside to release the lanterns. With heartfelt eyes, AXIN looked at Siamushu and inscribed his wish on the dragon-shaped lantern. May Mushu and I be together forever, experiencing happiness and joy each day, just like this. He then placed the dragon-shaped lantern into the flowing river, where it drifted like a water dragon, its brilliance radiant and ethereal. As night descended, Siamushu gently released her moon rabbit lantern into the shimmering waters. The lantern was delicately crafted, resembling a lively jade rabbit, artfully imbued with life. As the gentle river flowed, the moon rabbit lantern floated serenely, akin to a jubilant little rabbit leaping across the wide river surface. Its light danced gracefully upon the water, harmoniously reflecting the bright moon in the night sky. The moonlight cascaded like water, softly embracing the river surface. Siamushu gazed intently at the moon rabbit lantern, her heart brimming with endless reveries. As the lanterns gradually receded into the distance, her thoughts flowed like the river water, ceaselessly drifting towards a distant shore. Siamushu was entranced by the moonlit rabbit lanterns gliding on the river when AXIN leaned closer, her eyes brimming with curiosity, softly inquiring, Mushu, what wish did you make? A blush crept across Siamushu's petite face as she whispered, I wish for us to grow old together, united in heart and soul. AXIN tightly embraced Siamushu, holding her close. Embarrassed, Siamushu's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she attempted to wriggle free from AXIN's embrace. The two engaged in playful banter, their gestures radiating sweetness and affection. Jiang Lan took out a lotus lantern and, seizing a pen, inscribed a wish to escape the terrifying realm and return to the world of reality. He placed it in the flowing river, where the lantern drifted gracefully. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the lotus lantern emitted a gentle and warm radiance, gradually receding with the current, carrying Jiang Lan's desire as it journeyed into the distance. Mushi's expression was imbued with profound reverence. He bowed his head and silently penned his own wish, the tip of his pen gliding delicately across the paper, as if revealing an unspoken secret. Upon completion, he meticulously folded the paper and gently placed it within an exquisite flower lantern. Jiang Lan stood to the side, her gaze fixed upon the flower lantern. Yet she could not discern the wish that Mushi had inscribed. A flicker of curiosity welled up within her. But she also understood that everyone harbors their own secrets and desires. Some things are destined to remain deeply buried within the heart. Since Mushi chose not to speak, she felt it was inappropriate to inquire further. Mushi gently placed the flower lantern into the river, and it drifted away with the current, as if carrying his wish toward the distant horizon of the water. Jiang Lan could not discern the true essence of Mushi's wish. After releasing the lanterns, Jiang Lan and Mushi bid a heartfelt farewell, preparing to embark on their journey to the inn in search of a tranquil refuge. At that moment, Siamushu extended a warm invitation, hoping they would grace her home as guests. AXIN also enthusiastically echoed this sentiment, expressing a desire to share more delightful moments together. Jiang Lan and Mushi, unable to resist the warm invitation, followed the footsteps of Siamushu and AXIN to the magnificent and resplendent residence of the Prime Minister. The CF family With Siamushu as the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, is the daughter born shortly after the Prime Minister's daughter hastily married. The world is vast, so vast that after parting, one may never meet again. Yet it is also small, so small that through twists and turns, one may unexpectedly encounter the characters of story. 061. The Tale of Love Between Human and Demon, Chapter 14. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi followed Siamushu into the Prime Minister's residence. A Xian accompanied Siamushu back, and the servants of the residence displayed an unmistakable familiarity with him, suggesting that the Prime Minister's household was quite supportive of the budding romance between a Xian and Siamushu. Mother, today a Xian and I released lanterns and made two rather congenial friends, Siamushu exclaimed as he entered the drawing room, nestling into the embrace of a beautiful woman. Is that so? You mischievous child, the lovely woman said affectionately as she held Siamushu close. Raising her gaze towards a Xian, she smiled tenderly and advised, from now on, you shall look after Mushu. You are young and accomplished. I have no particular demands, as long as your love is genuine. With a respectful smile, Xian replied, Auntie, rest assured, I will take good care of Mushu. In the drawing room, Jiang Lan encountered the Prime Minister's daughter, Xie Rulin. To his surprise, she possessed a strikingly spirited appearance, dressed in a sea blue skirt adorned with sparrow motifs. Xie Rulin gazed lovingly at her daughter, gently patting Siamushu's back before finally releasing her embrace. She then turned her attention to Jiang Lan and Mu Shi, approaching them with a warm demeanor. You must be the new friends that Mushu has made, she remarked. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi took turns introducing themselves to Xie Rulin. Sitting nearby, Xie Rulin observed the four young individuals at play with considerable interest. A smile graced her lips as memories of her own youth flooded back. As the daughter of a prime minister, she had little affinity for the written word, instead reveling in the exhilaration of galloping horseback. In her younger days, she too had once exuded a carefree exuberance. Amid the playful banter, Jiang Lan inquired of Siamushu and Xian, by the way, do you know where this year's top scholar, Ziyu, is in the capital? At this, Siamushu glanced at Xian, who was still smiling. Xian's expression bore a hint of surprise. Oh, do you need something from me? Mu Shi gazed intently at Xian's face and asked, could it be that? Xian is my nickname. My given name is Ziyu, and I'm indeed this year's top scholar, Xian elegantly declared, unfurling a fan and gently waving it, nodding with a smile. 21 years ago, the flower of the court, Liu Bai, had forsaken the fox spirit Yu for the daughter of the prime minister. Little did anyone foresee that 2 decades later, the daughter of the prime minister and the son of the fox spirit would become lovers. Fortunately, Siamushu was born of a different union, ensuring there was no blood relation between them. Upon discovering that Xian was Ziyu, Jiang Lan felt a surge of joy. She hurriedly opened her bundle and extracted the wish bottle that belonged to Yu, presenting it to Ziyu. Ziyu looked at the wish bottle handed to him by Jiang Lan, puzzled, and asked, what is this? Jiang Lan, this is the relic of your biological mother, Yu, from her lifetime. You are the sole offspring of Yu, and at the behest of the clan leader, we have taken great care to return it to its rightful owner. Ziyu gazed at the wish bottle with the eyes of one who treasures a rare gem, cautiously accepting it from Jiang Lan's hands and admiring it with a sense of reverence. Ziyu expressed gratitude, saying, I am truly grateful to you all. Although I have never met my biological mother, throughout my life, I have often heard my master, the sect leader, speak of her as a beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted fox spirit. Occasionally, I dream of her, and in those dreams, she tenderly caresses my face. I have always longed for a deeper understanding of her. Ziyu then reached into her sleeve and produced a soft, plush little fox toy in a delicate shade of yellow, offering it to Jiang Lan with heartfelt appreciation. I cannot thank you enough. As a token of my gratitude, you may use this to seek my assistance once in the future, provided that the request is within my capabilities. Jiang Lan gazed upon the little fox plush, her eyes sparkling with delight. This charming little creature was undeniably adorable. Its fur bore a delicate shade of pale yellow, reminiscent of the soft catkins of early spring, exuding warmth and softness. Each tuft of fur was so meticulously crafted that it invited a gentle caress. The little fox's appearance was irresistibly endearing, with its large, glistening eyes seemingly capable of speech. Radiating an innocent charm, the entire plush exuded a sense of warmth and healing, enveloping one in a comforting embrace. Jiang Lan reached out to grasp the little fox plush toy, a hint of confusion in her voice as she exclaimed, "How adorable! What is this?" Pioi, feeling a bit bashful, shyly touched the back of her head and replied, "Hee hee, this little fox toy is made from the fur that I shed." Jiang Lan placed the little fox doll into her bag and expressed her gratitude, promising to cherish it dearly. Unbeknownst to the four, from the moment she heard the name Yu, Sierra Rulin's complexion paled, becoming almost as white as paper. It was only when Zio revealed that the little fox doll was made from the fur he had lost that Sierra Rulin's face turned ashen as she gazed at the pale yellow fox doll. An understanding dawning upon her, her eyes darted back and forth between Siem Mushu and Zio, until, ultimately, a thread in her mind snapped. With a resounding crash, a heavy object fell violently to the ground, the sound echoing throughout the spacious living room. Sierra Rulin, who had been sitting steadily in her seat, suddenly slid off, falling into unconsciousness. Mother, what has happened to you?" Siem Mushu exclaimed in a panic, rushing towards Sierra Rulin. Her eyes brimmed with worry and anxiety, her voice trembling slightly with urgency. "Aunt Rulin." Zio followed closely behind. Jiang Lan stepped forward to assess Sierra Rulin's vital signs, including her breathing, pulse, and heartbeat. Upon calculating Sierra Rulin's heart rate, Jiang Lan couldn't help but frown, inquiring, "Does Annie have a history of heart disease?" Siem Mushu's eyes brimmed with tears as she vigorously shook her head, replying, "No, Mother has always been in good health. I don't know what's wrong today." At that moment, Sierra Rulin slowly opened her eyes and calmly stated, "I am fine. There is no need for concern." She slightly propped herself up, her eyes gleaming with a complex light as she silently gazed at Zio. Her tone conveyed an undeniable, solemn calmness. "Zio, I have something to discuss with you." In the capacity of Mushu's mother, Zio instantly adopted an attentive posture, respectfully responding, "Please go on." Sierra Rulin closed her eyes and then reopened them, her gaze now icy and her tone resolute, declaring, "Zio, from this moment forth, you must break up with Mushu. You are not suited for each other. You will never be able to provide Mushu with happiness." Upon hearing this, Siem Mushu was taken aback, clutching Sierra Rulin's arm. "Mother, why such suddenness? I truly love Zio, and I do not wish to part with him." "Mother, did you not say that the most important thing for a woman when choosing a husband is to find a true lover? Have you forgotten?" Sierra Rulin's face twisted in anguish as she closed her eyes, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye. Resolutely, she stood up, pulling Siem Mushu along, and commanded the guards of the Prime Minister's residence. "I order you to immediately expel these 3 interlopers from the residence and ensure they never set foot here again." Siem Mushu stumbled along, tightly grasped by Sierra Rulin, each step unsteady. She glanced back at Zio, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance, her cries falling like scattered pearls, each drop creating ripples on the ground. A strong impulse surged within her to shake off Sierra Rulin's hands. But the memory of her mother's frail state upon fainting made her hesitate, fearful that her actions might harm her. This internal conflict weighed heavily on Siem Mushu's heart, as if a massive stone pressed upon her chest, leaving her breathless and propelling her forward under Sierra Rulin's insistence. The guards of the Prime Minister's residence gestured for them to leave, stating, "Please, esteemed scholar and companions, vacate the premises, or do not blame my blade for being merciless." Just as her beloved was on the verge of being taken away from her, Zio suddenly dropped to his knees, lifting the hem of his robe in a desperate plea before Sierra Rulin. This was the only time in his life that the scholar would kneel to implore. With unwavering resolve, Zio earnestly begged, "Though I do not understand the reason for this, I ask you to grant me one more chance. I swear I shall not let Mushu down." Sierra Rulin, initially intent on departing, halted her steps and cast a cold glance back at Zio. Seeing her pause, Siem Mushu's heart leaped with hope. "Mother, have you changed your mind?" Sierra Rulin gazed at Siem Mushu, uttering words that froze her heart. Of course not. Taoong, Chunulf. Please assist the young lady back to her chamber. Young lady, I apologize. As the irrefutable command resonated. Two maidservants, one clad in a blush pink gown and the other in a verdant green robe, swiftly approached Xiamushu. Harmoniously, they positioned themselves, one on each side, extending their arms to envelop her in an inescapable embrace. Thus, under the coercive grasp of these two maidens, Xiamushu was unceremoniously led away. A wave of inexplicable anxiety surging within her, leaving her to ponder the ominous implications of this sudden upheaval and whether she would ever reunite with her beloved. No. Xiamushu's protests faded into the distance. Zio remained kneeling, his head bowed low, as if imploring Xia Rulin for mercy amidst her coldness. His silhouette appeared desolate and resolute in the dim light. Xia Rulin approached Zio, retrieving a half-piece of jade pendant from her sleeve. Its vibrant green hue exquisite and translucent. She handed the upper half to Zio, stating, "This is the upper half of the pendant. Should you succeed in obtaining the lower half and merging them into a complete piece, then you may return to me." Zio cradled the upper half delicately in his hands, fervently assuring, "Rest assured, Zio shall not fail in this task. I will accomplish the challenge you have set and return to wed Mushu." After relinquishing the upper half, Xia Rulin turned away, issuing a cold farewell. "You may leave now." Zio rose, nodding yes. "I shall depart without delay." In the air lingered Xia Rulin's prolonged sigh. Ah. Zio stepped lightly across the threshold of the Prime Minister's residence, tightly grasping the wish bottle that held his lineage and the half-piece of jade pendant. The moonlight, like flowing water, illuminated his steadfast and profound gaze. Though his steps were light, they bore an undeniable resolve. As he exited the gate, the moonlight enveloped him, draping him in a silvery radiance. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi moved like shadows, hastily following behind Ziyu as they departed from the solemn and imposing Prime Minister's residence. Their figures gradually faded into the deep and tranquil night, merging with the encroaching dusk. As they stepped out of the Prime Minister's estate, Jiang Lan heard the mechanical prompt of the system echoing in his mind. Contestant Jiang Lan has completed the third phase task in the romantic quest between humans and demons, delivering the relic of the fox demon, Yu, to Ziyu, earning 1,000 points. Furthermore, he has acquired a crucial clue for the third main quest, to merge the upper and lower halves of the jade pendant into a single piece. Jiang Lan grasped Mu Shi's wrist and hurriedly approached Ziyu, saying, "To meet is to be fated. Ziyu, let us join you in the quest for the missing half of the jade pendant." Ziyu clasped his hands together, replying, "The more companions we have, the greater our strength. That will be most splendid." Mu Shi, with her cerulean eyes wide open, gazed in perplexity at the upper half of the jade pendant in Ziyu's possession and posed the crucial question. "But where shall we search for the lower half of the pendant? Allow me to speak candidly. I sense that Xia Ruolan does not wish for you to find a remaining piece." Ziyu sighed softly. "Even so, at this juncture, there are no other options available. Unless I were to stealthily infiltrate the Prime Minister's residence and elope with Mu Shu." Upon hearing this, Mu Shi's eyes sparkled like stars as she stroked her non-existent beard and remarked, "What a splendid idea." Jiang Lan nodded affirmatively, indeed. Zi let out a soft laugh, saying, "Mu Shu has been raised by her mother since her parents' separation at birth. I know her well. She would certainly be reluctant to part ways with her mother. Moreover, even if Mu Shu were willing, the guards at the Prime Minister's residence are formidable. It is not simply a matter of wanting to elope." Ziyu's gaze once again fell upon the upper half of the jade pendant, and she remarked, "Since there is still room for discussion at present, regardless of the circumstances, I must make an attempt." Jiang Lan nodded, "Precisely. Let's proceed. We must first uncover the origins of this jade pendant." Ziyu, seemingly having made a conjecture, resolutely strode in a particular direction. Mu Shi, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, "Have you already discerned something so soon?" Jiang Lan lightly cradled her chin with one hand, adopting a contemplative posture, and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this jade pendant is likely connected to him." Zi responded, "Indeed. I also believe it pertains to him." Mu Shi cast her gaze back and forth between the two, perplexed, and inquired him, What enigma are you two discussing? Please clarify. Could it possibly affect your fortunes? Jiang Lan gently cupped Mushi's ear and whispered, "Ziyu and I suspect that the jade pendant belongs to the former husband of the Prime Minister's daughter. Just imagine, if you were the daughter of the Prime Minister, having just married and given birth to a daughter, only to have your husband seek a divorce. How profound the pain must be. This is likely why she is so concerned about her daughter's marriage." After several days of relentless inquiries and travels, the trio finally arrived at the residence of Lin Jihai, the refined scholar and former husband of the Prime Minister's daughter. Lan. Nestled within a tranquil alley, Lin Jihai's abode, though not ostentatious, exuded an air of elegance and grace. The stone-paved path was flanked by lush bamboo groves that gently swayed, creating a soft, rustling sound. Standing before the residence, the three exchanged glances filled with anticipation and tension. This visit might unveil a long-buried story or reveal the secrets hidden deep within the heart of the Prime Minister's daughter. They gently knocked on the door, which creaked open to reveal a young servant in blue, who peeked out to show the serene courtyard within. Upon stating their urgent purpose for the visit, they took a deep breath and stepped across the threshold of the Lin family home. In the spacious parlor of the Lin residence, Lin Jihai sat in the seat of honor, his gaze deep and inscrutable. His eyes roamed over the three visitors, as if searching for something or contemplating a thought. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. They scrutinized Lin Jihai, noting his gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze that evokes a sense of familiarity. His presence was akin to the delicate spring rain of Jiang Lan, soothing and tranquil, imparting a serene atmosphere. Mushi even furrowed her brow, reflecting inwardly. It's hard to believe this man was once so cold-hearted, abandoning his wife so soon after their child was born. Lin Jihai regarded their figures and spoke softly. "I have been informed by the doorman that you seek something of importance. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Ziyu stepped forward respectfully, bowing slightly. "I apologize for intruding upon your evening, esteemed sir." Lin Jihai waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for such formalities. "Speak freely. There is no harm in doing so." At that moment, a graceful and beautiful woman, accompanied by a youthful maiden, emerged, intertwined in each other's arms. The young maiden, appearing to be around 16, released her hold and approached Lin Jihai with a playful gait, her curious eyes sparkling as she asked, "Father, who are they?" The gentle and beautiful woman approached, taking the young maiden's hand, and softly said, "Xing Er, let us step away and not disturb your father while he entertains guests." No. Today is my birthday, and father promised to celebrate with me the entire time. Yet, here I am, celebrating alone." The young maiden pouted, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Once he finishes his matters, he will surely continue the celebration for you. Let us return to our room and wait," the gentle woman coaxed softly. The youthful maiden pursed her cherry-like lips, displaying a hint of reluctance, yet ultimately nodded. "Very well, father. I shall return to my chamber now. Do remember to join me once you are finished." Lin Jihai smiled affectionately, reaching out to gently stroke the young woman's head. "All right, you may go back to your room. I shall be there shortly." The maiden obediently nodded and left with a graceful and beautiful lady. Mushi observed the young woman's retreating figure. Contemplating, Lin Jihai's daughter appears to be merely 16, at least 3 years younger than Mushu. This suggests that his hasty divorce from the Chancellor's daughter may not have stemmed from infidelity. Ziyu succinctly commented, "On the occasion of your daughter's birthday, we extend our heartfelt wishes for her happiness. To avoid intruding upon this significant celebration, I shall be brief." Ziyu articulated his intentions and then produced the upper half of a jade pendant from within his garments. Upon seeing the pendant, Lin Jihai's gaze abruptly froze, his eyes drifting into a realm of reminiscence, recalling a distant past. In those days, the Chancellor was my esteemed mentor, and I regarded Rulin as a younger sister. One day, Rulin approached me, lamenting that her fiancé, Elbai, was a despicable scoundrel, and she wished to marry me instead. Witnessing the sister I had cherished since childhood being wronged, I pondered the matter extensively and resolved to grant Rulin the dignity she sought. At this juncture, Mushi could not suppress her inner thoughts. Is Lin Jihai's mind not sound? To utilize the serious matter of marriage merely to uphold someone's reputation? Absurdly, he did not act out of impulse, but rather deliberated before arriving at such a decision. As Lin Jihai paused in his narration, he gently lifted his teacup, taking a sip before frowning and continuing. You are in love with Mu Shu. Being the newly crowned scholar, the chancellor would surely not object. Ruolin has always been open-minded and would not oppose your relationship due to social standing. Therefore, her disapproval must stem from deeper reasons. Perhaps it is a matter of incompatible personalities. She perceives that even amidst your current sweetness, a separation looms in the future. Young man, allow me to advise you to reconsider and let go. Ziyu persisted resolutely, his tone unwavering. Please grant Mushu and me a chance. I require the lower half of the jade pendant. With that, he bowed deeply to Lin Jihai. A flicker of profundity crossed Lin Jihai's eyes as he slowly spoke. Is this indeed your choice? Very well, I understand. In that case, I shall reveal this to you. I am aware of the existence of this jade pendant. However, the lower half does not reside with me, nor is it within my reach. Jiang Lan was determined to locate the jade pendant and fulfill her mission. She inquired, May I ask where the other half of the jade pendant is currently located? Lin Jihai commanded, Bring me my old emerald green treasure box. Yes, master, replied the servant, who promptly retrieved an aged emerald green box and presented it to Lin Jihai. After accepting the box, Lin Jihai brushed off the dust that had settled on it, wiped his hands with a damp cloth, and opened the box, rummaging through its contents until he finally unearthed a yellowed, ancient map. He handed the old map to Ziyu, stating, You shall use this map to search for the other half of the jade pendant, which is indicated here. Lin Jihai pointed to a red mark on the map. Ziyu accepted the map, while Jiang Lan and Mu Shi peered curiously from either side. Jiang Lan observed an antiquated map, where the undulating mountain ranges were intricately delineated in black ink. Atop the peaks, a Taoist temple was noted, while in the forest behind the temple, an exceptionally conspicuous red that was marked in crimson. Jiang Lan took the old map and examined it closely, unable to suppress an exclamation. Why does this map seem so familiar? Mu Shi furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze lingering on the aged parchment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surging within her heart. I too feel that this map evokes a strange sense of recognition, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. Ziyu asserted confidently, This is the map of the Tian Yidao Temple. The red dots marked in red ink indicate the forbidden areas of the temple. No one is allowed to enter the forbidden zones except for the sect master and the elders. Lin Jihai spoke slowly. Indeed, the lower half of the jade pendant has been hidden in the forbidden area of the Tian Yidao Temple. Ziyu was taken aback, murmuring, The lower half of the jade pendant? I have never heard the sect master mention it. Mu Shi exclaimed in astonishment. The lower half of the jade pendant is actually within the Tian Yidao Temple. Even the adopted son has never heard of it. Could it be that the sect master practices a vow of silence? Lin Jihai furrowed his brows as he looked at Ziyu. You are the child that the sect master adopted 20 years ago? Ziyu nodded, gratitude evident on her face. Yes, indeed. My parents were murdered when I was young, and it was thanks to the sect master passing by and taking me in that I was able to grow up healthy. Lin Jihai fell silent for a moment. Is that what he told you? Ziyu's expression faltered. Is there something wrong? No. Lin Jihai waved his hand, unwilling to delve further. It's late. I must go celebrate my daughter's birthday. The three bid farewell to Lin Jihai, map of the Tian Yidao Temple's forbidden area in hand, and exited the Lin residence. The world truly is a vast circle, starting from a point, making a full turn, and returning to the origin. It is time to ascend the mountain once more. A mechanical prompt resonated in Jiang Lan's mind, signaling the initiation of a new task. Contestant Jiang Lan has triggered the love between humans and demons side quest, 4th stage task. Investigate the secrets behind the jade pendant. Completing this task will yield the 4th clue for the main storyline and reward 1,000 points. The trio once again embarked on their journey to the heavenly Taoist temple. 2 days later, they arrived at the temple's entrance. Ziyu gazed at the temple he had known since childhood, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He reached out to halt Jiang Lan and Mu Shi, who were about to proceed. Scratching his cheek thoughtfully, he remarked, "I believe we need not enter the temple itself. Our objective is to obtain the lower half of the jade pendant located within the forbidden area. It will be prudent for us to head directly to the temple's rear forbidden grounds." Mu Shi suggested softly, "Perhaps we could inquire with the sect leader. He might know the whereabouts of the lower half of the jade pendant. Otherwise, we would waste time searching." Ziyu shook his head in disapproval, stating, "However, entry to the temple's forbidden grounds is traditionally restricted to the sect leader and elders. It would be wiser for us to sneak in without the sect leader's knowledge. What do you think?" The two turned their gaze toward Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan's pair of dark eyes resembled a profound pool, with glimmers of light swirling within, akin to the crystal-clear spring water flowing through the depths. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Let us proceed directly to the forbidden area at the back mountain. Given its nature, inquiring the sect master might thwart our efforts to enter. However, as a forbidden domain, it is typically not accessible at will, is it not?" Ziyu, with a graceful smile, unfurled a folding fan and fanned himself with an air of elegance, declaring, "You are unaware of a crucial fact. Do you not recognize who I am? I grew up in the Taoist temple. There is no corner I have not explored, and the forbidden area is no exception. Of course, I first ventured into the forbidden zone when I was 7, completely oblivious. When the sect master discovered my escapade, he was both weeping and scolding. I nearly frightened him to death, for when he found me, I was befriending a ghost." Mu Shi immediately inquired, "Are there ghosts in the forbidden area?" Having spent his childhood in the Taoist temple, Ziyu nodded as if it were the most natural thing. "Indeed, the forbidden area of the Taoist temple is home to ghosts. What else besides ghosts resides within? Please elucidate, so we may prepare ourselves before entering," Jiang Lan added. Ziyu began to recount with relish. "Ah, there is much more. In addition to ghosts, the forbidden area harbors zombies, demons, and malevolent spirits." Mu Shi rubbed his arms together apprehensively. The forbidden area of the heavenly Taoist temple sounds even more terrifying than a graveyard. Jiang Lan promptly zipped. "Then Mu Shi and I shall make some preparations before we enter. Ziyu, please wait for us here for the duration of an incense stick." "Oh, very well. I'm not afraid of these things. Since you have not encountered them before, it would be wise to prepare additional talismans to ward off evil spirits. We will retrieve the remaining half of the jade pendant and return," Ziyu responded. Jiang Lan grasped Mu Shi's wrist, guiding him to a location obscured from Ziyu's view, and then said, "Mu Shi, let us swiftly access the system marketplace and procure some talismans to ward off evil." Mu Shi lowered his gaze, his tone tinged with melancholy as he replied, "All right, I shall do so." Jiang Lan keenly sensed the shift in his emotions and contemplated to herself, could it be that his points are limited? She resolved to redeem a few more talismans to dispel evil for him later. Jiang Lan expended 3,000 points to exchange for a substantial stack of talismans, a protective amulet, and an exorcising sword in the system's marketplace. After the exchange, Jiang Lan handed a few talismans to Mu Shi, inquiring with genuine concern, "Mu Shi, what exorcising items did you redeem?" Mu Shi, with a cheerful smile, accepted the talismans from Jiang Lan and replied, "I didn't have many points, so I used them all to acquire a shield that renders one immune to all poisons." A hint of confusion flickered across Jiang Lan's brow. "Oh, is there truly an invulnerable protective shield available in the system's marketplace? I have searched for quite some time and have yet to find it." Mu Shi replied with an air of mystery, "Indeed, there is, but it is available only in limited quantities. By the time I made my purchase, I had acquired the last one, hence you were unable to see it." Jiang Lan suddenly realized, "Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why I hadn't seen it. Kulme, let us return and find Ziyu." Mu Shi gently nodded, "Yes." Jiang Lan and Mu Shi approached Ziyu, forming a trio. It was evident that Ziyu was fully equipped, having laid out an array of items including a peachwood sword, a bagua, talismans for exorcising evil, and a mirror for revealing spirits. Jiang Lan held a substantial stack of exorcism talismans and remarked with curiosity, upon hearing your light-hearted tone just now, "I assumed you were utterly unafraid." Ziyu, wielding a peachwood sword, replied, I am not afraid, provided that I possess an adequate number of life-preserving treasures. After saying this, Zio glanced at Mushi, who possessed only a few exorcism talismans, and uneasily inquired, Mushi, it seems you have insufficient talismans. Would you like me to offer you some? Mushi dismissively waved her hand and responded, No need. I have a protective shield that renders me immune to all poisons. Then let us not delay any further. We shall set off immediately. Zio led Jiang Lan and Mushi around the Taoist temple, stealthily making their way to the rear mountains, where they arrived at a wall adorned with numerous exorcism talismans. Zio pointed at the towering wall and explained, This marks the boundary of the forbidden area. Mushi scrutinized the intricate talismans on the wall and remarked, It is quite evident. As they walked alongside the wall, Zio pondered aloud, Strange. I distinctly recall there being an entrance here. After another stretch of walking, Zio abruptly halted, his eyes alight with excitement as he pointed to an inconspicuous dog hole, exclaiming, Eureka! The entrance is here. Quickly come over. Crawling through here will lead us into the forbidden area. Mushi stared incredulously at the narrow dog hole, stating, Zio, is this truly the ingenious method you mentioned? Zio elegantly fanned himself with a folding fan, grinning, Hee, a safe way to enter is indeed a good method. Mushi snatched the fan from him, urging, Stop fanning and hurry inside. Oh, my fan. Please return it swiftly. It was a meaningful gift from Mushu, a token of our first meeting. Zio reclaimed the fan, carefully tucking it away in his bosom. He was the first to crawl through the dog hole into the forbidden area, followed by Mushi, with Jiang Lan bringing up the rear. As Jiang Lan entered the forbidden realm, he had barely risen to his feet when he beheld the grim spectacle before him and shouted in alarm, Run! Quickly flee! Before his eyes loomed a dense mass of malevolent demons, dark and ominous, resembling a storm cloud poised to descend. Countless fiends converged into a torrent of shadow, their forms flickering at the edges of the dog hole, accompanied by chilling growls and roars that sent shivers down one's spine. These malevolent beings varied in appearance. Some were hideously fearsome, while others exuded a cunning and treacherous demeanor. Jiang Lan hurriedly made her way towards the lair of the malevolent demon, with Mushi closely trailing behind. The two raced forward in haste through the forbidden grounds, while Ziyu maintained a steady rhythm behind them. Amidst the frenzy of their flight, Ziyu managed to exclaim, After 2 years away, I never anticipated that the Heavenly Tao Temple would have captured so many malevolent demons. The sinister creatures relentlessly pursued them from behind. The trio continued their frantic dash until they reached a cavern, where the horde of demons surprisingly lingered at the entrance. Refraining from advancing further, the interior of the cave was enveloped in an eerie silence. Jiang Lan initially pondered whether they were safe, but soon, upon observing the hesitant horde of malevolent demons lingering at the cave's entrance, she discarded this naive notion. No, they were in greater peril. This cave undoubtedly led to a presence far more terrifying than the demons themselves. Mu Shi and Ziyu evidently shared her apprehension, their expressions turning grave. Ziyu retrieved the divination tool, producing the upper half of a jade pendant, and began to calculate the location of the lower half. Moments later, the divination pointed deep into the cave. Had they fortuitously stumbled upon the right path? Ziyu remarked, It appears this is an essential route. Let us proceed. The trio ventured deeper into the cave, with Ziyu leading the way, the divination in hand. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi followed closely behind, one on either side. And before they realized it, their hands had intertwined. The cave was eerily silent, an unsettling quietude enveloping them, save for the soft patter of their footsteps. As they reached the depths of the cave and turned a corner, a dazzling light beckoned from ahead. Could it be that they had arrived at the cave's exit? Jiang Lan felt a surge of joy. At that moment, the divination in Ziyu's hand quivered slightly. Ziyu's expression sharpened as he stated, We're getting closer to the lower half of the jade pendant. The trio instinctively quickened their pace. To their astonishment, as they emerged from the cave, they found themselves upon a grassy clearing, where 10 coffins lay, each adorned with a complex talisman for exorcising evil spirits. Behind the grassy area stood a dense forest. The divination in Ziyu's grasp trembled violently, ceasing to indicate a direction. His face turned pale as he said, "It seems the lower half of the jade pendant is within these coffins." "Then let us search. It should take no more than 10 attempts," Jiang Lan replied, puzzled by Ziyu's pallor. Ziyu's complexion was a mix of green and white, and with trembling lips, he looked at Jiang Lan, whispering, "You do not understand. Ordinary coffins are never placed in forbidden grounds. Only the bodies that wreak havoc upon the world are sealed within such places. To open a coffin is to willingly break the seal." Mushi gazed intently at Ziyu, her expression calm as she inquired, "So do you still wish to search for the lower half of the jade pendant? Do you still want to be with Xiemushu?" Ziyu instinctively nodded, the answer spilling from his heart. Yes. At that moment, Mushi approached the nearest coffin, extending her delicate, pale fingers to the edge of the lid, saying, "Then let us proceed. What were we hesitating for?" With that, she gently lifted the coffin lid. Instantly, a chilling aura seeped from within, causing the temperature in the mountain air to plummet. Leaning slightly, Mushi peered into the coffin, searching for the lower half of the jade pendant. Jiang Lan beheld a decayed hand, marred by patches of corpse-like discoloration, emerging from the coffin. She promptly tightened her grip on the exorcist's sword and hurried towards Mushi, eager to assist. Ziyu, brandishing a peachwood sword, rushed towards Mushi, exclaiming, "Mushi, be cautious. I sense that this is a 200-year-old zombie. Do not allow it to touch you." However, Ziyu's warning was abruptly cut short. In that moment, Mushi raised her right hand and forcefully struck down the decayed hand of the 200-year-old zombie with a single, decisive slap. With a fierce glare, Mushi admonished the ancient creature, "Stay still. If you know what is good for you, feign slumber." As Ziyu and Jiang Lan approached Mushi, they observed the 200-year-old zombie lying in the coffin, eyes tightly shut, hands clasped before it, as if the outstretched hand had never belonged to it. Is this truly all it takes? A mere slap and a reprimand from an ordinary person to subdue a 200-year-old zombie? Jiang Lan and Ziyu exchanged a glance, each perceiving the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Could it be that Mushi is truly just an ordinary person? At that moment, it seemed as though Mushi was aware of their thoughts. He flashed a bright smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth, and inquired, "So, what do you think? Is my protective barrier not quite effective?" "Ah, so it is due to the presence of his protective barrier. This explanation somehow makes sense." Mushi blinked his clear sky-blue eyes, which appeared to harbor a vast expanse of azure sky, and aptly reminded them, "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and search around to see if there is a lower half of the jade pendant here." One motivated by the completion of a task, the other by affection, Jiang Lan and Ziyu immediately shifted their focus to the quest for the missing half of the jade pendant. After the duration of a stick of incense, Mushi shook his head in disappointment. "Nothing. How frustrating. It seems we must open a new coffin once again." His tone was laced with disdain, as if he had not just been the one to incapacitate a 200-year-old zombie with a mere slap. Jiang Lan rummaged for quite some time. Her lips pursed in disappointment. "I couldn't find it either." Ziyu searched twice and finally remarked, "I haven't seen it either." Ziyu carefully closed the coffin lid. Mindful of the 200-year-old zombie, for precaution, he added another sealing talisman beside the original one. The three of them proceeded towards the second coffin. Upon reaching it, Jiang Lan and Ziyu instinctively halted, casting their gazes toward Mushi. Mushi looked back at them, puzzled. "Why are you looking at me?" Ziyu replied, "Mushi, your protective barrier is remarkably powerful. It would be more prudent for you to handle the coffin opening." Mushi furrowed her brow and said, "But that 200-year-old zombie had such a rancid odor. It was quite foul." Jiang Lan reached out to the coffin lid and suggested, "How about I lift the lid and you stand by to observe? If a zombie emerges, you can forcefully push it back down." Mushi extended her left hand to halt Jiang Lan's motion, saying, "Never mind, allow me to handle this. Just ensure you cover my nose." Jiang Lan gently covered Mushi's nose and mouth with his hand, adopting a half-embrace posture as he stood behind him. Mushi felt the soft touch of Jiang Lan's hand and inhaled the faint fragrance of femininity wafting from her presence, causing the corners of his mouth to rise in secret delight. Ziyu observed the ambiguous posture of the two, initially contemplating suggesting that, given his comparable height to Mu Shi, he could cover Mu Shi's nose instead. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden epiphany struck him. Mu Shi could effortlessly use his other hand to cover his own nose. Ultimately, he chose to keep his thoughts to himself and stepped forward decisively, extending his hand to jointly lift the second coffin lid. A wave of putrid odor mixed with the scent of damp decay emanated from within the coffin. Ziyu inadvertently inhaled a breath of the foul air, nearly retching, and quickly pinched his nose to stave off the nausea. Jiang Lan hastily raised another hand to cover her mouth and nose. Mu Shi extended her left hand to shield her nose while her right hand delved into the coffin, searching for the lower half of the jade pendant. Jiang Lan freed one hand to search for the missing half of the jade pendant. The trio rummaged through the second coffin, yet the elusive piece remained undiscovered. Fortunately, the corpse lay undisturbed, quietly resting within the coffin. Ziyu remarked, "It appears this body has largely relinquished its obsessions." After sealing the second coffin, Ziyu added another protective talisman beside the original seal. They proceeded to open 9 coffins in succession, none yielding the sought-after half of the jade pendant. During their search, some corpses transformed into furious zombies upon being disturbed, but Mu Shi swiftly subdued them, forcefully pressing them back into their coffins. Upon sealing the 9th coffin, Ziyu prudently affixed an additional talisman for safety. The trio's gaze turned to the 10th coffin, where they believed the half of the jade pendant sought by Xie was hidden. Hope beckoned just ahead. Ziyu's hand eagerly reached for the lid of the 10th coffin, yearning to unveil its contents, when suddenly a rough hand, thickened by the wear of sword practice, pressed down upon his. Following the direction of the hand, he beheld a figure clad in a black robe with white trim, a Taoist crown adorning his head, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon recognizing the individual, Ziyu's pupils quivered, and he gasped, "Master Zhongmen, what brings you here?" The master of the Tiandao Temple, with a stern expression, retorted, "That is a question I ought to pose to you. Ziyu, should you not be diligently fulfilling your role as the top scholar down the mountain? You have recklessly trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the Tiandao Temple. Have you completely forgotten the temple's rules in just 2 short years since descending?" With his head bowed, Ziyu replied softly, "Master, I have not forgotten. That is why I dared not return to the temple to see you." The master admonished, "Since you have not forgotten the temple's regulations, I shall grant you an opportunity for rectification, given that no grave consequences have arisen. You are to immediately escort them from this forbidden ground and never set foot in it again. Depart from the mountain henceforth." Ziyu abruptly lifted his gaze, exclaiming, "Master, I find it difficult to comply." He hastily explained, "We ventured into the temple's forbidden ground solely to search for the half of the jade pendant. Once we recover it, we shall leave at once." The master's hand pressed firmly against the coffin lid, frowning as he scolded, "You rascal, always up to mischief. If you intend to deceive me, at least craft a more convincing tale. What need is there to disturb the coffins for a mere jade pendant? You might as well admit that you are in dire straits and seek to rob the graves for a fortune. Surely, you are not so impoverished. Having achieved the title of top scholar, you ought to be able to secure a position in the court." Seeing the master's disbelief, Ziyu reluctantly produced the upper half of the jade pendant with his other hand, pleading, "Master, I implore you, this is of utmost importance to me. It is a trial set forth by my beloved mother. If I can find the missing half, I will have the chance to be with my true love." Upon observing the upper fragment of the jade pendant, the master's pupils constricted, and his grip on the coffin lid tightened further. With a solemn expression, he inquired, "Who is the object of your affection, young man?" With eyes brimming with affection, Ziyu replied, "Master, my beloved is none other than Xie Chengxiang's granddaughter, Xie Mushu. She truly is remarkable, and she—" The master's heart skipped a beat, and the glass vial at his waist trembled gently. Interrupting Ziyu's lengthy praises of Xie Mushu, he asked, "Is she the daughter of Xie Rulin?" Ziyu's eyes brightened with joy indeed. "Master, could you please release your hand pressing down on mine? I must reiterate, for any reason, you must not enter the forbidden grounds of the Taoist temple. I command you, as the master of the Tiandao Taoist temple, to leave the forbidden area at once. One hand firmly pressing the coffin lid, the master drew his sword, pointing it at Zio, declaring, "Any violations will be treated as those of an intruder." With a grave expression, the master continued, "This is the forbidden ground of the Tiandao Taoist temple. How dare you act recklessly? If you wish to open the coffin, you must first defeat me." Zio's expression hardened. It was evident that he must engage in battle with his master. "Jiang Lan, catch the upper fragment of the jade pendant," he exclaimed, tossing the piece to Jiang Lan, who swiftly extended his hands to catch it securely. Zio unsheathed his sword, the very one his master had chosen and gifted to him during his swordsmanship training, signifying the mastery he had inherited from his mentor. Now the two stood in opposition, swords drawn. Turning to Mu Shi and Jiang Lan, Zio called out, "Mu Shi, you have the protective shield. Come and lend me your strength." Jiang Lan, while Mu Shi and I engage the master with all our might, seize the opportunity to open the 10th coffin and retrieve the lower fragment of the jade pendant. Suddenly, Mu Shi revealed a dazzlingly sharp silver sword, adorned with a myriad of colorful diamonds that sparkled in the sunlight, radiating a mesmerizing array of hues. Upon seeing Mu Shi's extravagant sword, Jiang Lan couldn't help but wince, pondering whether this young lad had squandered his points on such a flamboyant weapon, which was clear evidence of his recklessness. Who among the competitors wields a sword encrusted with colorful diamonds? As the master and Zio clashed fiercely, both had cultivated intense sword intent, their strikes reverberating through the air with a multitude of energies, causing the forest to rustle. Meanwhile, Mu Shi, wielding the dazzling sword, awaited the right moment to stealthily advance and strike, attempting to maneuver the master away from the 10th coffin. This was indeed a prime opportunity. Jiang Lan seized the moment, swiftly maneuvering with an exceptionally cunning stance, arriving before the 10th coffin, whereupon he decisively flung open the lid of the coffin. Jiang Lan gently lifted the lid of the coffin, and a wave of antiquated wooden fragrance wafted towards him. He instinctively leaned forward, peering into the 10th coffin, where he beheld the quiet repose of a young male corpse, which had begun its transformation into skeletal remains. Jiang Lan immediately spotted the lower half of the jade pendant nestled within the coffin. This was it. It seemed as though she could see the words of mission completion smiling and beckoning to her. Seizing the moment, while the sect leader was unable to impede her actions, Jiang Lan decisively and swiftly reached into the coffin, retrieving the lower half of the jade pendant without hesitation, and then promptly closed the coffin lid in one breath. Mimicking Zio's actions, Jiang Lan affixed a couple of talismans for warding off evil onto the coffin lid. Jiang Lan joined the two halves of the jade pendant, and upon observing the inscription of El Bai's name, a sudden clarity washed over him. Chancellor's precious daughter, Xian Mushu, was not the offspring of her wealthy husband, Lin Jihai, but rather of El Bai. In Jiang Lan's mind resonated the mechanical prompt of the system. Contestant Jiang Lan has successfully completed the 4th phase task, merging the upper and lower halves of the jade pendant into a complete piece, and has been awarded 1,000 points. Additionally, a clue for the main storyline task has been acquired. The conditions for passing are determined by the will of the fox demon, Yu. Jiang Lan hesitated while holding the jade pendant, for she had uncovered a startling truth. This affectionate couple were, in fact, half-siblings sharing the same father. If she were to reveal this to Ziyu, the loving pair would be forced to confront a cruel reality. Yet, if she chose to remain silent, would they later regret their ignorance upon discovering the truth? The individuals involved possess the inherent right to know the reality of their circumstances. Jiang Lan ultimately resolved to reveal the harsh truth to Ziyu. The conflict between the master and Ziyu had inexplicably ceased. With heavy steps, Jiang Lan approached Ziyu, her heart laden with the weight of her decision. The master, with a composed gaze, regarded her as she drew near. He released a gentle sigh and remarked, "Speak plainly, for Ziyu is grown and must inevitably learn to confront reality." Confused, Ziyu looked between the master and Jiang Lan, noting their grave expressions. His eyelids fluttered anxiously, and a sense of unease washed over him as he inquired, "Master, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Mushi stood a short distance away, observing the unfolding scene. Jiang Lan approached Zio, extended his hand, and opened his fist, revealing two jade pendants that seamlessly united to form a singular piece, resting quietly in the palm of her hand. Jiang Lan, you have truly exceeded my expectations. You have obtained the jade pendant. Upon seeing the pendant, Zio's heart surged with joy, momentarily disregarding the peculiar expression on Jiang Lan's face. He eagerly reached out to grasp the two halves of the pendant. Zio carefully combined the two pieces, holding them delicately as he scrutinized the intricate carvings. Noticing the characters Lu Bai inscribed upon the jade, he expressed his confusion. Lu Bai? Who is this? It dawned on him that this pendant did not belong to Lin Jihai. Why did Aunt Rulin insist that I retrieve the other half of the pendant? Jiang Lan spoke the harsh truth in a somber tone. This Lu Bai is your biological father. Is it true? So, this indeed is a relic of my progenitor. Ziyu initially felt a surge of joy, but it quickly morphed into disbelief as he realized, with every hair on his body standing on end, no, this jade pendant belongs to my father. Then why is the upper half in Aunt Ruolan's possession? Gifted with keen intelligence since childhood, Ziyu grasped the implications swiftly. He turned to the solemn faces of the sect leader and Jiang Lan, his gaze fixated on the jade pendant. A wildly absurd thought flickered through his mind, and upon its emergence, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. The pendant felt like a searing hot potato in his hands, trembling as he struggled to maintain his grip. His tall, imposing figure wavered precariously. He fervently wished for a miracle. No, this cannot be. How could such a thing possibly happen to me? His eyes, filled with hope, turned to the sect leader and Jiang Lan, pleading, please say something. Jiang Lan lowered his pitch-black eyes and spoke. As far as I know, Lu Bai once concealed from the woman in question that he was simultaneously involved with Yu Yu and Xie Rulin. This jade pendant should be the engagement token between Lu Bai and Xie Rulin from years past. At this juncture, Jiang Lan's deep, abyssal gaze turned towards the sect leader, inquiring, Master, if I am not mistaken, the male corpse in the 10th coffin is indeed Lu Bai's, correct? 20 years ago, Lu Bai did not simply disappear. He met with a sudden demise. The sect leader, his countenance grave, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He cast a concerned glance at Ziyu, whose faltering form seemed on the verge of collapse. Ziyu, barely holding himself together, looked towards the sect leader, seemingly murmuring yet truly seeking clarification. Master, what is the meaning of all this? Did you not always tell me that my biological parents perished when I was but a child? The sect leader's expression darkened as he spoke with difficulty. Your biological parents indeed met their tragic end at the time of your birth. However, they did not perish simultaneously. Your mother was slain during your birth, while your father was murdered when you were 100 days old. He continued, the mastermind behind your mother's death was none other than your father. After your mother was killed, she sought vengeance and confronted your father on the day of your 100-day feast, resulting in a fatal strike. I was present at the scene during the deaths of both your parents. I was not merely passing by, but was deceived by your father, who led me to believe I was vanquishing evil, only to mistakenly slay your mother, the fox demon Yu Yu. There was a revelation for Jiang Lan. It turned out that Lu Bai's sudden disappearance during his spirited youth was due to Yu Yu's quest for vengeance. Upon hearing this, Ziyu, unable to maintain his precarious balance, collapsed to the ground, gazing up at his revered master with an expression of disbelief. The sect leader unfastened a glass vial from his waist, cradling it with care, and said, Your mother fought valiantly to bring you into this world, and I have come to realize, in my youthful folly and misplaced trust in the villain Lu Bai, the depth of my error. However, by the time I recognized this, Yu Yu had already departed. To atone for my mistake, I collected Yu Yu's soul into this glass vial, carrying it with me ever since, nurturing her essence with my own cultivation. At these words, Jiang Lan and Mu Shi exchanged surprised glances at the vial held by the sect leader, realizing that Yu Yu's soul resided within. The sect leader continued, On the day of your 100-day feast, amidst the festivities, I inadvertently neglected my watch, allowing Yu Yu's soul to silently escape the vial. By the time I arrived at the scene, Lu Bai had already met his end at her hands. His corpse rapidly developed extensive post-mortem changes, and driven by his obsessions, there was a high likelihood he could transform into a zombie, wreaking havoc upon the world. Thus, I had no choice but to transport his body back to the Heavenly Tao Temple's forbidden ground, where the then sect leader and elders took turns to quell the turmoil within his heart. Ziyu grappled with 3 profound shocks in a brief span: the mutual slaughter of his biological parents, the revelation that his adoptive father was the one who had wrongfully slain his mother, and the realization that his beloved, Mushu, was in fact his sister. Clinging to the last remnants of hope, he looked at the sect leader with pleading eyes, asking for confirmation. So, I and Mushu, the sect leader, already aware of the answer in Ziyu's heart, affirmed, "Indeed, you and Xie Mushu are half-siblings, sharing the same father." With a single utterance, the master stripped away the last thread of hope that lingered in Zio's heart. How absurd this reality is. Zio had believed that obtaining the jade pendant would lead to the union with his beloved, yet what awaited him upon acquiring it was nothing but a harsh truth. He descended into madness, his countenance oscillating between despondence and frenzy. The master, unable to bear the sight, approached Zio with the intent to offer some words of comfort. Alas! Upon seeing the master, Zio was reminded of the one who had wrongfully taken his mother's life. In anguish, he cried out and abruptly sprang to his feet, racing like the wind into the depths of the forbidden forest on the mountain's rear. Mushi lowered his sky-blue gaze, reminiscent of the heavens shrouded in a layer of gray clouds, feeling a multitude of emotions swirling within. He murmured softly, perhaps he needs a moment of solitude. Jiang Lan gazed upon the scene before him, his heart filled with profound melancholy. Jiang Lan returned to the Jiang family with Mushi, who had transformed into a little snow fox. Within the confines of the Jiang residence, Jiang Lan recalled the clues to the main storyline quest obtained upon acquiring the second half of the Jade Pendant, the criteria for passing determined by the desires of the fox spirit. Yu. However, Jiang Lan tossed and turned, unable to fathom what could possibly align with Yu's wishes. With her great vengeance fulfilled, what further desires could linger unaddressed? One day, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Jiang Lan's mind as he remembered Yu's wishing bottle. 068, The Romantic Narrative Between Humans and Spirits, Chapter 21. Jiang Lan cradled the little snow fox as she departed from the Jiang residence. Accompanied by Mushi, she proceeded to Zio's modest abode in the capital. Zio's residence was small and elegantly adorned, devoid of any servants. They knocked at the door for an extended period, yet no one responded. With the urgency of their task pressing upon them, Jiang Lan and Mushi resorted to scaling the wall to enter the estate. Upon locating Zio, they found him no longer the spirited youth they had first encountered. His face was now adorned with stubble, his hair disheveled, and he was inebriated. Upon seeing them, Zio slurred, "Ah, you've come. Come, let us drink." As the ancients proclaimed, "There is wine today, let us indulge today. Come, let us all drink and toast. If you are friends, then each of you must finish this jug." Noticing that they merely stood by, unmoving, he inquired, "Did you come to see me for some matter?" Mushi, straightforward as ever, responded, "We wish to have a glance at the wish bottle of Yu." "What wish bottle?" Zio squinted, the alcohol impairing his cognitive speed. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Oh, that wish bottle. You mean my mother's keepsake. Regrettably, the wish bottle is not with me." Jiang Lan inquired, "Zio, could you enlighten me on the contents of the wish bottle? We yearn to understand the aspirations that Yu held during her lifetime." Zio furrowed his brow, exhaling a breath tinged with the scent of alcohol. "I have not opened the wish bottle. It was buried alongside the past tokens of affection. It lies deep within the forest behind the forbidden grounds of the Tiandao Temple." Mushi interjected, "Zio, would you be willing to guide us to the depths of the forest behind the temple's forbidden area, so we may retrieve Yu's wish bottle? It harbors the most poignant memories of his existence." Instinctively, Zio shook his head, his refusal reminiscent of a child who has never tasted candy, longing for just a single sweet morsel. In that moment, Mushi found herself at a loss for words, unable to persuade him further. Jiang Lan lowered her gaze, her lashes casting shadows over her deep, dark eyes. She remained silent, quietly producing a plush little fox in a soft shade of yellow and presenting it before Ziyu. In a gentle voice, She implored, Ziyu, I wish to ask for your assistance. Would you be able to help us retrieve Yu's wishing bottle? Upon seeing the yellow fox, Ziyu's eyes flickered with intrigue, and he contemplated deeply, his gaze shifting back and forth. Jiang Lan tucked away the small fox doll and laid down a boat ticket, saying, Zio, if you are willing, please arrive at the designated location tomorrow morning at the time indicated on the ticket, and we shall venture together to the back mountain forest of the Heavenly Tao Temple's forbidden area. After speaking, Jiang Lan grasped Mushi's wrist and departed from Zio's residence. Once they had left, Zio gazed at the boat ticket on the table, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He stared at the ticket for an extensive period, so long that a bird mistook him for a tree and perched upon his shoulder. Eventually, Zio summoned greater courage than he had when descending from the temple years ago, picked up the ticket that lay quietly on the table, and tucked it into his sleeve. The following day, as the ship was about to set sail, neither Jiang Lan nor Mushi caught a glimpse of Zio. Just when they believed that Zio would never wish to step foot in the Heavenly Tao Temple's forbidden area again, Zio appeared at the very last moment before the ship departed. With his hair neatly tied back, a clean-shaven face, and clad in black attire, he approached them. As he reached their side, he unfurled a black paper folding fan, fanning himself gracefully. He inquired, What is the matter? We just met yesterday, and now you do not recognize me? Hurry aboard. The ship is about to leave. With spirits high, the trio boarded the vessel. After disembarking, they hired a carriage and made their way to the foot of the Heavenly Tao Temple. They once again approached the entrance of the forbidden area. Walking alongside the perimeter wall, they paused at the familiar dog hole, and one by one Zio, Mushi, and Jiang Lan slipped into the forbidden realm of the Heavenly Tao Temple. Upon entering the forbidden realm, Jiang Lan swiftly rose to his feet, only to be confronted by a dense throng of malevolent creatures, resembling a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. The trio's objective this time was the forest nestled in the rear mountains of the Forbidden Land, necessitating their passage through this encircling horde of sinister beings. Akin to dark clouds obscuring the sun, Jiang Lan transformed into a skilled talisman affixer, swiftly and accurately applying the exorcising yellow talismans onto any malevolent creature attempting to approach her. Those malevolent beings marked by the talismans would temporarily lose their aggressiveness. Zio wielded a peachwood sword, dispatching each evil entity with remarkable speed and precision, gradually instilling a sense of fear and retreat among them. Mushi, darting about with agility, expertly evaded the attacks directed at him, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Jiang Lan, occasionally alerting her to the encroaching threats behind her. An unsightly demon attempted to close in on Mushi, but he deftly maneuvered out of harm's way, remaining attentive to Jiang Lan's situation. Jiang Lan, beware. There's a demon sneaking up on you from the 3 o'clock position, he cautioned. Jiang Lan, 2 demons are stealthily approaching from the 1 o'clock direction. Mushi continued to evade, constantly monitoring Jiang Lan's rear and offering swift warnings. Jiang Lan, there's a demon at 2 o'clock trying to launch a sneak attack while you're distracted. Watch me as I apply the exorcising yellow talisman to it. With a nimble movement, Mushi dodged 2 demons attempting to seize him, seizing the opportunity to produce a talisman and affix it to the demon that had appeared behind Jiang Lan. If one were to take a moment to observe carefully, Zio and Jiang Lan would surely be astonished by a peculiar phenomenon. It was not Mushi being pursued by the malevolent creatures, but rather Mushi playfully toying with them. However, engrossed in their immediate battle against the demons before them, Zio and Jiang Lan had no leisure to notice this strange occurrence. After 3/4 of an hour of united effort, the trio managed to carve a path through the encirclement of evil entities, finally entering the forest at the rear of the forbidden ground. Within this secluded woodland, it seemed that the demons of the forbidden area had fixed locations of activity and could not follow them into the lush greenery. The forest was vibrant and alive, filled with the melodious chirping of birds, while distant, strange sounds echoed through the air. Yo, maintaining a composed demeanor, sheathed his peachwood sword and drew his sword, cautioning, "Be vigilant. This forest harbors the demon clan." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan immediately retrieved the exorcism sword from her system inventory. Although she was uncertain of the efficacy of this sword purchased from the system's marketplace, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. With the exorcism sword in her grasp, her courage swelled by a third. Jiang Lan cast a concerned glance at the empty-handed Mu Shi and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Mu Shi, where is your sword? Why do you not bring it forth?" However, Mu Shi responded with a light-hearted smile, "Do not fret. My protective barrier is remarkably effective. It is impervious to all toxins. Not only can zombies not harm me, but even the demon clan finds it exceedingly difficult to breach, leaving not a single crack." As they ventured into the forest, the sky, which had been clear and azure, suddenly became engulfed in dark clouds, swallowing the sun and casting the world into an abyss of shadows. The abrupt change in the atmosphere sent an unsettling chill through the trio. In this desolate woodland, they trudged forward with heavy and hurried steps. Without warning, a chilling gust of wind swept through, accompanied by an eerie howling sound. Instinctively, they slowed their pace, anxiously scanning their surroundings. At that moment, a shadow materialized from the darkness, positioning itself before them. Jiang Lan, Ziyu, and Mu Shi stood side by side on a narrow path within the forest, facing a formidable demon from the abyss. This demon emanated a sinister aura, suggesting it was a being of great power, as if it had crawled forth from the depths of hell itself. Its eyes glimmered with a menacing red light, betraying a nature both cruel and cunning. A faint, chilling smile played upon its lips, as if it reveled in the thought of tormenting the three before it. The dark energy surrounding the demon surged outward, and with a terrifying roar that echoed through the woods. It opened its gaping maw and transformed into a swirling cloud of black smoke, lunging towards them with ferocity. A chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, enveloping Jiang Lan and Ziyu in an unsettling aura. They gripped their swords with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Mu Shi finally unsheathed his resplendent sword adorned with a myriad of gemstones, steeling himself for the imminent battle. With steadfast determination, they clutched their swords, exerting every ounce of strength to repel the onslaught of the demonic forces. Jiang Lan held the demon-slaying sword exchanged from the system's market, its blade shimmering with a frigid radiance, seemingly capable of dispelling all darkness. Ziyu firmly gripped his sword, its tip directed towards the demon clan, his gaze resolute and icy. Meanwhile, Mu Shi clutched his sword adorned with colorful gemstones, its blade radiating a kaleidoscope of hues resembling a fantastical dream. Though the trio felt no fear in their hearts, they dared not underestimate the formidable demon clan before them. The dark aura surrounding the demons was not merely an ordinary shadow, but rather a manifestation of boundless resentment and malevolence, capable of infiltrating the human soul and insidiously nurturing demonic energy once touched. Ominous clouds obscured the sun, casting the forest into darkness. After a fierce battle, the demon's crimson eyes gleamed with cunning and ferocity, his visage becoming increasingly grotesque, his skin a deep shade of purple, akin to a fiend that had just clawed its way out of the abyss of hell. The magic sword in his grasp glowed with an eerie blue light, as if it could devour all vitality. Jiang Lan took a deep breath and launched her assault once more. She swung the exorcism sword in her hand, and a radiant beam of sword light surged toward the demon clan. The demon let out a furious roar, swaying its form but remaining untoppled. Observing this, Ziyu immediately joined the fray, his sword light flashing in harmony with Jiang Lan's attack. Meanwhile, Mu Shi silently observed the battlefield, searching for the opportune moment to strike. The demon erupted into a deafening laugh, its voice laced with derision and provocation. In an instant, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching a fierce counterattack with blinding speed. The sword chi descended upon them like a tempest, as if intent on completely engulfing them. They found themselves ensnared in a perilous crisis, and faced with this sudden onslaught. They could only grit their teeth and summon every ounce of strength to resist. The clash of their swords against the demon's dark blade resonated with thunderous metallic echoes. The battle raged fiercely within the forest, their figures darting among the dancing shadows of the trees, each strike imbued with power and finesse. Yet, the demons might seem to surpass theirs, its onslaught growing increasingly ferocious, gradually ensnaring them in despair. In a moment of urgency, Ziyu recalled a sword technique he had learned from his master, steeling his resolve to counterattack once more. Their strikes became more formidable, as if they were unleashing all their latent power. They engaged in relentless combat with the demon. Despite its formidable strength, the demon began to show signs of fatigue under the combined onslaught of Jiang Lan and Ziyu. Sensing this, Mushi silently recited an incantation, and the seven-colored sword in his hand burst forth with an even more resplendent radiance. He took a deep breath and swung his sword toward the demon. This strike encapsulated all his strength and conviction, the sword light dazzling and radiant, as though it could rend the heavens asunder. Before this overwhelming force, the demon could finally no longer withstand the assault, letting out a wretched scream before dissipating into a swirl of black smoke against the night sky. With the demons vanishing, the sky returned to its normal state, the previous atmospheric upheaval a result of being ensnared in the demon's illusion. As the battle concluded, the three exchanged smiles, their exhaustion overshadowed by the joy of victory. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi followed Ziyu into the depths of the forbidden forest. The heart of the forest was imbued with an air of mystery, where ancient trees towered majestically, their branches and leaves forming a canopy that allowed only dappled sunlight to grace the forest floor. Ziyu guided the two through the woodland, the rustling leaves beneath their feet seemingly whispering the ancient legends of this mystical realm. At last, Ziyu led them to the base of a colossal longevity fruit tree. This magnificent tree soared into the heavens, its trunk robust and formidable, reminiscent of an ancient deity guarding the forest. Ziyu knelt before the tree, wielding a small spade to excavate layers of earth. As the soil was turned, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Before long, Ziyu unearthed a small wooden chest. He gently opened the box, revealing the treasures concealed within. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi curiously leaned closer to examine the contents, revealing a collection of wish bottles, yellowed love letters, delicate tokens, and an array of souvenirs. Each item bore the weight of Ziyu's profound memories and emotions. Standing beneath the ancient longevity fruit tree, Ziyu held tightly to an exquisite wish bottle. The bottle emanated a faint luminescence, as if harboring the secrets of time itself. He inhaled deeply and slowly unscrewed the cap, the crisp sound resonating in the air. Gently, Ziyu retrieved a wish note, its ink somewhat faded, yet each word conveyed a deep yearning. As he unfolded the note, sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the words with clarity. He read the heartfelt wish, an aspiration for everlasting happiness and joy, a simple desire akin to the stars in the night sky, sincere and unpretentious. Then, he encountered a special wish. If in the future there were children, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, they would be named Ziyu, as she wished for them to live carefree in this world. A warm current surged within Ziyu, a reflection of Yuyu's blessings and expectations, as well as her love and attachment to the world. Yuyu desired for her children to live without the burdens of their biological parents' chaotic past. As a mother, her genuine hope was that her child would not be troubled by the tangled history of their origins. Yuyu wished for Ziyu to grow up unencumbered. Closing his eyes, Ziyu embraced the blessing of this wish. He understood that it was the most precious gift Yuyu had bestowed upon him, her final exhortation in this world. He would cherish this blessing and strive to fulfill this wish, allowing Yuyu to feel his happiness and joy. Gazing at Yuyu's wish note, in that moment, Ziyu felt a sudden epiphany. A profound understanding dawned upon him. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi drew closer, and as they beheld the wish inscribed on the note, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged within them. It became evident that after successfully enacting her revenge, Yuyu had chosen not to depart, but instead to quietly remain within the luminous, soul-nurturing vase of the sect leader, refusing to reincarnate. This was due to her unwavering concern for Ziyu, a fixation that rendered her unable to sever the earthly ties that bound her. Ziyu inhaled deeply, an unaccountable feeling of poignancy welling up within him. He seemed to glimpse Yu Yu's clear and gentle gaze, filled with endless longing and reluctance. He gently caressed the note, sensing its warmth as though he were touching the very essence of Yu Yu's spirit. A mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Lan's mind. Contestant Jiang Lan has activated the green passage. Engage in dialogue with the soul of Yu Yu. If the conversation is successful, early completion is possible. The sun set in the west, and the moonlight began to rise. Under the gentle embrace of the moonlight, Jiang Lan and Mu Shi quietly approached the mountain gate of the heavenly Tao Temple. The stone steps, adorned with mottled green moss, seemed to whisper tales of the passage of time. A glance exchanged between them revealed a glimmer of resolve. Their journey was undertaken in pursuit of the master of the temple's guidance. As they traversed the tranquil courtyard, the silvery moonlight cascaded over the bluestone slabs, casting their upright silhouettes. A subtle fragrance of sandalwood permeated the air within the temple, instilling a sense of serene contemplation. Upon reaching the grand hall, they beheld the master in deep meditation, embodying an ethereal grace that spoke of celestial wisdom. Jiang Lan stepped forward, respectfully bowing and softly speaking. "I am Jiang Lan, a junior, here to seek an audience with the esteemed master. I have pressing matters to discuss." Following closely behind was Mu Shi, who also offered a polite bow, her demeanor solemn. The master slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as if capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul, and said, "Your late-night visit suggests an important matter. Let us retire to the guest room for a thorough conversation." The master did not rebuke them for intruding upon hallowed ground, and Jiang Lan and Mu Shi exchanged relieved smiles. In the tranquil confines of the Taoist temple's guest room, the master sat quietly at a Wang Wali wooden table, his eyes deep as the starry sky of an autumn night, twinkling with wisdom and composure. Clad in a black and white Taoist robe, his garments flowed gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial breeze. Opposite him, Jiang Lan and Mu Shi sat side by side, their expressions a blend of tension and anticipation. Jiang Lan donned a flowing peach-pink gown, reminiscent of the fresh and ethereal blossoms of spring. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination and courage. In contrast, Mu Shi was clad in a moon-white attire, exuding a spirited elegance, with a hint of defiance reflected in her brows. The arrival of these two did not seem to disturb the tranquility of the Taoist temple. The master observed them, a flicker of admiration and contentment gleaming in his eyes. It was as if he had anticipated their arrival. His heart was as serene as a still lake, undisturbed by tumult. He gently stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. "You have arrived as I had foreseen. The wheels of destiny have begun to turn." As night fell, the lights in the guest quarters of the temple gradually warmed, casting a gentle glow. Jiang Lan straightforwardly expressed her intention. "Master, I wish to meet Yu Yu." As Jiang Lan's words faded, a delicate glass vial at the waist of the sect leader emitted a soft, shimmering glow. The leader paused momentarily, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Yu Yu acquiesced. With a deep sigh, as if lamenting the fate that awaited them, he removed a translucent glass vial from his waist, the vessel containing Yu Yu's soul. The sect leader inscribed a soul-consolidating barrier within the guest room, then opened a narrow slit in the vial, allowing Yu Yu's spirit to emerge. Her ethereal essence slowly manifested within the room, her visage retaining a gentle beauty, untouched by the ravages of time. Clad in a flowing gown of pale yellow, the hem swayed gracefully in the night breeze, exuding an otherworldly purity. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of a brook meandering through a mountain valley. Upon catching sight of Jiang Lan, a glimmer of surprise and anticipation danced in her gaze. The night enveloped them in inky darkness, silence reigning supreme. Moonlight filtered through wispy clouds, casting dappled shadows across the guest quarters of the temple. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the sheer curtains by the window to flutter, and a shadow flitted past the door, momentarily illuminated by the moonlight. The sect leader immediately sensed the anomaly, his eyes narrowing as he inquired, "Who stands outside?" The figure hesitated for an instant before slowly revealing itself. To their astonishment, it was Zio. "Master, it is I." Zio breathed deeply, her voice tinged with a hint of tension. In the stillness of the midnight hour, within the serene confines of the temple's guest room, Zio and Yu, mother and child, were like two radiant stars locked in a gaze amidst the vast darkness. Their eyes intertwined in a silent dance, akin to the celestial paths of stars. Brimming with complex emotions, yet neither dared to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Lan took the initiative to greet Yu, his tone subtly tinged with unease. "Yu, greetings." Meanwhile, Mushi radiated a sunny disposition, flashing a brilliant smile that revealed his immaculate teeth, his laughter akin to a gentle summer breeze. "Hey, hello there." Yu's eyes sparkled with a warm light, her smile reminiscent of morning dew, fresh and gentle. "I know you're Jiang Lan and Mushi, new friend of Zio. Have you come to seek me for something specific?" Jiang Lan gazed intently into Yu's deep, black eyes and spoke. "We, along with Zio, have witnessed the wishes inscribed in your wishing bottle." Yu, with a gentle demeanor, nodded with a soft smile. Jiang Lan then posed a direct question. "Yu, is there still an unresolved obsession in your heart?" The moonlight cast a hazy glow, and the oil lamp in the guest room emitted a warm, golden light, as Yu's figure quivered like willow fluff gently swayed by a breeze. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of confusion and yearning, as if seeking a flicker of illumination amidst the infinite darkness. Her voice, tinged with a subtle melancholy and boundless desire, inquired, "What is true love? Do you know what true love is? Can you help me understand what true love truly entails?" Yu's melodious tone resonated like a nightingale's song, clear and enchanting, reverberating in the stillness of the night. Yet, her question rippled through the silence like a stone cast into a lake, stirring layers of emotion that rendered the heart restless. What is true love? Jiang Lan believed that everyone harbored an answer to this question within their hearts. Each person who has genuinely loved would comprehend the essence of true love. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lan's mind was punctuated by the mechanical notification from the system. Contestant Jiang Lan's item, Seed of Hope, has successfully upgraded. Jiang Lan promptly opened the system's inventory to inspect the item. Item name, Seed of Hope. Item type, life-saving equipment item level. Level 3, Fruit of True Love item description. This is a life-preserving item known as the Seed of Hope. Currently at level 3, Fruit of True Love. Efficacy of the Fruit of True Love. Consuming this fruit allows one to experience true love within a single instance. Consumption precautions. 1. The fruit of true love must be consumed on the same day it is harvested. Otherwise, it will spoil. 2. If shared between two individuals, it will evoke their shared memories. Item upgrade method. Simply spend 6,666 points to upgrade. Regularly water it, nurture it with care, and wait for the right moment to see it flourish. The Seed of Hope bore 3 fruits of true love, resembling the shape of snake fruits. Jiang Lan took 1 fruit of true love from the inventory and handed it to Yu, saying, "This is the fruit of true love. Once you consume it, all distractions will fade away, revealing the essence of true love within your heart. It will guide you deep within, helping you seek the most genuine and sincere emotions." Yu, filled with skepticism, accepted the fruit of true love. Her heart raced like thunder, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the future, mingled with fear of the unknown, and a yearning for true love. The surface of the fruit shimmered like jade, illuminated by moonlight, exuding a mysterious and alluring glow. Her fingers gently glided over the fruit of true love, savoring its cool, smooth texture, as if her fingertips had strummed the strings of her heart. The fragrance of the fruit was subtle yet captivating, a perfect blend of spring blossoms and summer fruits, irresistible and inviting her to inhale deeply, to savor its sweetness and beauty. Yu closed her eyes and took a deep breath, relishing the faintly sweet aroma. However, when she opened her eyes to gaze at the fruit of true love, confusion filled her expression. She asked with innocent curiosity, "Is this real?" Taking a deep breath, Yu bravely placed the fruit in her mouth. The sweetness of the flesh and the fragrance of its juice spread throughout her mouth, akin to a clear spring flowing into her heart. As the power of the fruit of true love gradually permeated her being, she felt enveloped by a warm current. This warmth flowed gently, permeating every cell in her body, cleansing her spirit. The distractions that had long plagued her began to fall away like autumn leaves, vanishing without a trace under the influence of this power. Deep within Yu's heart, the most sincere and pure emotions began to awaken slowly, like the rising sun, warm and radiant. From the chaotic memories in her mind, the answer regarding true love emerged, and she smiled at Jiang Lan, saying, "Jiang Lan, I understand now. Thank you." Yu turned to the sect master and said, "Master, thank you for nurturing my soul with your cultivation all these years, allowing me to remain in this world." The sect master's expression was complex. "No need for thanks. It is all to atone for the impulsive mistakes I made in my youth." Yo-Yo, 2 decades have elapsed. Can you? Before the leader could complete his sentence, Yo-Yo gently shook her head, interrupting him with a serene and tender tone. "No. Once a mistake has occurred, leading to irreversible consequences, it merits neither forgiveness nor tolerance. Whether your act of taking my life was intentional or not has inflicted indelible harm upon me. I am grateful for your efforts over the years to atone for your misdeed, yet I can never be resurrected. Thus, I cannot forgive your past transgression, but I have chosen to let go. It is time for me to be reborn. I hope that in my next life, fortune will favor me." The leader nodded, his voice gentle. "I hope you find luck." Yo-Yo then approached Zio, her visage as soft as moonlight, her eyes brimming with profound affection. She tenderly caressed Zio's head, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Zio, your mother understands that your heart is laden with questions and reluctance. But you must believe that all of this is for the best. I only wish for you to live a carefree life henceforth, soaring freely like the birds in the sky." Zio nodded. "Mother, I will." Yo-Yo smiled, a glimmer of solace passing through her eyes as she embraced Zio softly. Having relinquished all attachments, Yo-Yo's soul vanished from their sight, entering the cycle of reincarnation. The leader watched as her spirit dissipated into the ether. Over the years, he had expended considerable cultivation and energy to nurture and protect Yo-Yo's soul. Now, witnessing her liberation, his heart swelled with both comfort and a tinge of melancholy. Yo-Yo had transcended her attachments to be reborn, while the leader, now graying, needed to retreat for further cultivation. He turned to Zio and said, "I shall soon enter seclusion for training, and the temple requires a new leader. What I told you when you turned 18 still holds true. Zio, you are the most gifted individual in the art of cultivation I have ever encountered." Now, has her answer changed? Zio's expression revealed hesitation as she responded cautiously. Jiang Lan resolved to present Zio with the fruit of true love, suggesting, "Perhaps you should discern what true love means to your heart before making a decision." Zio accepted the fruit and gently took a bite. Its flesh was delectably juicy, seemingly imbued with the purest essence of love that nature has to offer. As the fruit slid down his throat, a warm current surged through his entire being, filling his heart with tenderness and tranquility. After consuming the fruit, memories of the past 20 years flooded Zio's mind. He recalled his 18 years of ascetic life under the tutelage of his master at the Tiandao Temple, the spirited moments of triumph when he topped the imperial examinations, the bittersweet love affair with Xianmu Shu, and the anguish and turmoil he faced upon uncovering the painful truths of his existence. In that instant, Zio attained a profound understanding. With a serene expression, Zio addressed his master. "Master, I have found a new resolution. I shall remain at the Tiandao Temple and aspire to become the next leader. I will not disappoint your expectations. I shall endeavor to develop and elevate the Tiandao Temple." The master nodded in approval, his eyes reflecting a sense of contentment. With one fruit of true love remaining, Jiang Lan pondered. Knowing that its shelf life was but a day, and wishing not to waste it, he prepared to partake. Suddenly, Mushi interjected, "Jiang Lan, I too wish to savor the fruit of true love. What does it taste like?" "It appears quite delectable." Jiang Lan divided the fruit of true love in two, offering one half to Mushi. Jiang Lan held the remaining half of the fruit of true love in her hand, and suddenly recalled the second precaution regarding its consumption. If the same fruit was divided between two individuals, it would evoke shared memories between them. Will it truly invoke shared recollections? Jiang Lan Bonde. To her, this did not seem to be a detrimental side effect. After all, she had only just met in this scenario, and there was no need for her to provoke any shared memories. Jiang Lan closed her eyes and gently took a bite of the fruit of true love, savoring its unique sweetness, as if she could feel the profound affection it contained. Each mouthful enveloped her in rapture, transporting her to a dreamscape brimming with love. Strangely, even after consuming half of the fruit, she failed to evoke any shared memories with Mushi. Was it possible that the fruit of true love had lost its potency? At that moment, a delayed system notification echoed in her mind. Contestant Jiang Lan, you have successfully completed the main quest in the romance between humans and demon scenario. You have achieved a perfect score on the main quest and earned 10,000 points. Additionally, you have completed the side quest, The Truth of the Story, with a 100 completion rate, earning 2,000 points. You have fulfilled the special task, The Lingering Obsession of Yu, awarding 3,000 points. You have also accomplished the hidden task, Yu's Wish, granting you 5,000 points. Commencing official teleportation countdown, 10-9. As Jiang Lan listened to the countdown, she awaited the system to transport her back to the safe zone for respite. 4, 3, 2, 1, the teleportation portal opens. Contestant Jiang Lan is officially transported to the next associated instance. Wait, this is not the safe zone, but rather the next associated instance? However, the system pays no heed to the contestant's inner confusion. Jiang Lan was enveloped in a dazzling white light and vanished from her original location. Mushi raised the fruit to his lips, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, he took a bite of the fruit of true love, and its sweet aroma instantly erupted, like a torrent of sweetness crashing upon his taste buds. The delectable flavor seemed to possess an enchanting magic, ensnaring him in its blissful embrace, rendering him unable to extricate himself. As the flesh of the fruit melted in his mouth, a wondrous sensation gradually surged within him, with each heartbeat filling him with boundless warmth and happiness. After consuming half of the true love fruit, Mushi was lost in this exquisite feeling, as if time had come to a standstill. Standing still, a fragment of an incredible memory rushed towards him. It was a midsummer afternoon, with the sun blazing down upon the earth like a furnace, heat rising, making the air tremble. Outside, on the hardened concrete floor, the temperature was so high that it could fry a fresh egg into a golden sunny side up in an instant. In the distance, on a college playground, a group of freshmen clad in deep green military uniforms were undergoing arduous military training under the scorching sun. They were drenched in sweat, yet maintained their rigid military posture, resembling upright little trees, growing ever more resilient under the sun's relentless scrutiny. Among these freshmen, one figure stood out remarkably. It was himself from the past, standing on the playground in deep green military attire, facing the sun for hours on end, gazing into the distance with an extraordinarily clear gaze. He endured the sun's scorching heat and the soaking of sweat, witnessing the version of himself in a place he did not recognize. Engaged in activities he had never done before, a flicker of doubt crossed Mushi's mind. When had he been to these places and done these things? Hadn't he always been within the ancient Greek temples? The instructor shouted military commands. Attention, left turn, forward march. Beneath the blazing sun, the freshmen participating in the military training gradually wilted like sun-scorched little cabbages. After nearly 2 hours of continuous training under the sun, the instructor announced, "Rest in place for 10 minutes." This brief respite was meant for the freshmen to hydrate and relieve themselves. During this fleeting 10-minute break, the playground seemed to transform into a boiling ocean. The freshmen resembled soldiers returning from battle, their faces weary yet brimming with indomitable spirit. They crowded around the drinking fountain, their cups appearing as lifelines, eagerly replenishing their hydration, as if every drop of water could dispel their fatigue. In one corner of the playground, a few freshmen gathered together, smiles adorning their faces as they discussed their hometowns and aspirations. The students grasped their cups, sipping gently before exhaling a contented sigh, as if the refreshing water bestowed upon them boundless vitality. This fleeting 10 minutes, though brief, resembled an oasis in the desert for the newcomers, offering them a moment of tranquility and relaxation. They were acutely aware that the forthcoming training would be even more arduous. At that moment, a group of students clad in white coats swiftly emerged from a corner of the teaching building. They were the student medical team. Despite their youthful faces bearing a hint of naivety, their gazes were resolute and daring. This student medical team was no ordinary organization. It was composed of elite volunteers from the medical school, meticulously selected through rigorous screening and assessments. They possessed not only solid medical knowledge, but also rich practical experience. To prepare for various emergencies, they regularly underwent stringent training and drills, ensuring they could respond swiftly and accurately in critical moments. In the distance, a cadre of senior students in white coats approached the newcomers like angels in white. Their strides were firm and purposeful, each step seemingly narrating the oath and responsibility of a healer. Their eyes radiated a passion and dedication for medicine, as if every breath was a battle against illness and every heartbeat a call for life. As Mushi felt her heartbeat quicken in the midst of these memories, she sensed an eager anticipation for this moment. "Junior, you experienced mild heat stroke yesterday. How do you feel today?" A gentle, concerned voice resonated in her ears, allowing Mushi to almost feel the breeze and sunlight of that time, along with subtle emotional fluctuations. The version of herself in the memory shyly lowered her gaze to the grass, avoiding direct eye contact with the senior. Mushi sensed a familiarity in the voice of the speaking senior. "Junior, why do you keep your head down? Are you feeling unwell?" In the recollection, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, pounding faster as if striving to break free from her chest. Following the gaze of her memory, Mushi lifted her head to look at the senior. Before her stood a short-haired senior in a white coat, her expression gentle, gazing at Mushi with concern. Upon seeing the senior's face, Mushi was taken aback. This senior bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Lan. At that moment, her heartbeat raced in tandem with that of her memory. Her heart thudded like thunder, and she could distinctly hear its rhythm. Her breathing quickened, each inhalation infused with a yearning for more memories, each exhalation an effort to recall the past. However, the fragments of memory abruptly halted. 073. The most disliked senior sister of the multitude. Transmission complete. Contestant Jiang Lan enters the immortal cultivation realm. Contestant Jiang Lan, please remember your identity within this realm as the most disliked senior sister of the Tianyi sect. The method to clear the level is to complete the main quest and attain immortality. Jiang Lan opened her eyes, only to find herself in a rudimentary cave dwelling. Looking down, she noticed that her attire had transformed into a black robe adorned with white edges, upon which the words Tianyi sect were intricately embroidered in golden thread. Jiang Lan felt an uncanny familiarity with the design of this robe. Was it not the very uniform of the Tianyi Daoist temple? Tianyi sect? Tianyi Daoist temple? Attention, contestant Jiang Lan. The system is about to transmit the relevant memories of your character within the instance, enabling you to swiftly immerse yourself in the scenario. A torrent of memories regarding her character surged towards Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan occupies the role of the often overlooked and unappreciated senior sister of the Tianyi sect within the realm of the quest. Through the memories imparted by the system, Jiang Lan uncovers a remarkable connection between the Xianxia cultivation quest and the preceding one. Both exist within the same universe, albeit on divergent timelines. The timeline of the Xianxia cultivation quest transpires a millennium after that of the romance between humans and demons. 1,000 years prior, the headmaster of Tianyi Daoist temple entered seclusion for cultivation, subsequently designating Zio as the new leader of the sect. After assuming this esteemed position, Zio vowed never to marry and devoted his life to elevating the prominence of Tianyi Daoist temple, together with several elder members. He personally guided the sect towards becoming the foremost cultivation institution in the world, ultimately renaming it Tianyi Sect. Zio fulfilled the expectations placed upon him, emerging as the inaugural founding master of Tianyi Sect. Under his stewardship, the sect gradually ascended to become the preeminent authority in the realm of cultivation. A century ago, Zio transcended mortality, becoming the first individual to ascend to immortality within this quest universe. Since then, the founding elders of Tianyi Sect have either ascended or fallen, leaving only Elder Shui Xian, who remains in a prolonged state of seclusion for cultivation. In this quest, Jiang Lan's character is that of the sole senior sister admitted from the common populace to Tianyi Sect a decade ago. Among all the new disciples, she is the eldest and the first to join Tianyi Sect, thus holding the highest seniority. Jiang Lan, having assimilated the memories of the dungeon character, opened the storage pouch at his waist in accordance with those recollections. Within the pouch, he discovered merely a jade-white identity token, a foundational manual on cultivation, an introductory guide to sword techniques, and a few scattered spirit stones. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow as she gazed at the meager number of spirit stones that could be counted on one hand, unable to suppress a sigh of despair. Help. Why was it that the game assigned her the identity of a despised and impoverished sword cultivator? To make matters worse, the much-maligned senior sister possessed only mediocre talent, being a 5-element root, and after a decade of cultivation in the Tianyi Sect, she had barely managed to establish her foundation. This paled in comparison to the adored junior sister of the sect, who had only joined 3 months prior. With her singular water root, she had successfully established her foundation in a mere 3 months, astonishing the entire realm of cultivation. In her heart, Jiang Lan silently lamented, "System, you are biased." Why could her character not be that of the beloved genius junior sister? With this thought, Jiang Lan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. If her character had to toil for 10 years to establish a foundation, how long would it take her to cultivate to immortality and successfully navigate this quest? Jiang Lan even harbored doubts about whether she could attain immortality within her lifetime. If she were unable to cultivate her way to transcendence in this replicated world, would she be forever trapped within its confines? Jiang Lan emerged from her dwelling, guided by the character memories bestowed by the system, and made her way to the library. She pondered that since the Tianyi Sect now held the esteemed position of the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, the library must surely house a plethora of cultivation techniques. Possessing a 5-element root, her progress with conventional methods had been excruciatingly slow. Indeed, she yearned to discover a cultivation method suited to her unique constitution within the library. She was determined to complete the main quest of her sub-story at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Lan entered the library, presenting her identity token to the elder in charge. After the elder examined her token, he returned it to her. The library comprised 5 levels, and Jiang Lan began her selection of books on the first floor. Jiang Lan was engrossed in selecting an item when she suddenly heard a youthful voice calling out to her. "Sister Jiang Lan?" The voice was imbued with a sense of delight. Jiang Lan abruptly turned around, only to behold a young maiden clad in the uniform black and white robe of the Tianyi Sect. Her complexion was as fair as snow, her eyes resembling delicate peach blossoms, and her hair was styled into a slanted braid. Could it be none other than Zhou Ruoxi? Zhou Ruoxi? What brings you here? Jiang Lan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the girl with the slanted braid. Ever since they had completed the ancient Greek temple dungeon, they had not crossed paths again. Jiang Lan held a profound impression of Zhou Ruoxi, perceiving her as a seemingly delicate maiden who, at crucial moments, consistently made astute decisions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruoxi gazed with her enchanting peach blossom eyes and smiled gently, saying, "This is my 3rd alternate world. I thought this realm would be straightforward, so I chose it, only to be utterly taken aback upon entering. The primary quest in this world requires participants to cultivate and achieve immortality." At this juncture, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but frown, continuing, "Sister Jiang Lan, I had never encountered you before. You must have just arrived in this realm, right? Before your advent. I had already spent 3 months here." With a hint of concern, Zhou Ruoxi added, "I'm uncertain how the passage of time flows in this eerie world. I hope that by the time I conquer this realm, I won't have transformed into an elderly woman. Jiang Lan. I surmise that the flow of time in the realm of terror differs from that in the world of the instances. This marks my 4th instance, and the cumulative time I have spent in the 2nd and 3rd realms amounts to less than 3 months. This is rather fortunate. A piece of good news amidst the infinite terror world. Zhou Ruoshi exhaled deeply and then inquired, Sister Jiang Lan, what is your role in the instance? Speaking of this renders me speechless. Jiang Lan replied with an impassive expression. In the instance, my character is the senior sister of the Tianyi sect. This senior sister possesses mediocre talent, a penniless sword cultivator with empty sleeves, who has persistently contributed yet has long been met with disdain from the masses. Jiang Lan, after finishing her words, curiously inquired, Ruoshi, what is your role in the scenario? Zhou Ruoshi, blushing with a hint of shyness, replied with a smile. Sister Jiang Lan, my role in the scenario is that of the beloved genius junior sister. Jiang Lan's deep, pool-like black eyes widened slightly in astonishment as she said, You are the unique water spirit root, the prodigious little junior sister who established her foundation within just 3 months of entering the sect, astonishing the entire realm of cultivation? Zhou Ruoshi shyly nodded in affirmation. Jiang Lan fervently shouted in her heart, System, are you being biased? Jiang Lan and Zhou Ruoshi each borrowed several books related to the cultivation of immortality from the library. Just before parting, Zhou Ruoshi suddenly recalled something. Oh, I just received news that the sole founding elder of Tianyi sect, Master Shui Xian, has recently emerged from his seclusion. Master Shui Xian has long been in retreat and has never taken on disciples. This time, he has unexpectedly expressed a desire to accept students. And the sect has summoned us to gather in the main hall tomorrow. Tomorrow, a disciple recruitment ceremony will be held for Master Shui Xian. Sister Jiang Lan, let us prepare diligently, striving to enter Master Shui Xian's tutelage together. As the only founding elder, he must possess profound insights into the art of cultivation. Despite Zhou Ruoshi's remarkable achievement of establishing her foundation in just 3 short months, her innate talent and charm have drawn the attention of various elders within the sect, all vying to take her as their apprentice. Consequently, she has yet to receive a personal master and spends her days attending the sect's public classes. Jiang Lanqi remarked, Oh, why have I not received this notification? Zhou Ruoshi, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, replied, Based on my observations over the past 3 months, those who are designated as the beloved of the sect will receive the latest news from the sect promptly. Jiang Lan, with her heart-shaped face, remarked with a hint of dismay. So, the contestant who secures the role of the most disliked senior sister will only learn about the sect's latest news at the very end? Jiang Lan, have you encountered other competitors within the instance? Zhou Ruoshi shook her head. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. All the cultivators here are devoted to their pursuits, aligning with the main tasks of the competitors. Sister Jiang Lan, had we not met before, we might not even recognize each other as competitors. 15 minutes prior, within the opulent and enigmatic abode of an elder at Tianyi sect, in the millennium-old, frigid cave, a strikingly handsome youth, appearing to be 18 years of age, suddenly materialized. The youth possessed flowing, lustrous silver hair cascading naturally down to his waist, adorned in a white, draped garment reminiscent of ancient Greece, with a pristine daffodil embellishing his attire. His eyes sparkled like stars, with azure pupils, a delicately elongated nose, and lips that were red and supple, his visage akin to a sculpture. He stood tall, his skin as pale as fresh cream, with long, slender fingers, barefoot upon the cold cave floor. It was none other than Mu Shi in his daffodil deity form. Mu Shi closed his eyes, reminiscing about Jiang Lan's advancement through the challenges, when he was ensnared in fragmented memories of military training. He had lost control of his breath, inadvertently reverting to his daffodil deity form before Ziyu. At that moment, Ziyu's expression was one of astonishment as he inquired, Mu Shi, who exactly are you? I sense a presence emanating from you that surpasses all others. After speaking, Ziyu took out a divination tool and performed a reading, the results of which he chose not to disclose, though his expression turned grave as he put away the tool and earnestly stated, Mu Shi. In the name of the newly appointed leader of Tianyi sect, I formally extend an invitation to you, hoping you will assume the role of elder at Tianyi sect, to help the sect weather a calamity a millennium hence. Mu Shi furrowed his brow and gently shook his head, responding, Jiang Lan has departed. It is time for me to leave as well, let alone a millennium from now. Ziyu produced the divination tool once more, suggesting, then let me perform another reading today to ascertain whether you might reunite at Tianyi sect. After a brief interval, Ziyu concluded his calculations, retracting the tool as he declared, the reading indicates that you shall indeed meet again at Tianyi sect a millennium later. Furthermore, Jiang Lan will become a disciple of Tianyi sect at that time. Could this imply reincarnation? When that time arrives, there's an 80% probability of a master-disciple bond between you. Mu Shi frowned. However, I do not engage in cultivation. Ziyu smiled. Within 1,000 years, I require nothing of you, save for your promise to serve as an elder at Tianyi sect. You need only preside over the sect a millennium hence. At that moment, Mu Shi, through the seed of hope, was astonished to feel Jiang Lan's sudden emergence at Tianyi sect 1,000 years later, and without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Ziyu beamed. By the way, Mu Shi, cultivators typically adopt a name for their path. What shall yours be? Mu Shi pondered for a moment before responding. Let it be Shui Xian. Ziyu, very well. I shall remember, Elder Shui Xian. Mu Shi, the remainder is for you to arrange. I sense Jiang Lan's sudden appearance at Tianyi sect a millennium hence. I must go seek her out. Ziyu was astonished to discover that Mu Shi could traverse time and space so effortlessly, reflecting on how truly extraordinary Mu Shi was. Ziyu remarked, Are you that eager to find her? Your cave abode is not yet arranged. The cave residence needed to be adorned in a manner that was splendid, noble, and mysterious. Once the abode is constructed, please place this daffodil within my dwelling. When I traverse a millennium into the future, I shall be able to pinpoint my cave precisely. As Mu Shi spoke, he produced a daffodil and handed it to Ziyu. Ziyu accepted the flower, nodding in assurance, rest assured. Through the connection facilitated by the seed of hope and the daffodil, Mu Shi traversed the instance and appeared directly within the cave of the Tianyi sect a millennium later. Upon his arrival at the Tianyi sect's cave, Mu Shi swiftly comprehended the state of the Tianyi Daoist temple in a mere quarter of an hour. He promptly sought out the current sect leader, Li Shan, and proclaimed, Sect leader Li Shan, I hereby conclude my seclusion and intend to take disciples. Hearing this, sect leader Li Shan was overjoyed and respectfully clasped his hands, exclaiming, It is indeed an honor for our sect that Master Shui Xian is willing to personally instruct the disciples. Mu Shi returned the gesture and stated, Having been in seclusion for so long, I entrust the matter of accepting disciples to the sect leader's capable hands. As the sole surviving founding elder of the Tianyi sect, he had been immersed in seclusion for many years. Fearing that Mu Shi might change his mind, Li Shan eagerly replied, Rest assured, Master Shui Xian, I shall select an auspicious day and meticulously arrange a discipleship ceremony. After a moment of calculation, Li Shan's face lit up with delight as he said, Master Shui Xian, tomorrow is indeed a fortuitous day for accepting disciples. Shall we hold the ceremony then? What do you think? Mu Shi nodded. Let us hold the discipleship ceremony tomorrow. Remember to notify all disciples to attend. Li Shan agreed and promptly informed the elders of the Tianyi sect, who in turn notified their disciples. When the elder responsible for informing Jiang Lan recalled that she was part of the Tianyi sect, only a mere quarter of an hour remained before Master Shui Xian's discipleship ceremony commenced. Fortunately, Jiang Lan had encountered Zhou Ruo Shi at the library the previous day and was already aware of the event, having arrived well in advance. Jiang Lan arrived at the Grand Hall where the disciple recruitment ceremony was being held. The disciples of the Tianyi sect had already begun to trickle in. Recalling her role as the universally disliked figure, she refrained from engaging in casual conversation and instead chose a discreet corner to quietly await the appearance of the legendary Shui Xianjunren. Before long, Zhou Ruoshi also entered the hall. All the disciples eagerly rushed to converse with her. She responded with a gracious smile. weaving through the crowd until she finally spotted Jiang Lan in the most unremarkable corner. Zhou Ruoshi's enchanting eyes sparkled with joy as she hurried over, greeting her warmly. "Sister Jiang Lan." At that moment, a stir swept through the hall. Jiang Lan beheld a strikingly handsome man accompanying the sect leader, Li Shan. As they entered the grand hall, the man's features were akin to a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, with arched brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly parted lips that exuded an enigmatic aura. His long, silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall of the Milky Way, naturally flowing down to his waist, shimmering with a mysterious and enchanting luster. Whenever a gentle breeze stirred, his flowing locks danced as if enchanted, reminiscent of a spirit from a fairyland. His physique was tall and slender, with broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, embodying the epitome of perfection in creation. The sturdy breadth of his shoulders offered a sense of solid support, while his slender waist hinted at an indescribable grace. He donned a moon-white robe, its pure hue seemingly capable of cleansing the dust within one's heart, imparting an otherworldly freshness. As he walked, the expansive robe billowed in the wind, evoking an ethereal presence that captivated all who beheld him. His strides were both calm and resolute, each step appearing to tread upon clouds, light and graceful. His gaze was profound and luminous, as if capable of penetrating the very soul, unveiling the myriad phenomena of the world. A sweet-faced female disciple gazed at the handsome man striding alongside the sect leader, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She could not help but exclaim, "Heavens! Could this striking figure who enters the grand hall with the sect leader be the legendary Shui Xianzhenren? His beauty is truly extraordinary. How delightful it would be to be accepted as his direct disciple." Within the hall, many female disciples felt their hearts flutter, their cheeks tinged with crimson, enchanted by the sudden appearance of this handsome figure. This man possesses unfathomable prowess. A young male disciple marveled inwardly. He sensed the aura emanating from the man, both mysterious and formidable, as if concealing boundless strength. To be taken under his wing as a direct disciple would be an unparalleled honor. A young male disciple's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He envisioned the glory of such an opportunity, determined to exert every effort in pursuit of the exalted realm of cultivation. The surrounding disciples also felt the surge of fervent hope and longing, engaging in discussions about whether this handsome man was indeed the legendary Shui Xianzhenren, and what fortunes might allow one to become his direct disciple. Zhou Ruoshi, however, gazed at the handsome man with a hint of confusion, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She felt an inexplicable connection to him, as if she had encountered this remarkably handsome figure before. She found herself lost in memories, striving to retrieve fragments associated with him. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recall, the familiar moment eluded her grasp. Upon the first glance at the strikingly handsome man, Jiang Lan found it nearly impossible to disregard his extraordinarily radiant visage and almost flawless physique. His appearance could only be described as resplendent. Even though the Narcissus deity had employed illusions to alter his visage upon traversing to the Tianyi sect, his intrinsic aesthetic preferences remained unchanged. Consequently, Jiang Lan could not help but gaze repeatedly at his signature silvery white long hair, cerulean eyes, and the exquisite countenance that starkly contrasted with the other NPCs in this realm. Leading him to muse, confirmed, it is he, the one who traverses realms and masquerades as an NPC, the Narcissus deity. Thus, the disciple recruitment ceremony presided over by Master Shui Xian had silently transformed in Jiang Lan's heart into an exhibition of the Narcissus deity's grandeur. Within a grand hall, candlelight flickered, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Li Shan stood atop the elevated jade steps, flanked by the solemn statues of the ancestors, his voice resonating through the vast hall with an undeniable authority. His gaze fell upon the extraordinarily handsome man beside him, eyes betraying a flicker of admiration and excitement. He prepared to introduce this remarkable figure to his disciples with great reverence. Taking a deep breath, Li Shan's voice quivered slightly, as if wary of disturbing the celestial being beside him. This is none other than our Tianyi sect's last founding elder, Master Shui Xian. As his words echoed, a wave of astonished gasps filled the hall. The disciples, eyes wide with disbelief, beheld the breathtaking figure before them. Many had grown up hearing the legendary tales of Master Shui Xian, filled with boundless admiration and curiosity. Now, the mythical immortal stood before them, sharing the same air. Observing the astonishment etched on his disciples' faces, Li Shan felt a swell of pride. He had awaited this moment, the conclusion of Master Shui Xian's seclusion and the announcement of his recruitment of disciples. This undoubtedly infused the Tianyi sect with new vigor and hope. Clearing his throat, he began to extol Master Shui Xian with grandiloquent praise, his words brimming with reverence and pride. His voice was imbued with passion and fervor, as though he sought to resurrect the legendary life of Master Shui Xian before the eyes of his disciples. With Li Shan's narration, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent. The disciples were captivated by the tale of Master Shui Xian, their hearts swelling with admiration and longing for this legendary figure. When Li Shan finally concluded his account, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. The disciples bowed deeply to Master Shui Xian, their eyes sparkling with adoration. In that moment, the disciples felt invigorated, as if they had been infused with a surge of energy, yearning to pledge themselves to Master Shui Xian's tutelage immediately. It seemed as though joining his ranks today would guarantee ascension tomorrow, and elevation to new realms the day after. Jiang Lan listened with an impassive expression as Li Shan lavished praise upon the water Xianjunren, silently thinking to herself, "Water fairy god, I shall quietly observe your pretentiousness. Let's see how long you can maintain this facade." During the sea demon instance, she had lacked experience and had failed to recognize him. However, now, as he masqueraded as the water Xianjunren, she could see right through him at a glance. She would watch his performance, curious to see if he could truly dazzle. After Li Shan had finished his lengthy encomium, he felt a slight dryness in his throat and finally transitioned to the main topic of the day. With a symbolic cough to assert his authority as the sect leader, he proclaimed, "Ahem, next, we shall proceed to the disciple recruitment ceremony for the Water Xianjunren." With that, Li Shan and Water Xian took their seats at the head of the Grand Hall. Water Xianjunren's voice was deep and resonant. Imbued with charisma, as he stated, "My requirements for accepting disciples are quite simple. The primary focus is on the character of my students. Now, those who wish to join my sect, please introduce yourselves so that I may swiftly ascertain your ages, spiritual roots, cultivation duration, and current level of attainment." The disciples in the hall eagerly began to disclose their ages, spiritual roots, cultivation durations, and levels of attainment to Water Xian, while the other disciples rushed to introduce themselves. Only Jiang Lan and Zhou Ruoxi remained silent. This scene evoked memories for the water fairy god, and sitting at the head of the hall, Water Xian raised an eyebrow, musing, how is it again these two individuals? Soon, he intended to accept both of them as his direct disciples. Zhou Ruoxi instinctively glanced at Jiang Lan, who signaled her to go ahead with her introduction. Thus, she stepped forward and, with a respectful yet sweetly youthful voice, announced, "I am Zhou Ruoxi, age 16, with a singular water spiritual root. I have been cultivating for 3 months and have just entered the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing this, the other disciples exchanged smiles, admiringly regarding Zhou Ruoxi. At last, Jiang Lan made her self-introduction, stating with an air of calm dignity, "I am Jiang Lan, a disciple of 24 years. Possessing 5 spiritual roots, and I have dedicated a decade to cultivation, currently at the foundational stage." In the presence of the sect leader and the esteemed Master Shui Xian, the other disciples refrained from openly mocking her. However, as soon as Jiang Lan spoke, their expressions soured, revealing impatience and a hint of disdain directed towards her. The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with dissatisfaction and annoyance, as if every word from Jiang Lan was a test of their patience. They attempted to convey their discontent through their gazes, expressions, and even subtle tones, yet before Jiang Lan's unwavering composure, their efforts seemed feeble and ineffective. She remained oblivious to their dismissive behavior, her steadfast demeanor unperturbed by their disdain. Like a rock weathered by the passage of time, she remained unshakable, her inner tranquility impervious to the tempestuous winds of the outside world. Li Shan regarded Jiang Lan with mild surprise, contemplating. This disciple possesses a commendable mindset, remarkably stable. A promising seed for cultivation. However, recalling Jiang Lan's 5 spiritual roots and her decade-long journey to reach the foundational stage, he could not help but sigh inwardly. What a pity. Despite her admirable mindset, such roots render the path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. Once all disciples had introduced themselves, Shui Xian, with his cerulean eyes, surveyed the assembly with an aloof demeanor and inquired, "Do you have any questions you wish to pose to me?" The disciples, their minds racing, began to speculate on what queries the esteemed master Shui Xian might desire them to ask. Consequently, they approached him with inquiries regarding the art of cultivation. Upon hearing their questions, Shui Xian's expression darkened progressively. He was utterly unversed in the ways of cultivation. He regarded these questions as a scorching burden, casting them towards the sect leader, Li Shan. After the disciples had posed their meticulously crafted inquiries, they witnessed Shui Xian's perpetual frown, his displeasure manifesting as he remarked, "This question is exceedingly simplistic. What on earth have you been learning? Is this the sort of question that necessitates my attention? You are wasting the time of your fellow disciples. As the inaugural elder of Tianyi sect, having secluded myself in cultivation for a millennium, am I here merely to entertain such trivial inquiries? Sect leader, please enlighten him with the answer." Jiang Lan stood silently in the corner of the grand hall, contemplating. "You may pretend all you want. I harbor grave doubts about your understanding of cultivation." The other disciples, oblivious to the thoughts of the two, felt a jolt of inspiration as if enlightened by divine wisdom. How could they afford to be complacent on the path of cultivation? The disciples remained in the hall, silently enduring the admonishments. As the apprenticeship ceremony conducted by Master Shui Xian drew to a close, he wore a solemn expression upon his handsome visage and silently gestured towards Jiang Lan, Zhou Ruoxi, and 3 other disciples who appeared to possess commendable character. In this ceremony, Master Shui Xian accepted a total of 5 disciples, all of whom shared a singular trait. They had never posed a question to him regarding cultivation. With the conclusion of the apprenticeship ceremony, the 5 newly accepted disciples were to accompany Master Shui Xian back to his secluded abode. According to the protocol of the Tianyi sect, after being accepted, the disciples must personally offer tea to their master within the confines of his dwelling. Subsequently, the master bestows upon the new disciples a token of welcome. Only then can the ceremony of apprenticeship be deemed complete. Jiang Lan and the new disciples, including Zhou Ruoxi, followed Master Shui Xian into the Shui Xian cave dwelling. When Jiang Lan beheld the abode of Shui Xian, she noted its distinction from her own humble dwelling. His residence exuded an air of nobility and opulence, perfectly in harmony with his customary style. Upon entering the sanctuary, Zhou Ruoxi was the first to present tea to Shui Xian, followed by the other 3 disciples, who approached with utmost reverence. Shui Xian received the offerings nonchalantly, taking merely a small sip from each cup. The expression of the revered Shui Xian remained inscrutable, his countenance perpetually serene, as if he regarded these disciples with impartiality. As it came time for Jiang Lan to serve tea, she composed herself and personally extended the cup to Shui Xian. Strangely, for reasons unknown, he appeared particularly delighted as he savored her offering. The other disciples exchanged glances with one another, their minds swirling with curiosity. Could it be that Jiang Lan possesses a remarkable talent for brewing tea? Did her tea possess an extraordinary fragrance? Once the 5 disciples had completed the tea ceremony, Shui Xian produced 5 exquisitely crafted storage bags, bestowing one upon each disciple. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "This is a token of my esteem for you all. I hope you shall find joy in it." The disciples expressed their gratitude upon receiving the elegant bags. Except for Jiang Lan, the others clutched their exquisite gifts, their hearts racing with excitement, pondering the immense value of the treasures that must lie within such splendid containers. With the formalities of apprenticeship concluded, it was time to depart from Shui Xian's dwelling and return to their respective abodes. Indeed, Shui Xian then spoke, "The hour grows late. You should return to your own sanctuaries to cultivate or rest." The disciples began to take their leave, while Jiang Lan, either intentionally or not, lingered until the end. Jiang Lan sauntered out leisurely, and soon the other disciples had already departed from the abode of the water mystic. Jiang Lan turned around, casting her gaze towards the water Xianjunren, who had been silently trailing behind her at a short distance. Her exquisite brows fluttered gently, and her pair of black eyes sparkled like stars. With a light laugh, she inquired, "So, this time you are masquerading as my esteemed master, are you?" "Oh, Waterflower youth, I must say, I did not anticipate being recognized so swiftly. Is it because you have been yearning for me day and night?" The water-flower deity, unperturbed by the revelation, gazed back with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, teasingly engaging in the banter. Jiang Lan was momentarily speechless. "Mr. Narcissus, I must say, you truly possess an astonishingly thick skin." Shui Xian, preening with vanity, retorted, "Allow me to clarify. I am a Narcissus god." Jiang Lan directly inquired about her thoughts. "Where have you hidden the true water Xianjunren this time?" Water Xian's expression turned solemn as he replied, "I am Water Xian. Water Xian is I. I hold multiple roles." Jiang Lan inquired with a hint of confusion, "Are you certain that you possess the ability to cultivate immortality?" Shui Xian shook his head, responding, "Indeed, I do not have the capability to cultivate immortality, yet my power is sufficiently formidable. Thus, I have been invited to serve as an elder." Jiang Lan's countenance darkened entirely. Her master in the art of cultivation was utterly inept. How could she possibly embark on the path to immortality? Urgently awaiting a response. 077, the universally disliked Senior Sister 5. Jiang Lan returned to the cave dwelling, devoid of any expectations as he unsealed the gift from Master Shui Xian, a beautifully crafted storage pouch sent by the flower goddess. To his dismay, it was empty, save for a single note inscribed with the words, "Persevere in your cultivation. Your master believes in you." Under the dim, yellowish light, Shui Xian's handwriting appeared like the delicate mist at dawn, gently cascading upon the paper. Each character was elegantly formed, with fluid lines and graceful posture. Yet, within this exquisite script lay an indescribable undercurrent of wild fervor. They streaked across the sky like meteors in the dark of night, leaving behind brilliant and untamed trails. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that the characters seemed animated, pulsating and shifting before one's eyes, maintaining an air of mystery. Unconsciously, one would find themselves captivated by this contradictory beauty, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. Upon discovering the note, Jiang Lan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, it was characteristic of him. Being taken as a direct disciple by the unreliable master Shui Xian, it seemed she must rely on her own efforts. Thus, Jiang Lan found herself clutching several ancient texts on cultivating immortality borrowed from the library, endeavoring to uncover more effective methods for refining her 5 elemental roots. The pages of these tomes had turned yellow with age, each line resonating with the profound wisdom and perseverance of past immortals. As she perused each ancient manuscript, she meticulously studied every word and phrase, seeking a glimmer of inspiration within. Each sentence, each character sparkled like brilliant stars, deserving of thorough contemplation. During her study of ancient texts, Jiang Lan frequently encountered obscure phrases and profound theories that eluded her comprehension. Faced with such challenges, she would furrow her brow, engage in deep contemplation, and sometimes lose sleep over her struggles. The ancient tomes in the library were particularly arcane. To Jiang Lan, these volumes on cultivation resembled mere bricks. However, after 3 days of diligent study, she had attained a preliminary understanding of the 5 elemental roots and the path of cultivation. Gently closing the hefty tomes, marked by the prominent dark circles under her eyes, she clutched her notebook and departed her cave dwelling, making her way to the communal classroom of the Tianyi sect for instruction. In those 3 days, Jiang Lan had managed to read through the thick volumes on cultivation. Yet she realized that mere theory was insufficient. She lacked practical experience. On that day, the public class at Tianyi Sect focused on swordsmanship practice. Upon her arrival, she noticed that Zhou Ruoxi was also present. The girl with the braided hair greeted Jiang Lan with a playful wink and a warm smile. Jiang Lan responded with a gentle nod. The swordsmanship instructor for the day was a golden core elder of the Tianyi Sect, appearing to be in his 30s. Clad in a deep black Taoist robe, intricately embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns, he exuded an air of mystery and depth. A pristine white ribbon was tied around his waist, fluttering gracefully in the breeze, reminiscent of clouds drifting from a mountain peak, adding an ethereal quality to his demeanor. Adorning his head was a jade crown, neatly securing his lustrous black hair, further accentuating his extraordinary presence, embodying the essence of a celestial being. As he stepped onto the podium, the hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging upon him. The golden core elder held an emerald green covered teaching book in one hand, while the other rested casually behind his back as he leisurely imparted the theoretical foundation of the swordsmanship practice to his disciples. A faint smile graced his lips, and his profound gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the human soul, drawing everyone into his discourse. Clearing his throat, he began to unveil the mysteries of swordsmanship. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall gradually transformed into one of solemnity and reverence. The essence of sword cultivation lies in sword energy and sword intent. He proclaimed, "A sword cultivator must master the art of swordsmanship." His words were imbued with wisdom and philosophy, each phrase resonating with the essence and power of the universe. At times fervent and impassioned, at other moments he spoke with a gentle cadence, dissecting the intricacies of swordsmanship, captivating his audience completely. Upon concluding his lecture, the Golden Core Elder announced the commencement of the practical session. Pair up for sparring practice. Training should be conducted with care. No sooner had he finished speaking than many disciples eagerly rushed to extend enthusiastic invitations to their beloved junior sister, Zhou Ruoxi. One young male disciple, blushing yet mustering his courage, extended a sincere query to Zhou Ruoxi. "Junior sister Ruoxi, may I inquire if you have a partner for today's swordsmanship class? If you do not mind, why not train in swordsmanship with me?" Zhou Ruoxi was nearly startled by his sudden enthusiasm. As she pondered over how to decline, she hesitated and said, "I," just as Zhou Ruoxi was about to refuse. A spirited female disciple pushed past the male disciple and declared, "I shall take her place." "Junior sister Ruoxi, with such a careless male disciple, what if he accidentally injures you during training? It would be far better to practice with your senior sister." Zhou Ruoxi already had a partner in mind, and therefore had to politely decline the senior sister's kind offer. As she turned to leave, she found herself encircled by her fellow disciples, leaving her no escape. "Junior sister Ruoxi, choose me. Junior sister Ruoxi, I am the most suitable candidate to be your sword-fighting partner. Junior sister Ruoxi, do not heed that lad. Clearly, I am the most appropriate." Zhou Ruoxi could not help but feel a headache coming on as she pressed her forehead. Ah, the sole drawback of being the beloved of the group is having to endure such troubles. As for Jiang Lan, the much-despised senior sister, it came as no surprise that no one willingly invited her to partner in sword training. Jiang Lan cast her gaze towards Zhou Ruoxi, who was still surrounded by a multitude. She observed as Zhou Ruoxi sweetly declined one invitation after another from her fellow disciples to partner with them in swordsmanship training, all the while glancing frequently in Jiang Lan's direction. Consequently, Jiang Lan made her way towards Zhou Ruoxi. Upon witnessing the much-despised senior sister approach, the disciples encircling Zhou Ruoxi instinctively parted to create space. Jiang Lan extended her hand towards Zhou Ruoxi, her dark eyes resembling a frigid pool, with twinkling starlight akin to the flowing spring water within. With a smile, she inquired, "Zhou Ruoxi, shall we train in swordsmanship together?" In response, the disciples surrounding Zhou Ruoxi began to mock Jiang Lan. A young male disciple scoffed, "Ruoxi may just agree to you." Jiang Lan glanced at him, recalling that she had overheard others refer to him as Lu Wanshang, also a foundational disciple. A female disciple beside Lu Wanshang chimed in sarcastically. It's nothing but a delusion. Does Ruashi have the stature to be invited by someone like you? Jiang Lan vaguely remembered her name as Qian Ranran. However, they were soon met with a sharp rebuttal. All right, Sister Jiang Lan, let's train in swordsmanship together, Zhou Ruashi exclaimed, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling as she reached out to grasp the hand Jiang Lan offered. There are too many people here. Let us find a spacious place to practice. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Lan remained indifferent to the jeers of the disciples, not even casting a fleeting glance their way. In her mind, these disciples were merely ordinary NPCs in a game, while her true objective was to complete the main quest efficiently, rendering any banter with these NPCs unnecessary. In Jiang Lan's deliberate disregard, the previously overlooked disciples now felt like ignited firecrackers, each brimming with resentment and eager to prove themselves. Lu Wanshang and Qian Ranran were particularly restless, their inner turmoil of bitterness and anger nearly manifesting outwardly. Their expressions contorted like distorted kites, struggling against the tempest, yet unable to break free from their constraints. Lu Wanshang's eyes blazed with fury, his clenched fists seemingly seeking an outlet for their impending eruption. His countenance was dark, reminiscent of storm clouds poised to unleash a tempestuous force. Qian Ranran bit her lip, her eyes flickering with indignation and rage, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, as if searching for solace. The atmosphere between the two was so tense it felt as if it could solidify into ice. A mere spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. They recognized that in the presence of Jiang Lan, their former arrogance and disdain now appeared utterly ludicrous and juvenile. It was this very anguish and resentment that fueled the flames of their fury even more intensely. This compelled Jiang Lan to regard them with a newfound curiosity. Under the radiant sunlight, Jiang Lan slightly squinted her eyes, her dark pupils resembling an unfathomable well, swiftly surveying the expressions of the distorted ordinary disciples. Unconsciously, her brows furrowed. These disciples exuded a sense of disquiet that felt markedly different from their usual demeanor. Although they were merely ordinary NPCs within the realm of the game, their roles as disciples of Tianyi, the foremost sect in a cultivation world, should have rendered them more composed. Yet they seemed unable to suppress their emotions, even in the presence of the Golden Core instructor over a trivial matter. As Jiang Lan anticipated, the disciples engaged in swordsmanship practice did not merely touch upon the basics, as they typically would. Their sparring sessions escalated into fierce confrontations, the glint of swords flashing with an ominous intent that suggested a genuine threat to life. This was no longer a simple exercise. It had transformed into a battle for survival. The clashing of blades echoed throughout the training grounds, each encounter steeped in bloodshed and brutality. They fought with a fervor that was alarming. Moments ago, the disciples had paired up for their swordsmanship training, leaving only Lu Wanshang and Qian Ranran to reluctantly face each other as partners. Initially, their duel began calmly, but as they continued, it became increasingly intense, shifting from mere practice to a deadly struggle. The training arena was vast, filled with numerous participants in the swordsmanship class, and the Golden Core instructor was unable to monitor every detail of the unfolding chaos. Failing to notice the perilous nature of Lu Wanshang and Qian Ranjan's duel amidst the other focus pairs. As their emotions surged, their sword techniques grew more ferocious, each clash of their blades igniting sparks. Suddenly, Lu Wanshang let out a furious roar, his sword infused with violent energy, aimed at Qian Ranjan. Unyielding, she countered with equal fervor. At that moment, their techniques reached a zenith, the sound of their strikes resonating like thunder. It was then that the Golden Core instructor finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He rushed toward the two disciples, attempting to halt their conflict. But it was too late. They had already inflicted grievous wounds upon each other, their bodies smeared with blood, the ground soaked in crimson. The instructor was struck by the realization that the swordsmanship class had spiraled into chaos. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he understood the irreversible consequences of this altercation. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he began to address the unexpected crisis. Despite his attempts to intervene verbally, the disciples were blinded by rage, compelling him to resort to physical force to separate them. In his haste to intervene, the instructor noticed the unsettling crimson hue in their eyes and the faint, sinister aura of demonic energy lingering around their swords. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What is this? Have they actually succumbed to demonic influence during their practice?" The disciples surrounding them were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, gathering in astonishment as they beheld Lu Wanshang and Qian Ranjan, who had succumbed to madness during their swordsmanship practice. The Golden Core instructor furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to address the aftermath and resolved to conduct a thorough investigation to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Despite being battered and bruised, Lu Wanshang and Qian Ranjan continued to writhe on the ground, desperately attempting to rise. Lu Wanshang muttered incessantly, "Kill, kill, kill. Vida Qian Hansan Echot, D. It appeared their minds were still clouded. Without hesitation, the instructor bound them with celestial ropes and confined them within the Heart Inquiry Cliff before retracting the bindings. After securing them, the instructor hurriedly departed, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the necessity to report to the sect leader without delay. Coincidentally, at the sect leader's location, an elder was already reporting another, even more severe incident within the sect. The catalyst for this event was a disciple who participated in a match on the sect's arena as per the established regulations. Within the Tianyi sect, self-harm among disciples is explicitly forbidden. Consequently, lethal force is strictly prohibited during arena matches. Victory is determined solely by whether one remains standing on the platform. In other words, one can win simply by incapacitating the opponent for 10 seconds or forcing them off the stage. Thus, throughout the years, the Tianyi sect's arena tournaments have only ever resulted in serious injuries, but never in fatalities. However, today, a disciple named Qiu Liying lost control and killed an opponent during the match, even though his adversary had been knocked down and unable to rise within the 10-second limit, and the match had been declared in Qiu Liying's favor. He continued to mercilessly assault the fallen contestant. It was only due to the timely intervention of an observing nascent soul elder that Qiu Liying's horrific attempt to shatter his opponent's soul was halted. After the elder intervened, he noticed Qiu Liying's vacant expression and the eerie repetition of kill, 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 die. It seemed that Qiu Liying had indeed succumbed to madness. Consequently, the elder hastily escorted him to the Tianyi sect's law hall for judgment and punishment before rushing to the sect leader's abode to report the matter. Within the leader's chamber, Li Shan had just absorbed the grave news from the arena elder when he was interrupted by the Golden Core instructor, who arrived in haste, his countenance grave and urgent. After hearing the instructor's urgent account regarding Lu Wanshang and Qian Ranjan's descent into madness during their sword practice, Li Shan pondered the uncanny coincidence of these ordinary disciples losing control simultaneously. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "These two incidents today are likely not mere happenstance." Just then, he heard the hurried approach of the law elder from the Tianyi sect's law hall. Upon seeing Li Shan, the elder exclaimed in distress, "Sect leader, there has been an incident. A moment ago, a streak of sword light had pierced the sky like a meteor, shattering the tranquility of the Tianyi sect. A gleaming flying sword, radiating a cold light, bore an elderly man clad in a cerulean robe. He was the law elder, his brow furrowed, his countenance etched with anxiety, as if a significant event were on the verge of unfolding. The flying sword beneath his feet zipped through the dense clouds, alighting before the Master's cave atop the mountain. An inexplicable tension permeated the air. The law elder hurriedly advanced into the depths of the cave, calling out, "Master, a grave matter has arisen. The head of the law hall has lost control." His voice reverberated through the air, imbued with an ineffable urgency. Li Shan's figure stirred, appearing before the law elder. "What did you say? The head of the law hall has lost control?" A note of incredulity tinged Li Shan's voice, and his expression grew grave. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the elder, and urged, Please, elaborate. The law elder began to recount the details. Due to Qiu Liang's uncontrolled act of murder during the tournament, he was brought to the law hall. This incident was unprecedented within the sect, prompting the 4 elders of the law hall and the head, Heman Xian, to jointly adjudicate Qiu Liang's case. The 4 elders sought to ascertain the motive behind Qiu Liang's violent outburst before passing judgment. However, during the interrogation, for reasons unknown, Heman Xian suddenly lost his composure, abandoning the inquiry into Qiu Liang's motivations, and began to mercilessly torture him. Heman Xian, already superior in cultivation to the 4 elders, was now ruthlessly unleashing his power, rendering them powerless to intervene. At this juncture, the law elder shuddered as he recalled the harrowing scene during Heman Xian's interrogation of Qiu Liang. The formidable head of the law hall, known for his iron-fisted demeanor, occupied the presiding position within the grand hall. His gaze, once as unyielding as iron, seemed to waver upon locking eyes with Qiu Liang, as if touched by some unseen chord of emotion. Suddenly, under the influence of that emotion, Heman Xian erupted in fury. He sprang to his feet, arms flailing, his voice brimming with rage and confusion. Why? Why'd you do this? His questions left everyone bewildered, for they had never witnessed Heman Xian in such a state of disarray. His cultivation already eclipsed that of the 4 elders, and in that moment, he resembled a frenzied beast, heedlessly inflicting torment upon Qiu Liang. Each of his strikes was rapid and brutal, obscuring the clarity of his movements. The 4 elders and other disciples rushed forward to intervene, yet their strength appeared insignificant before Heman Xian. They could only watch helplessly as Qiu Liang writhed in agony. "Master, stop. This will lead to disaster," someone shouted, but Heman Xian seemed ensnared in his own realm, deaf to the cries around him. In that chaotic moment, the interrogation chamber transformed into a hell rife with bloodshed and violence. Heman Xian, the once revered head of the hall, had morphed into a nightmare in the hearts of all. "Master, you must go to the law hall and take a look." The law elder's face was a portrait of distress. Upon hearing this, Li Shan's expression darkened. 3 disciples and an elder unexpectedly descended into chaos and committed murder on the same day. Contemplating this, Li Shan furrowed his brows, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He turned to the law elder and declared, "We must act immediately to stop him, or the consequences will be dire." The law hall was situated on a neighboring peak, and Li Shan hastily followed the law elder, soaring through the air on his sword toward the law hall. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of sword light, racing toward his destination. The law elder followed closely behind, their speed reaching an extraordinary peak, resembling 2 shooting stars streaking across the sky above the Tianyi sect. Upon arriving at the entrance of the law hall, Li Shan was met with the harrowing cries emanating from within. "Ah!" He saw Heman Xian, the hall master, enveloped in dark energy, his gaze malevolent and merciless. In his right hand, he wielded a small blade, channeling spiritual energy as he tormented Qiu Liang. Meanwhile, his left hand was not idle, manipulating Qiu Liang's very soul from afar. Those who have succumbed to madness typically lack the sensation of pain. Yet at this moment, Qiu Liang was subjected to torment. Screaming in agony, Li Shan shouted urgently, "Stop!" His voice resonated with authority, yet the hall master showed no sign of halting. Upon seeing the sect master, Qiu Liang's bloodshot eyes regained a flicker of clarity, and he desperately turned his head towards Li Shan, a glimmer of yearning emerging on his distorted face. He pleaded, "Master, grant me a swift end." With a heart heavy with sorrow, Li Shan drew his sword and swiftly struck, severing Qiu Liang's throat. He closed his eyes forever. At that moment, Heman Xian sat ominously in the hall, his dark robe appearing especially sinister. Standing opposite him, Li Shan was overcome with an inexplicable unease, sensing a subtle yet profound shift in Heman Xian's aura. Suddenly, a powerful surge of demonic energy erupted from Heman Xian, akin to a tempest in the night, suffocating in its intensity. His eyes became a blood-red hue, gleaming with madness and bloodlust. The corners of his twisted mouth curled into a malevolent grin, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Ha ha ha, kill, 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 a deep and frenzied voice echoed throughout the law hall, sending chills down the spine. Himanshuan's body was entirely engulfed in demonic energy, transforming him into a raging beast. He abruptly spread his arms wide, the dark energy surging forth like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing the entire law hall. With his arms outstretched, Himanshuan's demonic power swelled, his contorted visage lunging toward Li Shan in a fierce assault. Li Shan felt the overwhelming surge of demonic energy, astonished and alarmed. Gripping his sword tightly, he remained vigilant, eyeing Himanshian with caution. The Hall Master's features twisted further, resembling a deranged demon, launching a ferocious attack against Li Shan. The demonic energy howled like a violent storm. Li Shan pressed forward rather than retreating, his inner essence surging powerfully as his sword radiated brilliant light. He moved like the wind, his sword techniques as fluid as a dragon's dance, engaging in a fierce clash with Himanshian. The four Elder Masters also displayed their unique abilities, alternating between offense and defense, moving in perfect harmony. In that moment, sword energies crisscrossed, spells flew, and the very heavens shifted in hue. Li Shan, in collaboration with the four esteemed elders, executed a remarkably intricate sword formation, encircling Himanshian at its core. Their coordination was flawless, embodying both offense and defense, gradually ensnaring Himanshian in a precarious predicament. After a fierce battle, Himanshian could no longer withstand their onslaught and was struck by Li Shan's sword upon his shoulder, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Li Shan rendered the possessed Himanshian unconscious and bound him with the celestial binding rope. He then proclaimed that, effective immediately, Himanshian was to be removed from his position as the head of the law hall of the Tianyi sect due to his possession, and that the role would temporarily be assumed by the four elders of the law hall in rotation. Li Shan's expression was graver than ever. This marked the most peculiar day he had encountered since ascending as the leader of the Tianyi sect. On the same day, 3 disciples and an elder had succumbed to madness and committed murder. With a stern countenance, Li Shan commanded that Himanshian, Lu Wanshang, and Qian Ranyan, all of whom had fallen into madness, be imprisoned immediately and closely monitored. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Lan, having just returned to his cave abode, received a notification from the sect leader regarding an urgent meeting of the Tianyi sect. The notice mandated that all elders and disciples of the sect must attend the assembly at the second quarter of the hour of the rooster, 6:30 p.m., today. Holding the communication device of the Tianyi sect, Jiang Lan cast her gaze downward, contemplating the notice in her hand. A vague sense of foreboding whispered to her that something significant was about to unfold within the sect. At the stroke of the hour of you, Jiang Lan arrived ahead of time at the meeting square of the Tianyi sect. The square was already populated by numerous disciples, their faces a canvas of confusion and curiosity, engaged in hushed conversations, sharing speculations and whispers. Groups of 2 or 3 conversed, pondering the reason behind the Master's extraordinary summons and the purpose that lay behind such a gathering. Jiang Lan stood quietly amidst the crowd, her perfectly cropped hair exuding a crisp simplicity. Clad in the standardized black and white robe of the Tianyi sect, her dark eyes, akin to a deep pool, surveyed the square. From the hushed whispers of the disciples, she vaguely discerned phrases such as swordsmanship practice, going berserk, arena competition, loss of control, murder, demonization, head of the law hall, and brutal slaughter. None of these portended well. With her gaze lowered, Jiang Lan partially concealed her chillingly serene black eyes, a sense of foreboding stirring within her. At that moment, the girl with the braided hair, Zhou Ruoshi, descended upon the square like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky of the Tianyi sect. Dressed in the same black and white robe, her skirt swayed gently with her every step, reminiscent of a graceful dance. The braid hung diagonally across her chest, its intricate pattern distinctly visible. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with the brightness of celestial stars, radiating a unique allure. She glided across the square, each step seemingly in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. As her gaze swept the area, it appeared she was in search of something. The disciples in the square cast affectionate glances her way. Some murmured softly, while others marveled at her beauty and poise. Zhou Ruoxi scanned her surroundings until she spotted Jiang Lan, waving enthusiastically as she approached, exclaiming, "Sister Jiang Lan, you arrived so early. Did you know? I received news this afternoon that, due to her status as the beloved prodigy of the sect, Zhou Ruoxi was quicker to learn of the day's two other incidents of demonization. The arena competition, disciples' loss of control resulting in murder, and the former head of the law hall's uncontrollable brutality." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan sighed. The situation does not bode well. In contrast, the youthful Zhou Ruoxi did not ponder excessively and remarked, "Perhaps the sect leader has already devised a solution." "Let us hope so," Jiang Lan nodded in agreement. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd in the Tianyi sect's plaza. Jiang Lan turned to gaze in that direction, only to discover that the esteemed water, Xianjunren, the deity of the water Narcissus, had manifested upon the plaza of the Tianyi sect. Jiang Lan beheld the resplendent figure of Master Shui Xian, whose visage seemed to possess an inherent filter, rendering it an exquisite masterpiece, meticulously crafted to captivate the gaze. His countenance was enveloped in a divine radiance, with fluid lines and exquisite features that left onlookers in awe. His eyes, profound and luminous, appeared to peer into the depths of one's soul, exuding an irresistible allure. A perpetual expression of stoic severity adorned his face, akin to a majestic mountain, cold yet commanding. His demeanor was unwavering and silent, merely standing there. He had already enamored a throng of disciples. They were entranced, their heads spinning, faces flushed, and some even uttered cries of excitement, with a notable number of female disciples among them, though male disciples were not absent. Zhou Ruoxi, with clarity in her gaze, inquired, "Master Shui Xian has arrived. Shall we approach?" Jiang Lan recalled the sight of her disciples with flushed faces, shrieking in excitement, and shook her head, exclaiming, "It's far too noisy. I shan't go." Zhou Ruoxi nodded in agreement. Indeed, just as they spoke, the deep, melodious voice of Master Shui Xian suddenly graced their ears. "Ah, so you too are here? What whispers do you share? Why not share them with your teacher as well?" The disciples nearby erupted into yet another round of blushing and shrieking. Jiang Lan remained silent, while Zhou Ruoxi wore a smile. As the clock struck 2/4 past the hour of the rooster, the sect leader, Li Shan, ascended the podium with a grave expression and heavy steps. Li Shan solemnly addressed the elders and disciples of the Tianyi sect. "Esteemed elders and disciples of Tianyi sect, our sect, which has thrived for a millennium, has risen from obscurity to become the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. Today, we are confronted with a matter that threatens the very foundation of our sect. In the span of a single day, 3 incidents of demonic possession have occurred within Tianyi sect." Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples gathered in the square. Some unaware of the news, or only partially informed, gasped in shock. 3 incidents of demonic possession in just one day? Li Shan proceeded to elaborate on the 3 incidents. The first incident occurred during today's swordsmanship practice, where disciples Lu Wanshang and Qian Ranjian lost control and engaged in a reckless duel. The second incident took place at the arena, where Qiu Laiying, after achieving victory, succumbed to demonic possession and continued to assault her opponent, nearly shattering their soul. The third incident transpired in the law hall, where the former head, Heman Xian, suddenly lost control while reviewing Qiu Laiying, subjecting her to a dual torment of soul and body. A collective gasp echoed through the square as disciples and elders reacted to the severity of these events. Li Shan, with a somber expression, declared to all present, effective immediately, "We will conduct a thorough investigation of every corner of Tianyi sect until we uncover the source of this demonic influence." As the meeting adjourned, the sect leader, accompanied by the elders, commenced their investigation throughout Tianyi sect, finding no anomalies on the various peaks. Suddenly, the previously silent Master Shui Xian spoke up. "Perhaps we should investigate the forbidden area of Tianyi sect." This remark awakened a realization in Li Shan's mind. "Indeed, let us proceed to the forbidden area at once." The sect leader and the elders arrived at the forbidden area, where they discovered that the source of the problem lay in a weakened sealing formation for a demonic lord named Jiang Lan, who had been imprisoned there for 3 centuries. The sealing formation, compromised after 300 years, urgently required reinforcement, yet the sect lacked a crucial herb known as the soul-restraining grass, an exceedingly rare item not available for purchase in the realm of cultivation. That night, the sect leader and the elders deliberated on a strategy, ultimately deciding that while they would remain at Tiany's sect, one elder would be dispatched to lead a group of disciples in search of the necessary soul-restraining grass. The elder responsible for the formation side, after extensive study, we still lack the soul-restraining grass to repair the seal. The head of the alchemy hall pondered and remarked, "The issue is the soul-restraining grass is difficult to find. It has only been reported in the secret realm beyond the city." Li Shan contemplated this. The secret realm has existed for 300 years, and according to previous patterns, it should now be in a stable phase. Let us first determine who will venture to the secret realm to retrieve the soul-restraining grass. The various elders will need to take turns guarding the seal of the demonic lord. A highly esteemed elder shall lead 10 disciples, each possessing foundational cultivation, to embark on a journey. Additionally, the disciples will descend the mountain to enhance their training. All cultivators of the Tiany sect, assemble immediately in the square. The meeting shall proceed. Li Shan took out the sect's communication device to notify everyone. Upon receiving the notification, Jiang Lan swiftly soared through the skies on her sword towards the Tiany sect square. A quarter of an hour later, all the sect's cultivators, except those in seclusion or occupied with significant tasks, gathered at the square. As the night deepened and the chill of dew settled in, each face bore a grave expression. Under the silvery moonlight, their figures stood tall and resolute. The sect leader, Li Shan, addressed the disciples and elders of the Tiany sect from the podium, stating, "It has been confirmed that the 3 incidents of demonic possession within our sect were caused by a disturbance in the sealing array of a demon lord in the forbidden area. At present, we require a specific herb, the soul-capturing grass, to reinforce the sealing array. This rare herb solely flourishes within the Li City secret realm, known throughout the cultivation world." The disciples of the Tiany sect all displayed solemn expressions. The moonlight cascaded like silver upon the stone-paved path, illuminating the determined and serious faces of the disciples. An atmosphere thick with unspoken tension enveloped the air. Li Shan continued, "The disturbance in the sealing array of the demon lord has triggered 3 incidents of possession within a single day. This is a matter of utmost importance for our sect. During this time, the esteemed elders must remain at the Tiany sect to safeguard the demon lord's seal and prevent the leakage of demonic energy. It has been decided to dispatch a highly skilled elder to lead 10 disciples of foundational cultivation and above to the Li City secret realm. The selected disciples will receive elixirs and celestial artifacts from the sect." Li Shan then gazed at the disciples and began to announce the names of those chosen for the expedition to the Li City secret realm. The following disciples, upon hearing their names, please step forward to receive a celestial artifact and a vial of healing elixir. The first disciple is Zhou Ruashi. The surrounding disciples cheered her on. "Go for it, Ruashi," one disciple exclaimed, raising a fist, his voice echoing through the night sky. "Ruashi, you will surely succeed in obtaining the soul-capturing grass," another disciple declared, his eyes filled with admiration and unwavering faith in her abilities. Li Shan continued to read the list of disciples destined for the Li City secret realm. As the leader's announcement progressed, the 9 disciples formed a makeshift team standing together. The 10th disciple chosen for the journey to the Li City secret realm was Jiang Lan, Li Shan proclaimed. "Yes." Jiang Lan stepped out from the crowd to receive a celestial artifact and a vial of healing elixir from the sect leader's hand. Jiang Lan's hands, filled with curiosity, gently opened the long-sealed box of celestial artifacts. Within, she discovered a beautifully ornate sky-blue celestial umbrella. The canopy shimmered with a faint luminescence, resembling the brightest star in the profound expanse of the cosmos, emanating a tranquil blue aura that calmed the spirit. The handle was intricately carved with delicate cloud patterns, exuding an ethereal and mysterious quality. The celestial umbrella rested quietly within the box. At that moment, Jiang Lan unexpectedly heard a mechanical voice resonate in her mind. Contestant Jiang Lan has acquired the celestial umbrella. Jiang Lan strolled to the forefront of the group, and in that moment, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, recalling her status as the esteemed senior sister among the disciples of the Tianyi sect. To be candid, her foundational cultivation appeared rather insignificant amidst the multitude of experts within the sect. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Jiang Lan was renowned for her remarkable yet unconventional five-element route, often required to assist the sect with numerous trivial matters, resulting in significantly less time dedicated to her cultivation compared to her peers. Among this new batch of disciples, only one had attained the golden core stage. Those who had once mocked Jiang Lan to her face now realized, upon closer introspection, that many of them had yet to reach even the foundational realm. Jiang Lan stood quietly in the forefront. Li Shan surveyed the elders before him, his voice steady and resonant. Esteemed members present, is there anyone willing to lead our disciples to the hidden realms beyond the city in search of the rare soul, capturing her? Before his words could fully dissipate, Master Shui Xian unhesitatingly stepped forward, his tone resolute and self-assured. Sect leader, I am willing to embark on this journey. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's eyes glinted with a flicker of surprise, and an indescribable excitement surged within him. Shui Xian, a Millennium Elder, had taken the initiative to request the expedition to the hidden realms. The sect leader almost instinctively nodded in agreement, fearing that this rare opportunity might slip away and give Master Shui Xian a chance to retract his decision. Shui Xian and Jiang Lan, along with 10 other disciples, took to the skies on their swords, returning to their respective abodes to prepare. Once back in her dwelling, Jiang Lan opened the system's item inventory and beheld the description of the celestial umbrella. This is a magical umbrella that combines both offensive and defensive capabilities. Jiang Lan casually activated the Hope Seed, expending 666 points to elevate its level. Item name: Hope Seed. Item type: life-saving item. Item level: Level 3. Upgrading item description: this is a life-preserving item known as the Hope Seed, currently at level 3 and in the process of upgrading. Item upgrade method: the item is undergoing an upgrade, requiring regular watering, tender care, and patience. Awaiting the opportune moment for successful enhancement. Jiang Lan gently tapped, causing the system interface to quietly fade away. She then settled into a cross-legged position, closing her eyes to cultivate her spirit. With no cumbersome luggage to manage, everything appeared remarkably tranquil and unhurried. On the following day, as dawn broke and the first rays of light began to illuminate the world, Jiang Lan arrived punctually at the assembly point in the Tianyi Sect Square. Standing amidst the gathering crowd, she patiently awaited the arrival of her fellow disciples. One by one, the disciples made their way to the temporary formation. Among them were 9 at the Foundation Establishment stage and 1 at the Golden Core stage. Among the 9 disciples of Foundation Establishment, both Jiang Lan and Zhou Ruoxi had just recently broken through, while 1 disciple was at the early stage, 3 at the mid-stage, and 4 at the late stage. At the hour of the rabbit, Shui Xian led the group on their journey. They soared through the skies on their swords, akin to meteors streaking across the heavens, swiftly reaching the foot of Tianyi Sect's mountain. Upon entering the teleportation array, a flash of brilliance enveloped them, transporting them across thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving at the outskirts of the Li City secret realm in record time. Outside the Li City secret realm lay crumbling walls and overgrown weeds, a scene of desolation. It was an ancient town that had long been abandoned, with the city gate ajar, revealing only a narrow slit. Dust covered the plaque above the gate. Yet through the thick grime, the gilded characters could be discerned, inscribed in an arrogant cursive, spelling out the words Li City. Crossing through the gate would lead directly into the secret realm. The speaker among this temporary group of disciples was the Golden Core disciple named Jin Libin. The others turned their attention to him as he elaborated. During their last descent from the mountain on a mission, he had heard 2 pieces of information regarding the Li City secret realm. Shui Xian stepped forward, pushing open the heavy city gate, and was the first to enter the Li's city secret realm, with Jiang Lan following closely behind, crossing the threshold into the mystery beyond. The 10 disciples proceeded to enter the Li city secret realm in succession. As Jiang Lan crossed the city gate, a desolate expanse unfolded before her. The entire ancient town lay overrun with weeds. Apart from the occasional wandering cultivator intruding upon the secret realm, not a soul could be found. Jiang Lan, with his large almond-shaped eyes, remarked wistfully, "This is Li City. Do not be deceived by its current appearance. 300 years ago, it was a thriving and splendid town, bustling with life and prosperity. This once flourishing settlement now stands in stark contrast to its former glory. Yet, in the pursuit of immortality and wisdom, how could one be disheartened by the present desolation?" The group pressed deeper into the secrets of Li City, in search of the soul capturing grass, essential for mending the seal. Jiang Lan produced a dossier and informed them, according to the intelligence, the soul capturing grass tends to grow randomly in dark, damp locations. Furthermore, it is often accompanied by a beast known as the soul capturing beast. The soul capturing beast? That makes acquiring the soul capturing grass quite challenging. The soul capturing beast is a high-ranking divine creature, spoke a male disciple named Li Sunan, who appeared rather ordinary at first glance. His cultivation was at the later stage of foundation establishment, and he specialized in talismans as a talisman practitioner. Jiang Lan replied, "No matter, we shall work together to confront the soul-capturing beast." The group continued their search, rummaging through the area, yet found nothing until they arrived at the long-abandoned Lord's Mansion, which had stood forsaken for over 300 years. Although the ravages of time had eroded every corner, traces of its former magnificence still lingered. Jiang Lan gazed upon the imposing Lord's Mansion and proposed, "Let us separate our search, paying particular attention to the dark and damp corners." The soul-snatching grass is accompanied by its beast. Upon discovery, refrain from harvesting it immediately and use our communicators to notify everyone. Once we are all assembled, we shall strike this soul-snatching beast together. The group acquiesced, each taking responsibility for a designated area as they commence their quest within the mansion. They tread cautiously into the Lord's abode, each step akin to traversing through the dust of history. They wove through the dimly lit corridors, occasionally prying open long-sealed doors, hoping to uncover a specimen of soul-snatching grass. Yet, each flicker of hope was met with disappointment. Ultimately, Jiang Lan, fortunate in her pursuit, discovered a solitary, soul-snatching grass beside an abandoned well in the mansion's rear courtyard, long forsaken by time. The leaves of the grass shimmered with a profound azure hue, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul, while its tips glimmered with a ghostly luminescence, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. However, beside the soul-snatching grass, a formidable, soul-snatching beast loomed, its gaze fixed intently upon her. Resembling a large leopard, the creature possessed sharp, golden eyes that radiated a menacing intensity. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her. The beast was cloaked in a thick coat of spotted fur, its golden eyes glimmering with a ferocious light, as if it could devour the very essence of a soul. A surge of alarm coursed through Jiang Lan's heart, yet she remained unflustered. The soul-devouring beast was the companion creature of the soul-devouring herb, and to acquire the herb, one must first vanquish this formidable guardian. Jiang Lan cautiously exited the backyard and took out the communicator to notify everyone. "Attention, I have located the soul capturing herb beside the desolate well in the backyard. There is a soul-capturing beast of considerable size nearby. Everyone, gather at the well immediately." 15 minutes later, all arrived at the desolate well, their faces etched with seriousness and tension, their gazes fixed intently on the soul-capturing beast before them. Jiang Lan, a paragon among this generation of disciples in the realm of formation, possessed eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He swiftly began to weave a formation, crafting an invisible net with deft movements. A faint glow danced at his fingertips, the flow of spiritual energy coursing through as he meticulously laid out the intricacies of the array. His gaze was unwavering, locked onto the soul-capturing beast as if attempting to penetrate the depths of its soul in search of its vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, Li Sunan showed no signs of retreat. Grasped tightly in his hand were 3 talismans, akin to mysterious tokens imbued with formidable power. Chanting incantations under his breath, he flicked his fingers, sending the talismans soaring as 3 streaks of light raced toward the soul-capturing beast. The talismans ignited midair, radiating brilliant light as if to engulf the beast. Zhou Ruoshi was equally decisive. Her sword, resembling a silver serpent, danced gracefully, slicing through the air with fierce sword energy. Like the wind, she appeared before the soul-capturing beast in an instant, thrusting her sword toward its eyes, aiming directly for its vital point. Jiang Lan decisively summoned a sky-blue, celestial umbrella, which spun gracefully in the air, releasing waves of ethereal energy. This celestial aura transformed into countless sharp arrows, launching an assault on the soul-devouring beast. Each arrow was infused with her spiritual power, as if intent on tearing the beast into shreds. The arrows, composed of celestial energy, clashed violently with the beast's roars, producing a deafening cacophony. The soul-devouring beast appeared momentarily daunted by this formidable force, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it charged at Jiang Lan with even greater ferocity. Unfazed, she gripped the umbrella tightly, her form moving like the wind, adeptly evading the beast's strikes while relentlessly counterattacking. Suddenly, the umbrella radiated a brilliant light. Utilizing it as a sword, she channeled all her spiritual energy into the umbrella and swung fiercely at the beast. In that instant, the space around the umbrella seemed to warp, generating streams of dazzling energy. The other 6 disciples also showcased their unique skills. Some summoned magical artifacts, others cast spells, while the body cultivators engaged in direct combat. After a fierce battle between the 10 and the soul-devouring beast, a tremendous sound echoed as the beast collapsed, gasping for breath and appearing near death. Lying on the ground, the beast struggled to breathe, fear and resentment flickering in its eyes. Blood oozed from its wounds, staining the surrounding grass crimson. The disciples approached cautiously, keenly observing the beast's movements. They remained on high alert, aware that despite its grievous injuries, the soul-devouring beast might still launch a final attack. However, the beast remained motionless, its eyes gradually losing their light until they finally closed completely. A sigh of relief escaped them as their taut nerves finally relaxed. Jean Li Bean stepped forward gingerly, ready to pluck the soul-devouring grass from the fallen beast, when it suddenly sprang back to life. The beast was enveloped in swirling black mist. Jean Li Bean's wide eyes resembled saucers as he exclaimed in terror, "This is bad. The soul-devouring beast has been corrupted." Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson as it let out a thunderous roar, filled with rage and fury. The beast opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. It emitted a deafening roar, unleashing a colossal bubble of multicolored energy towards them. The bubble rapidly expanded, engulfing the 10 disciples as if to consume them whole. Before they could react, including Jiang Lan, the disciples found themselves ensnared within the enormous bubble. It swiftly contracted, shrinking smaller and smaller, until finally, the 10 disciples, along with the bubble, vanished from sight. Time rewound 15 minutes earlier. The sky was hazy, clouds obscuring the sunlight. Beside an abandoned ancient well, Jiang Lan and her 9 fellow disciples were locked in a fierce struggle against the soul-devouring beast. Their swords flickered with light, intertwining with the beast's shadow, as each roar and clash resonated in the air, charged with tension and exhilaration. However, amidst this fierce battle, a solitary figure stood quietly in the distance, seemingly isolated from the world. He was Shui Xian. His gaze was profound, as if capable of penetrating all illusions and perceiving the essence of things. He observed the movements of each disciple, noting every subtle change in their expressions. The reason he remained afar was due to his concern that, should he intervene, a single strike would effortlessly vanquish the soul-devouring beast. If he were to act, it would likely result in an instant obliteration of the creature. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Prior to their departure, the sect leader had expressly instructed him to allow the disciples the opportunity to gain practical experience and to cultivate their courage and wisdom in confronting formidable foes. It is often in the most arduous moments that the latent potential within the disciples is fully awakened, enabling them to truly evolve into formidable practitioners. In his pursuit to afford the disciples the chance to train, to learn how to contend with powerful adversaries, and to discover hope amidst life and death, Shui Xian was also apprehensive about inadvertently revealing that he had spent a millennium in seclusion, devoid of any genuine cultivation. His presence here was facilitated by a direct connection through the seed of hope to Jiang Lan's location, enabling his sudden arrival. Thus, Shui Xian chose silence and patience. He believed that the disciples would undoubtedly find their own combat style and unleash remarkable prowess during this trial, while he quietly observed from a distance. As the battle raged on, the roar of the soul-devouring beast grew increasingly deafening, and its attacks intensified. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with the disciples appearing resolute under the moonlight. Each of their strikes was imbued with strength and determination, as if they were battling destiny itself. The beast's roars escalated in ferocity, serving as a final warning to those who dared to pluck the soul-devouring grass. Yet, regardless of the battle's intensity, Shui Xian maintained a tranquil demeanor. Before long, the beast seemed to exhaust its strength, its attacks gradually diminishing in size and speed. As time passed, the creature's power appeared to wane, its strikes becoming increasingly feeble and sluggish. The once ferocious assault now resembled a flickering candle in the wind, unsteady and incapable of posing a substantial threat to Jiang Lan and the others. Shui Xian continued to watch from a distance. Unexpectedly, the nearly defeated, soul-devouring beast succumbed to madness, drawing the disciples into an illusion. In that instant, Jiang Lan and the others felt a darkness enveloping them, as if they were being pulled by an immense force, vanishing from their original positions. Shui Xian swiftly manifested beside the ancient well, his brow furrowed and his gaze sharp, fixated on the soul-devouring beast, now shrouded in swirling darkness. This was a creature of formidable power, and in its madness, its once beautiful golden eyes now glimmered with a blood-red light, seemingly capable of devouring all vitality. Shui Xian stared at the massive beast before him. He could easily annihilate it with a single move, yet he hesitated. He discovered that this soul-devouring beast had ensnared Jiang Lan and his companions within an illusory realm, while the true trial lay with them. They must shatter this illusion themselves in order to achieve genuine growth. Should Shui Xian intervene, although the problem could be swiftly resolved, the souls of the disciples might remain trapped in this phantasm, unable to return to reality. Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Shui Xian resolved not to act unless absolutely necessary. Within the illusion, Jiang Lan and the others seemed to have traversed the barriers of time and space, unveiling before them a town that once basked in unparalleled glory. This town was the least city of 3 centuries past. At this moment, it lay before them in serene stillness, as if time had been momentarily suspended. They beheld a bustling marketplace, teeming with life and vibrancy. Vendors enthusiastically hawked a myriad of goods, from exquisite silks to distinctive handicrafts, from fragrant delicacies to enigmatic magical potions, an overwhelming array that dazzled the senses. Children darted playfully through the crowd, their laughter crisp and melodious, capable of enchanting all who ventured into this enchanting mirage. Jiang Lan tilted her head to gaze at the 2 gilded characters Li Cheng elegantly inscribed above the city gate. Under the radiant sunlight, those characters appeared as if cloaked in a golden aura, dazzling and resplendent, seemingly illuminating the entire town. She found herself deeply enchanted by this sight, as though she could feel the former glory and prosperity of Li Cheng. However, Jiang Lan remained acutely aware that the reality of Li Cheng was far removed from this idyllic vision. She recalled that the once thriving town had now succumbed to ruin. A desolate wasteland. Amidst the crumbling walls, weeds thrived, and the passage of time had left profound scars upon the landscape. The remnants in her mind silently narrated the tale of past brilliance juxtaposed with present decay, creating a stark contrast. The Li Cheng of her illusion resembled a beautiful dream, intoxicating and tempting, yet Jiang Lan understood that she could not linger in this reverie forever. She needed to return to reality, for more pressing matters awaited her. She could not afford to drown in this illusion. She withdrew her gaze and turned towards her companions, whose faces mirrored her own shock and sentiment. They too were profoundly moved by this enchanting vision. Suddenly, the crowd in the illusion of Li Cheng surged, and a refined young man emerged, exuding elegance. He was the young lord of Li Cheng. 3 centuries prior, he was hailed as the foremost genius in the realm of cultivation. His pace of advancement was astonishing, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving onlookers in awe. He shone like a brilliant jewel on the path of cultivation, radiant and captivating. His exceptional talent was unparalleled. At merely 16, he had transcended the Qi refinement stage and entered the Foundation establishment realm. His progress was meteoric, surpassing numerous elders who had toiled for years, becoming the most illustrious figure within the city. His gaze was profound, as if it contained the essence of countless stars and the cosmos itself. Whenever he cultivated, the very atmosphere would tremble, as if the world rejoiced in his ascendance. His presence was ethereal and mysterious, reminiscent of an immortal, tantalizingly out of reach. On the path of cultivation, he relentlessly surpassed his limits, growing ever more formidable and unfathomable. All believed he was the one most likely to become the first to ascend. His existence sent shockwaves throughout the cultivation community, igniting fervor and admiration. Yet, calamity befell the city, transforming it into a ghost town overnight, and the young lord vanished without a trace. Now, they found themselves within the illusion of Li Cheng from 300 years ago, where the young lord still resided. The sunlight cascaded upon Jiang Lan's face, the golden rays seemingly dancing upon her skin, adding an air of mystery to her countenance. She stood there, observing the crowd ahead, who were cheering and rejoicing as if celebrating a momentous occasion. Jiang Lan's gaze pierced through the throng, landing upon the young lord, who was surrounded by admirers, shining like a brilliant pearl amidst the adulation. His features were striking, and his deep-set eyes seemed capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. A wave of disorientation washed over Jiang Lan's heart. She endeavored to awaken herself from this daze, yet the scene before her grew increasingly vivid and tangible. She could perceive the aura emanating from the young lord, a powerful presence that stirred the soul. Under the resplendent sunlight, it cascaded like a golden waterfall, enveloping the world in a warm embrace. From a distance, the young lord stood tall and resolute, akin to a steadfast pine tree. His strides were firm and potent, each step seeming to resonate with thunderous might, captivating all who beheld him. His visage was handsomely striking, his eyes profound like the cosmos. Clad in a flowing white robe, he resembled a celestial being descended to earth. His demeanor was calm, yet formidable, akin to an imposing mountain, evoking an overwhelming sense of reverence. Beside him trailed 2 devoted guards, their eyes filled with admiration. Onlookers paused in awe, their hearts brimming with veneration and yearning. In the distance, they beheld this prodigious talent from 3 centuries past, the young lord making his way toward the lord's mansion. The mansion loomed majestically, exuding an air of grandeur, like an indomitable tower that suppressed all around it. The towering walls coiled like a colossal dragon, encircling the city and showcasing unparalleled majesty and strength. Sunlight bathed the golden rooftops of the mansion, shimmering with a brilliance that seemed destined to illuminate the entire realm. The sunlight glimmered like golden ripples upon Jiang Lan, as if the radiance were drawn into her skin, emanating a warm and enigmatic sheen. Jiang Lan stood there quietly, her form appearing tranquil yet resolute beneath the sun, akin to an exquisite ink wash painting. Her dark eyes were deep as a frigid abyss, harboring an inscrutable mystery. Those eyes seemed capable of consuming all light, disorienting the observer, yet they sparkled like the brightest star in the night, radiating a unique luminosity. Her gaze appeared to penetrate all facades, reaching into the depths of the heart, resembling the sun that is both warm and dazzling, illuminating the soul while invoking awe. Jiang Lan gently lifted her gaze towards the boundless sky, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as sunlight cascaded upon her. She slowly retracted the celestial umbrella in her hand, the silver ribs tracing an elegant arc through the air, the canopy gracefully folding until it transformed into a stream of light, vanishing within the palm of her hand. Turning around, she faced her equally astonished disciples, her voice resolute and calm. Without a doubt, we are presently ensnared in the illusion of Li City from 300 years ago. As Jiang Lan's words fell, the atmosphere around them instantaneously solidified. Each individual felt the weighty pressure emanating from an ancient time and space, as if an invisible force were tugging at their souls, drawing them into this unfamiliar and enigmatic illusion. They stood upon a bustling street, where the city before them appeared strikingly different from its visage 3 centuries hence. Ancient buildings were arranged with an exquisite disorder, flanking the cobblestone streets, which were lined with an abundance of shops and fluttering banners. The throngs of pedestrians, adorned in attire and mannerisms that exuded a sense of antiquity, flowed continuously. Yet all of this was mere artifice, an illusion conjured by the realm of dreams. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow, her heart brimming with vigilance and uncertainty. She was oblivious to the origins of this illusion, as well as the secrets it concealed. Yet, she understood that they must swiftly discover a means to escape this phantasmagoria, lest they become eternally lost in this ethereal realm. Taking a deep breath, she cast her gaze back and forth across the street, seeking any possible clue. Golden rays of sunlight bathed Zhou Ruoxi, who stood in the glow as if enveloped in a delicate halo. Her eyes, akin to peach blossoms in spring, were tinged with a hint of worry, the clarity of her gaze flickering with unease. Zhou Ruoxi gently pressed her lips together, the rosy hue appearing even more vibrant under the sun's embrace. She surveyed her surroundings. This seemingly tranquil world was rife with unseen peril. With a slight frown, she articulated her concern. Indeed, but how shall we extricate ourselves from this illusion? Her voice was soft yet resolute, as her eyes roamed in search of a glimmer of hope that could guide them out of this enigmatic mirage. Zhou Ruoxi's brow knitted tightly. They found themselves ensnared in a precarious predicament. This illusion, while visually enchanting, harbored endless threats. They had to find a way out swiftly, for the consequences of failure were too grim to contemplate. Sunlight dappled Jiang Lan's profile, her deep black eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance beneath the light. Slightly tilting her head, she pierced through the mist ahead, as if she could fathom the depths of this mysterious ancient city. Let us advance into the city. Jiang Lan's voice was gentle yet unwavering, akin to a crystal-clear spring flowing through a silent forest. Her fingers lightly traced the hilt of the sword at her waist. The disciples surrounding her nodded in agreement, their gazes imbued with a mixture of reverence and anticipation for the unknown. The city of departure, shrouded in mystery and danger for them 300 years ago, beckoned to their innate courage as cultivators to embrace this challenge. They stepped cautiously onto the stone path leading to the city of departure, every stride measured with care. Crossing the city gates, sunlight cascaded down, elongating their shadows, as if heralding the impending adventure that awaited them. Jiang Lan and others entered the city outskirts. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, savoring the essence of the land beyond the city. Upon stepping into this place, she was enveloped by an indescribable and peculiar atmosphere, as if the entire city were breathing, pulsating with a life of its own. Jiang Lan surveyed his surroundings, observing the bustling streets flanked by numerous shops, with a continuous flow of pedestrians. These individuals were not mere figments of imagination. Each of their movements and expressions brimmed with vitality and authenticity. Their smiles and conversations seemed infused with the essence of life, as if they were genuinely living in the moment. The illusion of the city felt strikingly tangible, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. The inhabitants of the city began to take notice of them, perceiving them as wandering cultivators who had come to this place. A curious street vendor inquired about their presence, asking, Are you travelers here on a journey of cultivation? Jiang Lan and others nodded in tacit agreement. Among the crowd, there stood a lady of exquisite elegance, adorned in resplendent garments, with a delicate jade hairpin gracing her head. Every gesture she made exuded an air of nobility. Jiang Lan smiled gently and took the initiative to approach the lady for a conversation. Her voice was soft and warm, reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, evoking a sense of intimacy. The lady paused, casting a curious glance at Jiang Lan, and then responded to her greeting with kindness. The two engaged in delightful conversation, as if they were long-lost friends. The lady shared amusing anecdotes from outside the city, and the little-known secrets and stories captivated Jiang Lan's attention. She couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this lady was not only stunning in appearance, but also possessed a wealth of knowledge, truly an extraordinary individual. However, just then, the lady suddenly shifted her tone, saying, "Esteemed practitioners, I feel a deep connection in our discourse. Since you're new to this place, why not come and stay in my residence? This way, we can continue our lively discussions and share even more delightful tales." I had almost forgotten to mention, I am the lady of the city lord. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Lan and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces quickly transforming into expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that this lady was, in fact, the lady of the city lord, nor could they have imagined her warm invitation to reside in the city lord's mansion. Consequently, they graciously accepted her offer and followed her into the grand estate. The city lord's mansion exuded an air of magnificence, with its distinct architectural style reflecting the nobility and power of its owner. Inside, the intricately carved beams and resplendent decorations created an ambience of opulence. In the expansive hall, colossal stone columns soared to support the lofty ceiling, each adorned with exquisite engravings that narrated ancient and enigmatic tales. The plush carpets, soft and thick, invited one to sink into their embrace, instilling a profound sense of comfort. They were accommodated in spacious and comfortable guest chambers, surrounded by exquisite artworks and precious antiques that captivated the eye and left one in awe. Jiang Lan stood quietly before the window, her gaze transcending the boundaries of time and space as she contemplated the distant landscape. Her eyes were filled with profundity and reflection, as if she yearned to embrace the entirety of this ancient land within her sight. Jiang Lan always remained acutely aware that these individuals, this city, and this land were remnants from 3 centuries past. As night descended, the Lord's manor was ablaze with light, a scene of opulence. Jiang Lan and dozens of citizens from the city were invited to partake in a grand feast. At the innermost depths of the estate, the crowd held their breath in anticipation, eager to witness the arrival of a legendary figure, the young lord, the foremost prodigy of the cultivation realm from 300 years ago. The young lord exuded grace and elegance, resembling a celestial being emerging from a painting. His eyes were profound and radiant, his stature tall and proud, akin to a resilient pine standing firm against the night breeze. He boldly proclaimed, "I shall transform the cultivation world, filling this land with peace and beauty." His appearance was like a gentle spring breeze, refreshing the hearts of every citizen. His charisma, talent, and aspirations captivated all who beheld him. The citizens of the city expressed their unwavering belief that the young lord would fulfill his promises and guide them toward a brighter future. In this exhilarating moment, the young lord stood before the assembly, his voice resonating with confidence and fervor. He articulated his ideals and painted a vivid vision of the future. Each word, each sentence, was imbued with passion and strength, stirring the blood of all who listened. His lofty ambitions were admirable, and his resolve to ascend as the foremost figure in the cultivation realm was unwavering. As the young lord concluded his speech, a profound silence enveloped the lord's manor. However, this stillness was fleeting. Soon, applause and cheers erupted like tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. The citizens of Lee City, inspired by the young lord's grand aspirations, believed that under his leadership, the cultivation realm would usher in a new era. In this electrifying atmosphere, a satisfied smile graced the young lord's face. He understood that his words had ignited the passion within the hearts of the citizens. He firmly believed that with unity and collective effort, his ideals would inevitably manifest into reality. In that moment, the young lord shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the entire manor. His presence, voice, and unwavering conviction became the most radiant elements within the estate. The citizens, enthralled by his charm, expressed their willingness to follow in his footsteps, collectively forging a more splendid cultivation realm. Amidst the throng, the young lord gradually made his way deeper into the estate. His silhouette, illuminated by the flickering lights, appeared increasingly imposing, akin to a majestic mountain standing resolute between heaven and earth. The citizens followed closely, their eyes filled with admiration and hope, as if they were gazing upon the promise of the cultivation realm's future. As the banquet lights began to dim, Jiang Lan and the others remained immersed in the profound discussions that had transpired. The young lord's grand ambitions shone like a brilliant star in their hearts. His eyes sparkled with boundless aspirations for the future. Every utterance was charged with strength and determination, as if he had already envisioned the glorious future of Li City. Yet, as thoughts of the desolate Li City 300 years hence flickered in their minds, a deep sigh welled within them. This once thriving ancient town now lies in ruins, its streets deserted and its buildings in a state of disrepair. One cannot help but imagine the cataclysmic disaster that struck 3 centuries ago. How the vibrant city was obliterated overnight, transforming into a ghostly shell. The young lord of the town also vanished amid this calamity, his figure lost in the vast sea of humanity, never to be seen again. His aspirations and dreams seemed to have dissipated into the ether, alongside the town's tragic demise. Jiang Lan's heart was filled with a profound sense of shock and melancholy. She was astounded by the lofty aspirations of the young city lord. Yet she lamented that this was merely a mirage of the past, 3 centuries gone. The reality was that the city of Li had met an unknown calamity, suddenly falling into ruin overnight, transforming into a desolate wasteland. The young lord had vanished without a trace ever since. The following day, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating every corner of Li City and infusing this celebratory occasion with warmth. On this day, the young lord of Li City and his childhood sweetheart were poised to embrace a significant milestone in their lives, engagement. Their affection for one another was as sweet and fervent as the warm sunshine, evoking envy in all who beheld them. Standing side by side, the guests could not help but sincerely praise them as a match made in heaven. As esteemed guests, Jiang Lan and others were invited to partake in the engagement banquet of the young lord. Seated together at a table, they exchanged their thoughts on the event, striving to muster faint smiles in the presence of the young lord and his fiancée, concealing the sorrow that loomed within them, the tragic fate of the city, destined to face sudden ruin overnight. With the commencement of the engagement ceremony, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn and sacred. The young lord and his beloved stood hand in hand before the assembly. Adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, he radiated a fierce warmth that complemented his striking stature, rendering him even more formidable. His fiancée, clad in a similarly vibrant gown, resembled a phoenix amidst flames, both beautiful and noble. Her cascading hair, flowing like a waterfall, harmonized with her exquisite features, creating a picturesque tableau. Standing before the gathered crowd, their gazes intertwined with profound affection, the young lord fixated on his fiancée, and, with a voice resonant and unwavering, declared, "In the name of my heart, I vow to you that, regardless of the tempests that may assail us or the rugged paths we may traverse, I shall walk by your side, supporting one another, never to part." Upon hearing his words, her eyes shimmered with tears of emotion as she gently parted her lips and replied, "In the name of my heart, I vow to you that, no matter how the world may change or how fate may toy with us, I shall remain steadfastly connected to you. Together we shall navigate the passage of time." Their vows reverberated through the air, imbued with an almost ethereal energy, allowing each attendee to feel the deep love that bound them. The crowd offered their blessings, with applause and cheers rising in a jubilant chorus, enveloping the venue in a warm and joyous atmosphere. In this moment, time seemed to stand still, all eyes fixated on the blissful couple. Their smiles, their promises, their happiness crystallized into an everlasting memory of this beautiful occasion. The entire gathering was immersed in a profound sense of joy and emotion. Jiang Lan and others gradually found themselves touched by this profound affection. Their hearts a tumult of sorrow and joy. Once one becomes engrossed in a narrative, they inevitably resonate with the emotions of its characters. The engagement banquet was a lively affair, with guests exchanging toasts and laughter filling the air. Yet amidst this jubilant atmosphere, Jiang Lan keenly sensed an unusual aura. Among the bustling crowd, a figure caught her attention. It was a man, tall and imposing, yet perpetually bowing his head as if fearful of being recognized. He concealed himself within the throng, his countenance as dark as a storm-laden sky, starkly contrasting with the festive engagement celebration. What puzzled Jiang Lan even more was that this man's gaze remained fixated on the fiancée of the young lord, his eyes shimmering with profound affection, yearning, admiration, and an unquenchable longing, as though he wished to consume her entirely. Whenever his glance fleetingly met that of the young lord, the flicker of resentment and hatred within his eyes resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, sending a chill down one's spine. Jiang Lan silently speculated. Could it be that this individual harbors affection for the fiancée of the young lord? And does this profound sentiment twist and spiral into madness due to the young lord's presence? The engagement banquet concluded amidst a cacophony of laughter and joy. Yet Jiang Lan found herself ensnared in the complexity of that man's gaze, unable to extricate herself. To her astonishment, this enigmatic figure, after the festivities had ended, embraced the young lord with fervor, calling each other brothers. Even more shocking was the revelation that this man was, in fact, the foster brother of the young lord's fiancée. A sense of inexplicable tension surged within Jiang Lan's heart. This man's identity was intricate, closely intertwined with that of the young city lord and his betrothed. His presence seemed to herald an impending storm. Beneath the facade of tranquility and beauty that the city exuded, a hidden current was stirring, and she had already become ensnared in a 3-century-old illusion. However, her attention was soon diverted by an even more pressing matter, the main storyline task of transcending to immortality. During her conversation with the young lord of the city, Jiang Lan discovered that he too was a cultivator possessing the 5 spiritual roots. With the young lord's permission, she stepped into his study. The room was suffused with a delicate scent of ink, and the shelves were meticulously arranged with an array of ancient texts, each exuding an air of exceptional value. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns upon the pages and creating an atmosphere that was both tranquil and sacred. As she browsed the shelves, a handwritten tome captured Jiang Lan's attention. Its cover was simple and unadorned, yet the fluidity of the script revealed a unique charm. Gently turning the pages, she discovered that it contained the young lord's insights and reflections on the cultivation of the 5 spiritual roots. The words conveyed his profound understanding and unique perspectives on the path of cultivation, as if a prodigious genius was narrating his wisdom to her. Jiang Lan was entirely absorbed in her reading, her heartbeat gradually synchronizing with the words on the page, as if her soul were being drawn into a mysterious realm. She sensed the extraordinary connection among the 5 spiritual roots and comprehended the essence of cultivation. Determined to put her insights into practice, she devoted herself to rigorous training, relentlessly enhancing her cultivation. Fortunately, the ethereal realm of the city did not hinder her absorption of spiritual energy. In the ensuing fortnight, Jiang Lan's life seemed to be reshaped anew. She emerged like a phoenix reborn from the flames, undergoing a profound transformation through her arduous practice. By day, she sat alone in her chamber, attuning herself to the flow of celestial energy, striving to assimilate this boundless power within her being. By night, she danced with her sword under the moonlight, her movements fluid and graceful, the tip of her blade glinting with a chilling brilliance in the lunar glow. Immersed in the world of cultivation, she lost track of time, sustained solely by an unwavering belief in her relentless pursuit of strength. Her progress surged like the spring waters, and her tireless efforts bore unprecedented fruits. On a night of a full moon, Jiang Lan stood solitary atop a mountain, gazing at the luminous orb above, a surge of intense emotion swelling within her. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and began to channel the spiritual power within her. In that moment, she felt as if she had merged with the cosmos, an infinite energy converging from all directions and flowing into her being. As the moon ascended to its zenith, Jiang Lan abruptly opened her eyes, a radiant light erupting from her form. She sensed herself transcending time and space, entering an entirely new dimension. She had succeeded. She had finally broken through to the golden core stage and embarked on a new journey of cultivation. However, Jiang Lan was not content with this achievement. Recognizing the long road ahead, she yearned to grow stronger, eager to complete the main storyline of her quest. Thus, following her breakthrough into the golden core stage, she intensified her training, continually challenging her limits. A month later, as she stood once more beneath the moonlight, she felt that her spiritual power had reached a remarkable new height. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, once again channeling the spiritual energy within her. This time, her breakthrough proceeded with remarkable ease, as if it were the most natural course of events. As the moonlight cascaded upon her, she felt an extraordinary union with the moon, emanating a powerful aura from her being. Ever since Jiang Lan mastered the secrets of cultivating with the 5 spiritual roots, her progress in cultivation surged forth like a wild stallion, advancing at an astonishing speed. Before long, she could perceive a significant leap in her strength. Immersed in the realm of cultivation, she persevered day after day with unwavering diligence, as though she were intent on dedicating every moment to the boundless mysteries of spells. In the blink of an eye, a month had swiftly elapsed, and Jiang Lan had miraculously transcended into the nascent soul stage. Jiang Lan transcended the tribulation. At the moment of her breakthrough, it felt as though the heavens and the earth trembled in unison. Boundless spiritual energy surged wildly into her body, merging seamlessly with her essence. Clad in a black-edged white robe, she danced in the tempest, resembling a true, celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Simultaneously, the sky unveiled an extraordinary spectacle. Clouds radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to auspicious omens descending from above, signifying the heavens' blessings and protection upon Jiang Lan. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful, as if the entire world rejoiced in her ascension. At the heart of Li City, atop an ancient and majestic tower, the sound of bells resonated gently, echoing in every corner. This chime was unlike any other, conveying a soul-stirring message. Jiang Lan, the once despised senior sister, had astonishingly broken through to the nascent soul realm. The news struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the skies of Li City. Every street and alley, every tea house and tavern, became a hub for the dissemination of this momentous tidings. People buzzed with conversation. Some expressed envy, others astonishment, while many felt a profound sense of reverence. After all, in the realm of cultivators, breaking through to the nascent soul signifies an extraordinary leap, a coveted state yearned for by countless practitioners. The disciples of the Tianyi sect, who had previously been engrossed in their secluded cultivation or wandering within the illusions of Li City, all came to a halt upon hearing this news. An indescribable tremor surged within their hearts. Some were close friends of Jiang Lan, while others were rivals. Yet, in this moment, they could not help but acknowledge that Jiang Lan had surpassed them, emerging as the foremost among them. In a world of cultivation, both Zhou Ruoxi and Jiang Lan were distinguished figures within their respective sections. However, Zhou Ruoxi observed that Jiang Lan's rate of advancement seemed extraordinary. Whenever Jiang Lan entered seclusion, she consistently broke through her bottlenecks at an astonishing pace, inciting both envy and curiosity within Zhou Ruoxi. On this day, as Jiang Lan awoke from her meditation, Zhou Ruoxi immediately sensed the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her. Her eyes widened in astonishment, shimmering like stars, as if she beheld the residual spiritual force from Jiang Lan's breakthrough. pervading the air in a dreamlike haze. With curiosity, Zhou Ruoxi leaned closer to Jiang Lan, her enchanting eyes blinking as she inquired, "Goodness, Sister Jiang Lan, how do you manage to cultivate and ascend so rapidly?" Her voice was filled with admiration and intrigue for Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan opened her profound, dark eyes, akin to a tranquil pool, her gaze serene and deep. A faint smile graced her lips, as if everything lay within her grasp, simply because I have comprehended the essence of immortality cultivation. Her words exuded a sense of confidence and composure, suggesting that she had already mastered the core secrets of the immortal realm. Zhou Ruoxi felt a jolt in her heart, her admiration for Jiang Lan intensifying. She resolved to seek Jiang Lan's guidance on the true essence of cultivation, aspiring to traverse the path of immortality with the same depth as Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan, in turn, was more than willing to share her insights and experiences, and thus, the two supported one another on their journey of cultivation, progressing together. As Zhou Ruoxi gradually grasped the essence of immortality cultivation, her pace of advancement began to accelerate. She sensed the continuous growth of the spiritual energy within her, as if an invisible pathway was being unveiled for her. With each breakthrough of a bottleneck, she felt a tighter connection to the cosmos, as if she had become an intrinsic part of this world. Under Jiang Lan's guidance, Zhou Ruoxi gradually comprehended the true essence of cultivation. She realized that it encompassed not only the honing of spiritual energy, but also the cultivation of the spirit. Only when the spirit resonated with the universe could one truly grasp the essence of immortality cultivation. She learned to quiet her mind, attuning herself to the flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, integrating it into her being, transforming it into her own spiritual power. On the path of cultivation, Zhou Ruoxi and Jiang Lan journeyed together. They encouraged and supported one another, confronting various obstacles and challenges as a united front. Their progress along the path of immortality deepened, elevating them to the ranks of the elite within the cultivation realm. One day, Zhou Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with boundless admiration as she gazed at Jiang Lan, akin to gazing at the stars. A hint of determination resonated in her voice. "Sister Jiang Lan, I have a wish to join your gardening team." Jiang Lan gently tilted her head, reminiscing about every moment of Zhou Ruoxi since the ancient Greek temple instance. A consistent glimmer sparkled in her eyes, reflecting the touching purity of her original intentions and her unwavering dedication to her dreams. Jiang Lan smiled softly, revealing a hint of admiration. They had officially bound through the system, and Zhou Ruoxi had formally become a member of the vegetable planting team. Jiang Lan had not anticipated that her cultivation within the illusion of the departure city would proceed so smoothly. She was prepared to press on with renewed vigor. However, she did not foresee that just as she was on the brink of a significant breakthrough, an unforeseen calamity would befall the city. On that day, within the seemingly tranquil illusion of the departure city, the Lord's residence suddenly became shrouded in an ominous atmosphere, akin to the oppressive stillness before a tempest. The servants scurried about, yet could not suppress the exchange of terrified glances, their hushed whispers echoing through the air. Abruptly, a figure rushed before them, his expression fraught with panic, reminiscent of a hunted creature. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "It is terrible news. The fiancé of the young lord has committed suicide by jumping into a well." This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, reverberating through their hearts. They gathered around, eager to glean further details. The servant swallowed hard and continued. From the state of the body, it appears she struggled fiercely before her death, a truly tragic sight. According to the coroner's speculation, she was forcibly restrained in life, and after a desperate attempt to escape, she chose to leap into the well to evade her assailant. A heavy pall settled over the gathered crowd, their hearts weighed down by the sorrowful fate of this young woman. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Lan arrived at the well. With the body of the young city lord's fiancé, he had already been laid to rest. All she could see were the young city lord, his face a portrait of grief and indignation, alongside others who had come upon hearing the news. "Jiang Lan, have you found the murderer?" The The young lord shook his head, clenching his fists, tears streaming down his face as he said to Jiang Lan, "I must uncover the true culprit, and I will never forgive the murderer." "Absolutely not." The young lord felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He could not fathom that his fiancée had met such a tragic fate. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes reflecting both anger and sorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the murderer must face severe punishment." The young lord, with tears in his eyes and a pained expression, confided in them, "I will never forget her. She will forever be my one true love in this life. From the highest peaks to the depths of the underworld, I shall avenge her." The crowd was deeply moved by his heartfelt declaration. Jiang Lan acutely sensed his sorrow. Meanwhile, the news spread throughout the small town, sparking fervent discussions among the populace, who expressed their outrage and condemnation for the perpetrator's heinous actions. The coroner's deductions further led the townsfolk to believe that a more terrifying narrative lay hidden beneath the surface. In a bid to swiftly uncover the true culprit, the local constables commenced a diligent and organized investigation, hoping to bring the murderer to justice for the innocent souls lost. As the days melded into nights, the young lord transformed into a solitary falcon, perpetually soaring in search of the truth amidst the vast expanse of the heavens. His figure flitted through the town as streets and alleys, and only under the cloak of night would he return to his residence, burdened by fatigue and unresolved enigmas. However, on a tranquil, moonlit night, the young lord's relentless pursuits came to an abrupt halt. He sat in the courtyard of his mansion, gripping a delicate wine goblet, its contents shimmering enticingly under the moonlight. His gaze was profound and distant, as if, in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming tide of sorrow and anguish surged within him. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, dispersing the floral fragrance of the courtyard and furrowing the young lord's brow. He seemed to catch a whiff of an unusual scent carried by the wind, familiar yet foreign, imbued with an intricate connection to the murderer of his fiancée. A look of incredulous astonishment crossed his face, as if he had stumbled upon a crucial clue. In the weeks that followed, the young lord maintained his routine of early departures and late returns. Then, abruptly, he returned home one day with a woman by his side, announcing his intention to become engaged to her. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of all, rippling through the community like a gentle spring breeze across a tranquil lake, stirring layers of bewilderment and confusion among the townsfolk. Jiang Lan was also taken aback. How could the young lord's heart change so swiftly? However, she noticed that when the young lord stood beside his new girlfriend, his expression seemed somewhat rigid, and a fleeting, elusive emotion flickered in his eyes. A thought crossed her mind. Was there a hidden secret behind this? Moreover, the young lord's new girlfriend was astonishingly the younger sister of his former fiancé's sworn brother, the very sister of the man who had exhibited a complex gaze during the engagement banquet. In recent days, Jiang Lan had devoted herself to her cultivation. Immersed in the profound depths of her mid-infant soul stage training, her life rhythm seemed to elongate, each moment brimming with tension and exhilaration. Seated in her guest room, the surrounding air appeared to solidify under her breath. Her gaze was deep and resolute, as if she could penetrate all illusions and grasp the essence of her practice. Her body trembled slightly, a manifestation of the surging spiritual energy within her. Each quiver signified her advancing closer to the mid-infant soul stage. Her heart was filled with both anticipation and anxiety, cognizant that she was traversing a path laden with uncertainties and dangers. Yet, she did not waver. Instead, she pressed forward with even greater determination. For she understood that only through such trials and tribulations could she truly grow formidable, enabling her to journey further along the path of cultivation. As night descended, and moonlight spilled onto the window panes of her quiet chamber, casting dappled shadows, Jiang Lan would gaze at the interplay of light and shadow. During these days, she seemed isolated from the world. Her universe consisted solely of cultivation and exploration. Yet, she did not feel alone, for she knew that every practitioner traversed a similar journey. She firmly believed that as long as she persevered, one day she would stand at the pinnacle of cultivation and achieve ascension. The young lord and his new girlfriend advanced their relationship with remarkable speed, having arranged their wedding for 3 days hence. Jiang Lan was astonished at how swiftly he had forgotten his former fiancée, and chosen to marry anew. That evening, she cultivated until reaching the late infant soul stage. Closing her eyes, she felt the spiritual energy of the universe converging upon her, as if invisible veins were extending throughout her being. Her heartbeat gradually slowed, and her breathing deepened, becoming powerful, as though each inhale drew the surrounding spiritual essence into her core. 3 days later, the day of the young lord's grand wedding finally arrived. The lord's residence was festooned with colorful decorations, buzzing with excitement. The festive sounds of firecrackers filled the air, and cheerful music intertwined with the laughter of guests. People donned resplendent attire, carrying exquisite gifts from all directions to witness this magnificent ceremony. The young lord emerged from the estate clad in a black and red wedding robe. His complexion no longer bore the gentle warmth of their first meeting. Instead, it exhibited a sickly pallor, reminiscent of withering snowflakes in winter, beautiful yet fragile. His gaze was profound and weary, as if burdened by too many secrets and weights. Nevertheless, his stride remained resolute, as if an invisible force sustained him. Guests approached to extend their congratulations, their faces alight with joy and envy. However, in the eyes of the young city lord, all these congratulations and blessings seemed utterly meaningless. His heart was engulfed in turmoil and anguish, for he knew he was embarking on an irretrievable path. On the day of the grand wedding, Jiang Lan and the other disciples of the Tianyi sect were filled with excitement, their emotions complex as they witnessed the joyous moment of the young city lord and his beautiful bride. Yet, none could have anticipated that this celebration would mark the inception of a cataclysmic conspiracy. Just as the bride and the young city lord were exchanging vows, an eerie silence enveloped the entire city of Li. Jiang Lan sensed her spiritual power gradually dissipating, her cultivation waning, and her body succumbing to an unusual fatigue. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed that the other disciples of the Tianyi sect were also displaying expressions of terror, as if they were beginning to grasp the horrifying events about to unfold. At that moment, the young city lord suddenly let out a piercing howl, and a formidable surge of dark energy erupted from him, shrouding the entire city in shadows. It became evident that he was utilizing this wedding as a sacrificial rite, attempting to resurrect his former fiancée, intending to turn the city's inhabitants into offerings to pave the way for her revival. A sudden shock coursed through Jiang Lan's heart as she realized the dire consequences of failing to thwart the impending sacrifice. All those who ventured into the illusion of departure would meet their demise, and she, along with her fellow disciples of the Tianyi sect, would perish alongside the illusion. With urgency, she summoned her celestial umbrella, channeling her entire essence of spiritual energy to launch a fierce assault against the encroaching darkness. The other disciples of the Tianyi sect followed suit, wielding their weapons as a symphony of spells and martial techniques intertwined, engaging in a desperate struggle against the already corrupted young lord. They had to exert every ounce of strength to halt this sacrificial act and save themselves. The battle was exceedingly brutal, each strike igniting brilliant sparks and resounding with earth-shattering roars. Yet, the dark force emanating from the young lord appeared inexhaustible with every repulsion. It retaliated with even greater ferocity. Despite the immense drain on their spiritual energy, Jiang Lan and her fellow disciples persevered, for they understood that as long as a glimmer of hope remained, surrender was not an option. Amidst the stalemate of combat, Jiang Lan suddenly uncovered a pivotal clue. She observed that as the young lord invoked the sacrificial spell, he clutched a mysterious rune in his hand. This rune emanated a potent magical aura, continuously supplying energy to the dark forces. A flicker of realization sparked within Jiang Lan as she swiftly discerned the function of the rune and devised a method to unravel its power. With a resounding shout, she alerted her fellow disciples of the Tianyi sect to heed the rune's presence. At her command, they promptly adjusted their assault, concentrating their firepower on the rune with fervor. After a fierce battle, They ultimately succeeded in shattering the ruin. As it fragmented, the dark forces dissipated instantaneously, and the entire city of Li regained its luminous splendor. The young city lord, pallid and weakened, collapsed to the ground, clearly bereft of the ability to continue casting spells. Jiang Lan and her fellow disciples of the Tianyi sect sat breathlessly on the ground, feeling the spiritual energy surging back into their bodies. With the joy of victory and the soul capturing grass in hand, they returned to the Tianyi sect. Their task of repairing the seal of the forbidden area remained daunting. As they stood before the seal, Jiang Lan felt a sudden flutter of her heart. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated her mind and began the process of mending the seal. However, at that moment, she caught a glimpse of the face of the sealed demon lord. Though marked by the passage of time, his features still bore a resemblance to the man he once was. Jiang Lan was taken aback, realizing that this demon lord was none other than the once promising young lord who had nearly succumbed to madness during the city massacre in a futile attempt to resurrect his fiancée. Just then, Li Shan's voice interrupted her thoughts. He recalled that it was the former sect master, Master Zio, who had personally sealed this demon lord. It turned out that there was a deep-seated entanglement between Zio and the demon lord. Jiang Lan couldn't help but reflect on the significance of their task. Mending the seal was not only a duty to protect the world, but also a means to resolve this long-buried grudge. Thus, Jiang Lan and her companions fortified their resolve and poured their efforts into the restoration of the seal. Through their diligence, the seal gradually stabilized, and the threat posed by the demon lord began to dissipate. Once the sealing was complete, Jiang Lan cast one last glance at the young lord trapped within. 3 centuries had passed, and apart from the young lord, all others who had left the city had entered the cycle of reincarnation, embarking on new journeys of life. Yet the young lord chose to remain in this world, clinging to the memories of the time he once shared with her. He continuously sacrificed others through illusions in exchange for the chance to resurrect his beloved fiancée. Each act of sacrifice brought him unprecedented agony and torment. Yet he never wavered, for in his heart, the pain of years had morphed into an obsession. As time wore on, the young lord's fixation grew ever stronger. He ceased to communicate with the outside world, indifferent to the changes around him, patiently awaiting the arrival of that miracle. His figure became increasingly solitary within the forbidden area, yet his gaze grew ever more fanatical and deranged, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Jiang Lan stood outside the seal, her gaze reminiscent of a profound lake. Shimmering with a subtle melancholy, she addressed the young lord before her, saying, "The soul of your fiancé, he has traversed the boundaries of reincarnation, having been reborn twice. In this life, she is merely an innocent 6-year-old child. If you genuinely wish to resurrect her, it would mean extracting her soul directly from her childhood, subjecting her to the anguish of death once more." Inside the seal, the young lord fell into a contemplative silence. The moonlight cascaded upon his face, illuminating his steadfast and resolute eyes. He clutched tightly the jade pendant in his hand, the sole token left to him by his beloved fiancée. After a lengthy pause, the young lord finally reached a conclusion. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Lan and declared with unwavering conviction, "I love her more than life itself. Yet, I also understand that I cannot allow her to suffer any further. If she is truly unable to return to my side, then I shall release her, allowing her to find happiness." Jiang Lan gazed at him, a flicker of admiration evident in her eyes. She was acutely aware of the struggles and torment that resided within the heart of the young lord, yet she firmly believed in the sincerity of his love. With a gentle sigh, she inquired, "Are you truly willing to let go, even if it means you will lose her forever?" The young lord remained silent for a moment, then slowly lifted his head, a resolute light shimmering in his eyes. He replied, "I am willing, for I believe that true love is not about possession, but about ensuring her happiness. Even if that happiness does not stem from me, I shall still bless her." Jiang Lan gazed upon him, her heart involuntarily marveling at the young lord of the city. Despite his tender years, he had already grasped the true essence of love. She hoped he would remember this pivotal decision and not allow pain and obsession to blind his vision. The moonlight flowed like water, cascading over them, as if draping them in a veil of silver gossamer. The young lord's silhouette gradually faded within the confines of the seal, marking his transition into the cycle of reincarnation. Meanwhile, Jiang Lan remained rooted in place, her eyes fixed on the direction of his vanishing form, silently praying. May he discover his own happiness, and may his fiancée find peace as well. Jiang Lan subsequently attained enlightenment, elevating his cultivation to the transformation stage. Jiang Lan felt as though her very being was being remolded, with each cell undergoing a profound transformation. In this moment, her soul experienced a sublime elevation, as if it had merged with the cosmos. She sensed that she was no longer merely immortal, but had transcended into a divine entity, endowed with boundless power and wisdom. Upon reopening her eyes, the entire world appeared transformed. She could distinctly perceive the ambient energies and essences around her, as if she possessed the ability to see through all things. She realized that she had successfully surpassed the realm of transformation, standing merely a step away from ascension. The young lord, having reincarnated, found himself entwined in a passionate romance with his betrothed, who was only 7 years of age and devoid of any memories from her past life. On the day of their grand wedding, the seed of hope sown by Jiang Lan blossomed into the winds of nature, leading her to enlightenment and transcendence. Zhou Ruoxi, too, experienced a moment of awakening within her heart, and together they ascended to the heavens. As the skies were painted with brilliant hues, the radiant light of ascension enveloped them. The other disciples of the Tianyi sect gazed upon their ascending figures with envy. During the ascent, Jiang Lan heard a mechanical voice resonating in her mind. Contestant Jiang Lan successfully completed the Immortal Cultivation Quest. Reward: 100,000 points. Contestant Jiang Lan, current mental strength reached level 12. Item Song of the Sea Demon upgraded to level 3. Jiang Lan examined the item description. After utilizing the level 3 Siren Song, it can bewilder monsters for 3 minutes, with a cooldown period of 30 minutes. The two successfully cleared the level and returned to the safe zone. Upon returning to the safe zone, Jiang Lan promptly notified Lu Jian and the others, calling for the gathering of the farming team. After exchanging information, Jiang Lan learned that Lu Jian, Lan Ji Yuan, and Lu Yuan Yuan had ventured into the Candy Factory dungeon together, successfully navigating through it without any major incidents. Lu Jian remarked, "Now, we have cleared the dungeon for 3 days." 1 week later, the entire farming team entered the youth campus dungeon. This was a substantial dungeon, where the participants found themselves collectively aboard a school bus upon entry. The bus, comparable in size to a public transportation vehicle, featured 2 rows of seats on both the upper and lower levels, accommodating a total of 50 contestants from various age groups. The bus was autonomously driven by artificial intelligence, and a familiar mechanical voice echoed through the speakers. "Welcome, contestants, to the youth campus dungeon. The main quest of this dungeon is to save the inhabitants of Love Campus. Love Campus is a prestigious educational institution encompassing kindergarten, elementary, middle, high school, and university levels. It boasts a strong faculty and comprehensive teaching facilities set within an expansive campus. Since its establishment, it has consistently achieved the highest enrollment and employment rates in the nation, revered as a temple of learning among students across the country. Recently, Love Campus has expanded its outreach, and you have been selected as students or staff members to partake in this expansion. Now, please open your backpacks and retrieve your identification badges. Write your names upon these badges. Please remember, it is imperative to inscribe your true names on the identification badges before the bus enters the campus. Failure to do so will result in being regarded as an unlawful individual by campus security, leading to your transfer to a prison dungeon of SSS level difficulty." Upon hearing this, the contestants promptly opened their backpacks, hastily searching for their identification badges. Jiang Lan has traversed through 4 harrowing realms and is no longer the naive newcomer oblivious to the terrors of this world. She is now acutely aware of what constitutes an SSS-level difficulty scenario. However, under normal circumstances, participants are unable to ascertain the specific difficulty rating of the dungeons, except for those classified as SSS. Sister Jiang Lan, what exactly is an SSS level dungeon? The innocent and curious inquiry of Lu Yuanyuan echoed in Jiang Lan's ears. Jiang Lan patiently elucidated. The SSS level dungeon is one where the cumulative completion rate is less than 1 in 10,000. The SS level dungeon is characterized by a cumulative completion rate exceeding 1 in 10,000 but falling short of 1 in 1,000. The S level dungeon boasts a cumulative completion rate greater than 1 in 1,000, yet less than 1 in 100. The A level dungeon has a cumulative completion rate surpassing 1 in 100 but below 10%. The B level dungeon is defined by a cumulative completion rate exceeding 10% yet below 20%. The C level dungeon has a cumulative completion rate greater than 20% but less than 30%. The D level dungeon is identified by a cumulative completion rate exceeding 30% but below 40%. Finally, the F level dungeon is one where the cumulative completion rate surpasses 40%. Upon concluding his explanation, Jiang Lan opened his backpack to find a heart-shaped campus identity card, a diary, a set of spare clothes, and some basic necessities. Time was of the essence. So Jiang Lan did not meticulously examine the other items, but instead took hold of the identity card. This card was a soft pink hue, inscribed with the following details: position, intern teacher, employee ID, 00006, age, 25, name. Jiang Lan grasped a black signature pen and inscribed her name in the designated space. As Jiang Lan completed her name on the identity card and set down her pen, a sudden wave of pain surged through her mind, inundating her consciousness with a plethora of information. This was the recollection of her role within this narrative. You possess a fiery temperament. Having been an ordinary university graduate with no intention of becoming a teacher. However, when your younger sister, who studies at an affectionate school, mysteriously vanished, you resolutely endeavored to obtain a teaching qualification. Armed with this credential relevant to your field, you successfully secured a position as an intern teacher in the middle school division during the recent expansion of the affectionate campus. As Jiang Lan recalled her role as the younger sister, a subtle ache gripped her heart, likely influenced by the emotions tied to her character. She inhaled deeply, steadying her spirit and extricating herself from the emotional weight of her role. Meanwhile, the other members of the gardening team had already located their identity tags and inscribed their names, absorbing the memories associated with their respective roles. Lu Yuanyuan's character was that of a gifted transfer student, celebrated for her exemplary conduct and outstanding academic achievements. Hailed as the hope of the town and sent to the Compassion Academy for superior educational opportunities. Lanji Yuan portrayed an exceptional university student selected by the Compassion Academy for a year of exchange and advanced study. Lu Jian embodied a newly employed security guard, as peculiar occurrences had recently plagued the Compassion Academy, prompting an expansion of security personnel to bolster campus safety. Zhou Ruoshi took on the role of an ordinary transfer student, moving to the Compassion Academy due to her father's generous donation of a building to the institution. A few minutes later, the school bus entered the Compassion Academy. The grand entrance of the academy was imposing, with 2 sturdy stone pillars supporting an intricately carved beam above, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, albeit tinged with an inexplicable sense of unease. The Compassion Academy was vast, although Jiang Lan had been informed of its expansive scale in the system introduction. She was still taken aback by the sheer magnitude upon her first glimpse. Through the bus window, she beheld a vibrant campus resembling a bustling small town, with a myriad of buildings artfully scattered amidst lush greenery, brimming with life. Lush trees swayed gently along the roadsides. The academy was divided into several sections: kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, and university, each equipped with a large gymnasium, a concert hall, a library, 2 playgrounds, 8 outdoor basketball courts, 2 outdoor soccer fields, a dance studio, multiple teaching buildings, several dormitories, and a science building. Between the 5 academic areas lay a vast golf course. Furthermore, each section of the Compassion Academy featured a staff dormitory. The campus also boasted a shopping mall, a food street, and even a zoo and botanical garden, making it feel akin to a city in its enormity. The scenery within the campus was extraordinarily beautiful. In the koi pond, vividly colored koi frolicked in the water, their scales shimmering with golden light under the sun. The artificial lake was adorned with pavilions and gazebos, and, as the gentle breeze swept over, ripples danced across the lake surface, occasionally interrupted by swan gliding leisurely across the water. Various small woodlands were interconnected by winding paths, flanked by clusters of vibrant flowers that swayed gently in the breeze, releasing delightful fragrances. The school bus halted at the interchange platform of the 5 academic areas, its doors opening automatically. Outside, a row of security guards clad in black uniforms stood watch, their keen eyes fixed on the contestants within the bus. The lead guard, with a square face and wielding a long knife, shouted menacingly at the contestants. "Get off. Immediately disembark. Stand in line and check your identification badges. Should I discover any discrepancies, I shall have you promptly dispatched to prison." The participants disembarked with a myriad of expressions, some alighted with trembling limbs, their pallid faces and tightly clenched hands betraying their tension and anxiety. Their eyes darted about, seemingly unable to settle on a single point of focus. Others, however, exuded a serene composure, their faces devoid of superfluous emotion, their gazes resolute and commanding. A few radiated confidence, striding down with their heads held high, their smiles bright and unabashed. Lu Jian descended the vehicle unperturbed, clutching his identification badge tightly. He approached the square-faced security guard and, with a smile, presented his badge. The guard took the badge, furrowing his brow slightly as he scrutinized Lu Jian from every angle. His gaze was piercing and skeptical, as if seeking any flaw in Lu Jian's demeanor. "You are the new security guard?" he barked. Lu Jian's heart raced, yet he nodded firmly. The guard, with an air of impatience, flung the badge back to him, his tone exuding an unyielding authority. "The junior high sector is in need of a guard. Report to your post immediately, without delay." With determination, Lu Jian grasped his badge and made his way to the junior high security department. The guard growled, "Next! Hurry up!" The atmosphere around them thickened with tension as the participants proceeded according to their identification badges, like travelers compelled by fate, each embarking on divergent paths. Lan Ziyuan's badge indicated she was a third-year student at the medical school. She gracefully approached the campus shuttle heading to the university district, where several others with student badges were already seated. The air inside the vehicle was imbued with a subtle academic ambience, evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth in Lan Ziyuan. As the shuttle set in motion, she gazed outside at the swiftly passing idyllic campus scenery, her mind a whirlpool of thoughts. Within the narrative, Jiang Lan was positioned as a biology intern teacher in junior high. Lu Jian assigned as a security guard for the junior high area. Lu Yuan was a top student in the second-year Olympiad class, and Zhou Ruoshi was the bottom student in the third-year remedial class. Together, the 4 of them boarded the junior high campus shuttle, weaving through the winding paths of the campus. The changing scenery outside the window, from lush green woods to the quaint elegance of the teaching buildings, exuded an aura of mystery belonging to this narrative world. Inside, they engaged in lively banter, exchanging speculations about the unfolding story. As the shuttle gradually came to a halt, they arrived in the junior high sector. Jiang Lan, Lu Juanian, and Zhou Ruoshi proceeded towards the junior high teaching building, while Lu Jian remained behind to report to the security team. Jiang Lan, Lu Juanian, and Zhou Ruoshi made their way towards the middle school teaching building. Jiang Lan pushed open the door to the junior high school teacher's office, her heart racing with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. She had anticipated a space steeped in solemnity, imbued with the scent of ink and the antiquated aura of aged wooden desks. However, to her astonishment, the scene before her left her utterly speechless. Sunlight poured through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the polished wooden floor, where a group of educators gathered, engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere harmonious. What surprised Jiang Lan the most was that not all of these teachers were human. Among the amiable human instructors, there were also creatures clad in human attire. They varied in form. Some sported horns, while others were adorned in scales. One teacher, impeccably dressed in a dark suit with a neatly tied tie, possessed the ears and tail of a fox. Another, donned in a lady's dress, exhibited feline pupils and a graceful gait. Yet another, towering with well-defined muscles, revealed canine fangs and a loyal gaze. A leopard demon elegantly leaned against the window, its penetrating and profound gaze seeming to peer into the depths of the human soul. Yet, without exception, they all manifested in human form, their words and actions indistinguishable from those of humans, exuding wisdom and wit in their banter, akin to longtime friends, sharing the noble responsibility of educating students alongside their human counterparts. Jiang Lan stood at the doorway, momentarily transported into a fantastical realm. Her mind raced, endeavoring to comprehend the spectacle before her. From whence did these monstrous educators emerge? What were they doing here? What connection existed between them and their human counterparts? Her curiosity ignited. She took a step forward towards the peculiar assembly of monstrous teachers. "Greetings. You must be the new intern biology teacher," spoke a small canine creature, articulating human words. Its voice was crisp and lively, with an appearance that was utterly unique. This canine educator was unlike any ordinary dog. It possessed large, glistening eyes that sparkled with wisdom, seemingly capable of peering into the depths of one's soul. Its fur was a delicate shade of blue, reminiscent of the early summer sky. Appartient à rafraîchir. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, the small dog educator sported a white shirt with its collar slightly unbuttoned. Its polished black shoes gleamed, reflecting a sense of meticulousness and order. Most striking of all was the pair of simple, all-black framed glasses perched on its face, exuding an air of scholarly charm. Jiang Lan paused for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled as she replied, "Hello, I am Jiang Lan, the new biology teacher intern." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, revealing her anticipation and confidence in this new environment. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's response, the little dog monster teacher wagged his tail excitedly, as if celebrating a momentous occasion. He extended a soft, fluffy paw of a delicate blue hue, warmly inviting Jiang Lan for a handshake. "Hello, Teacher Jiang," he said. "My name is Lan Jibin, and I teach mathematics, currently instructing the third year of junior high." Jiang Lan was captivated by the warmth of the dog's spirit. Teacher Lan Jibin, and extended her hand to shake its paw, which was both warm and soft. With genuine enthusiasm, Lan Jibin addressed Jiang Lan, saying, "Teacher Jiang, allow me to escort you to your desk. Please follow me." They navigated past numerous desks until they arrived at one nestled in a corner. Pointing to the desk with fervor, Lan Jibin exclaimed, "Teacher Jiang, this is your workstation. I hope you have a delightful time here." Jiang Lan walked directly toward her desk, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across a sheet of paper on the tabletop. It was a document detailing the regulations for intern teachers, densely packed with various rules and notes. A slight frown creased her brow, and a wave of anxiety welled up within her. However, she quickly inhaled deeply and picked up the paper filled with stipulations to examine it closely. Heartfelt Campus Intern Teacher Regulations. 1. Must comply with all directives from the principal. 2. Must carry an identification badge at all times. Those discovered without one by security will be sent to prison. 3. Must consume food provided within Heartfelt Campus. 4. Must adhere strictly to working hours, from 6:30 a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. 5. During class, if students engage in arguments, no intervention is required. 6. In the event of a physical altercation among students, the homeroom teacher must be notified immediately. 7. Regardless of circumstances, class instruction must not be halted. 8. Academic advancement is paramount. Additional regulations. Jiang Lan sat at her desk, perusing the regulations for intern teachers, her brow furrowed in concern. The document appeared to be incomplete, with several crucial pieces of information, particularly regarding the supplementary rules, conspicuously absent. This left her feeling rather uneasy, as she yearned for a comprehensive understanding of the guidelines governing intern teachers. Jiang Lan set aside the regulations for intern teachers and turned her gaze towards the teaching schedule beside her. A glance revealed a shocking reality. There were only 2 biology teachers in the entire middle school department. This revelation instilled a sense of pressure in her, while simultaneously igniting a spirit of challenge. One was herself, the intern teacher, and the other biology instructor, as indicated on the schedule, was named Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan had just finished when a youth with silver hair suddenly entered the doorway of the teacher's office. His silvery strands shimmered under the sunlight, reminiscent of the Milky Way beneath the moonlight, dazzling and resplendent. The young man donned a white shirt paired with black trousers, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. With a smile, he greeted each teacher in the office in a refined and courteous manner, saying, "Good morning, esteemed teachers." His voice resembled the melodious chirping of birds in spring, crisp and delightful, evoking a sense of joy. His tone was imbued with both respect and warmth. Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback. The aura and voice emanating from him evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Good morning, Teacher Jiang Lan." Jiang Lan finally comprehended that the silver-haired youth was none other than Jiang Lan, another biology teacher at the junior high school. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her. What extraordinary qualities did this young man possess that garnered such affection and respect from all the educators? Jiang Lan turned his gaze towards Jiang Lan and approached her with measured steps. His eyes sparkled like daylight, with irises of cerulean blue. His nose was elegantly slender and high, his lips a luscious crimson, and his face resembled a work of art. He stood tall, his skin as fair as milk, and his fingers were long and delicate. Upon clearly discerning Jiang Lan's features, Jiang Lan gasped inwardly. Was he not the embodiment of the Narcissus deity? Su Lang, with a charming and graceful smile, addressed her, "You have finally arrived, my fiancée." At his words, a sudden influx of memories regarding her role in this narrative flooded Jiang Lan's mind. Jiang Lan, her affluent and handsome younger fiancé, had been interning at the Caring campus for a year, recently receiving a permanent position as another biology teacher in the junior high division. They were jointly responsible for the biology curriculum of the entire junior high section at Caring campus. What a remarkable coincidence. She found it hard to believe. Jiang Lan approached her with an affectionate demeanor, cheerfully exclaiming, "Lan Lan, it has been such a long time since we last met." Jiang Lan couldn't help but shoot him a glance. "Haven't we just met a few days ago? And please, address me by my name, not as Lan." She had not forgotten how, in the previous instance, the Narcissus goddess had impersonated her esteemed mentor, Jiang Yu. Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback. "Only a few days? Lan Lan, a day apart feels like 3 seasons," he proclaimed with an exaggerated tone. After saying this, Jiang Lan moved in to embrace Jiang Lan, but she swiftly evaded him. He reached out, attempting to draw her in affectionately, only to have her deftly grasp his hand. Yet, Jiang Lan wore a triumphant smile. According to the class schedule, Jiang Lan was occupied with a full day of lessons and had evening duties to supervise self-study sessions. Jiang Lan set down the teaching schedule, silently lamenting in her heart. She never anticipated that entering the realm of infinite horror would still require attending classes. Today is Monday, and Jiang Lan has her first lesson right away. With no time to prepare, she is fortunate to have a standardized lesson plan. Jiang Lan arrived at Class 5 of the 3rd year, according to the teaching schedule. On her inaugural day of teaching, Jiang Lan entered Class 5 of the 3rd grade, clutching her biology textbook and lesson plan. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the classroom, which, though designed to accommodate 30 students, was crammed with an astonishing 90. Among the students, some were human while others were mythical creatures. Yet, regardless of their nature, all donned the uniform of their beloved school. Initially, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. However, this tranquility was swiftly shattered by a sudden outburst from Xiongong, a towering bear-like creature. In the midst of the biology lesson, he unexpectedly retrieved a bloodied piece of rabbit meat from his desk. His eyes glinted with primal ferocity and an insatiable hunger as he unceremoniously devoured the meat, chewing with abandon. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, and the sound of his ravenous chewing echoed throughout the room. The other students were taken aback by this shocking turn of events. Some stared in disbelief. Others exchanged glances of confusion. while a few furrowed their brows in evident disapproval of Xiong's behavior. Yet he seemed entirely absorbed in his own world, oblivious to the reactions around him, devouring the rabbit as if to satiate all his hunger and frustration. Meanwhile, the carnivorous students in the class, akin to beasts starved for days, salivated uncontrollably, their eyes fixated on the figure at the center of attention, Xiong. His desk partner, a human student named Lu Shang, was the most affected by the chaos. Frowning disapprovingly, he glared at Xiong and discreetly swallowed hard. With a tone of discontent, Lu Shang chastised, "Xiong, you cannot eat during class. You are disregarding classroom rules. Furthermore, you are bullying herbivores without a second thought." Seemingly incensed by Lu Shang's words, Xiong widened his eyes, revealing his sharp fangs, and mockingly retorted, "I shall disregard the rules as I please. What can you do about it?" With that, he waved his massive paw threateningly, as if ready to pounce and rend Lu Shang to pieces. Lu Shang, intimidated by the imposing paw, instinctively recoiled, yet his resolve remained firm as he continued to argue. The confrontation escalated, both parties flushed with indignation, yet fortunately, it did not escalate into physical conflict. According to the guidelines for trainee teachers, Rule 5 stipulates that disputes among students need not be addressed during class. Jiang Lan, choosing to remain unfazed by the squabble, continued with her lesson. At long last, the morning session concluded. During lunch, Jiang Lan found herself in the middle school cafeteria, where she encountered Lu Yuan and Zhou Ruoxi. Lu Yuan's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of twinkling stars as she waved her little hand joyfully, exclaiming, "Sister Jiang Lan, this is wonderful. I'm so thrilled to see you so soon." Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Lan's face illuminated with a gentle smile. She gracefully approached Lu Yuan, tenderly reaching out to caress her soft hair, her eyes brimming with affection and warmth. The three of them sat together to enjoy lunch, engaging in lively conversation. Lu Yuan and Zhou Ruoxi produced a slip of paper, inscribed with the following: Heartfelt Campus Middle School Rules for Students. 1. Must comply with all commands issued by the principal. 2. Must carry an identification badge at all times. Failure to do so will result in being sent to detention by security. 3. Must consume only the food provided within the campus. 4. Must pay close attention during lessons. 5. If a classmate offers you food, do not accept. 6. Do not intervene in classmates' disputes. 7. Report any fights among classmates to a teacher immediately. 8. Do not be alone in a room with any classmate. 9. Do not inquire about or listen to classmates' pasts. 10. No early romantic relationships allowed. 11. Participation in extracurricular activities unrelated to examinations is prohibited. The rules for students and teachers bore both similarities and distinctions, with the first 3 rules being identical. In the afternoon, Jiang Lan arrived at Lu Yuan's class, the second year, 1 class to teach. This class was a prestigious one, and Jiang Lan entered the classroom carrying her textbooks and lesson plans, only to discover that the students, whether human or creature, exuded an air of sensitivity and repression. Later that afternoon, as classes concluded, Jiang Lan encountered Lu Jian, who was on patrol, clad in a black security uniform. His usually gentle round face took on a more imposing demeanor. "Lu Jian," Jiang Lan softly called out, her voice tinged with surprise and curiosity. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's call, Lu Jian's face instantly blossomed into a joyful smile. He quickened his pace to reach Jiang Lan, his voice filled with excitement. "Sister Lan, I thought I might run into you here, so I decided to patrol this area. I never expected to actually find you." Jiang Lan gazed at Lu Jian, noticing that he had grown considerably since their initial encounter at the ancient Greek temple. However, time was of the essence, so she inquired directly, "Today marks the first day of entering the instance. What discoveries have you made?" In response, Lu Jian retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Lan, flashing a broad smile that revealed his 8 gleaming white teeth. A hint of bashfulness colored his demeanor as he remarked, "Oh, I've kept the rules tucked away in my pocket since I received them, and as a result, the paper has become quite wrinkled." Jiang Lan reached out and took the crumpled piece of paper, unfolding it to reveal the following text. Rules for heartfelt campus security. 1. One must obey all commands issued by the principal. 2. Identification badges must be carried at all times. Failure to present one when requested by security will result in imprisonment. 3. Consumption of food provided within the heartfelt campus is mandatory. 4. Patrols must be conducted once every hour within the designated campus area. 5. When encountering carnivorous animals while alone, maintain a safe distance and report the sighting promptly. 6. No interaction is permitted with human faculty or students unless they are newly employed or newly enrolled. 7. Exercise caution regarding invitations from other security personnel. It is advisable to patrol alone or participate in collective activities involving 3 or more individuals. In a quiet moment of introspection, Jiang Lan meticulously analyzed and compared the security regulations with those governing intern teachers and junior high school students, discovering that the first 3 rules were identical. Lu Jian had also reviewed Jiang Lan's intern teacher regulations, and, as he prepared to patrol, the two were on the verge of parting ways. Jiang Lan returned the security rules to Lu Jian. Suddenly, a dark silhouette swiftly emerged from the shadows, a security guard clad in black. His face marred by a deep scar that stretched ominously from his forehead to his chin, exuding an aura of coldness and menace. He halted before Lu Jian and, with a tone laced with threat, inquired, "Hey, you there, the newcomer with the round face. Do you wish to patrol with me?" His eyes sparkled with cunning and greed, as if he had spotted a solitary, plump lamb, eager to ensnare it. According to the 7th rule of the security regulations, Lu Jian inhaled deeply, striving to maintain an air of calmness. He shook his head, resolutely and firmly declining. "No, thank you for the invitation, but I would prefer to familiarize myself with the surroundings first." A flicker of disappointment crossed the scarred guard's eyes, yet he persisted, continuing with a tone of temptation. "Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Patrolling with me will allow you to learn plenty." Lu Jian was acutely aware that the scar guard had no genuine intention of imparting knowledge, but rather sought to exploit him for ulterior motives. He offered a slight smile, attempting to conceal his anxiety, and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but I truly wish to navigate this on my own. If I require assistance in the future, I will reach out to you." Undeterred, the scarred guard pressed on with his invitation, "Newcomer, if you patrol alongside me, I can share some intriguing rumors about the Love and Care campus." Jiang Lan subtly shook his head at Lu Jian, conveying through lip movements, "It is a trap, refuse." Lu Jian gracefully declined. "I must steadfastly adhere to my patrol area and cannot wander aimlessly." The scarred security guard, with a hint of regret, licked his lips and darkly chuckled. "Oh, is that so? What a pity. I had hoped for a more engaging conversation with you." This time, Lu Jian merely gazed at him, offering no response. The scarred guard, finding himself unamused, departed alone, muttering to himself, "Alas, it has been a while since I savored game. I shall search elsewhere." The demeanor of the scarred guard suggested that Lu Jian was the delicacy he sought. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow in contemplation. Why do humans and monsters coexist in both conflict and harmony within this institution? That evening, as a university student, Lan Ziyuan found herself free from classes and ventured to the junior high section. Seizing the opportunity during the brief intermission, the gardening team hurriedly convened. Lan Ziyuan produced the university regulations. As her peers focused their attention on the document, they beheld the following stipulations inscribed within. Heartfelt Campus University Regulations. 1. Obedience to the principal is imperative. 2. One must carry an identification badge at all times. 3. Consumption of meals is mandatory. 4. Attendance must be recorded in class. 5. Should a classmate offer you food, it is absolutely forbidden to accept. 6. Refrain from intervening in classmates' disputes. 7. In the event of a fight among classmates, promptly notify a teacher. 8. Do not be alone in a room with any classmate. 9. Abstain from inquiring about or listening to classmates' pasts. 10. Exercise caution when selecting romantic partners. It is advisable not to pursue relationships, except with newly appointed or enrolled faculty and students. 11. Be judicious in choosing extracurricular activities. Indoor activities should be avoided. Jiang Lan discovered that the student regulations bore a striking resemblance to one another, with the first 3 rules being identical across the board. After exchanging information, the brief intermission was nearing its conclusion. Before parting ways, the gardening team agreed to convene each evening at the gazebo located in the middle school area. As the evening study session concluded, Jiang Lan shouldered her backpack and made her way to the faculty dormitory, nestled within the staff accommodation building. Her room was a modest single occupancy, adorned with minimal furnishings, a small iron bed, and a compact wardrobe. The single room lacked both a restroom and a shower. To wash and relieve herself, one had to journey to the communal bathroom and toilet at the end of the corridor. On the wooden slats of the iron bed lay a folded sheet of white paper. Jiang Lan picked up and unfolded the sheet of white paper, upon which were inscribed the following heartfelt dormitory regulations. 1. Ensure that the door is securely locked at night. 2. If someone knocks at the door during the night, do not open it under any circumstances. 3. With the exception of newly appointed staff and students, firmly decline any invitations or requests for shared accommodation from others. 4. Once the lights in the dormitory are turned off, no one is permitted to venture outside. 5. Should an animal appear in the restroom, refrain from using the facilities and promptly report the matter to the school, which will take appropriate action. 6. If an animal is discovered in the shower area, please do not bathe and immediately notify the school for resolution. Jiang Lan committed the rules to memory and then set aside the dormitory regulations. Following this, she retrieved the backpack associated with her character identity upon entering the dungeon. After a day filled with activity, she finally had the opportunity to examine the contents of her identity backpack in detail. Since the objective of her character was to find her sister, Jiang Lan attentively scrutinized her sister's photograph, noticing a tattoo on her sister's wrist, a withered rose. Jiang Lan discreetly committed this tattoo to memory. Jiang Lan tucked away her sister's photograph and, just before the dormitory lights extinguished, took her change of clothes to the communal bathroom. As she stepped inside, she noticed a gray mouse darting swiftly across the floor. A mouse? Wait, is that not an animal? 094, the irritable intern teacher. Rule Strange Tale 5. Jiang Lan immediately turned her gaze toward the mouse, locking eyes with it in a fierce stare. Jiang Lan locked eyes with the creature, and for reasons unknown, she perceived a hint of trepidation in the mouse's demeanor. According to the 6th rule of the dormitory regulations, should one discover an animal in the bathroom, it is advised to refrain from bathing and promptly report the matter to the school for resolution. The mouse seemed to sense Jiang Lan's intentions, abruptly pivoting and deftly darting into the confines of the public bathroom stall, concealing itself within its shadowy recesses. The air in the bathroom was thick with a damp and chilling atmosphere, causing Jiang Lan's nerves to tighten in an instant. The stall had transformed into the mouse's sanctuary. Jiang Lan promptly informed the dormitory supervisor, who immediately called for 4 security personnel. Hello, I have an urgent situation that requires 4 security guards to come at once. The supervisor's voice was resolute yet tinged with anxiety. A response came from the other end of the line before it was disconnected. The supervisor took a deep breath, fully aware that the next few minutes would be crucial. Before long, the 4 security guards arrived swiftly at the scene, clad in uniforms and equipped with rodent-catching tools, exuding an air of preparedness. Among them was Lu Jian. Lu Jian? You haven't finished your shift yet? Jiang Lan exclaimed in surprise. Lu Jian offered a slight smile. The day shift extends until midnight. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze piercing as it traversed every nook and cranny. Did it truly require 4 security guards to capture a single mouse? This profound question arose simultaneously in the minds of Jiang Lan and Lu Jian. Yet, they soon recognized that this mouse was anything but ordinary, for its appearance in such a peculiar location was far too coincidental. During the pursuit, Jiang Lan truly grasped just how cunning this mouse was. It was no ordinary rodent, the kind commonly found in the streets. Rather, its eyes glimmered with an unusual brilliance. It evaded capture with remarkable agility, darting left and right, occasionally slipping through crevices or leaping onto high platforms, leaving the security guards repeatedly grasping at nothing. The guards continuously adapted their strategies, sometimes lunging forward, at other times flanking, in an effort to exploit any weakness the mouse might reveal. Yet, the mouse appeared almost supernatural, deftly avoiding their attempts as if it were engaged in a playful game of cat and mouse. The level of cunning displayed by this mouse exceeded Jiang Lan's wildest imagination. At last, following a clever maneuver, Lu Jian successfully ensnared the mouse in a trap. He sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with the thrill of victory. However, in a moment of hubris, the mouse suddenly broke free from the trap and leapt into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Lu Jian stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. The mouse's cunning had reached a remarkable zenith, eluding him right beneath his nose. For security guards, as agile as cheetahs, swiftly surrounded the dimly lit corner, their gazes sharp as eagles, fixated on their target. The nets in their hands unfurled silently like an enormous spider's web, poised to capture the elusive creature. It was a flawless trap, leaving no avenue for escape. The atmosphere seemed to crystallize, punctuated only by the tense breaths and heartbeats of the guards as they waited in unison for the opportune moment. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the corner, making a beeline for the exit. In that instant, the four guards, as quick as lightning, closed in, ensnaring the mouse within their vast net. After a fierce struggle, the mouse was finally secured, its eyes gleaming with fear and despair. However, in the next heartbeat, the situation underwent a miraculous transformation, defying belief. The gray mouse's struggles intensified, as if a mysterious force surged within it. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the net, illuminating the room as if it were day. As the brilliance waned, the onlookers were astonished to find that the mouse had vanished, replaced by a disheveled male high school student. This young man bore a sharp-featured visage, clad in a blue and white school uniform. Having just rolled on the floor, his previously pristine attire was now soiled and grimy, as if he had just crawled from a refuse heap. Yet, aside from Jiang Lan and Lu Jian, this bizarre occurrence elicited no gasps or discussions from the others present. The spectators regarded this strange spectacle with the same nonchalance as they would a meal or a drink, their expressions calm, even indifferent. The transformation of the mouse into a human startled Lu Jian, who widened his eyes in disbelief at the astonishing scene unfolding before him, momentarily losing his grip. "Hey, you! New round-faced kid, hold on tight." A rugged voice resonated by Lu Jian's ear. It belonged to a burly man with a full beard, a member of the security team. Standing beside Lu Jian, his gaze was piercing, as if he held dominion over all that transpired. "We cannot allow this voyeur to escape," he added, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Lu Jian took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions, gripping the net tightly to prevent the mouse within from seizing an opportunity to flee. "Indeed," he responded emphatically. "Why do mice transform into humans?" Jiang Lan felt her thoughts confronted with an unprecedented upheaval within this scenario. This notion struck her like a powerful bomb, detonating in her mind and leaving her thoughts in disarray as never before. So profound was the impact that, even during class on Tuesday morning, Jiang Lan found herself somewhat distracted. These questions swirled in her mind like a tangled mess, causing her considerable unrest. Class dismissed. "Thank you, teacher." After concluding her lecture, Jiang Lan made her way to the faculty office. Her thoughts remained ensnared by the astonishing question of transforming a mere mouse into a living human. So much so that she forgot to take her lesson plan when she exited the classroom. As Jiang Lan stepped out of the classroom, she soon heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. A little girl with twin braids, breathless and flushed, ran up to her and respectfully extended a lesson plan with both hands. "Teacher Jiang, you forgot to take your lesson plan," the girl said, her voice tinged with exhaustion yet filled with earnestness. Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the lesson plan, her face lighting up with gratitude. "Thank you, fellow student. What is your name?" The young girl revealed a sweet and gentle smile, akin to the warm rays of spring sunshine gracing Jiang Lan's heart. "My name is Li Xunyan, and I am from Class 2 of the first year." Jiang Lan meticulously observed the little girl before her, adorned with a whimsical strawberry hairpin. Her smile complemented the accessory, exuding an innocence and charm that made her appear as if she had stepped straight out of a comic book. Jiang Lan could not resist stealing a few more glances, her heart lamenting the swift passage of time. It had been ages since she had encountered such an innocent smile. She smiled at Li Xunyan with a nod before turning to leave, yet her heart was imbued with an indescribable warmth. This delightful and charming little girl shone like a radiant glimmer in the dark realm, captivating all who beheld her. On a Tuesday afternoon, Jiang Lan entered the third-year class, 5, armed with lesson plans and textbooks. However, the moment she stepped into the classroom, her smile froze upon her face. Jiang Lan noticed something exceedingly peculiar. Her gaze fell upon Xiong Ong and Lu Shang, seated in the corner of the classroom, and her eyes widened in disbelief. These two students had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a day. Astonishingly, Xiong Ong and Lu Shang had exchanged their identities. Jiang Lan vividly recalled that on Monday, during class, Xiong Ong was a robust and hairy bear demon. Yet now, he had transformed into a tall young man with deep brown skin. His once abundant fur vanished, replaced by a thick, jet-black crop of hair. On that same Monday, Lu Shang appeared as an ordinary human boy, but now he had morphed into a fox demon with vibrant orange fur. His sly, fox-like eyes sparkled under the sunlight, unmistakably revealing his otherworldly identity. Suppressing her curiosity, Jiang Lan began her lesson with a smile, though her gaze frequently drifted towards Xiong Ong and Lu Shang. Unbeknownst to her, an argument had erupted between them, escalating in intensity. They resembled two furious beasts, striving to validate their positions through mutual ire. Xiong Ong, known for his fiery disposition, pounded on the desk with a resounding force, each strike seemingly proclaiming his discontent and fury to the world. His eyes blazed with an inner fire, and each word he uttered pierced like a sharp sword into Lu Shang's heart. In response, Lu Shang was equally unyielding. He thumped his seat, the sound deep and resonant, as if enduring Xiong Ang's onslaught while resolutely countering. The glint of cunning in his eyes reflected his clever rebuttals, each statement serving as a sturdy shield for his stance. Their tumultuous exchanges, the clatter of fists against desks and the thundering of chairs, echoed through the classroom, creating a cacophony akin to a tempest, instilling trepidation in those around them. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. Just as tension reached its zenith, a sudden loud crash reverberated through the room. Xiong Ong, in a fit of rage, had overturned the table. This action elicited gasps and screams from the entire class. In an effort to prevent the situation from escalating and to maintain order, Jiang Lan contemplated intervening, yet recalled the 5th rule for trainee teachers. During class, one need not intervene in student disputes. Jiang Lan had no choice but to make concessions, delegating the responsibility of maintaining classroom discipline to the discipline committee and the class monitor. On Tuesday afternoon, as the school day came to a close, Jiang Lan was preparing to leave the teaching building when suddenly a deafening thud shattered the tranquility of the campus. Her heart raced in an instant, prompting her to halt and gaze in the direction of the sound. A piercing scream sliced through the air, drawing the attention of those nearby. Soon after, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Someone has jumped from the building. The news detonated like a bomb among the throng. Jiang Lan felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. Who was the one who jumped? Does anyone know? The surrounding individuals speculated fervently, yet no one could provide a definitive answer. It's Li Xunyan from Class 1-2. A voice suddenly rang out, causing Jiang Lan's body to stiffen in shock. Li Xunyan, the girl who always faced life with a radiant smile. How could she possibly commit such an act? In an instant, Jiang Lan felt herself propelled by an invisible force, prompting her to hasten towards the scene of the incident. Her mind was awash with questions and concerns. She yearned to comprehend the unfolding situation and to ascertain the well-being of Li Xunyan. As she sprinted, the murmurs of the crowd enveloped her. Yet she paid them no heed. Her singular focus was to reach the location as swiftly as possible and to evaluate Li Xunyan's condition. With each stride, her pace quickened, and her heartbeat raced in tandem. As dusk approached, the sun began its descent, casting the surroundings from bright to dim. Jiang Lan hurriedly arrived at the scene, her heartbeat resonating within the confines of the campus, akin to a frantic drumbeat. However, the sight before her extinguished her spirit in an instant. Before her stood two plainly dressed, expressionless campus cleaning ladies, each grasping a heavy black bag, diligently gathering the bloodied remains of Li Shunyan. Their movements were precise and practiced, as if they had performed this grim task countless times before, methodically repeating an ordeal etched into their very being. Jiang Lan's gaze was firmly fixed upon the body bag, which contained Li Shunyan, her student from the alternate realm, a once innocent and vivacious young girl. Now, she lay there, devoid of life, resembling a flower withered by the tempest. The remnants of terror and despair lingered on her face, and those once bright eyes were now tightly shut, as if they could no longer bear the cruelty of this world. Jiang Lan's gaze gradually shifted to the familiar strawberry cartoon hairpin worn by Li Shunyan. Once adorning her hair with an air of innocence, it now lay marred and unrecognizable, stained by blood. A surge of indescribable anger and sorrow welled up within her. She found herself unable to remain calm. This narrative had cruelly and unexpectedly inflicted such brutality upon a beautiful and innocent life. Jiang Lan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms as she struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. She understood that she could not succumb to despair. She had to uncover the truth and seek justice for Li Shunyan. Drawing in a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain her composure and began to meticulously observe her surroundings, hoping to glean a hint of a clue. Yet, her efforts bore no fruit. Jiang Lan stood frozen in place, ensnared in contemplation, until Lu Jian gently tapped her right shoulder. "Sister Lan, are you all right?" Lu Jian's voice, tinged with concern and anxiety, shattered the silence. Jiang Lan snapped back from her reverie, slightly turning her gaze to meet Lu Jian's worried eyes. She subtly shook her head, attempting to mask the turmoil within with a stoic expression. However, the depths of her profound eyes betrayed a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. The recent scene lingered vividly in her mind, the metallic scent of blood quickening her heartbeat and hastening her breath. Yet, the present scene had returned to tranquility. As she surveyed her surroundings, Jiang Lan noticed that the area had been meticulously cleaned, erasing all traces of chaos and the sanguine marks that had once marred the space. It felt as though the recent events had been but a mirage, save for the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air, reminding Jiang Lan of the tragedy that had just unfolded. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest within her, before turning to leave with resolute and decisive steps. Beneath her impassive facade, however, her heart was rife with struggle and contradiction. Lu Jian watched her retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He knew that Jiang Lan was not one to be easily defeated, yet this encounter had undoubtedly left an indelible impact on her. Under the moonlight of Tuesday evening, the guarding team gathered at their usual meeting place. The stars adorned the night sky, and a gentle breeze caressed the hearts of everyone present. Yet it seemed unable to disperse the palpable tension that hung in the air. Today, each individual appeared to be cloaked in an enigmatic aura, their gazes intersecting as if bound by an invisible force, leaving them momentarily speechless. An ineffable sense of anticipation enveloped the atmosphere, as if something momentous were on the verge of transpiring. Jiang Lan stood amidst the crowd, her visage pale, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of uncertainty. Taking a deep breath, she finally shattered the silence that enveloped them. "Last night, I encountered an inexplicable occurrence in the bathroom." Her voice was low and tremulous, as if each word bore the weight of immense pressure. "I encountered a mouse," Jiang Lan continued. "At first, I presumed it to be an ordinary rodent, but to my astonishment, it transformed into a high school boy." Her tone was laden with terror and bewilderment, as if recounting a dream so surreal she could scarcely believe it herself. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances as if seeking answers in one another's eyes. Yet Jiang Lan pressed on, unraveling the enigma further. "Moreover, Today I discovered that the students at this school seem to be undergoing transformations between human and demon. No sooner had her words left her lips than the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. A chilling sensation crept up from their feet, tightening around their hearts. They began to murmur among themselves, trying to decipher this riddle. On that night, fraught with uncertainty and peril, each member of the gardening team recognized that they were on the brink of an unprecedented challenge. Lu Jian nodded gently, his gaze revealing profound confusion and astonishment, as if he were reliving that incredible night. I too witnessed it last night. A seemingly ordinary mouse right before my eyes suddenly morphed into a high school boy. His voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a finely honed stone. Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief, her heart racing. In my class, there are also students who have transformed between human and demon. Her voice quivered slightly, clearly shaken by the sudden revelation. Familiar faces of classmates flashed through her mind as she endeavored to discern which among them might be the incarnation of a monster. Zhou Ruoshi inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within her. In my class, there was a student who was a rabbit demon yesterday, yet today has become human. Her tone betrayed incredulity, as if she were grappling to accept this reality. She envisioned that classmate, once adorned with rabbit ears and a tail, now transformed into an ordinary youth. The metamorphosis left her both astonished and perplexed. Lan Zuan furrowed her brow, worry etched across her features. In my class, a boy who was human yesterday has now become a leopard demon. Her voice trembled with fear as she recalled the moment he had abruptly transformed. Had it not been for his identical voice, I would scarcely have believed it, she added, striving to maintain her composure. Following this exchange, the atmosphere within the gardening team grew palpably heavier. They gazed at one another, their eyes brimming with concern and confusion. This parallel world appears to grow increasingly extraordinary. Its inhabitants remain oblivious to what may transpire next, uncertain of how to confront these unexpected transformations. They stand in silence, as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Jiang Lan furrowed her brows, immersed in profound contemplation as she reflected on the myriad experiences since her entry into this realm. Each detail appeared remarkably unusual, as though an enigmatic force were clandestinely orchestrating every occurrence. What perplexed her the most was the primary mission of this narrative: rescuing the individuals within the Heartfelt campus. This task, seemingly straightforward, was fraught with uncertainties and unpredictable variables in its execution. Jiang Lan, everything is truly bizarre. The main quest of the instance is to rescue those within the heart of Love Campus. So, who are we meant to save? In this regard, the vegetable planning team is utterly perplexed. On Wednesday, according to the densely packed schedule, Jiang Lan's first class was assigned to the biology session of Class 2 of the first year. Clutching the textbook she had perused countless times, her steps felt particularly heavy. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows along the campus path, yet Jiang Lan was too preoccupied to appreciate this beautiful sight. As she approached the classroom of Class 2, her pace involuntarily slowed. The vivid image of yesterday's vibrant life, that student who perpetually wore a radiant smile, suddenly extinguished in this world, loomed before her. That scene struck her like a sharp knife, deeply piercing her heart and leaving her with a dull ache. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult within her heart. As she gently pushed open the classroom door, dozens of eyes turned to regard her in unison. Carrying her junior high biology textbook and lesson plan, she ascended the podium. But when her gaze inadvertently fell upon a student in the corner of the classroom, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. In that quiet corner sat a familiar young girl, Li Xunyan, her hair styled in delightful twin braids, adorned with a charming strawberry-themed hairpin. She sat attentively in class, embodying an aura of innocence and beauty, reminiscent of a blooming flower in spring, exuding a subtle fragrance. The strawberry hairpin, with its whimsical charm, resembled a fairy tale princess, compelling one to steal glances. Each gentle nod of her head caused the hairpin to sway, as if adding a vibrant hue to her presence. Li Xunyan was as focused as ever, her eyes fixed on the podium, seemingly intent on etching the teacher's every word into her memory. Her posture was straight, akin to a resilient pine tree standing tall in the mountains. Amidst the clamor of the classroom, she appeared as a serene landscape, drawing Jiang Lan's gaze. Li Xunyan seemed to sense Jiang Lan's attention. She slightly turned her head and bestowed upon her a sweet, innocent smile. That smile was radiant and warm, as if it could dispel all gloom and sorrow. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Lan nearly forgot that the person who had tragically leaped from the teaching building yesterday was, in fact, this very girl who smiled so brilliantly before her. Jiang Lan stared blankly at Li Xunyan before her, a wave of inexplicable bewilderment surging within her. She could not help but begin to doubt whether everything she had witnessed yesterday was merely a figment of her imagination, a cruel yet vivid nightmare. However, as her thoughts began to clear, those harrowing memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Indeed, yesterday after school, she had witnessed the lifeless body of Li Xunyan with her own eyes. She vividly recalled the terror and despair of that moment, the gasps and chaos of the surrounding crowd. Yet now, Li Xunyan appeared completely unaffected by the traumatic events of the previous day, still smiling radiantly, blissfully unconcerned. This left Jiang Lan with an indescribable sense of strangeness and unease. She was at a loss as to how to confront this girl who had seemingly returned from the dead, nor did she know how to navigate the complex emotions swirling within her. So, as the individual who had attempted to leap from the building, did Li Xunyan retain any memories of that fateful act? During a brief interlude, while arranging classroom exercises, Jiang Lan quietly approached Li Xunyan and gently inquired, "Li Xunyan, how did you spend your time after school yesterday afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Li Xunyan slightly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with their usual brightness, and replied, "In response to Teacher Jiang, I went about my day as I typically do. After school, I had my meal in the dining hall, then returned to the dormitory for a shower, and afterward, I went back to the classroom for evening study." Her deskmate and roommate nodded in agreement, their words reinforcing each other, as if the scenes of yesterday were vividly encapsulated within their dialogue. Li Xunyan found herself devoid of any recollection of the moment when she had chosen to leap from the building, seeking to end her life. Those around her were equally oblivious to the event, as if that heart-wrenching instant had never transpired in their lives. Together, they had collectively erased that profoundly poignant anguish from memory. One might ponder whether such a forgetfulness was a benevolent gift from fate or a cruel jest. Jiang Lan endeavored to quell the astonishment within her, striving to maintain a serene expression on her face, merely offering a faint nod. "Indeed, if you say so, then so be it." Her voice concealed profound and intricate emotions. As she pondered the implications of this forgetfulness for Li Xunyan and those surrounding her, was it ultimately a blessing or a curse? The bell signaling the end of class resonated through the empty corridor, yet Jiang Lan's mood felt shrouded in a dense fog, intricate and burdensome. She gradually rose and made her way toward the teacher's office, each step seemingly laden with an immense weight. Li Xunyan, that once familiar name, now felt foreign and distant in Jiang Lan's heart. She found herself ensnared in contemplation. Was Li Xunyan still a person, or had she metamorphosed into some indescribable entity? Should she still regard her as the subject of her primary mission for salvation? In this enigmatic game, who must she ultimately save to discover the path to victory? Jiang Lan's thoughts were entangled like a tangled mass of hemp. She endeavored to untangle them, only to find herself sinking deeper into confusion. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm the tumult within, yet her heavy footsteps betrayed the struggle and uncertainty she felt inside. At last, Jiang Lan arrived before the door of the teacher's office. She stood at the threshold, hesitating for a moment before gently pushing the door open. As Jiang Lan had just settled at her desk, the voice of the middle school's academic director reached her ears. "Teacher Jiang, you have finally returned. I was just about to seek you out." The director's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Jiang Lan lifted her head, momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. The stern director, who was supposed to be clad in a crisp suit with a serious demeanor, had transformed into a tawny cheetah, standing there with its piercing gaze fixed upon her. Jiang Lan was taken aback, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, casually responding, "Director, what brings you to seek me?" Though her voice was steady, a tempest of thoughts swirled within her. The nature of this alternate realm had grown increasingly peculiar, compelling her to remain ever vigilant in the face of unforeseen upheavals. Nevertheless, she resolved to persevere, determined to navigate through the challenges ahead. The director's brow furrowed slightly, as if probing for the truths veiled within her words. "I have heard that yesterday's class witnessed quite a tumult, with intense disputes erupting among the students of one particular class, nearly culminating in a brawl within the classroom." Jiang Lan Genli note that, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. "Indeed, Director. It is Xiongong and Lu Shang from Class 5 of the 3rd grade. For some unknown reason, these two children have been embroiled in incessant disputes over trivial matters these past few days." The director's sharp gaze instantly transformed, becoming as piercing as that of a hawk. Fixed intently upon Jiang Lan. "In our school's premises, any form of fighting or brawling is unequivocally prohibited. To prevent their quarrel from escalating further, Teacher Jiang, I implore you to summon them to the faculty office at once. I must personally address this matter and provide them with guidance." Although his tone remained calm, it exuded an undeniable authority that was impossible to resist. Jiang Lan understood that the director was upholding the school's discipline and order, and she had no grounds to refuse. Thus, she nodded, turned, and exited the office, preparing to locate the two unruly students. Jiang Lan entered the classroom of the 3rd year, Class 5, her gaze weaving through the crowd until it finally settled upon Xiongong and Lu Shang. She nodded slightly, signaling them to follow her. The two exchanged a glance and promptly rose from their seats, making their way towards Jiang Lan. Their figures appeared particularly vivid under the sunlight. Xiongong, with a robust physique and a complexion reminiscent of deep autumn's palm, exuded a sense of steadiness and strength, whereas Lu Shang, adorned with a pair of glasses, embodied the essence of a refined scholar, radiating an air of literary elegance. Jiang Lan guided the two young students through the bustling corridors, ultimately arriving at the teacher's office. Throughout their journey, the trio exchanged few words, yet the atmosphere was palpably charged. The voice of the headmaster resonated with a hint of gravity as he turned his gaze towards the two students. "According to Teacher Zhang's report, you two have been embroiled in frequent disputes over the past few days. I would like you to elucidate the underlying reasons for your quarrels." Xiongong and Lu Shang exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a silent accord. In unison, they replied, "We have not been arguing. We were merely engaged in a spirited discussion. Teacher Jiang may have misconstrued our interaction." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, nearly succumbing to laughter at the antics of the two youngsters. She could not restrain herself from retorting, "You two should cease your nonsense. Who engages in a discussion by banging on tables and brandishing chairs? The commotion from your quarrel is so loud, it seems you are on the verge of a brawl. The head of the teaching department is already aware of this matter, which is why I was instructed to summon you both to the faculty office for clarification." Hearing Jiang Lan's words, both Xiongong and Lu Shang felt a twinge of anxiety, yet they endeavored to maintain their composure, seeking to continue their defense. Jiang Lan cast a piercing gaze in return. Xiongong and Lu Shang, feeling a sudden pang of guilt, lowered their heads in defeat, abandoning any pretense of defense. Observing this, the director of instruction abruptly opened his drawer and handed Jiang Lan a sheet of paper. Jiang Lan, in a state of perplexity, accepted the paper and discovered it contained the supplementary regulations for intern teachers. The document included the stipulation: when students engage in quarrels, the homeroom teacher must be notified. This prompted her to recall the 5th rule of the intern teacher guidelines, which stated that during class, one need not intervene in student disputes. This juxtaposition left her feeling bewildered and somewhat conflicted, as she distinctly remembered the 5th rule. Yet now, these two regulations stood before her in stark contrast, resembling a silent confrontation that ensnared her in a dilemma. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult within her. She understood that within this scenario, it was imperative to maintain composure and rationality. She began to ponder the significance behind these two rules, striving to uncover their commonalities or a potential resolution. After a period of contemplation, Jiang Lan finally attained some insights. She realized that rules are not immutable. They may transform due to varying circumstances and contexts. The two rules seemed to be in conflict, and through comparison, Jiang Lan ultimately discerned that some rules may not necessarily embody the truth. Supplementary Rule 2. A person may not necessarily be a person. Supplementary Rule 3. Exercise caution when encountering beings in a non-human state. Prioritize safety. Supplementary Rule 3 loomed over Jiang Lan like an invisible sword, causing her to shiver involuntarily. This rule, though succinct, was imbued with an unsettling sense of the unknown, akin to an invisible warning, reminding her that not all entities in this realm are as she had come to know them. Jiang Lan yinan deeply, striving to calm the tumult within her heart. She scrutinized the rule once more, each word bearing a weight so heavy it rendered her breathless. Upon lifting her gaze, the sight before her struck terror into her very soul. The principal, resembling a leopard, fixed a piercing gaze upon her, as if able to penetrate the depths of her fear and unease. With a slight tilt of its head and a barely discernible smirk, the expression sent a chill surging from her feet, ascending directly to her heart. Jiang Lan instinctively retreated a few steps, striving to escape the suffocating atmosphere. However, Director Cheetah appeared resolute in his pursuit, slowly advancing towards her, each step resonating upon Jiang Lan's heartstrings, inducing waves of trepidation within her. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged from Jiang Lan's spine to her heart, sending shivers down her spine. Her heartbeat quickened abruptly, as if ensnared by an invisible force, leaving her unable to break free. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within her. Yet, that icy sensation slithered through her soul like a cunning serpent, making it impossible for her to disregard. Jiang Lan then picked up the textbooks and lesson plans for the next class and made her way to the classroom in advance. Coincidentally, this class was for the 9th grade, Class 5. She walked briskly toward the classroom, striving to avoid dwelling on the unsettling thoughts. As she pushed open the door to the 9th grade, Class 5, a cacophony of voices flooded her ears. The students were engrossed in an animated discussion, completely oblivious to her arrival. Jiang Lan stood on the podium, surveying the classroom with a sweeping gaze. Jiang Lan stood upon the 3-foot podium, her hands gracefully resting upon its surface, her gaze piercing as it swept across the lively classroom. The students were engaged in hushed conversations, their murmurs filling the air. Yet, wherever her eyes landed, an immediate silence ensued, as if an invisible force had quelled their chatter. At that moment, the school bell rang abruptly, slicing through the commotion with an undeniable authority that reverberated in every corner of the room. Under the bell's insistence, Xiongong and Lu Shang entered Class 5 of the 3rd year, one with a scowl and the other with an unmistakable look of displeasure. Xiongong was robust, his face adorned with a hint of defiance, while Lu Shang appeared tall, slender, and astute. The moment they stepped inside, it was as if two opposing currents of air collided within the classroom. Hardly had they taken their seats when a dispute erupted over their places. "Why are you sitting in my spot?" Xiongong glared, his eyes wide with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Shang. "Who claims this is your spot? Is your name written here?" Lu Shang retorted defiantly. The two exchanged heated words, their voices escalating in volume, drawing the attention of their classmates, who were eager to witness this verbal skirmish unfold, each unwilling to concede an inch. Jiang Lan quietly observed the unfolding events, refraining from intervening immediately. However, as time passed, the altercation between the two individuals escalated, culminating in physical shoving. Witnessing this, Jiang Lan could no longer remain a passive bystander. Jiang Lan recalled the supplementary rules for intern teachers, and so she turned to the class monitor, commanding with a resolute tone. "Monitor, please inform the homeroom teacher that Xiongong and Lu Shang have engaged in a serious dispute in class. Kindly ask him to address the matter promptly." The monitor furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the homeroom teacher's temperament, Once apprised of the situation, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and swiftly exited the classroom. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Lan had never encountered the homeroom teacher of Class 3-5. In truth, she had never truly interacted with that instructor, a circumstance intricately connected to the Love Campus Middle School's educational building. The building loomed large and labyrinthine, akin to a maze. Each floor was expansive and elongated, with dozens of classrooms lining the corridors, while 2 middle school teachers' offices were cleverly concealed amidst this multitude. This arrangement ensured both the tranquility and privacy necessary for the teacher's work, while allowing students to savor a unique campus ambience as they traversed between classes. However, due to the building's ingenious and complex layout, Jiang Lan, despite traversing this area daily, had never had the opportunity to step into the other enigmatic office. She had only glimpsed the busy figures and mountains of assignments through the slightly ajar door as she passed by, yet had never truly seen the homeroom teacher of Class 3-5. Thus, in Jiang Lan's mind, that teacher remained an indistinct and mysterious presence. She was unaware of the teacher's appearance, personality, or the dynamics he shared with the students. The monitor crossed the corridor and arrived at another middle school office. He knocked on the door and, after a brief wait, entered. The homeroom teacher sat at his desk, brow furrowed, seemingly engrossed in a matter of great importance. The monitor took a deep breath, approached the teacher, and relayed Jiang Lan's message. Upon hearing this, the teacher's expression darkened instantly. He rose swiftly and exited the office, striding purposefully toward the classroom. The monitor watched the teacher's departing figure, feeling a twinge of apprehension. A storm was likely to ensue in the classroom. Shortly thereafter, the monitor's figure appeared hastily at the classroom door, his eyes betraying a subtle tension. Following closely behind was a formidable presence, the homeroom teacher. This scene took Jiang Lan by surprise, for she had anticipated the homeroom teacher to resemble an ordinary human. Instead, what stood before her was a fearsome lion-like figure. The teacher's robust physique, marked by well-defined muscles, exuded an aura of boundless strength. His rugged facial features were complemented by piercing eyes that seemed capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. His hair was thick and smooth, shimmering with a unique golden sheen, imparting an air of both authority and mystery. He donned a sharply tailored black suit, the collar slightly open to reveal his powerful chest beneath. His strides were measured and powerful, each step seemingly leaving a profound imprint upon the ground. His presence rendered the entire classroom enveloped in an eerie silence, an atmosphere thick with solemnity and tension. The class monitor appeared to harbor a certain trepidation towards the homeroom teacher, cautiously leading him into the classroom. His pace noticeably quickened, as if attempting to flee from the stifling aura. The homeroom teacher, in a fearsome state resembling a lion demon, immediately unleashed a ferocious assault upon Xiong Ong and Lu Shang, causing the entire class to transform into a model of obedience, quiet as a mouse. Suddenly, the figure of the homeroom teacher appeared at the doorway, but he was no longer the familiar visage known to the students. Instead, he had metamorphosed into a majestic lion demon. Its mane billowed wildly in the wind, and its piercing eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, akin to a beast that had just emerged from the depths of the mountains. Upon the entrance of the lion demon teacher, it charged toward Xiongong and Lu Shang with the force of a tempest. Before they could even process the situation, they were struck fiercely by its razor-sharp claws, blood spurting forth as they collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. The sight left the rest of the students pale-faced and paralyzed with fear, as if their very heartbeats had ceased. In that moment, the health committee member rushed forward, each taking one of the injured Xiong Ong and Lu Shang, carefully escorting them to the school infirmary. Though their steps were unsteady, their eyes were filled with terror and confusion. Jiang Lan stood amidst the crowd, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A wave of unprecedented astonishment surged within her. For the first time, she grasped the profound significance of exercising caution and prioritizing safety as outlined in Rule 3. It became evident that this alternate world was rife with hidden perils and terror. Henceforth, Jiang Lan resolved to adopt a more vigilant demeanor, consistently mindful of her words and actions. In this realm, brimming with enchantment and danger, only by maintaining unwavering alertness and prudence could one hope to survive. After class, Jiang Lan ambled forward with heavy steps, as though burdened by the weight of the world, gradually making her way to the teacher's office. Upon reaching the threshold, she paused, inhaling deeply in an attempt to cast aside her fatigue and oppressive emotions. Summoning every ounce of her spirit, the scene within the teacher's office presented yet another trial. She was to contend with the hawkish demeanor of the headmaster, necessitating utmost caution. Jiang Lan adjusted her mindset and gently tapped on the office door. A deep and powerful voice from within responded, "Come in." Jiang Lan's heart raced like a deer frantically leaping through a dense forest, so tense that it felt as though it might burst from her chest. She inhaled deeply, the fresh air seemingly calming her restless emotions just a fraction. Gently, she grasped the doorknob, its metallic texture cold and unyielding, mirroring her current state of mind. With determination, she pushed open the door to the teacher's office, the panel creaking softly as it swung inward. The scene before her momentarily stunned her. The principal had transformed from a fierce predator back into a human. He sat quietly at his desk, his posture tall and graceful, resembling a gentleman who had stepped forth from a classical oil painting. A gentle smile graced his face, and the once sharp, hawk-like glint in his eyes now appeared soft and profound. His attire was impeccably neat, a meticulously tailored suit that conveyed his diligence and composure. Jiang Lan stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily at a loss for words. She could hardly comprehend that this stern and exacting headmaster, who was typically so demanding of them, could also possess such a tranquil demeanor. She felt somewhat disoriented, as if ensconced in a dream. "Ms. Jiang, you have returned." The headmaster's voice resonated, deep and powerful, each word meticulously polished like a stone, striking at Jiang Lan's heart. He sat poised at his desk, his gaze piercing, seemingly able to see through everything and reach into the very depths of one's soul. Standing before him, Jiang Lan felt as though every gesture and expression of hers was magnified, leaving her nowhere to hide. "Indeed, Headmaster," Jiang Lan endeavored to keep her voice steady and confident, aware that this was not the moment for any retreat or hesitation. Unexpectedly, the headmaster's voice thundered forth, imbued with unmistakable joy and praise, instantly filling the office. He beamed, as if a gentle spring breeze had swept across desolate lands, awakening life anew. His smile radiated like the rising sun, warm and brilliant, illuminating the entire space. "Ms. Jiang, well done." The headmaster's voice rang out like a resounding bell, reverberating within the hearts of all present. His eyes brimmed with admiration and recognition, as if witnessing a dazzling new star ascending in the educational firmament. This incident involving the students' altercation was handled commendably, he continued, his tone laden with appreciation for Jiang Lan. Each word, each sentence fell like boulders into a lake, creating ripples that stirred the soul. After discussion, the school has unanimously decided to promote you to a formal teacher. His proclamation echoed like thunder, reverberating endlessly within the teacher's office. This news surged like a torrent, sweeping through the entire faculty room, leaving everyone in awe. The entire office seemed enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilation and celebration, every corner filled with laughter and cheer. In stark contrast to the joyous, light-hearted ambience of the teacher's office, however, was the weighty and bewildered feeling that enveloped Jiang Lan's heart. In this moment of elation, her mind was relentlessly plagued by the haunting images of the two students, bloodied and bruised, being rushed to the infirmary. Their cries of anguish, the terror in their eyes, and the shocking scars upon their bodies left Jiang Lan utterly confounded by her impending promotion. In a moment of astonishment, Jiang Lan received a formal teacher's handbook from the director of education. Jiang Lan hastily took over the document and discovered it was a formal set of teacher regulations. The 10 peculiar edicts read as follows. 1. One must obey all commands issued by the principal. 2. It is mandatory to carry an identification badge at all times. Failure to do so will result in imprisonment by security personnel. 3. Consumption of food from the campus is obligatory. For one must disregard anything witnessed. 5. Any terrifying occurrences within the school must be dismissed as mere nightmares. 6. No matter what transpires in the classroom, lessons cannot be interrupted for more than 10 minutes. 7. The first rule is of paramount importance. 8. Always remember the first rule. 9. It is essential to keep the first rule in mind. 10. Official faculty members have the authority to access students' records. What an absurd set of regulations. At first glance, these 10 rules appear utterly bizarre, as if they were cobbled together from another dimension. However, Jiang Lan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the 10th rule, which shone like a brilliant star, illuminating a fissure in the endless darkness and allowing a glimmer of light to seep through. A surge of tumultuous excitement welled up within Jiang Lan, akin to a key that unlocks a new realm. Once she becomes a formal teacher, she will gain access to her sister's student records, the very identity her character embodies within the game. This signifies that she will have the opportunity to delve into her sister's past, enabling her to seek out her sister's whereabouts. Jiang Lan envisioned those long-forgotten files, perhaps chronicling her sister's joys and sorrows, or potentially unveiling another hidden facet of the campus. In due course, those words and photographs would serve as clues for her to comprehend her sister more deeply, enabling her to draw closer to the elusive truths of the campus she had long yearned to uncover. Jiang Lan's breath quickened as she felt herself stepping onto a new threshold, moving forward towards a palace known as the Answer. During lunch, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the identity badge she had worn consistently at her chest. Originally, the badge bore the inscription Intern Teacher, a symbol of her nascent journey at this institution. Yet, at this moment, those 4 characters had inexplicably vanished, replaced by the designation Certified Teacher, the letters bold and resplendent, as if proclaiming a brand new beginning. It appeared that the information on this badge would synchronize with the experiences of the bearer. Clearly, this seemingly ordinary identity badge concealed secrets yet to be revealed. Jiang Lan has never forgotten the purpose of her enrollment, to investigate her sister's whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity during the Wednesday afternoon break and the first class of the day, she hurriedly made her way to the library building of the loving campus. The library towered majestically, reaching towards the heavens, resembling a colossal bastion of knowledge that instilled a sense of solemnity. This 6-story edifice was spacious and luminous on each floor, akin to sanctuaries of wisdom, inviting those eager for enlightenment to explore. Upon entering the library, one was immediately greeted by rows of meticulously arranged bookshelves, laden with an array of captivating volumes. Classics from both Eastern and Western literature, contemporary works, and an assortment of genres were all present, resembling treasure troves of knowledge awaiting discovery. Each floor was organized according to distinct classifications, facilitating easy navigation for readers. Certain levels were dedicated to housing timeless literary masterpieces, immersing visitors in a sea of literature. Others brimmed with popular science texts, propelling inquisitive minds along the path of scientific exploration, while additional floors concentrated on history, philosophy, and other intellectual realms, offering inspiration for those pondering the intricacies of life. The atmosphere within the library was invariably tranquil and dignified, occasionally interrupted by the rustle of turning pages and the soft patter of footsteps. Readers could be found either engrossed at study tables or meticulously selecting tomes from the shelves, each person enveloped in the world of literature, relishing the baptism of knowledge. According to the floor indicators, the student records were located on the 6th floor. Jiang Lan took a deep breath and ascended the staircase leading to the 6th floor. Though her steps were resolute, her heart brimmed with trepidation. This primary task was far from simple. It was merely the first step in her investigation, and she had to successfully obtain her sister's student records. Upon finally reaching the 6th floor, it felt as if she had entered an entirely new realm. The ambience was eerily quiet. At the entrance stood 8 library administrators, statuesque in their demeanor, their vigilant gazes safeguarding every secret within. Just then, a deep voice shattered the silence. One of the librarians slowly lifted her head, revealing sharp eyes beneath heavy lids. With an air of impatience, she scrutinized Jiang Lan, her tone tinged with indifference. Only formal teachers are permitted to access student records. Where is your identification badge? Present it to me. In the dimly lit yet solemn library. The administrator's piercing gaze examined her, as if intent on dissecting her from head to toe. Jiang Lan hastily produced her identification badge and presented it to her. The librarian accepted the badge and scrutinized Jiang Lan closely. Gradually, her furrowed brow relaxed, and the fierce glint in her eyes dissipated. She nodded and returned the badge to Jiang Lan, saying, "Very well, you may enter. However, remember not to disturb any other files. Only examine the one you require." Then, the librarian gestured towards the electronic surveillance door behind her, her tone imbued with a measure of seriousness and caution. "That is our library's newly installed facial recognition door. To ensure the privacy of the students within, we have specifically implemented this technology. You must now align your face with the camera. The system will automatically compare it to the identification badge you just submitted. If the information matches, the door will open automatically." Upon hearing this, a surge of intense curiosity welled up in Jiang Lan, compelling her to inquire, "But what if it does not match? What then?" Her voice carried a hint of exploration and anticipation, as though she awaited the unveiling of a mysterious riddle. The librarian, who had initially seemed disengaged, as if lost in an endless sea of books, suddenly snapped to attention, her eyelids wide open as if jolted by an electric shock. Her pupils gleaming with a fierce intensity. She exclaimed in a commanding tone, "Should you dare to act in such a manner, you will face dreadful consequences. You will be regarded as an irreconcilable enemy of our cherished campus, relentlessly pursued by the entire institution until the very end of your days." Her voice resonated with an undeniable authority, sweeping through the library like a chilling gale, leaving an unsettling sense of dread in its wake. Jiang Lan took a deep breath and softly murmured, "I am merely inquiring." She stood before the cold electronic surveillance door, slightly lifting her head to ensure her visage was clearly captured by the camera. The electronic surveillance door emitted a mechanical sound identical to that of the system. Identity confirmed. Access granted. Jiang Lan walked slowly into the student records area, where an enveloping silence prevailed, punctuated solely by the echo of her own footsteps. Guided by the meticulous index and clear signage within the library, she navigated through rows of neatly arranged filing cabinets. After an exhaustive search, she finally located her sister's student file. With a sense of trepidation, she opened the dossier. 101. The impulsive intern teacher. Rule creepypasta. 12. Jiang Lan eagerly opened the file, only to be met with a sense of disappointment. The contents within were unremarkable, even appearing somewhat fabricated, starkly contrasting with her expectations. A frown creased her brow as an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. Despite her earnest efforts to access the library's archives, she had uncovered nothing of significance. Jiang Lan's mood mirrored a sky shrouded in dark clouds, heavy and oppressive. With a resigned sigh, she closed her sister's file and delicately returned it to its place, each movement betraying her frustration and helplessness. Her gaze lingered on the shelves, as if still searching for a glimmer of hope. Yet ultimately, she had to confront the harshness of reality. Rising slowly, she made her way out of the archive room, each step seemingly burdened by an immense weight. The corridor's lighting cast a lonely silhouette of her figure, amplifying her solitude. Her spirits sank further with the heaviness of her footsteps, as if the entire world conspired against her. Upon returning to the teacher's office, Jiang Lan sat quietly at her desk, her gaze hollow as she stared out the window. Outside, the sky was obscured by clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the earth, as if it too sighed in sympathy for her plight. Her mood mirrored the overcast sky, dark and heavy. Inside the office, the cold, pallid light filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows across the wooden desk, creating an atmosphere both eerie and unsettling. The sounds of her colleagues' conversations and laughter echoed around her, yet they felt as if they belonged to another world. She found herself unable to engage, lost in her own thoughts. She pondered the mysterious disappearance of her sister, the character she was meant to embody, and lamented her lack of discoveries since arriving on campus, her heart brimming with bitterness. Nevertheless, Jiang Lan was resolute in her determination. On one hand, she yearned to locate her missing sister. On the other, she suspected that this file was merely the tip of the iceberg, with the true secrets concealed deeper within. To unravel this peculiar narrative, her sister's enigmatic disappearance surely represented a worthy avenue for exploration, and she was determined to continue her investigation until the truth was uncovered. Just then, a hurried set of footsteps shattered the stillness of the office. Jiang Lan lifted her head to see teacher Shui Lan, the Narcissus goddess, hastily entering, his expression composed despite his brisk pace. Teacher Shui Lan, or the Narcissus goddess, took a seat at Jiang Lan's desk, holding a lesson plan, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Jiang Lan, who sat across from him. Jiang Lan is typically brimming with vitality and enthusiasm, yet today she appears somewhat altered. She sits there, enveloped in gloom, her brows furrowed, and an air of anxiety flickering in her gaze. Upon noticing this, Shui Lan feels a stir in his heart and resolves to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. He rises from his seat, approaches Jiang Lan, and, feigning an air of mystery, exclaims, "Jiang Lan, do you know? I just heard a colossal piece of news." Jiang Lan remained acutely aware of her character's identity. Teacher Shui Lan was her fiancé in the narrative. She lifted her head, forcing out a faint smile, and inquired, "What momentous news could possibly excite you so?" Shui Lan deliberately created suspense, responding, "This news pertains to you, you know. Would you like to find out?" Jiang Lan shook her head and said, "I'm not in a good mood right now, so please stop teasing me." Shui Lan, fighting a saga zestet tada. The news is Jiang Lan is my fiancée. As she spoke, mischief and joy sparkled in Shui Lan's eyes, eagerly observing Jiang Lan's reaction. In response, there was only Jiang Lan's profound silence, which enveloped the space in an unexpected stillness, the air thick with an indescribable tension and anticipation. Unable to resist, he attempted to break the stalemate. "Jiang Lan, do you find what I just said amusing?" His voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with an almost imperceptible nervousness. Yet, Jiang Lan remained unresponsive. Her gaze was deep and intricate, as if concealing an unknown realm, rendering her innermost thoughts inscrutable. Not a hint of a smile graced her face. Her expression was devoid of emotion, her lips tightly pressed together. He felt a sense of frustration and confusion. "Jiang Lan, what's wrong?" He could not help but inquire again, his voice laced with concern and urgency. This time, Jiang Lan finally reacted. She slowly lifted her head to meet his gaze, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. Then, she softly spoke, her voice low, "I'm fine." As the day's classes came to an end, the moonlight streamed through the dormitory window, casting its glow upon Jiang Lan's bed, imbuing the somewhat desolate space with an air of mystery and tranquility. The bustling activities and explorations of the past 3 days had caused Jiang Lan to nearly lose track of time, and it was only now that she suddenly realized she had almost overlooked something of paramount importance: the upgrading of the essential item, the Seed of Hope. Jiang Lan abruptly rose to her feet, a surge of urgency coursing through her. In this realm teeming with uncertainty and peril, every minute detail could spell the difference between life and death. The Seed of Hope, one of her most treasured artifacts, held a power intrinsically linked to her survival and triumph. She swiftly accessed the system interface, her gaze darting across the screen before finally resting upon the icon of the Seed of Hope. Taking a deep breath, she promptly expended 888 points to upgrade the seed. Item name: Seed of Hope. Item type: life-preserving artifact. Item level: Level 4. Nature's Breeze. Upgrading item description: this is a life-preserving artifact known as the Seed of Hope, currently at level 4 in the process of upgrading. Upgrade method: the artifact is undergoing an upgrade, requiring regular watering, meticulous nurturing, and patient waiting for the right moment to succeed in its evolution. On Thursday, Jiang Lan's first class was a biology laboratory session. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The laboratory, nestled within the enigmatic and exploratory ambience of the science building, was abuzz with anticipation. Students could hardly contain their excitement. arriving early at the laboratory door, eager to step into the uncharted biological realm. Each student radiated vigor and curiosity. At that moment, Jiang Lan entered their line of sight. Clad in a simple yet elegant white lab coat, she carried a box brimming with various experimental apparatus, her steps light yet resolute. Jiang Lan approached the doorway of the classroom, offering a warm smile and a nod to the students, signaling them to enter. The students eagerly surged into the room, hastily finding their respective seats. The biology laboratory was adorned with neatly arranged workstations and an array of intricate instruments, while the faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, evoking a sense of cleanliness and professionalism. Jiang Lan approached the podium, setting down the box in her hands, and began to introduce the day's experimental content. Her words were clear and captivating, drawing the audience in with great interest. The students listened intently, eager not to miss a single detail. As Jiang Lan elaborated, the students gradually immersed themselves in the realm of biological experimentation. They commenced their practical work, cautiously extracting the experimental apparatus and following Jiang Lan's guidance. The laboratory buzzed with a diligent and orderly atmosphere, just as Jiang Lan, brimming with confidence, believed this lesson would unfold as calmly and smoothly as usual. An unforeseen circumstance abruptly shattered the tranquility of the classroom. In the last row of the laboratory sat a boy, typically shy and curious, who was now wholly engrossed in the biological experiment. He carefully manipulated the microscope, striving to uncover the mysteries of the microscopic world. However, fate often delights in playing absurd tricks. In his concentration, he inadvertently sliced his finger on a sharp blade. Blood immediately gushed forth, staining his fingertip crimson. The student gasped, instinctively attempting to cover the wound, but it was already too late. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, and the previously quiet classmate beside him, a creature of peculiar nature, suddenly caught a whiff of it. Its eyes turned a fierce red, and its primal instincts were unleashed in that instant. With a thunderous roar, echoing with wildness and madness, it sprang to its feet. The entire class, including Jiang Lan, was paralyzed with shock at this unexpected turn of events. From her position at the podium, Jiang Lan watched in horror as the creature lunged at the boy who had cut his finger, moving with the speed of lightning across the classroom. Amidst the terrified screams of the onlookers, the creature pounced on the boy, opening its gaping maw and aiming for his eye. Blood splattered, accompanied by the boy's heart-wrenching shrieks, and the classroom descended into a hellish nightmare. Yet the creature seemed unsatisfied. It extended its vicious claws and ruthlessly tore off the boy's ear. A profound silence fell over the classroom, broken only by the sound of the creature feasting and the boy's feeble whimpers. This scene was far too brutal and gory, rendering it unbearable to witness. Jiang Lan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, while fear and anxiety surged within her like a tidal wave. She struggled to maintain her composure, knowing she must act swiftly, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Lan's heart sank abruptly as she rushed forward, desperately pressing her hands against the gaping wound of the injured boy, striving to staunch the torrent of blood that gushed forth. Her eyes brimmed with anxiety and terror, as if she were witnessing the fleeting passage of life itself. She called out loudly to her classmates nearby, urging them to come and assist. With collective effort, they swiftly lifted the boy onto a stretcher and hurried him to the school infirmary. Inside the infirmary, a kind and gentle school doctor welcomed the boy with a warm smile. He meticulously examined the boy's injuries while reassuring Jiang Lan not to worry excessively. Yet, Jiang Lan's heart remained suspended in uncertainty. She did not return to the classroom, but stayed in the infirmary, fixated on the doctor's every move, fearing she might miss any detail regarding the boy's life. After a series of frantic resuscitation efforts, the doctor ultimately shook his head with resignation, informing Jiang Lan that the boy had succumbed due to excessive blood loss. Jiang Lan gazed in disbelief at the boy's body, now growing cold. The news struck her like a heavy blow, reverberating painfully in her heart. She stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend her ears. That vibrant life had simply faded away before her very eyes. Jiang Lan emerged from the infirmary, her spirit in disarray, her steps heavy and languid. Her mind was a void, as if stripped of the capacity for thought. She mechanically returned to the faculty office, only to find that her colleagues were utterly indifferent to the tragedy that had just unfolded. They continued to engage in lighthearted banter, discussing various pedagogical topics and strategies to enhance academic performance, as though the passing of that young soul bore no relevance to their lives. A surge of inexplicable anger and sorrow welled up within Jiang Lan. She found it incomprehensible how these individuals could so callously disregard the passing of a life. Silently, she sat at her desk, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. The untimely demise of this shy, innocent youth would forever remain a wound in her heart. At that moment, the director of education entered the office and, upon seeing Jiang Lan, berated her sharply. "Teacher Jiang, what is the matter with you? How can you leave the classroom at such a time? You should always prioritize the academic success rate. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you a single warning. But remember, the student's grades and the success rate are our most paramount responsibilities." As Jiang Lan listened to the reprimands of the director of education, the sorrow and indignation within her erupted like a volcano. She abruptly rose to her feet and retorted loudly. "While the enrollment rate is undoubtedly significant, do the lives of students not hold equal weight? Should we, as educators, not prioritize the safety of our students above all else?" As her words resonated, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the office. The other teachers cast her peculiar glances, while the director's countenance darkened, his brows furrowed, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. A flicker of wrath ignited in his eyes, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Jiang Lan, however, appeared oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding her. Her heart was solely occupied with the memory of that innocent life lost. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails embedding deeply into her flesh. Yet she remained impervious to the pain. A resolute light flickered in her eyes, as if proclaiming, "No matter what, I shall seek justice for that child." How would the school address the feral student's actions? Though her voice was soft, it resonated with an undeniable strength, ensuring that every individual present heard her clearly. The director of education momentarily faltered, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Lan's forthrightness in posing such a question. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and then replied coolly, "This matter does not concern you, Teacher Jiang. You need only focus on your classes and fulfill your duties." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback. A profound sense of despondency surged within her, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her from head to toe. Reluctant to surrender so easily, she found herself at a loss for how to persevere. A flicker of confusion and helplessness crossed her eyes. Yet what predominated was a resolute determination and unwavering dedication. At that moment, a teacher dressed as a black cat approached Jiang Lan. Clad in a blue dress and adorned with a blue hair ribbon, the black cat teacher gently consoled her, saying meow. The school infirmary is renowned for its exceptional medical skills, and these students possess remarkable recuperative abilities. Teacher Jiang, you need not worry excessively. Meow. Jiang Lan pondered. The student is already deceased. How can one restore him? Why does everyone remain indifferent? From morning until dusk on Thursday, Jiang Lan felt utterly lost. Her steps heavy and her gaze perpetually vacant, as though she had lost her very soul, enduring each day as if it were an eternity. She could not shake the haunting memory of that scene. This morning, she had witnessed the vibrant life of a young boy extinguished before her eyes. As the evening study session approached, Jiang Lan patrolled the corridor, burdened by her sorrow, just as she had done in times past. She endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Yet the image of the deceased boy lingered relentlessly in her mind. She attempted to divert her attention through her duties, but no matter her efforts, the scene clung to her like a nightmare specter. However, just when she believed everything had come to a close, an astonishing event unfolded. As she passed a familiar classroom, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the boy's desk. She froze in disbelief upon seeing the very boy who had perished that morning, now seated at his desk, engrossed in his studies as if nothing had occurred. Jiang Lan's heart raced instantaneously, and she could scarcely believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and glanced again at that seat, yet the young man remained seated there, his figure distinctly illuminated by the light. Jiang Lan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She was at a loss to comprehend the situation. She stood there, immobilized for what felt like an eternity. In Jiang Lan's mind, she recalled the comforting words of Teacher Black Cat. The school infirmary has always been renowned for its exceptional medical skills, and these students possess remarkable recuperative abilities. Jiang Lan's reason teetered on the brink of madness. Could it truly be so extraordinary? Yet, after studying medicine for several years, she had never witnessed such a miraculous recovery. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She needed to unravel the mystery of the situation at hand. With each step toward the classroom, she felt an overwhelming weight. Upon reaching the threshold, she paused, inhaled deeply once more, and then gently pushed open the door to the classroom. Jiang Lan stepped forward with a concerned expression and inquired, "Dear classmate, how is your health? Is everything all right? If you feel unwell, please do not hesitate to inform the teacher. Do not push yourself." Upon hearing this, the youth revealed a shy smile, softly replying, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang, for your concern. I merely had a high fever and cold for a day, but my fever has subsided and my condition is now stable. I do not wish to let this minor ailment disrupt my studies, so I still wish to return and attend evening self-study, striving not to fall behind on today's lessons." After his revival, the memories of his own death transformed into mere recollections of a cold and fever. Jiang Lan instinctively glanced around, only to find that the other students appeared unfazed, their faces devoid of expression, accustomed to the scene, all enveloped in silence. Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback, as the image of Li Xunyan involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That Li Xunyan, who had publicly jumped to her death, miraculously resurrected the following day, only to find her memories of the leap entirely erased and replaced by other recollections. A strange premonition surged within her. Could it be that this student had also undergone a similarly extraordinary experience of death and resurrection, subsequently obscuring memories associated with their demise with different recollections? Jiang Lan took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult of astonishment and uncertainty within her. This scenario proved far more intricate than any she had previously encountered. In the affectionate campus, the bizarre phenomenon of transformations between humans and demons was already sufficiently incredible, yet now there emerged the eerie miracle of resurrection after death. She couldn't help but ponder whether this young man was indeed the one she was meant to rescue in the main storyline. If so, how was she to confront such an extraordinary circumstance and successfully navigate through it? Jiang Lan understood profoundly that she must maintain her composure and rationality in order to survive in this realm fraught with uncertainty and peril. She resolved to meticulously observe the circumstances surrounding the young boy, seeking additional clues and evidence to better navigate the challenges that lay ahead. The phenomenon of a student returning from the dead, yet bereft of memories, presented itself as a novel focal point for investigation. Throughout the evening study session, Jiang Lan was consumed by a myriad of questions. It was not until the bell signaling the intermission rang that she hurriedly made her way back to the teacher's office. Jiang Lan approached Teacher Black Cat with a sense of urgency in her voice. "This morning a student died, and then suddenly came back to life tonight. What on earth is happening?" Teacher Black Cat lifted its head, its profound blue eyes seemingly capable of perceiving everything. It gently swayed its tail. Rather than directly addressing this intricate question, Teacher Black Cat cryptically remarked, "Meow, Teacher Jiang, if you're truly eager to uncover the reason, you may consult the school library for the historical records. That is all I have to say, Meow." As night fell, the Love Campus Library had already closed its doors. Regardless of Jiang Lan's intense curiosity regarding this matter, she could only suppress her yearning deep within, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. On Friday morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the walls of the Love Campus Library. Jiang Lan arrived at the Heartfelt Campus Library to peruse the history of the school. Coincidentally, the school's history was also located on the 6th floor of the library. Jiang Lan ascended to the 6th floor of the library, where she encountered 8 librarians. With familiarity, she produced her identification badge and presented it to one of the librarians. This particular librarian, adorned with a pair of austere black-framed glasses, bore an expression of fierce disapproval, as if Jiang Lan's arrival had caused him to miss out on a fortune. Jiang Lan stood to the side, patiently awaiting the completion of his inspection. The librarian meticulously examined the identification badge, only returning it to Jiang Lan once he had confirmed its authenticity. Jiang Lan accepted the badge and turned towards the electronic surveillance gate, her movements swift and fluid. Before long, the system rendered its verdict, and the door to the 6th-floor archives gradually swung open before her. Without hesitation, Jiang Lan proceeded directly inside. Jiang Lan, guided by the library index, traversed rows of bookshelves and navigated through corridors, ultimately discovering the weighty tome of her school's history nestled in a corner. With utmost care, she opened the book, its text revealing the imprints of time, each page unfolding before her. Initially, the content appeared unremarkable, chronicling the institution's inception, evolution, and transformations. However, upon turning to a page adorned with an illustration, her gaze involuntarily halted. It was a black-and-white photograph depicting the principal from a century ago, a handsome, charismatic middle-aged gentleman, impeccably suited, with a smile that conveyed both dignity and warmth. To her astonishment, the visage of this principal bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait of the current principal hanging within the school, as if time itself had come to a standstill for him. A sense of inexplicable astonishment surged within Jiang Lan as she rubbed her eyes. She meticulously compared the 2 images, ensuring that she had not erred in her observation. How could this be possible? A century had elapsed. How could a person's visage remain utterly unchanged? Was this yet another medical marvel? Her mind brimmed with questions and curiosity, compelling her to continue perusing the school's history in search of further clues. After thoroughly examining the school's historical records, Jiang Lan stumbled upon a particular detail that was only briefly mentioned, yet ignited a profound curiosity within her: the anatomy laboratory of the medical school, nestled within the university's compassionate campus. According to the historical accounts, this anatomy laboratory had existed for several years, even before the formal establishment of the school. This revelation astonished her, for typically, such a pre-existing entity suggests it was a precursor to the entire institution. The anatomy laboratory clearly warranted further investigation. Perhaps it concealed some unknown secrets, or perhaps it held the key to unveiling a significant truth within the school's history. The anatomy laboratory, with its imposing iron door, remained perpetually closed, as if safeguarding some enigmatic secret. The lock on the door stood like a silent sentinel. An unusual atmosphere pervaded the air within the laboratory. It was only when the class bell rang at the medical school that the heavy door would creak open, revealing the inner sanctum of the laboratory. Outside of class hours, the laboratory would only be accessible upon the submission of a study request by medical students. Fortunately, Lan Ziyuan's identity as a medical student granted her the privilege to apply, allowing her the freedom to enter the anatomy laboratory at night. Jiang Lan arrived at the university area and sought out Lan Ziyuan to express her intentions. Lan Ziyuan confidently patted her chest and assured, "Sister Lan, you can rest assured, I will take care of it. I will submit the application for the dissection laboratory's usage tonight and ensure you all get in." The identity card prominently displayed the words medical school student, serving as a golden key in her hand. If she successfully submitted the application and received approval, the dissection laboratory would open its doors to her under the cloak of night, granting her unrestricted access. Aware of the rarity of this opportunity, Lan Ziyuan meticulously prepared the application materials, detailing her research plan and the necessity of utilizing the laboratory. After submitting her application, the hours seemed to stretch endlessly for Lan Ziyuan as she anxiously monitored its progress, fearful of missing any glimmer of hope. Finally, at the end of the day, she received the long-awaited approval notification. In that moment, her heart surged with excitement and joy, as if the word successful passage were beckoning her. As evening descended, the members of the vegetable planting team concluded their various tasks and gathered around a table in a corner of the cafeteria. The warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the windows, enveloping their meal in a comforting tranquility. However, as the steam rose from their dishes, their conversation grew increasingly animated. What do you all think? How should we divide our tasks for the dissection laboratory visit? Team leader Jiang Lan set down her chopsticks, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded them with a serious expression. I think we should first clarify each person's responsibilities before heading to the laboratory. Lu Jian mumbled through a mouthful of food. Indeed, and we must prioritize safety. After all, the dissection laboratory is not a place for frivolity, Lan Ziyuan added, her eyes betraying a mix of nervousness and anticipation. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan and Zhou Ruoshi exchanged hesitant glances before speaking up. We might not be able to join you. What's the matter? Why not? Lu Jian asked, puzzled. Because we are too young and have to attend evening study sessions, Lu Yuanyuan replied softly, a hint of helplessness crossing her face. Yes, we have rules in the junior high that require us to attend evening study, Zhou Ruoshi concurred. Upon hearing this news, the other three fell into a contemplative silence. The dissection laboratory presented a rare opportunity for the vegetable planting team, yet they could not disregard the safety and well-being of Lu Yuanyuan and Zhou Ruoshi, nor the rules governing the student community. After some discussion, they ultimately decided that Lu Yuanyuan and Zhou Ruoshi would remain in junior high for their evening study, while Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, and Lan Ziyuan would proceed to the dissection laboratory. Although tinged with regret, everyone understood this decision was made in the interest of the entire vegetable planting team's safety and welfare. After dinner, the members of the vegetable planting team returned to their respective dormitories. Although Lu Yuanyuan and Zhou Ruoshi felt a tinge of disappointment, they gradually found solace in each other's company. As Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, and Lan Ziyuan began to prepare for the dissection laboratory, they eagerly anticipated the discoveries that awaited them within. The night descended like a heavy drapery, quietly enveloping the tranquil campus. Under the faint glow of the streetlights, the figures of Jiang Lan, Lan Ziyuan, and Lu Jian appeared particularly enigmatic. Clad in pristine white lab coats, Jiang Lan and Lu Jian feigned the roles of medical students, trailing behind Lan Ziyuan as they traversed the lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving at the enigmatic dissection laboratory. The door to the laboratory creaked open, releasing a subtle waft of formaldehyde that compelled one to hold their breath. The dissection laboratory before them was anything but ordinary. Having previously navigated through realms of fantasy and cultivation, Jiang Lan instantly recognized that the laboratory was ensconced in a formation designed to suppress vengeful spirits. The dim, eerie lighting within the laboratory seemed shrouded by an invisible haze, and an inexplicable sense of oppression hung in the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Jiang Lan meticulously scrutinized the layout of the laboratory. The seemingly haphazardly arranged instruments and specimens formed a complex array in her eyes. This formation exuded an eerie aura, as if possessing the power to suppress all vengeful spirits. Jiang Lan could sense the tormented souls, trapped within the array, struggling and howling, yet utterly unable to break free from their restraints. Jiang Lan closed her eyes, immersing herself in the intricate threads of this formation. In her perception, the array resembled an immense spider's web, binding every inch of the laboratory space with unyielding strength. The tormented souls were akin to prey ensnared in the web, unable to escape despite their desperate struggles. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, aware that this formation was not one she could easily unravel. Yet, she also understood that surrendering was not an option. Behind every suppressed spirit lay a tragic tale. She could not allow these souls to continue suffering in this realm. Thus, she commenced her search within the laboratory for a method to break the formation. She meticulously examined each instrument and specimen, striving to uncover any flaws in the array. In the dissection lab, various human specimens stood in solemn array. These specimens were carefully arranged on shelves. Some were fully exposed, their skin a delicate shade of pale gray, with well-defined muscle contours. Others were sliced open, revealing the intricate structure of organs and blood vessels. Bathed in soft light, they seemed to be imbued with a new life, exuding a peculiar beauty. The three individuals, filled with a blend of tension and curiosity, cautiously explored the stillness of the space. The air was thick with the scent of formaldehyde, a distinctive aroma that was both pungent and eerily unsettling. As they meticulously inspected the surrounding specimens, Jiang Lan's footsteps suddenly halted. Her gaze fell upon a hand specimen placed in the corner. It was the slender hand of a young girl, as white as jade, quietly immersed in a transparent formaldehyde solution, encased within a glass jar. This abrupt and bizarre scene instantly captivated Jiang Lan's attention. Her focus fixated on that hand, not for its immaculate whiteness, but due to a particular tattoo upon it. It was a wilting rose, its petals seemingly swaying gently in the wind, yet carrying an indescribable sense of desolation. This tattoo was all too familiar to Jiang Lan, for her sister, in her role within the narrative, bore an identical mark. A tide of shock surged within her, rendering Jiang Lan nearly breathless. She stared blankly at the hand, her mind racing through countless possibilities, all converging upon one cruel and terrifying conclusion. Her missing sister had likely met with misfortune. She could scarcely fathom the horrors her sister had endured, nor could she accept this grim reality. Yet, the hand before her served as a silent testament, mercilessly revealing the truth. Gazing at the specimen, Jiang Lan was overwhelmed with sorrow and fury. In Jiang Lan's eyes, a myriad of complex emotions shimmered as she clutched the hand specimen, as if she could perceive its faint call. Drawing in a deep breath to steady her turbulent heart, she spoke softly, "This hand specimen belongs to my sister, who was my character's identity in the game. To my shock, my missing sister has been cruelly transformed into a specimen, lying silently in the corner of this dissection laboratory." Upon hearing this, Lu Jian and Lan Ziwan recalled that the sister was once a student at the Love Heart Junior High School. In the dimly lit dissection laboratory, their faces turned pallid as they gazed at the hand specimen. Lu Jian's mind involuntarily conjured the image of his sister, and he pondered whether other students, should they face misfortune, might also end up as such specimens ruthlessly displayed here. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, as if a frigid breeze had pierced through him. Lan Ziyuan could not conceal her overwhelming fear and revulsion. She covered her mouth, struggling against the urge to vomit. Her eyes were filled with terror and confusion, leading her to wonder just how many of the specimens in this dissection laboratory belonged to missing students. Exchanging a glance with one another, they both recognized the same fear and unease reflected in each other's eyes. They began to suspect that the seemingly tranquil campus concealed far more dreadful secrets. The three were engulfed in uncertainty and anxiety. What fate had befallen the missing students? What truths lay hidden behind this enigma? They could not remain passive, nor allow these young lives to vanish silently into the darkness. Determined to investigate further and uncover the truth for the sake of the missing students, they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps, shattering the night's tranquility. Their hearts tightened, and they instinctively turned towards the source of the noise. A group of uniformed university security guards, flashlights in hand, was patrolling in their direction. They exchanged anxious glances, a flicker of panic crossing their eyes. If discovered by the guards, their efforts would be in vain, their mission exposed. They quickly regulated their breathing, striving to maintain composure while seeking an escape route. However, it seemed as though the guards were already aware of their presence. Their footsteps quickened, and the beams of their flashlights grew increasingly intense. A sense of dread enveloped the trio as they realized that evasion was no longer an option. They inhaled deeply, bracing themselves to confront the guards. Just then, a powerful beam of flashlight suddenly illuminated their presence, disrupting the night's stillness. The leading university guard approached, flashlight in hand, his expression vigilant. He scrutinized the unexpected visitors, particularly fixing his gaze on Lu Jian. "Hey, you look familiar," the guard remarked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Pointing at Lu Jian, he seemed to recall something. "Aren't you the new guard from the junior high department this Monday?" Lu Jian found himself taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, feeling somewhat flustered. He managed a nervous smile, wanting to explain, but unsure of where to begin. Beside him, Lan Zuan swallowed hard, apprehensive about causing further trouble. How could a mere security guard from the middle school suddenly find himself in the dissection room of a university? The guard's tone grew increasingly cold and severe, his brow furrowed, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp, alert intensity. It seemed he sensed something was amiss. An unusual atmosphere lingered in the air. Lu Jian and Lan Ziyuan exchanged a glance, fully aware that the situation had turned dire. The appearance of these guards completely caught them off guard. They had believed this to be a sanctuary where they could seamlessly execute their plans. However, it was now evident that they needed to devise a strategy to confront this thorny dilemma swiftly. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Lan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Taking a deep breath, she feigned calmness and replied, "Oh, this. I simply believe they are quite suited for each other, and I thought I might play matchmaker to see if I can facilitate a beautiful romance." There was a hint of mischief and jest in Jiang Lan's voice, an attempt to alleviate the tension in the room. In reality, however, her emotions were as taut as a tightly wound string, ready to snap at any moment. Jiang Lan felt a chill run down her spine, as though jolted by an electric shock, every muscle in her body tense. She inhaled deeply, striving to quell the turmoil within her. Jiang Lan's right hand stealthily slipped into the pocket of her white coat, exploring for the familiar scalpel. The sensation of the handle felt like an old friend, evoking a wave of inexplicable reassurance within her. She had mentally prepared herself to confront the university security guards. Jiang Lan gripped the scalpel tightly in her hand, silently reciting her battle strategy. She had to remain calm and lucid to secure victory in this life-and-death confrontation. The security guard, robust and stern-faced, bore a subtle hint of cunning in his demeanor. He stood at the entrance of the laboratory, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing them with piercing eyes. To her astonishment, this clumsy lie elicited an enigmatic smile from the university guard. "Oh, entry to the dissection lab is prohibited for anyone other than medical students. You cannot engage in courtship here." He refrained from exposing their deception. "Apologies. We shall take our leave," they hastily replied, departing with hurried yet orderly steps. Their silhouettes gradually receded into the night, as if fleeing from an unwelcome place. A palpable tension lingered in the air, a silent conflict having just unfolded. Yet they did not look back or utter another word, fully aware that their priority was to vacate the premises swiftly, avoiding further embarrassment and unnecessary complications. As darkness enveloped the world, the trio's forms faded into the distance, leaving behind a profound silence and desolation. After the evening study session concluded, the night had deepened and all was eerily still. Yet Jiang Lan's heart churned with unrest, making peace elusive. Upon returning to the faculty dormitory, she lay upon her bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. A nameless agitation compelled her to smooth the sheets, only to discover an unusual texture beneath her fingers. Curiously, she lifted a corner of the sheet, her eyes widening in shock. Beneath the fabric lay a yellowed note and a weathered map. Cautiously, she picked up the note, whereupon she was met with a harrowing message inscribed in vivid red, as if written in blood. "Flee. Leave Loveheart campus immediately." Each word seemed to pulse with intense fear and despair, sending shivers down her spine. The accompanying map further deepened her unease, marking a location in the same vivid crimson, which pointed to an unnamed desolate mountain beyond the western gate of Loveheart campus. Jiang Lan gazed out of the window, the desolate mountains appearing ominous and enigmatic in the night, as if concealing some unknown secrets. The resplendent moonlight cascaded like silver gauze, draping a veil of mystery over the tranquil night. Jiang Lan sat quietly by the window, her gaze traversing the layers of verdant hues outside, ultimately resting upon the majestic and mysterious nameless mountain in the distance. This nameless mountain seemed to harbor endless secrets, beckoning her to embark on an exploration. Jiang Lan's heart underwent a tumultuous struggle. She was acutely aware that she was about to confront an array of unknown challenges. Yet she also comprehended that only by forging ahead and unmasking the true nature of the quest could she achieve success. After considerable contemplation, she resolutely made up her mind to venture into the mountains to uncover the truth. Given that the middle school still held study sessions on Saturday afternoons, Jiang Lan's time was particularly precious. After careful deliberation, she resolved to embark on her adventure on Saturday evening, utilizing the hours from dusk until nightfall to explore the mountains. Jiang Lan meticulously orchestrated every detail of her impending adventure. She prepared essential equipment, such as a flashlight, compass, food, and water, to ensure her safety amidst the mountains. Furthermore, she diligently studied the terrain and climate of the peaks using a map, allowing her to better navigate potential unforeseen circumstances. Having planned all these elements, a wave of fatigue gradually enveloped her. She reclined on her bed, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, her heart tinged with anxiety over the unknown, and slowly drifted into slumber. On Saturday morning, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a warm glow upon Jiang Lan's resolute yet slightly weary face. Bathed in the morning light, she gathered all the participants from her team and recounted the discoveries made the previous night in meticulous detail. Jiang Lan, last night, I discovered a blood-stained note and a mysterious map beneath my sheets. A wave of intense unease and curiosity surged within me. Surely, the secrets concealed behind this note and map hold the key to unraveling the true nature of this enigmatic scenario. The note in Jiang Lan's hand and the bloodstains on the map appeared particularly glaring under the sunlight, as if they were narrating the blood and tears of past contestants. Surrounded by astonished and perplexed expressions, the contestants murmured among themselves. One speculated, resting his chin on his hand, that it might be a clue to a hidden task. Another voiced his concerns, suggesting that a great danger might lurk behind this discovery. After an intense discussion, the contestants ultimately reached a unanimous decision. They would venture to the nameless desolate mountain at dusk to uncover the truth. On Saturday noon, the midday sun bathed every corner of the campus in relentless heat. The members of the gardening team gathered, as usual, around the long table in the dining hall. They sat together, surrounded by their favorite dishes, the aroma of food wafting through the air. Lu Yuanyuan and Zhou Ruoxi had been unable to investigate the dissection laboratory together the previous night. After taking their seats, Lan Zhan gently adjusted her chair to move closer to the two. A hint of unutterable gravity flickered in her eyes as she spoke in a hushed tone, as though fearing to disturb the surrounding atmosphere. Last night, Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, and I went to the dissection laboratory. You won't believe what we found there. A sudden chill gripped Lu Yuanyuan's heart, an inexplicable dread coursing from her feet to her core. What had happened? She could not help but ask, her voice trembling slightly. Lan Ziyuan took a deep breath as if to erase the horrific memory, whispering, "The missing sister. She has been made into a specimen, lying quietly on the display table. We suspect that the other missing students may also be in grave danger." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan's complexion turned ashen. How terrifying! Zhou Ruoxi's voice quivered, as if she might break into tears at any moment. She crossed her arms, rubbing her pale skin anxiously, her gaze falling on the pork in her lunchbox, which, once appetizing, now appeared glaringly vivid, as if transformed into the embodiment of the missing students. She could no longer muster an ounce of appetite, and gently pushed her lunchbox aside. Zhou Ruoxi glanced at the lunchboxes belonging to Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, and Lan Ziyuan, lightly remarking, "No wonder you all are eating vegetarian today." Lu Yuanyuan and Zhou Ruoxi exchanged glances, each seeing profound fear and unease reflected in the other's eyes. They could not help but begin to question how many hidden secrets lay beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of this campus filled with compassion. Jiang Lan and Lu Jian sat quietly to the side, silently observing the two. Their faces were etched with gravity and concern. Clearly, the revelations of the previous night had shaken them as profoundly as it had Lu Yuanyuan and Zhou Ruoxi. "We must uncover the truth," Lu Yuanyuan declared, her teeth clenched, a flicker of resolute determination glimmering in her eyes. Zhou Ruoxi nodded in agreement. Although her complexion remained pale, a formidable resolve surged within her gaze. Jiang Lan's gaze was profound and resolute, reminiscent of an unfathomable pool reflecting the stars in the night sky, shimmering with a piercing brilliance. Taking a deep breath, she asserted with unwavering conviction, "Thus, I shall rally all participants to explore the nameless wilderness this evening. Instantly, the atmosphere among the gardening team grew tense. They huddled together, whispering about the arrangements for their evening departure. Engrossed in earnest discussion, they occasionally furrowed their brows in contemplation and exchanged opinions, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. However, amidst the bustling dialogue, Lu Yuan appeared somewhat absent-minded. Seated in the corner of the long table, she cradled her chin in her hands, her gaze lost in the view outside, seemingly pondering something of great significance. Jiang Lan, noticing her unusual demeanor, furrowed her brow in concern. Yuan, what troubles you today? Why have you been so quiet with your head down? Is there something on your mind? She inquired softly as she approached her. At these words, Lu Yuan could no longer contain her inner turmoil. Her body trembled like a frightened kitten. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, as if she were a drowning person desperately grasping for something to hold on to. With a quivering voice, she replied, Sister Jiang Lan, this morning the homeroom teacher suddenly informed me that, due to my outstanding performance in the Olympiad training, the principal wishes to meet with me tonight. Those clear, deer-like eyes, now brimming with fear and unease, were glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Upon hearing the news from Lu Yuan, Jiang Lan couldn't help but furrow her brow, a hint of unease flickering in her bright, dark eyes. Her intuition warned her that the situation was far from simple and might even conceal some form of danger. Gently, she grasped Lu Yuan's sleeve, her tone imbued with concern. Yuan, please don't go. The principal's ageless visage remains unchanged, yet specimens created by students have surfaced in the dissection lab. This school is not a tranquil place. Moreover, you are alone tonight to meet the principal, and I am genuinely worried. Despite the fear gnawing at her heart, Lu Yuan contemplated for a moment before shaking her head resolutely, gritting her teeth as she replied, If I do not attend, I will violate student regulations. Furthermore, I can seize this opportunity to gather information about the principal. Only then can we better comprehend this institution and successfully navigate through it. Jiang Lan zat Lu Yuan Dai Li, her eyes filled with concern and deep affection. Promise me, no matter what difficulties you encounter, no matter how urgent the situation may be, you must prioritize your own safety above all else. Life is a singular gift. Once lost, it can never be reclaimed. Jiang Lan paused for a moment, inhaled deeply, and spoke in a low yet resolute tone. As for the matter of passing through, we can take our time. What does it matter if we delay for a couple of days? As long as you are safe and sound, I would be willing to wait even 10 or 15 more days. Do you understand? Your safety is more important to me than anything else. Therefore, no matter what happens, do not take risks or act recklessly. Remember that? Lu Yuan listened to Jiang Lan's words, feeling a warm surge in her heart. She understood that Jiang Lan genuinely cared for her and was truly concerned about her well-being. Gently nodding, she buried her head in Jiang Lan's embrace. Her voice slightly choked. Sister Jiang Lan, no matter what, I will make sure to take good care of myself. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Lan felt a slight sense of reassurance. Yuan was an intelligent and resilient girl. Once she made a promise, she would undoubtedly fulfill it. Gently stroking Lu Yuan's hair, Jiang Lan silently prayed for them to navigate through this challenging ordeal together, to emerge from the realm of terror, and return to the world of reality. On Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, teachers and students enjoyed their freedom in the heartwarming campus. Groups of students gathered, some sweating profusely on the playground, reveling in their carefree sprinting. Others perused their cherished books in the library, basking in the warmth of knowledge, while a few strummed guitars and sang beneath the shade of trees, relishing the beauty of youth. The teachers, too, set aside their usual stern demeanors, joining in various activities with the students, collectively savoring this rare moment of relaxation and joy. However, despite the freedom to roam the campus, leaving was no simple matter. The heartwarming campus enforced a stringent management system, and it was said that to ensure the safety of all, one required a pass to exit. This pass necessitated the personal signature and seal of the principal to become valid. The contestants approached the principal's office with their passes in hand. As the door to the office creaked open, they entered in single file, respectfully presenting their passes to the principal. Yet, the principal shook his head gravely, declining their request. A wave of dismay washed over the contestants, leaving them feeling despondent. Just then, the principal received an urgent phone call, his brow furrowing with anxiety. He hastily relayed a few instructions before donning his coat and exiting the office in a rush. The contestants exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Nevertheless, fortune favors the prepared. An idea sparked in Jiang Lan's mind. She meticulously observed the handwriting on the principal's desk and carefully imitated his script, signing the principal's name on the pass. Seeing this, the other contestants quickly followed suit, working in unison to sign each pass. Ultimately, they located the principal's official seal, applying it to the passes with utmost caution. Except for Lu Yuan, the vegetable planning team and the other contestants successfully departed the heartwarming campus with their passes. As they traversed the path leading to the nameless desolate mountain, the setting sun cast its warm glow upon them, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. In the twilight, Jiang Lan and her companions treaded heavily as they slowly entered the seemingly tranquil, yet eerily charged nameless mountain through the west gate. The evening breeze carried a slight chill, brushing against their skin, yet it could not dispel the inexplicable sense of oppression that lingered. As they ventured deeper, the scenery before them grew increasingly alarming. What they initially believed to be a barren expanse of mountain revealed itself as a series of neatly arranged graves. The tombstones bore deep and shallow engravings, seemingly narrating untold stories from the past. Even more shocking was the revelation that the names inscribed on these gravestones were all familiar to them. Every faculty member, student, and staff, save for the principal from the Heartfelt Academy, was conspicuously listed. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of Jiang Lan's feet, penetrating her very soul. She could scarcely fathom that this seemingly desolate mountain, often quiet and uninhabited, concealed such a staggering secret. The participants were equally astounded by the spectacle before them, exchanging glances filled with terror and confusion. What profound mystery lay hidden within this mass grave? Why were the names of all the faculty and students from Heartfelt Academy etched here? Jiang Lan took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within her heart. This enigma might very well be the key to unraveling the secrets hidden behind the quest. Resolutely, she led the contestants deeper into the bowels of the grave. As they ventured further into the forsaken cemetery, a chilling aura began to pervade the air, as if even the atmosphere had crystallized into frost. The surrounding trees, resembling gaunt specters, swayed in the wind, emitting mournful wails. Suddenly, a low, guttural moan shattered the silence, sending shivers down their spines. The contestants' hearts raced, fingers tightening around their weapons as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Before them, shadows writhed within ancient tombs, as if some entity were struggling to break free from its bindings. The sight that unfolded was enough to plunge them into an icy abyss. With a series of muffled thuds, the stone slabs atop the graves were slowly pushed aside, revealing pale, withered hands as corpses clawed their way out of the graves. Those students they had once known, friends with whom they had shared countless days, and even the teachers who had tirelessly imparted knowledge from the podium had now transformed into lifeless husks. Their faces bore no trace of the warmth and vitality once present. Instead, they were shrouded in a deathly pallor, their eyes vacant and soulless, having long since departed their bodies. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their own breaths, as an indescribable sense of eeriness and oppression filled the air. Each corner was steeped in a foreboding atmosphere. In the desolate mountains, a profound stillness prevailed, interrupted only by the flight of crows. The contestants were gripped by fear and unease, uncertain whether they, too, would meet such a fate, unsure if they would ever escape this place alive. What they had seen during the day at school had merely been the dead. Their eyes had lost all semblance of life, hollow as bottomless wells, devoid of any vigor. Even more unsettling was the faint, ambiguous smile that lingered at the corners of their mouths. Drawing upon her experience from the realm of fantasy and cultivation, Jiang Lan quickly urged, "Hold your breath and step back." The contestants, though terrified, understood the necessity of maintaining composure. They held their breath and cautiously retreated, fearful of disturbing the spirits of the departed. A stifling sense of dread permeated the air, each heartbeat amplified, resonating clearly in their ears. Thus, they retreated step by step until they finally escaped the harrowing vicinity. Initially, Jiang Lan had assumed that the individuals they were to save in the main quest were the innocent teachers and students. However, recalling the recent harrowing experience, she now realized that the true objective of the task was, astonishingly, solely the contestants themselves. Jiang Lan was compelled to confront the harsh reality. Aside from the contestants who had ventured into this bizarre realm, there were no other living souls within the heartfelt campus. The contestants, initially drawn here to fulfill their missions, unexpectedly became the sole beacon of hope in this peculiar academy. It became evident that the individuals in need of salvation within the main quest of this scenario were none other than the contestants themselves. Various clues, akin to fragmented pieces, gradually coalesced to reveal a harrowing truth. The principal was highly suspect. Jiang Lan furrowed her brows, immersed in contemplation. She slowly spoke, her tone imbued with a sense of gravity. Within the vast graveyard, the principal's tomb was conspicuously absent. The principal's visage had remained unchanged for a century. Every rule within the compassionate campus mandated obedience to the principal's command. Numerous signs indicated that the principle of compassionate campus was undoubtedly intertwined with the eerie occurrences plaguing this institution. As her words hung in the air, Jiang Lan's expression suddenly shifted, a wave of profound unease washing over her. This was dire news for Yuan, who had been summoned by the principal that very night. Was likely in peril. Trembling with apprehension, Jiang Lan uttered, Yuan was called to the principal's office alone tonight. She is probably still there. An inexplicable tension and anxiety enveloped the atmosphere, with each member of the vegetable planting team feeling their hearts race, as if an unknown tragedy was silently encroaching upon them. Jiang Lan hastily sent a message to Lu Yuan through the system. Stay away from the principal. The principal is the greatest anomaly within the loving campus. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Jian's eyes. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, then spoke in a solemn tone. We must return swiftly. We must protect Yuan at all costs. The members of the vegetable planting team nodded in agreement, no longer hesitating or wavering. Each one summoned their utmost speed, racing back with fervor. Their footsteps echoed in the night, accompanied by their hurried breaths, resonating through the silent mountain path. As they pressed forward with all their might, a message from the vegetable planting team chimed in. Lu Yuan had sent them a message through the system. The principal's monstrous form is that of a cuckoo. His heart resides in his right chest. After leaving this vital information regarding the principal's true nature, Lu Yuan fell silent. The members of the vegetable planting team were struck with shock and concern upon reading her message. They had to locate Lu Yuan as quickly as possible to ensure her safety. With renewed determination, they quickened their pace, weaving through the night like a gust of wind. Overcoming numerous obstacles, the vegetable planting team finally arrived at the door of the principal's office. However, it was already too late. As they pushed the door open, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses, and the sight before them tore at their hearts. Lu Yuan, the gentle, kind, intelligent, and lovely girl, lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, her heartbeat and breath extinguished. Her complexion was pale, and her once doe-like large eyes were tightly shut, never to open again. The members of the vegetable planting team gathered around her, their eyes brimming with tears. The principal, the one who had retained his youthful visage for a century, now stood nearby with a cruel smile curling at his lips. Blood from Lu Yuan dripped from his hands, revealing that he had indeed taken this young life into his own hands. She refused to divulge her secret until the end, truly a tough nut to crack. I had no choice but to teach this audacious little girl a lesson myself. Lu Yuan's once vibrant life was thus forever frozen in that moment. In Jiang Lan's mind, vivid memories of Lu Yuan flashed by, her intelligence, charm, gentleness, and kindness. The joyous moments spent alongside Lu Yuan, her clever and astute resolutions to challenges. And the scenes of her tenderly aiding others replayed in Jiang Lan's thoughts like a cinematic masterpiece. Jiang Lan felt as if her heart had been torn asunder, rendering her breathless with pain. She could hardly believe that the once vibrant and full of life Lu Yuanyuan had departed from them forever. Jiang Lan was consumed by a profound sense of sorrow and indignation, resolutely vowing to avenge Lu Yuanyuan. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails embedding deeply into her flesh. Yet she felt no trace of pain. Her heart brimmed with fury and grief, and she swore to exact retribution for Lu Yuanyuan, ensuring that the cruel and enigmatic principal would face the consequences he so richly deserved. Jiang Lan unleashed her wrath upon the enigmatic principal, who had cruelly slain Lu Yuanyuan. In her mind, she commanded the system, initiate the siren song. As her words echoed, a haunting melody began to resonate through the air, reminiscent of the gentle lapping of ocean waves, imbued with an enigmatic allure. It enveloped the atmosphere, as if countless sirens were softly crooning in the principal's ear. The once menacing visage of the peculiar principal gradually softened under the spell of the melody, his gaze becoming increasingly dazed. Moments later, Jiang Lan successfully ensnared the principal in her enchantment. He succumbed to a reverie, a surreal and eerie smile gracing his lips as he stood frozen in place, utterly still. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Lan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. She understood that she had successfully bewildered the enigmatic principal, and now it was time for her to strike back. However, the song of the siren had a mere 3-minute duration, compelling Jiang Lan to act swiftly and decisively. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She recalled the information sent by Lu Yuanyuan during her lifetime. The bizarre principal's heart resided in his right chest. Jiang Lan grasped the surgical knife firmly, feeling the chilling metallic texture against her palm. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the blade forward, plunging it directly into the right side of the peculiar principal's chest. With a single stroke, blood gushed forth, striking the heart. With a thud, the strange principal collapsed to the ground. Jiang Lan yinan deeply, the sharp scalpel in his hand glinting ominously as he prepared to deliver the second strike to the peculiar principal lying on the ground. However, at that critical moment, the previously motionless principal suddenly stirred, perhaps due to the wound to his heart or the abrupt fall. Astonishingly, the enigmatic principal awakened prematurely. A surge of intense demonic energy erupted, staining the surrounding air a vivid crimson. Jiang Lan's pupils constricted in disbelief. The principal's vitality was remarkably resilient, able to revive after such a severe blow. The principal's body convulsed violently, followed by a chilling, mournful shriek that echoed like a cuckoo's lament, haunting yet eerie. His form began to undergo a bizarre transformation. His body shrank gradually, skin sprouting feathers, hands morphing into wings, and legs becoming sharp talons, ultimately culminating in his metamorphosis into the shape of a cuckoo. With a piercing cry, the principal, now in his avian form, soared into the sky. As Jiang Lan and the vegetable planting team were intent on pursuit, the principal's office was suddenly enveloped in utter darkness. It was as if an invisible hand had abruptly closed the world's eyes, swallowing all light. Lu Jian's heart jolted, and he swiftly reached out to locate the light switch on the wall. His fingertips brushed against the cold metal switch, and without hesitation, he pressed it down. To his dismay, however, all the electric lights remained unresponsive, as if enchanted, their expected radiance frozen like a still river. Lan Zuan, unwilling to succumb to despair, retrieved a flashlight from her pocket, an item she had prepared before venturing to the nameless wilderness. She gently pressed the switch. The flashlight emitted a feeble click, yet the anticipated beam of light failed to materialize. To her astonishment, the flashlight illuminated merely a distance of 1 centimeter, as though obstructed by an invisible barrier. Observing this, Zhou Ruoshi's heart stirred with determination. She swiftly accessed the system interface in exchange for a torch from the marketplace. The torch blazed fiercely in her grasp, casting a fervent glow. Yet, surprisingly, its light too could only illuminate a mere radius of 10 centimeters, as if ensnared by an unseen hand. Standing in the boundless darkness, Jiang Lan was engulfed by a tumult of indescribable emotions. She gazed into the abyss that seemed to devour all, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, leaving her breathless. A glimmer of defiance shone in her eyes, vowing to rend the darkness and allow the light to pour in. An intense yearning surged within her, akin to a wildfire spreading uncontrollably. She longed to grow stronger, to dispel the encroaching shadows, and to reclaim her place in the realm of light. This desire transformed into a palpable force, coursing through her veins and igniting her spirit. She reminisced about the days of sunlit joy, when blossoms flourished abundantly. In those moments, she ran freely through the park, inhaling the crisp air and savoring the beauty of life. Yet, all of that seemed a distant memory, rendered unattainable the instant she entered this terrifying world. Clenching her fists tightly, it was as if she sought to harness that burgeoning power within her grasp. Drawing a deep breath, she yearned to dispel the darkness that surrounded her. A resolute light flickered in her eyes, as if she could already envision the future self, a version of herself that was mightier and braver. At that moment, Jiang Lan received a system notification. Hope Seed upgrade successful, manifesting the light of power. Item name, Hope Seed. Item type, life-saving artifact item level. Level 5 light of power item description. This is a life-saving artifact known as the Hope Seed. Currently at level 5 light of power. Effect of the light of power, capable of dispelling all darkness. Method of use, silently chant light of power 3 times in your heart. Method of upgrade, await the opportune moment for upgrading. Regularly water, nurture with care, and patiently await the destined time for successful enhancement. Jiang Lan tightly shut her eyes, her fists clenched as if to concentrate all the strength within her heart into the palms of her hands. She inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, silently reciting the mysterious and potent incantation, the light of power. With each repetition, her heartbeat quickened, resonating in a mystical harmony with the spell. Upon completing the incantation for the 3rd time, Jiang Lan was suddenly engulfed by a powerful energy surging forth from the depths of her being, erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion. This energy swiftly coalesced in her palms, forming a dazzling sphere of light that radiated outward in accordance with her will. In an instant, the entire principal's office was enveloped in this brilliance. The light was resplendent and blinding, akin to the brightness of day, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. Within this luminescence lay boundless warmth and strength, as if it could dispel all darkness and chill. Under the illumination of this radiance, everything in the principal's office was cloaked in a layer of mysterious luster. The principal, resembling a cuckoo, had nowhere to conceal herself. With swift reflexes, Jiang Lan hurled the scalpel in her hand towards the principal, who bore a resemblance to a cuckoo. The blade traced an elegant arc through the air, aimed directly at the principal. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Jiang Lan's gaze was fixated solely on the soaring scalpel and the principal's visage, marked by terror. Whoosh! The scalpel sliced through the air and pierced the principal's body, nailing him firmly against the wall. A flicker of astonishment and defiance flashed in his eyes as his body began to tremble violently, as though he were enduring excruciating agony. Ultimately, the principal succumbed to his fate. His body gradually stiffened, and the once menacing gleam in his eyes faded into oblivion. Subsequently, she resolved to obliterate the heartless campus, devoid of life, intending to set ablaze all the evils that lingered within. Jiang Lan turned to the vegetable planting team and issued a command, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Take away the round body and allow her to rest in peace. The members of the vegetable planting team nodded silently, carefully lifting the remains of Lu Yuan and slowly departing from this cursed land. Before Jiang Lan set fire to the school, she notified the other contestants to retreat. As the last figure of a participant vanished from sight, she took a deep breath. Approaching the peculiar principal's lifeless body, she crouched down and retrieved a gasoline canister from her backpack, unhesitatingly pouring it over the principal's corpse and the surrounding ground. The acrid scent of gasoline permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Jiang Lan rose from her seat and approached the door of the principal's office. Her gaze fixed upon the area that was soon to be engulfed in flames, her eyes shimmering with the fire of vengeance. She retrieved a lighter, pressed it gently, and a blue flame danced in the darkness. Without hesitation, she hurled the flame towards the gasoline-soaked ground, and in an instant, a towering inferno erupted, consuming the principal's office in a sea of fire. Teacher Jiang Lan, the Narcissus God, was the first to be startled by the glow of the flames emanating from the principal's office. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he rushed towards the source of the fire. Under the moonlight, Jiang Lan regained his form as the Narcissus God. His silver hair billowed in the wind, flowing like water, exuding a faint fragrance. As he drew closer, the flames became increasingly blinding, as if they sought to stain the entire night sky crimson. The fire flickered, casting mottled shadows upon his exquisite visage, and his gaze grew distant and profound, as if he were peering into a familiar yet distant past. In a daze, memories of his time as a participant resurfaced in the Narcissus God's mind. The silver-haired youth that lingered in his memories was no longer clad in a gray hoodie, but wore a flowing white robe, his left arm wrapped in white bandages. In the last memory that resurfaced, a boy who had held a cake to celebrate the silver-haired youth's birthday appeared in Jiang Lan's mind. This boy, with curly brown hair, possessed a robust physique and well-defined muscles, embodying the essence of a steel warrior. In stark contrast to the previous relaxed atmosphere, the boy's expression was now tense, his gaze sharp as a blade, as he sternly questioned the silver-haired youth. "Captain, do you even realize what you are doing?" The brown-haired boy's voice resonated deeply and resolutely, every word striking the silver-haired youth's heart like a hammer. The silver-haired youth lifted his head, his eyes, once filled with mirth, now shrouded in a profound darkness that seemed to engulf all light. He silently regarded the brown-haired boy, ultimately opting for silence. "Captain, you cannot continue like this," the brown-haired boy said, taking a deep breath. The silver-haired youth furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the boy's words. However, soon after, a bitter smile crept across his lips, tinged with helplessness and despair, as if some unseen force were drawing him toward an abyss. "Captain, this path is perilous," the brown-haired boy insisted, his gaze firmly fixed on the silver-haired youth, filled with concern and confusion. After repeating his questions thrice, just when he thought the memory would remain silent at last, the silver-haired youth responded in a flat tone, "I am fine." The brown-haired boy extended his hand towards the silver-haired youth, gently unwrapping the bandages on his left arm. As the bandages loosened, they revealed a scar riddled with curses beneath, resembling a serpentine creature coiling around the silver-haired youth's wrist, sending chills down one's spine. The silver-haired youth, lost in memories, cast a cold glance at the brown-haired boy and replied with an icy tone, "It is none of your concern. This is my own decision. Regardless, I shall see it through." The brown-haired boy, observing the curse in the silver-haired youth's hand, shook his head resolutely and said, "No, you cannot do it." A faint fissure of pain surfaced on the otherwise serene visage of the silver-haired youth, a testament to the affliction of the curse, a price paid for his struggle against the forces of darkness. Yet, in an instant, he suppressed the anguish, restoring his tranquil demeanor as he declared, "Even if I cannot achieve it, I must still try." Upon hearing the silver-haired youth's words, tears streamed uncontrollably down the brown-haired boy's face. Heartbroken, he implored, "Captain, if this continues, you will be consumed by the instants." The remainder of his words remained elusive, no matter how hard the Narcissus God endeavored to recall them. As the temperature around them steadily rose, the Narcissus God returned from his reverie to the present. Before him, Jiang Lan was engulfing everything in flames. Her figure flickered in the firelight, resembling a female reaper emerging from the depths of hell, each step resolute and powerful. The Narcissus God approached Jiang Lan, bending down as his cerulean eyes sparkled like morning dew, radiating a soft blue glow. He tenderly lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, and in that moment, it felt as though the entire world of the instants had come to a standstill. Jiang Lan felt the warmth and softness at her forehead, A pang of emotion surged within her heart. In Jiang Lan's heart, memories of the tragically deceased Lu Yuanyuan resurfaced, the innocent, unblemished smile of Lu Yuanyuan, and the joyous moments they once shared together. An overwhelming sorrow surged within her, compelling her to shed tears. The Narcissus Flower Goddess bowed her head and gently kissed Jiang Lan's tears. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the entire world appeared to consist solely of the two of them. The kiss alleviated Jiang Lan's grief and solitude, while also dispelling the confusion and unease that resided within the Narcissus Flower Goddess. The long-deceased teachers and students of the Love Heart Academy emerged at the sight of the flames, their figures elongated by the flickering light, resembling specters rising from the depths of hell. They encircled the roaring inferno, not in sheer panic, but with smiles upon their faces, as if the flames heralded the long-awaited redemption they sought. They clapped and cheered, willingly adding fuel to the fire, and soon, the blaze spread from the principal's office to engulf the entire Love Heart Academy, as they watched their once familiar campus gradually succumb to the flames. The structures that had borne witness to sin and suffering crumbled little by little under the fiery onslaught. The glow of the fire illuminated their faces, and in their laughter, a mixture of liberation and the thrill of vengeance was evident. This conflagration represented not only the reckoning of evil, but also the conclusion of a painful chapter in their past. The flames danced wildly against the night sky, akin to fire dragons roaring as they consumed everything in their path. The Love Heart Academy teetered precariously in the blaze, reminiscent of a castle on the verge of collapse. From a distance, Jiang Lan stood silently observing the grand spectacle of the inferno, her face devoid of expression. Yet her heart was a tempest of complex emotions. The narrative would not vanish with the flames. As the fire spread, the entire campus was engulfed in a sea of flames, licking every building and reducing them to ash. Outside the campus, Jiang Lan, illuminated by the blaze, appeared remarkably resolute and solitary. Jiang Lan stood outside the campus, cradling the lifeless body of Lu Yuanyuan, once vibrant and full of life, now cold and heavy in her arms. She bit her lip tightly, stifling the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Gazing upon the inferno that engulfed the beloved campus, her heart swelled with boundless sorrow and fury. She vowed to return to the real world with her officially bound teammates, to seek justice for Lu Yuanyuan and to demand accountability for the innocent lives lost, determined to prevent such tragedies from recurring. At that moment, the system's completion notification echoed in Jiang Lan's mind. Player Jiang Lan has successfully completed the main quest of the Youth Campus instance, earning a reward of 100,000 points. A blinding light enveloped her, and as she returned to the safe zone, the weight in her arms vanished. Looking down, she found her embrace empty. Lu Yuanyuan's body had disappeared. This signified that Lu Yuanyuan's remains were left behind in the Youth Campus instance, and an indescribable sense of loss and grief surged within Jiang Lan. She stood silently, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, her heart laden with infinite sorrow and helplessness. In the safe zone, the vegetable planting team huddled together, weeping bitterly. They embraced tightly, their bodies seemingly merging into one, collectively enduring the anguish within. Their shoulders trembled silently, conveying their shared sorrow in a wordless resonance that required no speech, only the comfort of their tight embrace. Tears fell like pearls strung from a broken necklace, quietly streaming down their faces and splashing upon the ground, creating tiny ripples. Their sobs were deep and agonizing, stifled yet resonant, akin to torn notes reverberating through the air, expressing unspeakable sadness and pain. Within the Youth Campus instance, the flames continued to rage, while other teachers and students remained caught in a state of both clarity and madness. Their fates intertwined. As the last flicker of fire extinguished, the beloved campus under Principal Dujuan's leadership ceased to exist. They gazed upon the land, cleansed by flames, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over them. Under the moonlight, Mu Shi, the Narcissus God, approached a newly erected grave on a desolate mountain, bearing wine and offerings. The wind on the lonely mountain carried a mournful chill, stirring Mu Shi's silver hair, his eyes reflecting an ineffable emotion. Arriving at the grave, he beheld the name Lu Yuanyuan etched upon the headstone, the letters clear and elegant yet imbued with profound melancholy. Undoubtedly, this was Lu Yuanyuan's resting place. Mu Shi gently placed the offerings down, selecting several vibrant narcissus flowers from the basket and carefully laying them before the grave. He uncorked the wine jar, pouring a cup of sake to sprinkle at the grave's base. Subsequently, he filled another cup for himself, raising it to the moon before downing its contents in one swift motion. Alone at the grave, Mu Shi sat with a jug of wine in hand, his gaze vacant, appearing to look both at the fresh grave and through it into memories. Silently, he sipped his drink, remaining there until dawn broke. As the first rays of sunlight cascaded upon him, he gradually rose to his feet, gazing at the newly erected grave before him, and slowly departed. The dawn steadily tore apart the shroud of night, unveiling a delicate golden hue on the horizon. A new day quietly emerged, heralding the conclusion of a cycle. The youthful campus realm reset gently in the morning light, as if caressed by the hands of time, returning everything to its original form. The scars once consumed by flames seemed to have been erased by time overnight, leaving only the essence of youth and a fresh visage. Students awoke like enchanted spirits from their respective dreams, donning crisp uniforms and shouldering hefty backpacks as they embarked on their journey to school. Their faces radiated the vitality of youth, and their eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation for the new day ahead. Within the campus, teachers were already poised, standing at the classroom doors, smiling warmly to welcome each student. The only notable change was the departure of the century-old principal, replaced by the former Black Cat teacher, who now held the esteemed title of Black Cat Principal of the Caring Campus. The inauguration ceremony of the Black Cat Principal unfolded under the watchful eyes of the entire faculty and student body. Clad in a neat academic gown, she stood at the solemn podium, delivering her oath of office with a voice that resonated with clarity and strength. Among the new students was a girl with eyes as lively as a fawn's, her familiar twin braids adorned with two pink bows, dressed in a pure white knee-length dress. Beneath her voluminous skirt, a snow-white cat tail swayed gently. She was Lu Yuanyuan, yet not quite Lu Yuanyuan. Days later, within the safety zone, in a bid to swiftly return to the reality alongside her comrades and ensure their utmost safety, Jiang Lan resolved to lead the vegetable planting squad in an intensive undertaking, aiming to clear the previously conquered fantasy cultivation dungeon 10 times to amass experience and items. We shall consecutively clear the already completed fantasy cultivation dungeon 10 times, Jiang Lan declared with unwavering conviction, her eyes resembling an ancient well. This is our prime opportunity to enhance our prowess and acquire more items. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruoxi nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in her peach blossom eyes. Sister Jiang Lan speaks wisely. I have previously cleared this dungeon with her. Thus, I am well acquainted with its layout and the distribution of monsters. By clearing it consecutively 10 times, we can rapidly elevate our levels and have a chance to obtain rare items and equipment. Lan Ziyuan chimed in, I agree. Our strength has reached a bottleneck, and only through continuous challenges and refinement can we transcend our limits and attain greater heights. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, akin to a clear spring flowing through the hearts of all present. Lu Jian nodded in agreement, a flicker of excitement illuminating his sun-kissed round face. I share this sentiment. Although this dungeon poses certain challenges, you all possess ample experience and preparation. Clearing it 10 times will not only introduce a new dungeon for me and Lan Ziyuan, but can also be considered a strategic endeavor. The vegetable planting team ventured repeatedly into the familiar yet daunting realm of this fantasy cultivation dungeon, confronting malevolent beings and specters with exceptional wisdom and valor. Time and again, they triumphed, amassing alluring rewards. Yet, they recognized that this was merely the accumulation of points, experience, and items. The true challenge loomed ahead. According to the rules of the terrifying world, participants could earn rewards by repeatedly conquering the same dungeon. However, after 10 successful runs of an old dungeon, upon entering the 11th, the infinite terrifying world would forcibly assign a new dungeon. After the vegetable planting team had completed 10 runs of the fantasy cultivation dungeon, they entered the 6th new dungeon, the Maritime Era-S Commercial Warfare Dungeon. Upon their arrival, the team found themselves aboard an ordinary merchant ship. This new dungeon unfolded like an entirely fresh world before them, revealing a vast ocean where the cerulean waters sparkled under the sunlight, resembling countless stars scattered across the surface. The salty sea breeze enveloped them, while the distant horizon offered an entirely unknown geographical expanse. Standing at the bow of the ship, the members gazed into the distance. Where other merchant vessels navigated the tumultuous sea, their white sails billowing gracefully, evoking a sense of unrestrained liberty. However, beneath this facade of freedom lay peril and hardship in abundance. Suddenly, the merchant ship, which had been sailing smoothly, veered into a treacherous whirlpool, teetering precariously as each wave threatened to engulf them. The crew labored to steady the helm, striving to find stability amidst the raging waters. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion and tension, yet they remained resolute in their determination. Yet this was merely a surface challenge. Beneath the seemingly tranquil waters lurked countless hidden traps and conspiracies. Some merchant ships mysteriously vanished during their voyages, leaving behind only drifting wreckage and empty vessels. Others fell prey to unknown forces, their crew members screaming as they plunged into the depths, swallowed by the surging waves. As the system's mechanical notification resonated through the air, it announced, "Welcome, 10 teams, to the Maritime Era-S Commercial Warfare Dungeon. This world thrives on the art of navigation, where merchant ships traverse perilous waters, grappling with the dangers of long voyages while concealing myriad plots and traps. Which team shall emerge as the ultimate sovereign of these seas?" Due to the calm waters surrounding the vegetable planting team's merchant ship, other vessels gravitated toward them. Before long, apart from the capsized ship, 9 other merchant ships congregated in the same maritime expanse. Not far away, a solitary island stood quietly, resembling a silent sentinel, watching over the unfolding events in this ocean. Zhou Ruashi gazed at the merchant ship, now on the verge of sinking, her eyes brimming with an indescribable sorrow. She gazed at the silhouettes struggling in the water, her heart heavy with sorrow as she lamented. The contestants aboard that ship are indeed wretched, mercilessly devoured by the unforgiving sea. May their souls find peace. Lu Jian turned his attention to the expanse of ocean, furrowing his brow in contemplation. They had barely entered the instance before plunging into the depths, and now, over 10 minutes had passed, yet the profound surface of the sea remained as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of any sign of life. Such a condition could forebode dire consequences. Time seemed to stretch agonizingly in that moment, and the hearts of the onlookers hung in suspense. However, just then, Lan Ziyuan, who had been intently watching the ocean, suddenly exclaimed, shattering the tense silence, "Wow, look, you all must see. They have resurfaced." Her voice brimmed with astonishment. The vegetable planting team had initially believed that the contestants aboard the storm-battered merchant vessel, on the brink of collapse, were doomed to a grim fate with no hope of survival. To their astonishment, they unexpectedly emerged from beneath the waves, a miraculous turn of events. Jiang Lan's gaze was firmly fixed upon the capsized merchant vessel, when suddenly, a dozen figures emerged from beneath the water surface, clad in pure black sailor uniforms. They appeared like phantoms in the darkness, silently materializing. These contestants swiftly swam towards the merchant ship, demonstrating remarkable agility as they ascended the vessel that was nearly succumbing to the depths. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. The merchant ship, once battered and on the brink of sinking, began to undergo a gradual restoration under the deft maneuvers of the participants. It was as if an enigmatic force was surging in the shadows, with the damaged sections of the ship swiftly mending, and the once broken mast rising anew. The swiftness of this transformation left the members of the vegetable-growing team utterly astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. In the depths of Jiang Lan's mind, speculation arose that perhaps some contestants had exchanged for artifacts from the merchant ship. Soon, the vessel returned to its original state, sailing steadily upon the tumultuous waves. The previously capsized merchant ship gradually approached the contestants' boats, its bow adorned with a flag fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with the words Wanli Team. At this moment, the contestants entering the instance congregated in the same expanse of sea, enthusiastically greeting one another and forming connections. They introduced themselves, sharing their stories and experiences, recounting thrilling and heart-pounding adventures. The 10 merchant ship teams exchanged pleasantries. Greetings, we are the Vegetable Planning Squad. The 4 members of the Vegetable Planning Squad took the lead in addressing them, clad in black and white uniforms. Their attire resembled the strokes of an ink wash painting, both simple and profound. Although their uniforms shared a common style, each individual showcased their unique flair in the details. Zhou Ruoshi's collar was slightly raised, reminiscent of a bird poised for flight. Lu Jian's cuffs were tightly bound, akin to a warrior's sword pointing towards the heavens. Lan Xuan's waist sash flowed gracefully, while Jiang Lan donned epaulets, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, standing side by side on the deck. The 4 members of the Vegetable Planting Squad resembled a vivid tableau, harmonious yet distinct. We are the Special Heroes team. Our team is formidable and destined for victory. The 10 contestants of the Special Heroes team moved in perfect unison, radiating fervor, confidence, and indomitable spirit. Each member resembled a phoenix rising from the flames, clad in red and black sailor uniforms, symbolizing their unwavering determination and passionate hearts. The red mirrored the flames of a setting sun, reflecting their inner zeal and courage. The black embodied the profound depths of the night sky, signifying their profound wisdom and resolute resolve. Standing shoulder to shoulder, their eyes gleamed with unwavering light, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory ahead. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you, said the 8 members of the Sword Guild team, dressed in matching royal blue sailor uniforms. Their voices were calm and measured, their faces devoid of excessive expression, only reflecting a serene focus. Dear friends, we are the Farewell Squad. Comprising 4 members, the Farewell Squad sported violet sailor uniforms, elegantly tailored with flowing lines, reminiscent of blooming violets, exuding an enchanting fragrance that seemed to carry an air of romance. Hello, we are the Peace of Mind Squad. This squad, consisting of 5 members, wore soft green sailor uniforms, the hue reminiscent of newly sprouted leaves, brimming with vitality and vigor. The Song of Praise team, consisting of 9 members, donned bright yellow sailor uniforms that resembled the rising sun, casting light far and wide. Their voices resonated powerfully. We are the Song of Praise team. Their demeanor exuded an aura of righteousness. At that moment, a gentle voice floated from another merchant ship. We are the Destiny team. The Destiny team consists of 8 players, clad in pure white sailor outfits, their expressions imbued with a sense of tragic compassion. The 8 Alliance team, resolute in their determination, comprises 30 players adorned in a striking blend of blue and red sailor attire, reminiscent of the confluence of sea and flame. These competitors, fierce and combative, engage in a scuffle at the slightest provocation. Cheer for the Orange team. This team boasts 6 members who don vibrant orange sailor uniforms, exuding an aura of boundless energy. Their smiles are radiant, and each player emanates unparalleled vitality, as if perpetually brimming with exuberance. The Wanfeng team consists of 13 players, clad in somber black sailor garb, akin to shadows of the deep sea, exuding a solemn and enigmatic presence. Perhaps the recent mishap has left them unsettled, for their faces bear traces of lingering sorrow and resentment, reminiscent of withered leaves swaying in the autumn breeze. However, their eyes resemble the penetrating gaze of wolves in the night, sharp and profound. They continuously scan the faces of surrounding competitors, seeking to uncover and scrutinize, aiming to penetrate all facades. Each fleeting gaze exchange becomes a silent contest, concealing intense sparks beneath a tranquil surface where turbulent currents lie hidden. Barely moments into their encounter, the system issues a reminder. All players, please be aware of your dungeon identity roles based on the items you possess. Jiang Lan wore a delicate captain's insignia upon her chest. As her fingers grazed the emblem, a message resonated within her mind. 113, charismatic female captain 2. Contestant Jiang Lan, your character in this scenario is that of a captivating female captain. Thanks to your charismatic attributes, your persuasive power within the context of this narrative reaches an impressive 80%. The corners of Jiang Lan's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment surfacing on her exquisite face. She cleared her throat softly, attempting to mask this sudden discomfort, and then spoke slowly. Well, my character in the game is a captivating female captain. Lu Jin flashed a wide grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said, my character in the game is a sailor who loves to travel the world. Lan Ji Yuan's right hand glided gently across her chest, her cascading, jet black hair flowing through her fingertips, exuding a refreshing coolness and smooth texture. She lowered her head slightly, a trace of shyness flickering in her eyes. Her voice laced with a touch of embarrassment. My character is a diligent and focused ship's doctor, dedicated to alleviating the ailments of sailors. Zhou Ruoshi gently closed her eyes, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, before slowly reopening them, as if each blink carried the warmth of spring breezes and the brilliance of summer flowers. She spoke softly. My character in the game is an optimistic and cheerful ship's cook who enjoys preparing delicious meals and adores the sea. Upon hearing everyone's descriptions, Lan Ji Yuan couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows, exclaiming softly, how strange, it seems this ship is missing something. By the way, why has the role of the first mate not been mentioned? A flicker of confusion passed through Jiang Lan's mind as she slightly tilted her head, gazing at the members of the vegetable planting team surrounding her. In a hushed tone, she inquired, indeed, have any of you sensed something amiss? Who precisely is at the helm of this vessel? The members of the vegetable planting team exchanged perplexed glances, seemingly ensnared in profound contemplation. They shook their heads in unison, indicating their utter bewilderment regarding the matter at hand. Jiang Lan, intrigued by the identity of the helmsman, approached the cockpit only to discover that it was none other than the god of daffodils steering the vessel, adorned with a first mate's badge upon his chest. The young man's long, silvery hair, reminiscent of moonlight, was artfully tied back, subtly shimmering with an enchanting luster. Clad in a pure black suit as profound as the night sky, he exuded an air of mystery and nobility. His azure eyes sparkled like a clear lake, deep and bright, now reflecting a gentle smile as he gazed at Jiang Lan. He extended his hand in a soft greeting, his voice as melodious as a mountain spring. Hey, Lan Lan, it's wonderful to see you again. The tone was imbued with warmth and familiarity, resonating with the joy and excitement of long-lost friends reunited. Jiang Lan placed her hand on her forehead, displaying an expression of exasperation as she softly sighed. How is it you again, Narcissus Flower God? This time, you aren't even pretending. The silver-haired youth blinked, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a mischievous and cunning glint, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. He chuckled lightly. Now, I am your vice-captain, Captain Jiang Lan. The boy's smile radiated like the golden rays of a rising sun. At that moment, the system abruptly issued a notification. 10 merchant ships, only 1 treasure map. The merchant ship that ultimately acquires the treasure by the end of the time limit will become the supreme ruler of these waters and may clear the instance. Participants sailing on the sea are in a state vulnerable to attacks. It was a large-scale instance, a team battle with 10 teams of merchant ships vying for a single treasure map, where ultimately only one team could prevail. Amidst her concerns, Jiang Lan suddenly recalled something and promptly opened the system shop, spending 10,000 points to upgrade the Seed of Hope. Jiang Lan swiftly analyzed the information in her mind, furrowing her brow as she remarked, this is no ordinary copy. When competitors navigate the sea, they're in a vulnerable state. Quickly, let us log onto the island. Given the fierce competition, we should first lie in wait on the island and observe. The merchant ships of the farming team were closely anchored to the island's edge as Jiang Lan and her companions set foot on the land. This sudden notification plunged all competitors into a momentary silence. The initially amicable atmosphere swiftly shattered, soon to be replaced by a tempestuous clash. Each participant aboard the merchant ships widened their eyes, filled with trepidation. The tension on the sea escalated, intensifying the rivalry among the vessels. Each ship glided through the churning waters like a drawn sword, its crew nervously scanning the horizon for clues to the treasure map. In the night, the 9 merchant ships resembled a pack of ravenous sharks, frantically hunting for traces of treasure in the ocean. Amidst the boundless sea, the Wanli fleet approached the unsuspecting special hero team, akin to cunning hunters stalking their prey. They believed that their cunning and numerical superiority would swiftly subdue the legendary heroes. Yet, they were gravely mistaken. When the call for the Wanli fleet's ambush rang out, the special hero team charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, unafraid and resolute. Their movements were agile and harmonious, each action infused with strength and grace. In the face of their fierce counterattack, the Wanli fleet was swept away like leaves caught in a storm, utterly disarrayed. The crew of the Wanli fleet found themselves in disarray, screaming and shouting as they sought a glimmer of hope amidst the sudden onslaught. However, the special hero team offered them no respite. Their attacks surged like a relentless tide, rendering the Wanli fleet powerless to retaliate. In despair, the captain of the Wanli fleet wept bitterly, attempting to elicit sympathy and assistance from other teams. Uninformed teams were moved by their performance, beginning to pity this seemingly weak fleet. They issued warnings to the special hero team, imploring them to cease their assault and spare the Wanli fleet. Yet, the special hero team remained unmoved by these pleas. This would be a brutal contest. Only the strongest team would emerge victorious, claiming dominion over the seas and successfully completing their quest. They continued their relentless assault on the Wanli fleet, vowing to utterly defeat them. Just then, the Orange fleet appeared, generously offering their vessels to aid the Wanli fleet in recovery and comforting them not to be too disheartened. Unexpectedly, the Wanli team took advantage of this reprieve to launch an attack on the Orange fleet, intent on annihilating them and seizing their merchant ships. The Farming team, the Sword Guild, the Kiss Goodbye team, the Peace of Mind team, the Ode team, and the Fate team all intervened to thwart the Wanli fleet. Meanwhile, the assaults among the merchant ships commenced. The sounds of cannon fire and cries of battle echoed relentlessly, the sea ablaze with flames. In this fierce contest, there are no friends, no allies, only adversaries. Every vessel fought valiantly for the chance to prevail. Survival in this brutal competition was the only path to becoming the ultimate victor. Yet, amidst the endless slaughter and carnage, life was as fragile as parchment, easily torn to shreds at any moment. Shells rained down like torrential downpours, sending up colossal fountains of water. Some projectiles struck the hull directly, unleashing deafening explosions that caused the ships to shudder violently, teetering on the brink of capsizing. The surface of the sea was strewn with countless wreckage and corpses, the crimson tide staining the waters, painting a harrowing tableau. In this fierce engagement, all major fleets suffered devastating losses. Their vessels were riddled with holes, and the decks were peppered with craters and flames. Though each participant possessed remarkable skills, the intensity of the struggle exacted a heavy toll. At last, after 3 relentless days of countless skirmishes and clashes, the 9 teams at sea had each lost more than half of their members. All fleets recognized that this battle could no longer continue. Their strength was utterly depleted. Further combat would only result in greater casualties and losses. Thus, amidst the acrid scent of gunpowder that permeated the ocean, all fleets reached an accord and decided to temporarily cease hostilities. With the agreement in place, tranquility gradually returned to the waters. As the smoke cleared, the azure sky and shimmering sea emerged. Yet beneath this calm lay an undercurrent of endless peril and uncertainty. During the truce, the remaining 5 members of the Wanli team forged a deep collaborative alliance with the 14 survivors from the 8 major alliance teams. A spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Lan's mind. The quest allowed only one team to emerge victorious. Yet there were no restrictions on the number of members within that team. She promptly inquired with the other teams if they would be willing to join the farming squad. uniting their efforts to achieve success in the challenge. The teams expressed their willingness to collaborate. Jiang Lan's gaze swept over her team, her eyes akin to black pearls, shimmering with determination and anticipation. She softly yet powerfully inquired, "Esteemed colleagues, are you willing to unite and join the vegetable planting squad, embarking together on this journey toward victory?" For a fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, and then the once fragmented teams began to display resolute expressions. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with a shared fervor, a yearning for triumph and an unwavering belief in solidarity and collaboration. "I, He Jishang, am willing." He Jishang, towering at nearly 6 feet, boasted strong brows and large eyes, with a shock of golden hair. "I, Su Jiji, am willing." Su Jiji, petite at 5 feet 2, was charmingly delicate, sporting a delightful bun and large, sparkling eyes. "I, Limane, am willing." Limanha, with his bronze skin and robust physique, was a veritable powerhouse. "We are willing." The chorus of voices rose like a mighty tide, echoing across the vast expanse. Apart from the Wanli team and the 8 allied teams closely collaborating with them, the remaining participants unanimously agreed to merge into the vegetable planting squad. As the last contestant signed the formal binding contract with Jiang Lan, a satisfied smile graced her lips. In that moment, they ceased to be solitary warriors and became a united vegetable planting team, marching forward together. From that instant, the name Vegetable Planting Squad would fade into history, replaced by a stronger and more cohesive vegetable planting team. The team now boasted 31 members, ready to face the challenges and adversities of their quests, crafting a new chapter for the vegetable planting team through their intellect and courage. At that moment, the hope seeds in Jiang Lan's inventory, akin to having been rejuvenated by a spring rain, silently transformed into a resplendent money tree. This tree not only flourished abundantly, but also bore fruits of points that glimmered enticingly at intervals. This money tree undoubtedly heralded a beacon of hope for the vegetable planting team. In the future, whenever a team member suffered injuries in the thrilling quests, they could opt to use these points to recuperate peacefully in the tranquil safe zone, free from the perils of the outside world. Once healed, they would re-enter the next unknown, thrilling quest in peak condition. Ultimately, the vegetable planting team secured a treasure map. Though the edges of this map had been eroded by time, the striking mark at its center, a shimmering sword, still radiated brilliance. Following the treasure map, the vegetable planting team ascended the island once more, making their way toward the central forest. Here, surrounded by mountains and dense jungle, lay a veritable hidden realm. Navigating cautiously through the mountains, they finally reached the marked location on the map. After a series of adventurous exploits, Jiang Lan discovered the treasure at the heart of the island, the Sword of Sovereignty. Its blade shimmered with a golden radiance, the hilt adorned with resplendent gems. Akin to a sovereign's sword, majestic and enigmatic. This was the sword of the Emperor within this realm, signifying that the vegetable cultivation team had emerged as the sole victors, while the Wanli team and the 8 alliances would find themselves unable to clear the challenge. Upon hearing the system declare the vegetable cultivation team as treasure holders, the competitors from the 8 alliances wore somber expressions, though they managed to maintain their composure. In stark contrast, the members of the Wanli team erupted in despairing cries. Their faces were etched with fear and hopelessness, their shouts filled with a yearning and struggle to return to safety. Yet, they seldom spoke of matters concerning the real world. It was revealed that the Wanli team were, in fact, competitors who had previously failed and been compelled to remain in this realm. Witnessing this, the 8 alliances began to blame one another, filled with regret for their initial decision to collaborate with them, which ultimately led to their failure. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the commencement of the next round of the dungeon game. From the frenzied cries of the Wanli team, Jiang Lan discerned that their memories of the real world were gradually fading, their actions and words becoming increasingly erratic. Ultimately, their excessive madness transformed into the very reason they could not achieve their objectives. Jiang Lan surveyed her surroundings, a complex swirl of emotions welling up within her. She realized that the members of the Wanli team seemed to be gradually losing touch with the reality of the world outside. Just as she contemplated delving deeper for more information, an invisible force suddenly enveloped the entire instance. A wave of intense dizziness struck her, and she felt herself spiraling into an endless vortex, her vision fading to darkness. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. All members of the farming team have cleared the level. No sooner had the words been spoken than a blinding light flashed before her, and she felt herself lifted as if by a powerful force. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that she had escaped the chaotic instance and returned to the safe zone. Jiang Lan accessed the system interface, noting an increase of 1,000,000 points, presumably a reward for her successful clearance. The safe zone was brightly lit, and members of the farming team gathered in small groups, sharing their experiences and feelings with one another. Jiang Lan and her companions mourned the fallen players from the terrifying dungeon. Embracing one another, they cherished the present moment even more. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Lan, within the realm of the dungeon, a silver-haired youth gazed intently at the spot where she had stood before her departure from the instance. His expression was one of sorrow as he murmured to himself, "I am left all alone once more." In the safe zone, the vegetable planting team had been discussing the increasingly vague memories of reality experienced by the members of the Wanli team, their sentiments tinged with melancholy. In a quiet corner of the safe zone, the atmosphere among the vegetable planting team was unusually heavy. For several days, they often gathered together, the dim light casting mottled shadows on their faces, amplifying the gravity of their expressions. Their conversations consistently revolved around the unsettling phenomenon observed in the last dungeon. Certain players were experiencing a gradual loss of their memories of reality. The discussions were hushed and filled with regret, each mention steeped in concern. During these moments, Jiang Lan furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with anxiety. After a brief silence, a palpable sense of oppression hung in the air. Suddenly, Jiang Lan stood up abruptly, her gaze as deep and resolute as a cold abyss. "We cannot succumb to mental exhaustion here," she declared. Jiang Lan's words ignited a fervor within the gardening team, rekindling their determination. They commenced a meticulous re-examination of the clues, seeking the elusive reasons behind their fragmented memories. In this realm teeming with uncertainties and perils, they were compelled to confront not only external threats, but also the inner fears and confusions that haunted them. Yet, they held steadfast in their belief that as long as they remained united, nothing could thwart their progress. As night deepened, the lights within the safe zone continued to shine brightly. 7 days later, due to the overwhelming number of contestants in the gardening team, they were dispersed into several distinct instances. Jiang Lan ventured alone into the enchanting realm of the Sleeping Beauty instance. As she stepped onto this land, the surrounding world seemed to be shrouded in a veil of ethereal mist, hazy yet captivating, as if she had entered a fantastical fairy tale. This was a whimsical and bizarre fairy tale town. The architecture here was imbued with a sense of magical charm, yet it betrayed an eerie oddity. The vividly colored houses shimmered brilliantly in the afterglow of the setting sun. However, the tightly shut windows and desolate streets emanated an indescribable stillness. Jiang Lan wandered through the streets of the quaint town, each step feeling as though she were treading upon soft clouds, light and ethereal, devoid of any tangible sensation. The air was suffused with a cloying, floral fragrance, one that should have evoked a sense of tranquility, yet here it felt strangely sinister, as if imbued with a hypnotic allure. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it the whispering sound of leaves rustling in the distant woods. Jiang Lan abruptly turned, her gaze falling upon a shadowy grove that flickered in and out of sight within the twilight. A sense of unease gripped her heart, as if an invisible force were beckoning her, guiding her toward the enigmatic darkness that lay ahead. Jiang Lan took a deep breath and opened the system interface. In the dimly lit virtual realm, her fingers glided gently through the air, as if caressing an invisible screen. Before her, a translucent inventory unfurled slowly, showcasing an array of peculiar items and tools that shimmered with alluring radiance. Her gaze wandered among them, ultimately resting upon an unassuming seed, the seed of hope. In Jiang Lan's gaze, a resolute brilliance shone forth, for she was acutely aware that the potential of this seed extended far beyond its outward appearance. She gently caressed the seed, sensing the vitality and strength it harbored within. Without a moment's hesitation, she selected the upgrade option from the inventory, inputting the substantial sum of 100,000 points. As the points were deducted, the entire virtual realm seemed to tremble in response. A dazzling light erupted from the seed, instantly illuminating the entire space. Jiang Lan could distinctly perceive the formidable power rapidly expanding, as if it were striving to break free from all constraints. Steeling herself against the unease within, Jiang Lan pressed onward. In the dense forest, she discovered that the sleeping beauty she was destined to awaken was, in fact, a prince disguised by the goddess of daffodils. There lay a silver-haired youth, clad in exquisite garments, peacefully slumbering, his eyes gently closed, lashes delicately curled, and skin as smooth and pale as milk. Jiang Lan leaned down and gently kissed his delicate pink lips, the sensation akin to soft cotton candy, infused with a hint of sweetness. Jiang Lan pressed forward once more. Shortly thereafter, she unexpectedly reunited with Shi Luoyu within the instance. During their conversation, Jiang Lan was astonished to discover that Shi Luoyu's memories of the real world had nearly vanished, apart from her name. Shi Luoyu could only recall events that transpired after entering the infinite horror realm. Jiang Lan realized that those who completely forget reality shall never return to the real world. For such participants, no matter how powerful they may be, obtaining the ultimate key will not grant them any wishes pertaining to the realm of reality. At that moment, the seed of hope evolved into the fruit of truth. Through this fruit, Jiang Lan discerned the malevolent witch, a guardian monster, who had been concealed among the ordinary residents of the fairy tale town. Jiang Lan vanquished the malevolent witch guarding the fairy tale town, successfully clearing the level. Upon returning to the safe zone, she began to reminisce about events from the real world each day, frequently reminding her farming team members. After 7 days, Jiang Lan entered a new round of the dungeon, the psychiatric hospital scenario. This was an expansive mental institution, a colossal edifice resembling a forsaken island lost to time, standing at the desolate edge of the city. As night descended, the silhouette of the hospital emerged faintly under the dim moonlight, evoking a sense of eeriness and oppression. The surroundings were so silent that one could only hear the occasional whisper of the wind in the distance, akin to an ominous omen. Due to the tension, Jiang Lan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. She gently pushed open the rusted iron gate, the hinges emitting a jarring screech that pierced the stillness of the night. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit hall, the air thick with a nauseating blend of mildew and disinfectant. The walls around her were adorned with mottled graffiti, some images twisted and horrific. Jiang Lan cautiously advanced, each step echoing on the frigid floor with a dull thud. She dared not illuminate her flashlight, fearing it might provoke unnecessary trouble. Relying solely on the faint moonlight, she groped her way through the darkness. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, causing her heart to constrict sharply. She swiftly glanced around, yet found nothing but the encompassing darkness and silence. Jiang Lan promptly invested 100,000 points to upgrade the seed of hope. At last, a dim, cold light emerged ahead, and Jiang Lan encountered an NPC, a night shift nurse, on the first floor of the hospital. The nurse greeted Jiang Lan with a peculiar yet warm smile, saying, "Dr. Jiang, you are here for your shift. Today, our department has admitted 3 new patients. One of them is intriguingly named Narcissus, a silver-haired youth." It turned out that Jiang Lan's assigned role in the instance was that of a composed psychiatrist. Within the confines of the psychiatric hospital scenario, Narcissus played the part of an eccentric patient, often wandering the corridors in a frenzied manner, muttering to himself and drawing the attention of other patients. Under the pretense of seeking psychological treatment, he frequently sought out Jiang Lan, leaving the latter often at a loss for words. On the 6th day, while inspecting the wards, Jiang Lan stumbled upon a slightly yellowed notebook in room 504. Curiosity piqued. He opened the notebook and was astonished to discover that its owner was none other than Shi Luoyu. According to the self-account recorded within, Shi Luoyu, In the 5th year within the realm of horror, noticed a decline in memories of the real world and began to document his recollections and thoughts. Despite his efforts, Shi Luoyu gradually forgot the reality he once knew. By the 10th year in the horror world, he ceased to maintain his diary. During his time in the ancient Greek temple, Shi Luoyu had already spent 2 decades in the infinite horror realm. When Jiang Lan reunited with Shi Luoyu in the previous instance, the dreaming sleeping beauty scenario, Shi Luoyu had entirely lost his memories of the real world. Jiang Lan officially confirmed. The concealed rules of this terrifying world reveal that upon entering the infinite realm of horror, one's memories of reality will inevitably become increasingly indistinct and forgotten, should a participant persist in replaying the same dungeon. The prolonged exposure to this boundless world of terror may lead to a complete loss of memory, ultimately resulting in their perpetual existence within it. In essence, to return to the realm of reality, one must successfully navigate through 12 distinct dungeons before the memories of the real world fade away. At this juncture, Jiang Lan's item, the Seed of Hope, will bear the fruit of wisdom. Jiang Lan consumed the fruit of wisdom and discerned that the guardian monster of the dungeon was Patient Zero. She employed the item Siren Song to bewilder Patient Zero for 3 minutes and wielded the Exorcist's sword to vanquish the guardian, thereby successfully clearing the level and earning 600,000 points. 7 days later, Jiang Lan ventured into the Mad Art Dungeon, a city steeped in malevolent aura. Upon entering the dungeon, she promptly spent 100,000 points to upgrade the Seed of Hope. The Narcissus Flower Deity, disguised as Jiang Lan's client, revealed his chiseled 8-pack abs and requested Jiang Lan to paint his portrait. In a frenzied artistic realm, Jiang Lan stumbled upon a peculiar creature adorned with a striking red hat. It was an eye-catching red top hat, embellished with an exquisite golden motif upon its brim. The design resembled a bird, albeit imperfectly, as if it were soaring freely through the vast expanse of the sky, yet seemingly ensnared by swirling mists. This unique motif was so captivating that it left an indelible impression upon her mind. The red hat bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Jiang Lan, who had previously claimed that his red hat was a creation of his own design, the sole one of its kind in the world. In this entire, chilling universe, he was the only possessor of such a hat. Jiang Lan was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented doubt. That monster could very well be Jiang Lan. At this moment, the Seed of Hope transformed into an eternal fruit, consuming it would grant the temporary ability to manipulate time. Jiang Lan unhesitatingly consumed the fruit of eternity, discovering her newfound ability to foresee events occurring within the next hour. Consequently, she adeptly evaded a series of harrowing incidents. Through numerous explorations, Jiang Lan ultimately ascertained that the key to overcoming this challenge lay in the complete destruction of the malevolent city of art. To achieve this, she meticulously dismantled the entire realm, successfully conquering the quest and earning 300,000 points. After Jiang Lan successfully navigated through the challenge, he returned to the safety zone. Through the system announcement, he discovered that the Mad Art Dungeon had been upgraded to the Insane Art Dungeon. 7 days later, the system randomly assigned Jiang Lan to the SSS Hell Level Difficulty Dungeon, Dreamlike Breeze. This particular dungeon had remained unconquered for a decade in the realm of horror. Upon entering the Gentle Breeze as a dream instance, Jiang Lan found herself relegated to the role of a mere observer, unable to partake in the unfolding narrative with any physical agency. Fortunately, she retained the ability to access her inventory and promptly spent 100,000 points to upgrade her Hope Seed. Within this instance, the Daffodil Goddess masqueraded as Jiang Lan's devoted supporter. However, due to the constraints imposed by the rules of the instance, she was initially confined to her role as an observer, incapable of altering the trajectory of any events. As Jiang Lan witnessed a retrospective of events from years past, she noted that this instance was not originally classified as an SSS level Hellish Challenge, but rather a standard A-level instance. Su Qingfeng was a strikingly handsome young man, imbued with courtesy and a noble sense of justice. His skills were commendable, and he exhibited great potential, consistently aiding the weak within the terrifying realms of infinite scenarios, earning their admiration. Yet, in one particular instance, Just as Su Qingfeng was on the verge of acquiring a treasure known as the cage, envy erupted among the onlookers. He was maliciously attacked by rivals, betrayed by those he once trusted, and deprived of resources by passers-by. Those he had previously assisted stood idly by, offering no aid in his time of peril. Not a single soul was willing to warn him, speak in his defense, or provide any forewarning, allowing him to meet his demise in silence. Ultimately, at the moment of his death, Su Qingfeng succumbed to darkness, transforming into the ultimate antagonist of the instance, mercilessly vanquishing all within, resulting in a total annihilation with a survival rate of 0%. The difficulty of the instance escalated to SSS level, and it was subsequently renamed Gentle Breeze as a dream. As the retrospective concluded, Jiang Lan's Hope Seed had just completed its upgrade, blossoming into a pink-blue life flower. Adorning her head with this flower, she was enveloped in its refreshing fragrance, which kept her mind alert and shielded her from being overwhelmed by the intense emotions of the retrospective, preventing her spirit from being consumed by the instance. At that moment, the system issued a notification. The contestant will embody Su Qingfeng for a second traversal of the narrative, assuming the role of Su Qingfeng without the ability to act physically. Only at the moment of acquiring the treasure will the contestant gain agency. Please note, if Su Qingfeng, as portrayed by the contestant, perishes during the second traversal, the contestant will also experience a spiritual demise. Should the contestant suffer a spiritual death, passage will be impossible. On the brink of crisis, Jiang Lan opened her inventory in advance. Jiang Lan's gaze was fixated upon a unique artifact, a shell hairpin gifted to her by the mermaid princess within the Siren Dungeon. Special artifact with extraordinary effects. Shell hairpin. Item name: shell hairpin. Item type: special artifact. Item description: this is a shell hairpin imbued with the blessing of the mermaid princess. Saijin. It possesses the ability to withstand a full force strike from any guardian monster, with a usage limit of 1 time. Jiang Lan activated the shell hairpin, rendering all attacks ineffective. Ultimately, Jiang Lan secured the treasure item, the cage, and successfully survived. After the dungeon was upgraded to hellish difficulty, Jiang Lan became the first player to triumph. After successfully passing the level, Jiang Lan not only acquired 3 million points, but also received a treasure item, the cage. However, upon accepting this item, Jiang Lan discovered: treasure item, cage. Item description: by utilizing the cage, one can imprison all monsters and individuals within the dungeon. Item status: the treasure item, cage, is currently inoperative. Unlocking condition for the treasure item, cage, unknown. Jiang Lan returned to the safe zone, contemplating the events that transpired in the dreamlike breeze instance with meticulous care. Jiang Lan first learned that contestants could transform into monsters. Since then, he has been contemplating the conditions under which a human might metamorphose into a creature, pondering whether this is merely a rare exception and the likelihood of such transformations occurring. He also questions if a person, once turned into a monster, can revert to human form. Simultaneously, Jiang Lan realizes that the red-hatted monster encountered in the Frantic Art Dungeon is none other than Jiang Lan. Meanwhile, the Narcissus Flower Deity, triggered by Su Qingfeng's tale, awakens a crucial memory. He was once a contestant named Mu Shi, who unknowingly transformed from a human participant into the gatekeeper monster, the Narcissus Flower Deity, during his battles within the dungeon. 7 days later, Jiang Lan resolves to replay the upgraded version of the Frantic Art Dungeon, the Mad Art Dungeon. Jiang Lan re-entered the realm, discovering that this instance had transformed into a Frantic Art Dungeon. Upon entering, Jiang Lan promptly invested 100,000 points to upgrade the Seed of Hope. In this Frantic Art Dungeon, the Narcissus Flower Deity took on the guise of Mu Shi, masquerading as a contestant, and sought out Jiang Lan, joining forces with him to conquer the challenges ahead. Jiang Lan sought out the red-hatted monster, attempting in various ways to awaken his human memories as Jiang Lan. Yet all efforts were in vain. 117, the thrilling chapter of the side story in the Real World 3, final chapter. Jiang Lan thus came to understand the concealed rules of this world. Humans may transform into monsters, yet monsters find it exceedingly challenging to revert to their human form. Upon the Seed of Hope's ascension, It bore the fruit of causal seeds. Surprisingly, the causal seed turned out to be a unique artifact. Unique artifact, causal seed, artifact description. This is a wondrous seed. Give it a try by planting it. Artifact effect. Enhances the probability of events. Jiang Lan accepted the seed and spent 1,000 points in the system's marketplace to acquire planting tools, which he meticulously utilized to cultivate the seed of causality. Jiang Lan and Mu Shi collaborated to dismantle this frenzied city of art, successfully completing the challenge and earning 500,000 points. Upon returning to the safe zone, Jiang Lan learned from the information left by previous contestants that in the 11th dungeon, all points and items will be forcibly reset to 0. The survival rate was appallingly low, a mere 1 in 10,000. After deliberation, the vegetable growing team decided to enter the 11th dungeon together for mutual support. The progress of the team members was roughly similar. After waiting for a month and a half, Jiang Lan, along with her teammates, ventured into their 11th dungeon, the Magician's Dungeon. In this realm, the Narcissus Goddess transformed into the contestant Mu Shi and sought out Jiang Lan. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lan, Mu Shi was indeed the Narcissus Goddess, and she regarded him as an ordinary contestant. During their encounter, Jiang Lan took the initiative to inquire if Mu Shi wished to formally bind with her, to which Mu Shi consented. Thus, Mu Shi joined the vegetable growing team. The system then announced the rules. Contestants, take heed. This is a dungeon where a single misstep could lead to death, yet one may be reborn infinitely. After 7 days of exploration, the vegetable growing team discerned the operational rules of the Magician's Dungeon. There were 8 significant NPCs: the king, the queen, the princess, the prince, the neighboring kingdom's prince, the allied kingdom's princess, the magician, and the magician's assistant. The magician was a charlatan, performing magic tricks that could result in real harm. Therefore, contestants must never agree to assist him in his tricks, must not exhibit any interest in his performances, nor offer praise or disparagement of his craft. In the presence of the magician, contestants were to remain utterly unperturbed, denying him any opportunity to ensnare them for his tricks. The magician's assistant, though frequently mistreated by the magician, willingly aided him in his malevolent deeds. He harbored a deep fear of his actions being discovered. If anyone genuinely cared for him, he would resort to violence against them. The allied kingdom's princess and the neighboring kingdom's prince were both deranged. Contestants must not allow the king or queen to recognize them as adopted children, lest they be sent to forge alliances with the allied or neighboring kingdoms. They must also reject any advances from the princes or princesses or risk being compelled into unwanted affection. On the 8th day, in a moment of peril, Mu Shi employed the unique grand illusion of the Narcissus Goddess, attempting to render the king oblivious to their presence, uttering, "Where I stand, let me be concealed." Jiang Lan then realized that Mu Shi was, in fact, the goddess of the Narcissus. During the completion of the magician's instance, the seed of hope had automatically upgraded, sprouting into its own bud. Upon returning to the safe zone, Jiang Lan discovered that Mu Shi had surprisingly followed him out as well. Jiang Lan speculated that it was due to the formal binding between her and Mu Shi. However, Mu Shi did not possess a player identity card and was unable to apply for accommodation independently. Consequently, Jiang Lan had no choice but to expend double the amount of points to rent a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room. She occupied one room while Mu Shi took the other. As they conversed, Mu Shi shared stories from his life in the real world. Jiang Lan was astonished to learn that Mu Shi could revert to human form after facing the gatekeeping monsters. Jiang Lan, as a guardian monster in this realm, how is it that you possess memories of the human world? Mu Shi explained, "I had indeed forgotten all my human memories, including my name. However, ever since I encountered you, fragments of my past have begun to resurface gradually." As their conversation unfolded, Jiang Lan suddenly realized that many of Mu Shi's memories resonated with her own. Jiang Lan harbored suspicions that she knew Mu Shi in the realm of reality, yet she struggled to recall that fragment of her memory. At that moment, Mu Shi began to speak of Lu Yuan Yuan once more. He reminisced. Lu Yuan Yuan has transformed into a student NPC within the youthful campus substory. Her monster form resembles a charming little snow white cat. Upon hearing news of Lu Yuan Yuan again, Jiang Lan could not help but shed tears. Mushi raised his hand to gently wipe away her tears. Jiang Lan resolved to revisit the youthful campus dungeon before embarking on the final level, hoping to awaken Lu Yuanyuan. The following day, former members of the vegetable growing squad learned of this endeavor and expressed their desire to join in the effort to revive Lu Yuanyuan. Thus, Jiang Lan, along with Mushi, Lu Jian, Lan Jiyuan, and Zhou Ruo Shi, ventured into the youthful campus dungeon. Within this realm, Jiang Lan led the vegetable growing squad to successfully restore Lu Yuanyuan's memories of the real world. She shed her cat demon form and regained her identity as a contender. The vegetable growing squad dismantled the pervasive campus violence that had long plagued this institution. Other teacher and student NPCs, liberated from their prolonged oppression, indulged in a brief revelry and joined the cause. Even the Black Cat principal did not intervene, instead observing the scene with a smile and an expression of satisfaction in his eyes. The system announced, contestants Jiang Lan, Mu Shi, Lu Jian, Lan Jiyuan, Zhou Ruo Shi, and Lu Yuanyuan have successfully cleared the youthful campus dungeon. Each contestant receives a reward of 100,000 points. Concurrently, Jiang Lan's Hope Seed automatically upgraded to the Tree of Balance. Subuken, Jiang Lan, Lu Jian, Lan Jijuan, and Zhou Ruo, she took turns guiding Lu Yuanyuan through 6 new dungeons in rapid succession. A month later, Lu Yuanyuan had successfully traversed 11 distinct dungeons, meeting the conditions to enter the final level just before its opening this year. 10 days later, when the final level was unveiled, Jiang Lan led the vegetable growing team, while Zhao Yongji led the He Yi Yongji team, both entering the final level simultaneously. The 12th dungeon, the ultimate level, was styled in the manner of a medieval European court, the romantic floral dungeon, with success merely 1 dungeon away. The contestants exerted themselves fervently to clear the level. Jiang Lan gathered all the necessary tools at his disposal to confront the formidable monster of the final level. At long last, he overcame numerous obstacles and stood before the ultimate guardian of the realm. Jiang Lan discovered a striking resemblance between the final guardian monster and the legendary champion of the previous generation, who had seemingly returned to the realm of reality. He was engulfed by a chilling conjecture that the final guardian monster was, in fact, a transformation of the erstwhile greatest contender. Meanwhile, Zhao Yongji, leading the Hiyayangzi team, resorted to nefarious tactics to seize the ultimate key, seemingly on the brink of achieving ultimate victory. However, upon making a wish, his desire manifested in a grotesquely twisted and malevolent manner, transforming him into the new final guardian monster of the infinite horror world. His allies morphed into subordinate monsters, supplementing the losses incurred, and these individuals became trapped forever within the infinite horror world, perpetually assailed by those seeking to complete their own quests until death. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Lan discerned the core rule of the final stage's romantic floral scent dungeon, equivalent exchange. Jiang Lan resolutely affirmed her determination. She must escape the terrifying realm and return to the world of reality. At that moment, Jiang Lan received a notification regarding the unlocking of an item. Treasure item. Cage unlocked. Unlocking condition. When the holder possesses unwavering courage and an indomitable spirit. Jiang Lan ensnared the entire dungeon's creatures within a cage, subsequently acquiring the ultimate key. Jiang Lan acquired the ultimate key before making a formal wish. Jiang Lan reminisced about the events related to Mu Shi in the real world and conveyed these memories to her. Upon hearing this, Mu Shi regained all her memories. It turned out that in the real world, Mu Shi was 1 year younger than Jiang Lan. Many years ago, young Mu Shi had saved young Jiang Lan. During their middle school years, Mu Shi had secretly harbored feelings for Jiang Lan. At the age of 18, he enrolled in the same university as Jiang Lan, becoming her junior. Upon graduating from university, Mu Shi unexpectedly entered a realm of horror. In this terrifying world, he diligently and astutely guided his teammates to complete their quests. However, in the SCP level Hellish Black Fog Forest dungeon, faced with an almost unbeatable guardian monster, he overexerted his powers in pursuit of success, unknowingly succumbing to darkness. ultimately replacing the original Dungeon Guardian monster and becoming the new Guardian, a Narcissus deity, forever retaining the visage of his most cherished age of 18. Consequently, the SSS level Perilous Black Fog Forest dungeon was downgraded to an S-level Ancient Greek Temple dungeon, and the teammates bound to Mushi's soul transformed into the statue-like monsters embedded within the walls of the ancient Greek temple. Jiang Lan and Mushi regained all their memories, and the members of the vegetable-growing team also gradually recovered their recollections. Together, the team made a heartfelt wish to return to the real world. The members exchanged contact information and frequently gathered in reality, forging genuine friendships that would last a lifetime. Jiang Lan returns to her position as an emergency physician, while Lu Yuan and Zhou Ruoshi make their way back to the high school campus. Lu Jian and Lan Zuan return to university, and Mu Shi, after being discovered by a talent scout, swiftly rises to fame, becoming a celebrated star. One day, the illustrious Mu Shi is revealed to have married her longtime crush, an outsider from the entertainment industry. The end.